After 18 years of rebirth and traversing through life, it was only upon the awakening of his unique abilities that Eisen discovered he was in the world of Harry Potter. He resolved to become an inconspicuous professor at Hogwarts, yet he was unprepared for the remarkable powers of his abilities, which allowed him to extract and replicate extraordinary traits from magical artifacts. Thus, Eisen extracted the spell-casting attribute from a wand and the immortality feature from the Philosopher's Stone. His intention was to lead an unremarkable life within the wizarding realm, until he extracted the time-traveling characteristic from a time turner, leading to his first experience of temporal travel. Chapter 1. Resigning on the first day of work. Manager, I wish to resign, Eisen declared as he handed his resignation letter to the middle-aged man before him, who sported thinning hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Although he spoke with a hint of embarrassment, his tone was resolute. Yes, manager, I have suddenly envisioned a new plan for my future. Eisen shrugged, his demeanor remarkably calm, betraying no sign of distress. If I recall correctly, you just started this morning? John's expression morphed into one of incredulity, as if to say, are you joking? Yes, I apologize, but I must make this choice, Eisen stated, while internally lamenting. I didn't wish for this either, but who could have predicted that after 18 years of traversing time, I would suddenly awaken my powers? Well, I wish you a better future. John faltered, struggling to find the right words, ultimately nodding in agreement to Eisen's resignation request and offering a kind farewell. Eisen Turner had been an ordinary citizen in his previous life, living a monotonous existence devoid of any significant upheaval. Memories faded like smoke. He only recalled the last moments spent debugging a microtransaction game for his company before unexpectedly transitioning to a newborn in Manchester, England. Born in 1972, his family circumstances were similarly unremarkable. His father, Jeff Turner, was a skilled worker at an automobile factory, while his mother, Ivy Merlin, served as the editor-in-chief at a publishing company. Although Eisen did not experience the privileges of a wealthy heir, he was not burdened by concerns for sustenance. Upon realizing he had been reborn in decades past, Eisen had already formulated a plan for his life. Thus, from elementary school onward, Eisen thrived academically, excelling to the extent that he became the envy of others. During this time, he accumulated over £2 million through various means, including writing novels and lyrics, drawing from the memories of his past life. Having amassed considerable wealth, his parents expressed no opposition to Eisen's aspirations for his future. Consequently, he sought employment at a film company in London, intending to learn the intricacies of the industry for a few years before establishing his own film production company. This endeavor would not only enable him to recreate the great films he remembered, but also facilitate collaboration with his mother's publishing company to develop intellectual properties. That on the morning of July 4th, 1990, on this very day, Eisen had just commenced his role as a production staff member at the Feizeseng Film Company. Everything was unfolding according to plan until an unexpected occurrence at 10 a.m. utterly derailed Eisen's meticulously crafted life trajectory. After placing some documents in his briefcase and tidying up his belongings, Eisen departed from the Feizeseng Film Company and turned into a quaint cafe nestled at the street corner. Having ordered a cup of coffee, he settled quietly into a window-side seat, seeking solace. To the casual observer, he appeared to be savoring the rich flavors of his beverage, yet only he was aware of the ethereal screen materializing before him. Indeed, this was the catalyst for Eisen's altered life plans. On his very first day of work, he had unexpectedly activated the legendary Golden Finger. The phantom screen displayed a character panel. Character: Eisen Turner. Extraordinary talent. Magic activated. Magic points: 10 increases by 10 points daily. Extraordinary traits: none. Miracle traits: 1 automatically acquired annually. Gazing at the character panel, Eisen felt an overwhelming sense of beauty enveloping the world around him. The panel indicated that his extraordinary talent was activated magic, albeit with a mere 10 magic points to be by sheer fortune. The Golden Finger afforded him an increase of 10 magic points each day, signifying that his magical aptitude had only just been awakened. But what utility did magic possess? Could it enable him to cast spells? Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Eisen's lips. However, upon scrutinizing the extraordinary and miracle traits, he found himself perplexed, as the scant wording offered little insight. Despite his efforts to delve deeper, whether focusing on the miracle trait or the extraordinary trait, Eisen sensed no tangible changes, as if these traits were entirely non-existent and present. It appeared that the functionality of Eisen's Golden Finger was rather limited. Notably, the attributes of strength, stamina, and defense that he envisioned were absent. Beyond the absence of concrete, data-driven attributes, even skills were nowhere to be found. The only clarity Eisen possessed was regarding his magic points, which could increase by 10 daily, yet their practical application remained shrouded in mystery. Due to the clandestine nature of his forthcoming endeavors, Eisen refrained from utilizing English within the CF. After imbibing inspiration, he inscribed a prominent line of Chinese characters, 8-9 mystical arts, on the cover of his notebook with a fountain pen, then proceeded to compose content within its pages. The 8-9 mystical arts were a form of Taoist mastery Eisen had frequently encountered in novels from his past life, promising the ability to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, transforming in myriad ways. Not only could one achieve eternal unity of the spirit, but also attain an indestructible physical form. Of course, Eisen possessed no such lofty skills, he merely indulged in a semblance of fabrication. After approximately an hour, Eisen finally completed what he deemed an extraordinary skill book titled The Mystical Arts of 8 and 9. However, irrespective of Eisen's fervent internal calls for learning, the mystical arts did not manifest as a skill on his character panel. Even when he disregarded the curious glances from other patrons in the CF and forcefully slapped his notebook, there was still no discernible effect. Could it be a matter of approach? Eisen glanced at the extraordinary magical talent displayed on his character panel and pondered this possibility. Subsequently, he picked up another notebook and inscribed in bold letters magical body refinement technique with a fountain pen, then resumed his writing. The essence of Eisen's composition centered on the internal circulation of magical energy to refine the body. This technique promised not only to enhance physical fitness, but also to foster a greater affinity for magic and improved mastery over it. After a considerable time, Eisen compiled a magical body refinement technique, its contents firmly etched in his memory. His gaze fixated on it. An intense desire surged within him, a fervent wish to master the technique. Yet, the character panel remained unchanged. Eisen had hoped that self-learning skills would unlock the hidden features of his golden finger, yet he found himself thwarted once more. Next, Eisen refrained from inventing skills and instead experimented with previously mastered abilities such as driving, programming, and writing. Clearly, however, these two did not reflect on the character panel. At this juncture, Eisen had begun to anticipate this outcome. It appeared that his golden finger lacked this particular functionality. Upon realizing this, he felt a profound sense of disappointment, for it implied that his hopes of learning skills through the slapping of skill books had been dashed. This external aid seems rather limited, Eisen mused after a moment, packing away his pen and manuscript with a sigh. Awakening extraordinary talents was indeed a positive development, and regardless of the level of the 10 points of magical energy, the daily automatic increase was certainly a boon. However, at that moment, Eisen suddenly recalled an exceedingly important concern: personal safety. Indeed, having lived in this world for 18 years, he had never once worried about his safety. Yet, with the emergence of his golden finger and the awakening of extraordinary talent, Eisen found himself questioning the nature of this world. Had he truly been reborn in England decades ago, or was this a parallel universe concealing extraordinary powers? Had he not awakened his magical energy, such thoughts would never have crossed his mind. But now that he possessed a steadily growing magical energy, this possibility could not be overlooked. Contemplating this prospect, Eisen found himself murmuring, "It seems that until I grasp the situation, I must remain discreet and hidden." Gazing at the handbag before him, Eisen was suddenly engulfed by a sense of regret. He realized that if he wished to remain discreet, it would be wise to maintain an unperturbed facade and continue with his work as if nothing had transpired. However, he found his composure shattered by the unexpected manifestation of an opportunity, prompting him to impulsively resign from his position. Upon reflection, Eisen recognized that his discernment was lacking. He had acted rather hastily. With a flicker of thought, the character interface vanished from his view, and he began to contemplate his future plans. Subsequently, Eisen ordered a serving of pasta at a CF, casually addressing his hunger with simplicity. Chapter 2. The Beginning at the Leaky Cauldron. Upon emerging from the CAF, Eisen momentarily cast aside his worries, watching the vehicles rush past on the street. To his surprise, even the smoke curling in the sky appeared charming. Since the emergence of his newfound abilities, although Eisen still felt a tinge of uncertainty about the future, he had begun to find clarity within himself. It was understandable, after all. Who wouldn't he feel this way after acquiring such extraordinary powers? As he strolled down the street, Eisen's gaze wandered past the adjacent bookstores until a peculiar establishment caught his attention. Indeed, nestled between a bookstore and a record shop, a dark and somewhat dilapidated store appeared, one he had never noticed before. Confounded, Eisen pondered how he had frequently traversed this very street, even passing by on his way to work that morning without any recollection of such a shop's existence. Had he truly overlooked it? The thought seemed absurd. Was he hallucinating? A fleeting notion crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Then, as Eisen's eyes fell upon the slightly worn sign, the words "the leaky cauldron" emerged before him. Suddenly, an unbelievable realization surged from the depths of his memory. This was indeed the leaky cauldron. This conclusion was utterly bewildering for Eisen, yet it felt astonishingly appropriate. Given the current timeline, the Harry Potter series had yet to be published, making it improbable for someone to have deliberately established it here. Previously, Eisen had contemplated the idea of drafting a story akin to the Harry Potter series, but he had never considered that magic could manifest in reality. Yes, today, Eisen had unexpectedly acquired extraordinary abilities and awakened a remarkable talent for magic. Just as he was musing whether he had entered a parallel world imbued with supernatural powers, the answer abruptly presented itself before him. After scrutinizing the surroundings multiple times, Eisen was convinced he had not erred. A place he had always overlooked had indeed sprouted a new shop. To him, it seemed likely that only after gaining magical powers could he discern such changes. After all, the leaky cauldron was reputed to have been concealed by enchantments and charms that repelled muggles, visible solely to wizards. However, to confirm his suspicions, Eisen decided to step into the adjacent bookstore. "Good day, young man. Are you in search of any particular book?" A man clad in a brown leather coat and split denim jeans appeared before Eisen, evidently the proprietor of the bookstore. Consequently, Eisen engaged him in casual conversation under the pretext of browsing. Minutes later, he left the shop with a copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica in hand. "Oh, by the way, do you happen to know what the black shop next door sells?" he inquired nonchalantly as he prepared to depart. "The black shop? Next door is a record store. There's no black shop here," the man replied, momentarily taken aback before regarding Eisen with a peculiar gaze. "Oh, I must have misremembered," Eisen feigned recollection, promptly turning to leave. Once again stepping onto the street, Eisen instinctively clenched his fists, his mind fixated on a singular thought. It truly appears to be the leaky cauldron. After a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to enter and confirm. If it indeed was the leaky cauldron, he would need to ascertain whether he could access Diagon Alley. Of course, upon realizing he had entered the world of Harry Potter, Eisen felt a twinge of melancholy. At 18 years of age, he was far too old to enroll in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This realization filled him with resentment. Why had his latent abilities not awakened at the age of 11 to assist him in discovering his magical potential? Nevertheless, it was as it was. And regardless of the circumstances, he must venture to Diagon Alley to procure his own wand and acquire some spellbooks. For in that moment, Eisen had come to understand that the magic he had awakened was indeed meant for casting spells. Thus, self-studying magic became his paramount objective. However, was it truly wise to enter in such attire? Eisen glanced down at his slightly formal clothing, a remnant of his workday, and contemplated this notion. Yet, upon noticing the recently purchased Encyclopedia Britannica in his hand, a smile graced his face. "Indeed, I can masquerade as a wizard researching Muggle life and societal customs." With that thought, Eisen stepped forward, pushing open the wooden door of the leaky cauldron and entering. Instantly, he felt as though he had crossed into an entirely different realm. The exterior world separated from this one. The interior of the pub was dimly lit, featuring a bar counter and several tables scattered about, some shrouded in shadows. Candles flickered atop some tables, providing a modicum of light to the murky establishment. Most striking were the elderly wizards and witches clad in robes, unmistakably a testament to their magical heritage. Yes, without a doubt, this was the leaky cauldron. With this realization, Eisen felt a surge of certainty. Behind the bar stood a nearly bald old man resembling a nutcracker, undoubtedly the proprietor, Tom. Upon the sudden entrance of a young man, several wizards paid little heed, while a few others scrutinized Eisen with keen interest. "Ah, young man, what can I assist you with?" the bar owner inquired as a young man with dark hair, around 20 years of age, approached directly. "Very well, follow me," he continued. Perhaps it was Eisen's demeanor that appeared sufficiently normal. Or perhaps Tom simply lacked the inclination to delve deeper, for he merely nodded and gestured for Eisen to follow. Navigating past the bar, Eisen trailed the proprietor to a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Aside from some weeds, the only other object present was a trash bin. "Count 3 bricks up from the bin, then 2 bricks across, and knock 3 times," the bar owner instructed as he retrieved his wand and tapped the bricks. Eisen silently repeated the instructions in his mind. In response, the bricks on the wall began to shift, revealing a small opening that swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a pathway materialized before Eisen. "Indeed, this is the illustrious Diagon Alley of the Wizarding World. Well then, young man, I hope you exercise caution during your next spell research," advised the pub owner. The Owl Emporium, the broomstick shop, and establishments selling an array of peculiar silverware awaited him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Eisen found himself overwhelmed by the sights before him. "This is the realm of wizards, the enchanting life of a wizard. Here I come," he silently proclaimed within, and a broad grin finally graced his face. However, the pressing matter at hand was to exchange for some galleons. Without them, nothing could be purchased. As he navigated through the throngs of people, Eisen soon arrived beneath a striking white building that stood out among the surrounding shops. Indeed, this was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Clearly, for a newcomer like Eisen, this was the sole destination for currency exchange. Upon passing through the bronze doors, he encountered a rather unsightly creature, a goblin from Gringotts. It was difficult for Eisen to fathom how such a grotesque being could be bestowed with the distinguished title of goblin. Next, Eisen approached the second silver door, adorned with various cautionary inscriptions. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand marble hall, flanked by long counters where dozens of goblins busily attended to their tasks. "Hello. I would like to exchange 200 galleons," Eisen announced as he approached one of the counters, producing 1,000 pounds. Indeed, exchanging pounds for galleons was a necessary procedure. The reason he did not exchange for a larger sum was due to the limitations placed on such transactions. Consequently, the goblin before him did not question his request. Yet, Eisen harbored a lingering doubt. Would Gringotts exchange galleons for a dubious wizard like himself? If they only exchanged for novice wizards, Eisen would need to concoct a more plausible explanation, such as claiming he had been conducting Muggle studies in their society for years and now wished to delve deeper into the magical arts. Fortunately, the goblin did not press for further inquiries. After successfully exchanging for 200 galleons, Eisen exited Gringotts. Chapter 3. The Characteristics of Wands. Now that he had procured his currency, the foremost task was to acquire a wand suited to him. It was unavoidable. Every time Eisen recalled that wizards in the Harry Potter universe required wands to cast spells, he could not suppress a sense of exasperation. For any wizard, a wand symbolizes everything. Without a wand, a wizard would be rendered powerless. Even formidable wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort could perform silent, wandless magic, but that was merely a testament to their extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, the wizarding world would not have devised a sufficiently potent disarmament charm. Thus, regardless of Eisen's plans, purchasing a wand was imperative. He once again wove through the bustling crowd, passing by the Elop's Owl Emporium, the Magical Joke Shop, and the Flourish and Blots bookstore. In addition, there were exquisite Quidditch shops, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, secondhand robe stores, and more. Eisen was captivated by the novelty of everything before him, each item possessing an irresistible charm. However, he was acutely aware of his current mission and did not linger to admire the surroundings, instead making his way directly to Ollivander's wand shop. His previous life had left him with vivid memories of this establishment, as it was likely the only millennial-old brand in the wizarding world. Young wizards like Harry Potter and Hermione Granger invariably chose this shop to procure their wands upon enrollment. Yet, Eisen harbored concerns that purchasing a wand from Ollivander's might not be as straightforward as he hoped. Earlier, he had been able to tell the pub owner that his wand was damaged due to research on a spell when entering Diagon Alley, but using the same excuse at Ollivander's would likely be futile. According to Eisen's memories, the proprietor of Ollivander's was an elderly man with an extraordinary memory. He could recall precisely what wand a wizard's father had used when they first attended school. However, wizards of Muggle descent, like Hermione, did not face such troubles. When it came to wands, Eisen was also curious about the concept of trace magic in this world. In the original text, the trace was said to apply to wizards under the age of 17. Any spell cast would be detected. However, if a young wizard performed magic in the presence of an adult wizard, the ministry could only ascertain that magic had been performed, not who had cast it. This led Eisen to conclude that traces were not contained within the wand itself. Otherwise, how could a young wizard cast spells without detection in the company of an adult wizard? Thus, he theorized that traces functioned as a range-based detection magic. Nevertheless, this posed no issue for Eisen, as he had already turned 18. The shop was small and dilapidated. The lettering on the sign had faded, with a large inscription proclaiming, Ollivander, fine wand since 382 B.C. Displayed in the window atop a velvet cushion was a wand, exuding an air of mystery. Upon pushing open the door, Eisen discovered that the interior contained nothing but a long bench and shelves lined with countless slender boxes. A cursory glance revealed at least several thousand. Good afternoon. Before Eisen could further inspect the shop, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon closer examination, he recognized this as Garrick Ollivander, an elderly man with silvery hair and piercing silver eyes. Ah, hello, Mr. Ollivander. My wand has been damaged, and I wish to purchase a new one. A faint smile graced Eisen's face, projecting an air of harmlessness. If memory serves me right, you have never purchased a wand from me, have you? The old man wore a hint of curiosity, yet his tone conveyed a firm certainty. Ah, indeed, Mr. Ollivander. As you are aware, I spent a year living and conducting research in the Muggle world, but recently my wand was damaged due to its resistance to magic. Hence, I wish to procure a wand of sufficient quality from you, Mr. Ollivander. Eisen smoothly articulated his premeditated explanation while subtly complimenting the other man. I see. Upon learning of Eisen's fabricated experience, a look of realization washed over Ollivander's face, followed by a proud declaration. Of course, all wands sold by Ollivander are of the finest quality. After a moment of contemplation, Ollivander rummaged through a shelf and retrieved a paper box, extracting a wand to present to Eisen. Well then, how about trying this one? An excellent combination of ash wood, unicorn hair, and 12 inches in length. Eisen felt a twinge of confusion at the lack of measurements for height and arm length. Nevertheless, he hastily accepted the wand with his right hand. The instant he grasped it, an unusual sensation of comfort surged through him, as if the wand had become an extension of his very being, allowing even the slightest hint of his magic to flow seamlessly throughout his body. This sensation ignited a wave of excitement within Eisen. Oh, splendid. It appears to have chosen you. Ollivander observed Eisen's expression and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, Eisen inhaled sharply, just as he intended to inquire about the price. A virtual screen materialized before him. Indeed, his extraordinary ability had been activated. On the virtual screen, a pop-up appeared on the character panel, displaying a message, extraordinary quality spellcasting trait discovered. Would you like to expend one miracle trait to replicate it? Below the message were options for yes and no. In that fleeting moment, Eisen's mind raced with thoughts, leaving him somewhat disoriented, yet now was not the time for contemplation. So, Mr. Ollivander, how much for this wand? Suppressing his extraneous thoughts, Eisen tucked the wand away and inquired. Merely 7 galleons will suffice. Ollivander provided a most reasonable price. From his previous life's memories, Eisen knew this was the standard cost for a wand. After settling the payment, Eisen exited Ollivander's wand shop. He still needed to acquire some essential items. However, eager to contemplate the newly revealed function of his extraordinary ability, he refrained from aimless wandering. First, he visited a second-hand robe shop to purchase a used robe, then made his way to Flourish and Blots, where he procured several volumes from the standard spellbook series. Additionally, he acquired Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Invisibility and Transfiguration, Intermediate Transfiguration Guide, Advanced Transfiguration Guide, Theory of Magic, and other scholarly texts. After acquiring all these items, Eisen had over 150 galleons remaining. During his first shopping trip in Diagon Alley, he did not intend to purchase a cauldron, scales, or any other items. Nor did he pay attention to the peculiar magical artifacts. Indeed, had he managed to procure a bag enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, he could have stored all his belongings without concern. Unfortunately, such an item was beyond his reach at present, and casting the charm was evidently not within his capabilities. Chapter 4. Fusion of Traits. The modest 10-square-meter room served as Eisen's residence. Adjacent to the bed stood an antiquated table, each corner adorned with a flickering candle, providing adequate illumination for the space. Despite the room's somewhat dilapidated appearance, its cleanliness and comfort exceeded Eisen's expectations. From what he observed in the common area of the leaky cauldron, the wizard seemed a tad disheveled. Yet the guest rooms on the second floor turned out to be quite satisfactory. Once he placed all his belongings upon the table, Eisen grasped his wand once more. In an instant, the character panel reappeared, revealing the prior changes once again. Discover extraordinary trait, proficient casting trait. Would you like to expend a miracle trait to replicate it? Upon seeing the prompt, Eisen took a deep breath and mentally clicked the affirmative button. Subsequently, he felt no unusual sensations emanating from his wand. Yet the window vanished from sight. The character panel, however, underwent a subtle transformation. Character, Eisen Turner. Extraordinary talent. Magic power, activated. Magic value, 10, increases by 10 points daily. Extraordinary trait. Proficient casting trait, unfused. Note, upon fusion, compatibility will increase by 20. Miracle trait, none, automatically gains 1 each year. The changes in the character panel surprised Eisen. Evidently, one miracle trait had been utilized to replicate the casting trait of the wand. The replicated casting trait had transformed into an extraordinary trait, albeit in its unfused state. Eisen speculated that the increase in compatibility likely pertained to the relationship between the wand and the wizard. The higher the compatibility, the more effectively the wand could channel the wizard's power. Given the previous sensation of seamless control, it seemed that the compatibility of Eisen's wand was indeed quite high. This indicated that the wand recommended by Ollivander was well suited for him. However, the subsequent note suggesting that fusion of the trait would enhance compatibility by 20 left Eisen somewhat perplexed. Did this mean that the compatibility between him and the wand would further improve after the fusion of the casting trait? In any case, an increase in compatibility was undoubtedly a positive development, signifying that Eisen would cast spells with greater ease and that the potency of his magic would be amplified. Eisen then focused his thoughts on the unfused casting trait displayed on the character panel. In response, a new prompt appeared before him, reading, "Please select the area for the fusion of the casting trait." Below are several option buttons, namely, arm, finger, leg, and toe. Each of these buttons is accompanied by a series of numbers. The finger option displays the number 95, followed by arm at 70, toe at 80, and leg at 60. What could this signify? Observing the scene before him, Eisen fell into contemplation. After a while, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Could it be that the choice to merge the spellcasting attributes does not merely enhance his compatibility with the wand, but rather bestows the ability to directly cast spells from the merged attributes of the chosen body part, effectively replacing the wand? Perhaps the increase in compatibility is merely an ancillary effect of the golden finger? Upon pondering this, Eisen felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, in the world of Harry Potter, wizards are profoundly reliant on their wands. Once struck by a disarming spell, they are rendered nearly powerless. Even formidable figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort are not exempt from this reliance. Although they can perform wandless and silent spells, the one wielding a wand will invariably triumph over the one without. This underscores the significance of wands for wizards in this realm. If the golden finger is as Eisen surmised, then the wand would no longer serve as a limitation for him. After calming his emotions, Eisen focused his mind on the finger option and chose to merge. Clearly, the percentages associated with each body part correspond to their compatibility with the spellcasting attributes. Upon making his selection, a tingling sensation surged through his 10 fingers, lasting a full 2 minutes before dissipating. At that moment, Eisen felt as though his fingers had acquired the characteristics of a wand, capable of entirely substituting its function. Glancing at the Extraordinary Attributes section of the character panel, he observed a change. Extraordinary Attribute, Excellent Level Spell Casting Attribute, Compatibility 115, merged. What, then, does excellent level signify? After a while, Eisen remained perplexed. However, with such an attribute, he could perform any spell wandlessly in the future. Naturally, for someone like Eisen, who preferred a discreet approach to development, he would regard this as a trump card. Continuing to use a wand for camouflage. Currently, Eisen found himself unable to discern the difference between casting spells with a wand and directly with his fingers, as his magical power was still a mere 10 points, and he had yet to learn any spells. Thus, his next objective was to self-study some spells, at the very least to present himself more convincingly as a wizard. Otherwise, wandering around the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley would inevitably expose his true nature. Furthermore, Eisen had another consideration. What exactly did his 10 points of magical power represent? How does it compare to new students like Harry Potter and Hermione Granger? This query left Eisen somewhat troubled. At this juncture, he felt compelled to express his frustration, as the magical power of wizards in the original narrative is a rather nebulous concept, devoid of any concrete hierarchy of strength. The awakening of magical power in young wizards is predetermined to grow with age and persist until adulthood. However, it was unexpected that Eisen's magical energy was directly quantified by a fortuitous twist of fate. Although he has reached adulthood, his magical power was only recently activated, suggesting that he may not possess the same strength as younger wizards. Currently, Eisen lacks a reliable method to compare the intensity of his magic. From the original narrative, it appears that the ability to cast a particular spell has become an imprecise standard. For instance, the Shield Charm, a protective incantation, was learned and successfully cast by Harry Potter in his 4th year, largely due to his status as the protagonist. In reality, this spell presents a certain level of difficulty, as the Weasley twins have noted that even some adult wizards employed by the Ministry of Magic may struggle to execute it. Take Gilderoy Lockhart, for example. Despite being a charlatan and a fraud, he is nonetheless a graduate of Ravenclaw. Yet, he is incapable of casting the Shield Charm. Thus, Eisen can infer the level of his own magical abilities from this perspective. As of July 1990, the enrollment period for young wizards is approaching, but Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley must wait another year to commence their studies. In other words, Eisen has over a year to prepare before the narrative truly unfolds. Logically, Eisen has missed his opportunity for enrollment, making it prudent to distance himself from the vortex that is Hogwarts and focus on his own development. Indeed, once entangled in this world, Eisen's safety would be jeopardized by Voldemort's looming threat, alongside the complications posed by his Death Eater servants. Nonetheless, many of the books required for Hogwarts courses are unavailable at the local bookstore. For instance, Eisen has a strong desire to learn advanced spatial magic, such as the Vanishing Spell and Apparition, which seem to be exclusive to Hogwarts. Additionally, the allure of the Hogwarts library is immense for Eisen. Therefore, the optimal choice for him is to apply for a teaching position at Hogwarts while Voldemort has yet to resurrect, allowing him to absorb knowledge. If he can withdraw after Voldemort's return, he would retreat to safety. If unable to escape, he would strive to strengthen himself over the years until he is no longer intimidated by Voldemort. Clearly, with the advantage of his fortuitous gift, Eisen should have no trouble achieving this level of power. However, to apply for a professorship at Hogwarts, Eisen recognizes that he is currently unqualified. Hence, he intends to dedicate the upcoming year to intensive study before Harry and his companions arrive. Eisen is confident that, after a year of rigorous learning, his abilities will significantly improve. At the very least, he should be able to match Lockhart's ineptitude. If a fraud like Lockhart can attain a professorship, Eisen believes he can do so as well. However, the decision regarding which professor position to apply for requires careful consideration. Chapter 5. The Initial Encounter with Spells. After ordering a steak and a cup of honey mead, Eisen satiated his hunger and began his studies. By 7 o'clock in the evening, he closed the book titled The Theory of Magic and let out a long breath. Having perused the tome, Eisen gained a rudimentary understanding of the magic in this world. Drawing upon his memories from a past life, along with the contents of this book, he discerned that for wizards to successfully cast spells, they must not only wield their wands with precision, but also harness a profound emotional intensity. It became clear to Eisen why many adult wizards struggle to effectively cast advanced spells. He perceived the act of spellcasting as a challenging endeavor for wizards in this realm. For instance, Professor Flitwick at Hogwarts, while teaching young wizards the levitation charm, emphasized the importance of enunciating the incantation Wingardium Leviosa with clarity and an elongated intonation. Furthermore, the wand movements required were quite specific, an upward swish followed by a flick. With these prerequisites established, a wizard's emotional state must also be engaged to unleash magic. This emotional engagement is most vividly illustrated in the Unforgivable Curses and the Patronus Charm. To cast the Unforgivable Curse, one must evoke a potent malice towards the target, with the intent to bring about their demise. It is only through such a degree of malevolence that the curse's true power can manifest. Eisen speculated that the emotional engagement necessary for spellcasting might merely be an expression of inner will. This inner will, when stirred by emotion and combined with wand movements and magical energy, facilitates the release of magic. His conjecture stemmed from observing the behavior of young wizards during moments of magical surges. Take Harry Potter, for example. Prior to attending Hogwarts, he was incapable of performing magic, yet managed to make the glass in the reptile house vanish. This event clearly illustrated that his innate magical energy responded to a strong desire within him, enabling him to unleash a temporary spell that caused the glass to disappear. The structured, step-by-step methodology enforced upon young wizards in their spell-learning journey likely represents a systematic approach established by Hogwarts to assist them in mastering their magical potential. If these young wizards adhere strictly to their professor's teachings, upon graduating from Hogwarts, they will have an unwavering command over their magic, rendering incantations and wand movements instinctual. Consequently, once they graduate, the act of spellcasting may become increasingly effortless and casual, devoid of the stringent requirements for wand movements or verbal incantations. This phenomenon elucidates the complexities behind the advanced technique of silent and wandless magic. However, it is worth noting that such proficiency is exceedingly rare, with few adult wizards capable of achieving it. Certainly, in Eisen's view, this is due to their insufficient depth of study during their time at school. Figures such as Dumbledore and Voldemort are evidently formidable. For instance, Professor Snape directly invented a powerful spell, the disarming charm, which can only be countered by its specific countercharm. No other means of dispelling it would suffice. Thus, the question arises, how did Snape conjure this spell? Eisen speculates that it must be significantly related to Snape's expertise in spellcraft, potion-making, and dark magic. With a solid foundation, combined with a sufficiently intense emotional impetus, one could conceive such a spell. However, for Eisen, who had yet to delve into the realm of magic, this remains mere conjecture. Setting aside the theory of magic, Eisen resumed his studies with basic spells for beginners. As a complete novice wizard, he naturally began with simpler incantations. Subsequently, he tore a page from his notebook and, after calming himself, drew forth his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Eisen waved his wand and directed it toward the torn page. To his astonishment, upon uttering the incantation, the page gradually floated into the air, responding to the wand's movement. Eisen then pointed at the page with his finger, trying again, and found it equally effective. The exhilaration within him was indescribable after successfully casting the spell twice, for it signified his true emergence as a wizard. As his thoughts shifted, the character panel materialized before Eisen, and as he had anticipated, although he had mastered the levitation charm, there was still no skills bar present. Disheartened, he realized that his acquired skills would not reflect in the character panel. However, when his gaze fell upon the magic points section, a perplexed expression crossed his face. He discovered that his 10 magic points remained unchanged at 10. After practicing the levitation charm twice, his magic had shown no signs of depletion. Throughout the First and Second Wizarding Wars, Eisen had never heard of a wizard being captured or killed due to exhaustion of magic. From his past memories, Eisen vaguely recalled that Harry Potter, in preparation for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, had practiced the levitation charm using a feather, books, and chairs, tirelessly training from after lunch until 2 in the morning. Yet, despite such fervent practice, Harry had continued to wield the charm effortlessly thereafter. This suggests that casting spells does not seem to deplete a wizard's magic. Rather, Harry appeared somewhat fatigued after his extensive practice. This implies that the exertion of spellcasting might consume energy instead. However, one must consider that anyone focusing intently on a single task for several hours would likely feel fatigued. Nevertheless, it remains clear that wizards do not expend their internal magic when casting spells. Upon reaching this conclusion, Eisen felt a twinge of curiosity. If casting spells did not require the expenditure of magical energy, what then determined who was more powerful? Why was there a quantifiable measure of magical power? After a moment's contemplation, a look of realization dawned upon him. He recalled the deranged Mad-Eye Moody, portrayed by the young Barty Crouch, who had once explained to the students that the killing curse necessitated a formidable foundation of magical strength. Furthermore, he had claimed that if young wizards were to cast the killing curse upon him, he would merely suffer a nosebleed. It was evident from this that the efficacy of a spell was significantly influenced by the amount of magical energy expended in its casting. In other words, the quantity of magical power directly equated to its potency. This elucidated why adult wizards typically surpassed their younger counterparts in strength, as adult wizards evidently possessed greater and more potent reserves of magic. Thus, the magical value quantified by Eisen's golden finger did not merely represent the amount of magical energy, but more intuitively indicated its strength, with both being interchangeable. Why is this so? Because if incantations did not deplete magical energy, then the force of magic could not be determined by how much energy was consumed. In Eisen's view, the success of spellcasting should hinge upon the practitioner's skill and the appropriate emotional feedback. The total amount of magical energy within one's body, however, dictated the power that would be unleashed upon casting a spell. With this revelation, many of Eisen's earlier confusions were resolved. Once he grasped this concept, a sense of relief enveloped him. His magical energy increased by 10 points each day, signifying a corresponding rise in his magical strength. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, he would be capable of delivering a punch to Grindelwald and a kick to Voldemort. Chapter 6. A year later. In the blink of an eye, the date had advanced to July 4th, 1991. A full year had elapsed since Eisen first embarked on his journey into the realm of magic. This past year had been exceptionally enriching for him. Reflecting on his life within the Wizarding World, no one could possibly regard him as a mere imposter. As for the study of spells, Eisen had progressed relatively smoothly. However, he found the sheer volume of spells in the wizarding domain to be quite overwhelming. Beyond the commonly used incantations, there existed an array of offensive and defensive spells. Originally, Eisen had intended to specialize in a select few fixed spells. For instance, the Petrifying Curse for offense, the Shield Charm for defense, and the Disillusionment Charm for evasion and movement. He firmly believed that by mastering these 3 spells, he could construct a comprehensive combat system. Nevertheless, as Eisen's magical prowess grew over time, he noticed a gradual enhancement in his overall physical abilities. This included not only increased strength and endurance, but also an improvement in his neural reflexes. It is crucial to understand that a wizard's combat efficacy is not solely contingent upon the amount of magical energy they possess. Their ability to react swiftly in critical moments is equally paramount. In other words, when Eisen faced off against other wizards, he was able to react the moment their wands pointed in his direction, allowing him to swiftly counterattack. This granted Eisen a considerable advantage. After careful consideration, he decided to replace the Petrification Curse he initially intended to use with a disarming spell. In combat, if Eisen's reflexes were sufficiently rapid, the disarming spell would be more effective, as it could directly knock the opponent's wand away, rendering them powerless in battle. Although the Petrification Curse could also provide an upper hand, it posed a risk if the adversary possessed protective magical artifacts. Therefore, targeting the wand directly was a more straightforward approach. For defensive spells, Eisen continued to focus on the Shield Charm, practicing it extensively. This charm, when studied deeply, proved to be quite formidable. However, a curious inconsistency arose. The original text stated that the Shield Charm could not withstand the killing curse, while the films depicted otherwise. Nevertheless, for Eisen, should his magical power continue to grow, the Shield Charm he cast would also become increasingly potent, potentially allowing him to counter the killing curse in the future. To ensure his safety, Eisen dedicated some of his energy to studying Transfiguration as well. This was because, in both the original text and the films, the killing curse could be blocked by physical barriers. For instance, when Voldemort attempted to kill Harry Potter with the killing curse, he was thwarted by a moving statue, which, although shattered, left Harry unharmed. Thus, to safeguard himself, Eisen not only delved into the Shield Charm, but also immersed himself in Transfiguration. Of course, aside from this rationale, Eisen's interest in Transfiguration stemmed from its remarkable power. Mastering advanced Transfiguration would enable him to transform objects like stools and stones into living beings for offense or defense. Eisen even speculated that the limits of Transfiguration could extend to manipulating elemental forces such as fire or lightning. If this were indeed the case, Transfiguration could undoubtedly serve as a wizard's core capability. As for Apparition, Eisen was eager to learn it, as it represented a vital means of escape. Unfortunately, he had no current means to study it. From what he gathered, learning Apparition required attending Hogwarts. Hence, throughout the year, Eisen's primary focus was on mastering the disarming spell, the Shield Charm, and Transfiguration. Nevertheless, he did not abandon the study and practice of other spells. He still dedicated time to commonly used incantations such as the Summoning Charm, Repairing Charm, Lumos Charm, Unlocking Charm, Petrification Curse, Disillusionment Charm, and cleaning charm. After his morning routine, Eisen practiced spells as usual before making his way downstairs to the bar. In contrast to the comfort and tidiness of his room, the bar remained dimly lit and rather austere. Eisen, still researching Muggle society? Tom greeted him upon his arrival. Over the course of the year, Eisen had spent most of his time at the Leaky Cauldron, and as a result, had become quite familiar with the bar's owner, Tom. Similarly, some regular patrons at the bar are aware that Eisen has a penchant for studying the Muggle society. In fact, the persona of a Muggle studies expert is one that Eisen has long envisioned for himself, as he genuinely intends to apply for a position at Hogwarts as a professor of Muggle studies. However, Eisen is uncertain of his acceptance, so he has taken the opportunity to acquire a considerable amount of knowledge in astronomy as well. After all, whether as a professor of Muggle studies or astronomy, the presence of either role at Hogwarts is rather negligible. Both subjects are primarily regarded as avenues for students to accumulate credits. Consequently, Eisen considers that if his application to teach Muggle studies does not succeed, he could pivot to seek a position as an astronomy professor. Indeed, for the students of Hogwarts, these two courses are perceived merely as means of credit acquisition, yet for Eisen, they present an ideal opportunity for him to conceal his true self. As his thoughts wandered, Eisen summoned his character panel before him. Compared to a year ago, his character panel remained relatively simple. Character, Eisen Tenna. Extraordinary talent, magic, activated. Magic value, 3,650, increases by 10 points daily. Extraordinary trait, superior level spellcasting trait, compatibility 115, merged. Miracle trait, 1, automatically acquired annually. After a year, Eisen has increasingly embodied the essence of a wizard. Due to the integration of his spellcasting traits, the commonly used spells he has mastered have begun to approach the level of silent and wandless incantation. For instance, he has already mastered the intricacies of the shield charm in a silent and wandless manner. The external manifestation of this mastery is that he can now shape the armor created by the shield charm into a protective barrier that envelopes his entire body. Furthermore, as a result of his burgeoning magical power, Eisen's overall physical attributes have surpassed those of an average individual by approximately double, with his reflexes exhibiting a similar enhancement. Consequently, after achieving perfect mastery of the disarming charm, he is now able to execute attacks with greater speed. Regarding transfiguration, he has attained the capability to seamlessly transform between items of varying sizes, as well as between objects and living beings. Moving forward, Eisen intends to explore how to integrate transfiguration into combat scenarios. In summary, Eisen believes that his proficiency in these three spells is on par with that of an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. As for other commonly used spells, he considers himself merely proficient. He can perform wandless magic, but has yet to master silent incantation. Reflecting on the past year's achievements, Eisen feels a sense of satisfaction. However, he is somewhat taken aback by the gradual enhancement of his physical attributes alongside his increasing magical power. If this growth continues, he wonders whether he might develop abilities akin to bullet time. If so, that would be remarkable. Yet, it is evident that this remains to be seen. At present, Eisen's outward strength appears formidable. He has fully mastered the techniques of silent and wandless spellcasting for his core abilities, and he is adept at using other spells. However, it is clear that this prowess exists only on paper, as he has spent the past year primarily engaged in self-study and practice, devoid of any real combat experience. To truly become a formidable wizard, one must engage in battles with other sorcerers. It seems that only by becoming slightly entwined in the upcoming turmoil at Hogwarts will there be ample opportunities for combat. Of course, the primary reason Eisen wishes to enter Hogwarts is to master complex spells such as Apparition and the Disillusionment Charm. Thus, before the new cohort of young wizards enrolls in 1991, Eisen plans to pause his fervent studies and draft a letter to Hogwarts, applying for the position of Muggle Studies professor. To be prudent, he also applies for the astronomy professor role, as such subjects pose no challenge to him. Chapter 7. Becoming the astronomy professor. Conveniently, Hogwarts also allows him to join the dueling club. Therefore, for Eisen, entering Hogwarts is imperative. After clarifying his own capabilities, Eisen glanced at the section detailing miraculous traits and was delighted to find an entry there. He distinctly remembered that this section had been void of any information just the day prior. However, upon waking today, the numbers following the miraculous traits had transformed. It appears that such traits are indeed automatically acquired each year. The previous miraculous trait was utilized by Eisen to replicate the spellcasting ability, leaving him to ponder how to employ this new one. If miraculous traits can be applied to living beings, Eisen would undoubtedly replicate the apparition trait of house elves and integrate it into himself. This way, he would avoid the arduous task of mastering the complex spell of apparition. Moreover, to his knowledge, significant locations such as Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic possess countercharms against apparition, rendering it impossible to perform there. However, the apparition of house elves remains unrestricted. If he could achieve this, Eisen's ability to safeguard his life would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Conversely, if miraculous traits cannot be applied to living beings, he would have to seek magical artifacts to experiment with. At noon, having just finished his meal, Eisen heard a tapping sound outside the window. Turning to investigate, he discovered an owl persistently rapping at the glass. Finally, it has arrived, Eisen thought to himself, refreshing his appearance with a wave of his hand. And without uttering a spell, the window opened automatically. The owl swooped in, circling above his head twice before dropping a letter, after which Eisen rewarded it with a few nuts before it flew away. Upon picking up the envelope, Eisen noticed that the back bore a distinctive emblem, featuring capital letters encircled by a serpent, a badger, a lion, and an eagle. As he tore open the envelope, a smile graced his face. Indeed, it was a letter from Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, notifying him of an interview opportunity for the position of astronomy professor. Unexpectedly, after preparing for so long, Eisen had anticipated applying for the Muggle Studies position, only to find himself considered for astronomy instead. Nevertheless, for Eisen, astronomy should pose no challenge. After all, in the memories of his past life, astronomy at Hogwarts, though a compulsory subject, possessed little significance. Nevertheless, Eisen found satisfaction in this outcome. For his primary purpose in entering Hogwarts was not to wholeheartedly assume the role of a professor, but rather to seize the opportunity to acquire knowledge he yearned for and thus empower himself. The letter indicated that Eisen needed to arrive at the office of the deputy headmaster by 9 o'clock in the morning on July 15th via Floo powder. On that morning, at 9 o'clock, Eisen had meticulously groomed himself. In the fireplace of his guest room, he sprinkled a handful of Floo powder and called out for the deputy headmaster's office, after which a plume of green flames enveloped him, and he vanished. In the office of the deputy headmaster, Professor McGonagall regarded the documents in her hand with a serious expression. It is well known that Professor McGonagall is the most stringent of all professors at Hogwarts. Suddenly, with a flash of green light from the fireplace, a young man brimming with vitality emerged. "Are you Professor McGonagall? Good day, I am Eisen, here to apply for the position of astronomy professor." Upon witnessing the change in scenery, Eisen realized he had arrived at the deputy headmaster's office. He then offered a smile, striving to present himself with utmost courtesy. "Hello, Mr. Eisen, please take a seat." Perhaps due to her usual teaching demeanor, Professor McGonagall maintained a stoic expression as she faced Eisen. As she gestured for him to sit, a teacup on the table swiftly transformed and morphed into a chair. Without incantation or wand, such a degree of transfiguration was something Eisen could currently achieve as well. However, this did not necessarily reflect the full extent of Professor McGonagall's capabilities. Observing this scene, Eisen sat down discreetly, while internally assessing his own abilities. "Could you please share your views on astronomy?" Professor McGonagall initiated her inquiry. "Certainly, Professor McGonagall. I believe that for the young witches and wizards who enter Hogwarts, astronomy may not significantly enhance their prowess or enable them to better master their magical abilities," Eisen stated directly, outlining his perspective as the interview commenced. "Then, why should young witches and wizards study astronomy, Mr. Eisen?" Professor McGonagall's face finally displayed a hint of curiosity. "In my opinion, the study of astronomy indeed facilitates a smoother learning process for divination among young witches and wizards. However, there is another aspect that I consider even more crucial." As Professor McGonagall nodded, Eisen continued, "More importantly, it instills a sense of awe." A glimmer of scrutiny appeared in Professor McGonagall's gaze. "So, the study of astronomy can cultivate a sense of awe in young witches and wizards?" Professor McGonagall's expression seemed to shift, touched by the notion. "Precisely. I, too, am a wizard, and I understand that magic is wondrous, a power beyond Muggle comprehension. Yet, it is evident that we are not great, especially upon delving into the study of astronomy and gaining insight into the cosmos. I have come to realize this truth. Therefore, I aspire to become a professor of astronomy, imparting to young wizards the essence of reverence. It is through understanding reverence that one matures. Likewise, their exploration of magic may take on a more cautious approach. I believe this mindset is essential for young wizards. Although this serves as a preliminary point, Eisen remains uncertain about his ability to persuade Professor McGonagall. "Very well, Mr. Eisen, I have grasped your thoughts. Now, follow me," she beckoned. Judging by the approving nod from Professor McGonagall, Eisen had seemingly passed this initial hurdle. He followed her out of the office, traversing the long corridor until they reached the headmaster's office. Eisen was aware that Dumbledore was the most formidable white wizard in the world, and the intricacies of his transfiguration skills were beyond Eisen's current comprehension. The office was cluttered with an array of books and alchemical artifacts, the walls adorned with portraits of past headmasters of Hogwarts. Beside the desk, a phoenix was resting. This phoenix appeared before him in the guise of an unsightly turkey, filling Eisen with a sense of resentment, as he felt it sullied the very name of the phoenix. "Ah, a young wizard, greetings," exclaimed one of the portraits. seemingly awakening with enthusiasm and greeting him in a somewhat exaggerated tone. Although Eisen recognized this was a former headmaster, he could not ascertain his identity. So he merely bowed and turned his gaze towards an elderly gentleman with a beard cascading to his chest, adorned with spectacles. Professor McGonagall, do you believe Mr. Eisen Turner is suitable for the position of astronomy professor? Dumbledore inquired, scrutinizing the spirited young wizard. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, I find Mr. Eisen's philosophy quite commendable. He should have no trouble teaching the young wizards, McGonagall affirmed, clearly satisfied with Eisen's performance. Very well, coincidentally, Professor Aurora is currently away. I see no reason not to proceed. Dumbledore nodded and then turned his attention to Eisen. I wonder if you would be willing to teach astronomy? Yes, I would be honored, Professor Dumbledore. Eisen replied, his joy evident as the matter was settled. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Eisen finally exhaled in relief. His next endeavor involved not only instructing young wizards in astronomy, but also delving deeper into his studies. Congratulations. It is time to address you as Professor Eisen. McGonagall, who had lingered a step behind, offered her congratulations. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Eisen replied, not overly concerned about the title of astronomy professor. Teaching young wizards merely entailed guiding them in observing planets and stars from the astronomy tower. If possible, he might weave in some of his personal interests during the lessons. Chapter 8. The First Encounter with Harry. However, after becoming the astronomy professor at Hogwarts, Eisen did not rush to leave. Instead, he requested a tour of the entire Hogwarts. This simple request posed no issue for a professor. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall did outline some important considerations. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, certain areas pose significant dangers, and it is imperative for Eisen to exercise caution. He is well aware of this. After all, he does not venture into the forest aimlessly seeking trouble. The history of Hogwarts Castle is incredibly ancient, and due to the numerous enchantments surrounding it, to Muggles, it merely appears as a dilapidated ruin. However, during his explorations, Eisen finds himself underestimating the castle's intricate nature. Professor Dumbledore, is it truly appropriate for Eisen to assume the position of astronomy professor? Professor McGonagall resumed her previous demeanor. Of course, but do you not think he is quite suitable? Dumbledore seemed unfazed by the question, yet he exhibited an odd expression, as if he were concerned by Professor McGonagall's earlier reservations. Indeed, he is quite suitable, yet given his background, McGonagall harbored some lingering doubts about Eisen. A Muggle wizard who suddenly appeared at the Leaky Cauldron a year ago? This is of no consequence, Professor McGonagall, particularly in Hogwarts. To Dumbledore, Eisen's origins were hardly an issue. Well then, Harry is set to enroll this year? Upon hearing Dumbledore's remarks, Professor McGonagall ceased her inquiries, though she brought up the boy again, her countenance revealing an inexplicable expression. Yes, no need for concern, Professor McGonagall. I have already tasked Hagrid with keeping an eye on Harry. Mentioning Harry Potter seemed to lighten Dumbledore's tone. Eisen was unaware that Dumbledore and McGonagall were discussing his background. However, he had long ceased to be concerned about it. His intentions towards Hogwarts were devoid of malice, and he harbored no desire to cause trouble. Thus, even if his origins were fully revealed, it would bear little significance. After a brief tour of Hogwarts Castle, Eisen took his leave. After all, there remained 2 months until the young wizard's enrollment, and he needed to prepare adequately. Indeed, having become a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Eisen's subsequent objectives were becoming increasingly clear. Foremost, he recognized that the Hogwarts kitchens provided easy access to house elves, and it was essential to ascertain whether the miracle trait could be applied to them. Once the matter of the miracle trait was resolved, he would need to learn advanced spells, such as the disapparition charm and the nonverbal extension charm. Furthermore, even if he did not intend to study the unforgivable curses, it was prudent for him to acquire some understanding of them. As for the intricate techniques of transfiguration, particularly the animagus transformation, Eisen was eager to learn, but, after careful consideration, decided to forego it. This transformation's randomness, wherein the animal one becomes is contingent upon personal traits and weight, presented a daunting uncertainty for him. He had no clear understanding of his own character. Should he transform into a cat or an eagle, it would be manageable. But what if he were to become a pig? The unpredictability was too great, and thus Eisen preferred not to take that risk. Finally, Eisen intended to devote a portion of his energy to the research and creation of magical artifacts. After all, his unique ability currently enabled him to replicate extraordinary attributes from these magical items. Should he succeed in crafting suitable artifacts, his power would undoubtedly be enhanced. As for the adventures of the Iron Triangle, Eisen did not wish to interfere excessively. However, providing them with occasional assistance should pose no issue. This way, he could remain inconspicuous while simultaneously ensuring the plot unfolded smoothly. Indeed, Eisen's intention for the day was to procure Muggle astronomy books and a telescope. While he could easily dismiss these details when dealing with young wizards, he was reluctant to leave a poor impression on his students. Just like Gilderoy Lockhart, If he were to be perceived as lacking genuine talent, Eisen feared he might not be able to remain at Hogwarts. That morning, as Eisen descended from the guest room on the second floor, he was captivated by the scene before him. The door of the leaky cauldron swung open, revealing a tall figure entering, accompanied by a somewhat frail boy wearing glasses. Witnessing this moment, Eisen could ascertain that the curtain was officially rising on the first act. Indeed, this marked Harry Potter's inaugural entry into the Wizarding World, guided by Hagrid. With his giant lineage, Hagrid towered above others. He had once been a student at Hogwarts, but was expelled in his third year after being falsely accused of murder by Voldemort, resulting in the breaking of his wand. Nevertheless, Professor Dumbledore had retained Hagrid, offering him a position as a gamekeeper. On this occasion, Hagrid's destination was Diagon Alley, accompanying Harry Potter to arrange his enrollment. "Ah, Hagrid, the usual?" exclaimed Tom, the innkeeper, as he spotted Hagrid and raised a cup. It was evident from Tom's demeanor that they were old friends. However, Hagrid declined the innkeeper's offer, stating he was attending to matters for Hogwarts. Unperturbed by the rejection, Tom's attention soon turned to Harry Potter, and he could not help but scrutinize him for a moment, particularly the lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. "Oh, could this be Harry Potter?" he exclaimed, rushing from behind the bar to shake Harry's hand. Despite their advanced age, the wizards eagerly approached Harry, each expressing their awe and honor in meeting him. Hagrid stood by, grinning, while Harry appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of his newfound popularity. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid greeted the young man, confirming that he was indeed the defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts. Ironically, despite teaching this subject, he was possessed by Voldemort, the Dark Lord himself. Therefore, Eisen did not rush to join the throng, patiently waiting until Harry and Hagrid finally extricated themselves from the crowd after about 10 minutes. As Eisen silently followed the two into the small courtyard behind, Hagrid, who had yet to make any move, noticed Eisen approaching. "I know you, Hagrid. I am Ascenter, the new astronomy professor at Hogwarts, and I intend to purchase a telescope." Before Hagrid could respond, Eisen took the initiative to introduce himself. "Oh, Professor Ascenter. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and this is Harry Potter." Upon hearing Eisen's introduction, Hagrid relaxed his guard and proceeded to introduce Harry Potter. "Harry, welcome to Diagon Alley." In response to Hagrid's introduction, Eisen tapped the bricks with his wand to open the passage to Diagon Alley, then nodded at the young boy in a gesture of welcome. "Thank you, Professor Ascenter." Perhaps due to being the center of attention for too long, Harry Potter seemed somewhat awkward in Eisen's eyes as he spoke. "Well, I have other matters to attend to. I shall see you after enrollment." Eisen did not linger, finding it unnecessary to engage in prolonged conversation. Moreover, he genuinely needed to procure some items. Chapter 9. The Extraordinary Characteristics of Magical Artifacts. Earlier, while purchasing an astronomical telescope, Eisen suddenly recalled the existence of a particular telescope within the Wizarding World. For instance, at the Wiseacres Wizarding Supplies, there exists a brass telescope. However, unlike the telescopes of the Muggle world, the brass telescope is imbued with magic, allowing it to reveal sights beyond the capabilities of Muggle telescopes, and it can be conveniently folded. Subsequently, Eisen spent 5 galleons to acquire the latest model of the brass telescope. According to the shopkeeper, the brass telescope had been enchanted to ignore atmospheric clouds, enabling direct observation of the lunar surface. Upon taking possession of the brass telescope, an unexpected notification materialized before Eisen. Extraordinary quality, enhanced viewing range. Would you like to consume a miracle trait to replicate this? Faced with such a revelation, Eisen's mind was flooded with various speculations. The enhanced viewing range, as its name suggests, seemed to be a trait that allows one to see great distances. In Eisen's view, this trait could potentially be integrated into one's eyesight, permitting a gaze that stretches far and wide. For instance, could it allow one to directly see the moon? However, after a moment of contemplation, Eisen found this notion somewhat implausible. If the enhanced viewing range enabled one to gaze directly upon the moon, that would indeed be rather absurd. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether the enhanced viewing range possessed the same ability as the brass telescope to disregard atmospheric disturbances. One might argue that in the Wizarding World, the ability to see far does not hold significant value. Upon reflection, this assertion seems to possess a kernel of truth. The ability to see far does not correlate with a wizard's capacity to engage in combat or flee from danger. Could one truly vanquish an enemy from 800 miles away with a single incantation? Clearly, this is not feasible. Thus, one might ponder, is the enhanced viewing range merely superfluous? To successfully perform apparition to a particular location, one must possess an intimate familiarity with the destination. Otherwise, relying solely on photographs significantly heightens the risks involved. However, if one can directly gaze upon the intended location, it would indeed simplify matters considerably. For instance, in a moment of peril, Eisen could theoretically apparate directly to the moon, a notion that may appear absurd at first glance, but is entirely feasible in principle. Yet, even if Eisen were capable of such a feat, it is doubtful he would have the audacity to gamble with his life, given the inherent dangers of such an outrageous act. With this thought in mind, Eisen decided to stow away his brass telescope. This was not an abandonment of his distance-enhancing capabilities, but rather a prelude to a visit to the Hogwarts kitchens, where he intended to conduct an experiment with a house elf. Subsequently, Eisen made his way to Hogwarts. However, after a half-hour of fruitless effort, he found himself once more in Diagon Alley. Despite possessing a miraculous trait, he realized he could not extract any characteristics from the house elf. It seemed that he would have to seek solutions through magical artifacts instead. At this point, Eisen could only exclaim in wonder, "Wow, is that the latest model of the Nimbus 2000? Just as he was contemplating his departure, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he discovered a group of young wizards gathered around a flying broomstick. However, Eisen's expression quickly turned peculiar as a thought struck him. Flying broomsticks are also magical artifacts endowed with the ability to fly. This revelation suggested that the miraculous trait could potentially replicate flying capabilities. Without regard for the curious stares of others, Eisen stepped forward and stroked the Nimbus 2000. To his astonishment, his intuition was validated, and he received a notification indicating he had discovered a superior level of flying characteristic. Suddenly, a cascade of ideas flooded Eisen's mind. Indeed, while contemplating the distance-enhancing feature of the brass telescope, he had overlooked a crucial flaw. It lacked the ability to see through obstacles. Thus, if he intended to observe distant objectives solely from the ground using the distance enhancement and then apparate, he would be hindered by structures obstructing his line of sight, unless he could ascend to higher ground during battles, which was evidently impractical. Therefore, in combat with other wizards, utilizing the distance-enhancing feature in conjunction with apparition would not be particularly effective, unless, as he mused, he could simply apparate to the moon. However, possessing the ability to fly would enable him to elevate himself above the battlefield, allowing for unobstructed observation from above. In this scenario, the use of apparition would become significantly more manageable. For instance, in an extreme situation where Eisen found himself battling Voldemort, if he were to find himself overmatched, he could immediately take flight and utilize both distance enhancement and apparition to escape. This realization left Eisen momentarily awestruck, as he recognized the profound power of the miraculous trait. It was akin to possessing a cheat code of extraordinary magnitude. For instance, the invisibility cloak of Harry Potter possesses the ability to replicate the trait of invisibility. The Philosopher's Stone can emulate the property of transmuting base metals into gold. However, whether it can directly reproduce the characteristic of immortality remains uncertain to Eisen. This is because Nicholas Flamel achieved eternal life not through the stone itself, but by utilizing the elixir of life created from it. Thus, Eisen cannot assert with confidence that the Philosopher's Stone can duplicate the essence of immortality. Of course, if the Time Turner possesses the capability to replicate miraculous traits, could it also replicate the ability to traverse through time? In that case, the invisibility cloak, the resurrection stone, the Philosopher's Stone, and others could potentially yield extraordinary attributes. Suddenly, Eisen felt an exhilarating sense that acquiring a remarkable trait each year could lead him to invincibility. Unfortunately, the replication of traits in living beings remains unattainable. If it were possible, he could harness abilities such as the House Elf's disapparition, the Mandrake's lethal scream, the Basilisk's deadly gaze, the Dementor's ability to siphon positive emotions, and a certain degree of magical immunity, among others. Yet, every formidable ability Eisen contemplated seemed beyond the reach of replication. Nevertheless, even if he could only replicate traits in magical artifacts, Eisen found himself in a quandary. Although he believed it unlikely that the immortality trait of the Philosopher's Stone could be reproduced, he still yearned to attempt it. Otherwise, the stone would be destroyed by Dumbledore in June 1992. Moreover, a crucial point is that there exists only one Philosopher's Stone in the world. If Eisen were to replicate traits from other magical artifacts now, he would have to wait until July 1992 for the next miraculous trait to manifest. In other words, unless Eisen were to retain this miraculous trait for the present, the Philosopher's Stone would vanish by the time the next miraculous trait becomes available. However, this predicament meant that he would have to temporarily forego the enhanced vision trait of the brass telescope or any other potential properties of magical artifacts. This choice felt exceedingly wasteful to Eisen, who was eager to elevate his own power. After considerable reflection, Eisen ultimately decided to refrain from utilizing this miraculous trait for the time being. His decision was influenced by two primary considerations. Firstly, he did not wish to miss out on the potential of the Philosopher's Stone's traits. Even though the likelihood of obtaining immortality was slim, it remained the only current avenue, and thus, he was reluctant to relinquish it. Secondly, Eisen believed that the dangers encountered at Hogwarts within a year were exceedingly limited. With this in mind, he felt that delaying the integration of traits for another year would not pose a significant issue. Having encountered Harry Potter and Hagrid, it was evident that the time before the commencement of term at Hogwarts was approximately a month away. In truth, Eisen's assertion during the interview that he would teach the young wizards the meaning of reverence was somewhat superfluous, as magical abilities indeed far surpass those of muggles. Yet, at present, the world is a tangible realm, and as time progresses, particularly with the imminent explosion of internet technology, the wizarding world will inevitably be exposed to the eyes of muggles. At that moment, conflict became inevitable, and the consequences were difficult for Eisen to predict. Clearly inclined towards a life of invincibility, Eisen naturally hoped for a semblance of stability in his surroundings. Although his survival instinct was not merely a matter of enduring, he would not wish to explore the arcane arts in peace. Therefore, if he could subtly impart some knowledge to the young wizards in advance, Eisen would be quite willing. Chapter 10. The Hogwarts Express. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Eisen suddenly found himself at leisure. He intended to reduce his practice time for spells and prepare for his lessons, only to realize there was hardly any preparation needed. In truth, astronomy classes in the original narrative lacked presence, serving almost as a mere backdrop, with no textbooks to speak of. Eisen gleaned the content of past astronomy lessons from scattered remarks, such as observing the night sky, learning the names of various planets and their moons, and the constellations they belonged to. Additionally, students were required to study the trajectories of planetary movements and to create celestial charts. As for the purpose of learning astronomy, Eisen was well aware that it primarily aimed to facilitate the study of divination, particularly in the realm of astrological predictions. However, none of this posed a significant challenge for Eisen. After all, he had previously acquired books on astronomy from the Muggle world and a telescope. When the time came, he could easily engage the class for an entire year with minimal effort. It is worth noting that Eisen's desire to instill a sense of reverence in the young wizards stemmed from a wish for them to be more cautious should they ever find themselves exposed to the Muggle world in the future. A reduction in conflict would undoubtedly enhance the environment in which Eisen lived. On September 1st, after placing some books and research manuscripts on magical artifacts into his suitcase, Eisen arrived at King's Cross Station. Ever since he discovered the extraordinary qualities of magical artifacts, he had consciously begun researching this area. Today marked the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. Originally, Eisen could have directly used Floo powder to enter Hogwarts and await the arrival of the young wizards. However, on a whimsical impulse, he decided to check in at Platform 9 and experience a ride on the Hogwarts Express. Since entering the Wizarding World, Eisen had mostly remained within the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley, seldom venturing elsewhere. He was eager to experience the passage through Platform 9. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart promptly at 11 o'clock, so Eisen was not in a rush. By 10:30, he had arrived at King's Cross Station. Pulling his suitcase along, dressed in ordinary attire rather than wizard robes, he appeared no different from any other commuter. Yet, he was acutely aware that although he was among the crowd, he belonged to another realm entirely. Upon reaching the space between platforms 9 and 10, Eisen paused to observe his surroundings closely, but found nothing particularly remarkable. Yet he was aware that a spell had been cast here, rendering muggles oblivious. Oh, what a classic scene. After muttering to himself, Eisen hastily pushed his suitcase forward, colliding with the wall, and then he plunged directly into it. Suddenly, he was enveloped in darkness, only to be greeted by a new scene. Simultaneously, the cacophony of sounds reached his ears. Several young wizards, having bid farewell to their parents, boarded the Hogwarts Express nearby. Indeed, the magnificent Hogwarts Express stood majestically on the adjacent tracks. Truth be told, Eisen possessed no ticket. After all, he was a professor at Hogwarts. What need had he for a ticket? Upon revealing his identity, he effortlessly boarded the Hogwarts Express. However, it is worth noting that Eisen felt compelled to voice his incredulity at the fact that a steam train could be referred to as an express. It is hard to believe. Despite having lived in the wizarding world for over a year, Eisen found all the buildings and objects to exude an antiquated aura, which left him feeling rather out of place. This alone illustrates the profound chasm between the wizarding and muggle worlds. Of course, this is quite understandable. After all, wizards must maintain secrecy in the presence of muggles, and they had vanished from muggle sight long before the year 1700. Centuries have passed, and the extent of technological advancement in the muggle world remains known only to a select few wizards who do not shun muggles. Due to their perspectives and experiences, the majority of wizards likely possess little understanding of muggle life. Otherwise, there would be no need for Hogwarts to offer a course in muggle studies. The fact that Hogwarts has such a course speaks volumes about the foresight of Dumbledore and the successive headmasters. Regrettably, this course is merely an elective and lacks depth. Consequently, it is generally perceived by young wizards as a means to accumulate credits without substantial learning. For instance, Hermione, who took the Muggle Studies class, withdrew after just 1 year, deeming it devoid of valuable content. This serves to illustrate just how superficial the course must be. Hey, Fred, I have a brilliant idea. What a coincidence, so do I. The distinct voices rang out, and Eisen turned to the window, spotting a pair of brown-haired twins approaching from the platform. He recognized them as Fred and George Weasley, the mischievous twin brothers of Ron Weasley. They possessed remarkable talents in pranks and potion making. Eventually, they established Weasley's Wizard Wheezes at number 93 Diagon Alley, selling an array of products, predominantly their prank inventions. At this moment, whenever they mentioned having a good idea, it was likely to pertain to a prank or humorous endeavor. Reflecting on this, Eisen suddenly felt that collaborating with these two brothers could be advantageous. Given his unique abilities, he required magical artifacts, and the Weasley twins should have no trouble crafting powerful magical items. Although their talents leaned towards mischief, a slight redirection of their focus should yield promising results. After all, Eisen was well aware that they had invented the spell-repelling hat in the original work, a magical artifact capable of reflecting malevolent curses. Regardless of its efficacy, their abilities were indeed quite remarkable. Once the Weasley twins boarded the train, another figure appeared on the platform. Indeed, it was the astonished Harry Potter. Had he not encountered the Weasley family, Harry might have found it exceedingly difficult to locate Platform 9, and at 11 o'clock, the train departed punctually. Professor Eisen. Perhaps by mere coincidence, upon boarding the train, Harry found himself in the compartment occupied by Professor Eisen. Seeing the familiar figure seated by the window, Harry exhibited a clear sense of surprise. Mr. Potter, please make yourself comfortable. There is still ample space. It is undeniable that the aura of the protagonist enveloped the savior. Otherwise, had another individual been subjected to Voldemort's relentless pursuits, they would have surely met with disaster. Just call me Harry, Professor Eisen. Do wizards also attend astronomy classes? Following his initial astonishment, Harry took a seat across from Eisen and posed another question that piqued his curiosity. One must admit, the curriculum at Hogwarts is rather intriguing. While divination is an elective, astronomy is a compulsory subject. In other words, the knowledge of celestial phenomena is essential for young wizards. The decision to take divination in the second year remains at the discretion of the young sorcerers. So, apart from astronomy, what other subjects must be studied, Professor Eisen? Harry promptly inquired. Perhaps for a young wizard raised in the Muggle world, the uncertainties of this academic journey still evoked a sense of apprehension. Rest assured, Harry, you have a remarkable talent for wizardry. Although Eisen did not fear discouraging him, he felt compelled to offer some words of comfort immediately. Chapter 11. The Triad's First Encounter. Excuse me, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full. A head popped in from outside. The individual first glanced at Harry Potter, then noticed Professor Eisen seated opposite him. Not at all. Please take a seat. Eisen nodded in agreement, and seeing this, Harry quickly added, by the way, I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Once seated, Ron introduced himself. I'm Harry Potter. Although Harry was not well known in the wizarding world, his legend had already circulated extensively. Therefore, upon realizing that he was in the presence of Harry Potter, Ron immediately displayed a look of astonishment. So, you truly bear that scar? Although fearful of offending him, Ron could not restrain his curiosity and asked the question. Indeed, clearly, Harry Potter remained oblivious to the significance of that scar within the wizarding community. Thus, he displayed it freely, revealing the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. Then, Ron turned to the smiling Professor Eisen beside him. Ah, this is Professor Eisen, the new astronomy instructor. Observing Ron's action, Harry took it upon himself to introduce Eisen's identity, as he noticed that the professor had not yet spoken. Professor Eisen initially assumed that the individual seated across from him was merely a senior student, but he was taken aback to discover that Eisen himself was a professor. For a moment, Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, Ron Weasley, just relax. This is not a classroom at Hogwarts. Eisen, however, did not adopt the lofty demeanor of a professor. Unlike Professor McGonagall, he was not so stern. Upon hearing Eisen's words, Ron sighed with relief and promptly engaged Harry in conversation. Do you need to buy anything? A cart brimming with various magical snacks traversed the aisle before coming to a halt at Eisen's booth. Having inherited a substantial fortune, Harry Potter, upon noticing that his newly acquainted friend Ron was somewhat financially constrained, waved his hand grandly and purchased all the snacks. Eisen had also sampled some magical treats in Diagon Alley. Candies of all flavors and jumping chocolate frogs were quite delightful. However, after encountering a particularly unpleasant flavor of jelly beans, he had developed a psychological aversion to magical snacks. It was evident that Eisen found the atrocious practices of the magical confectionery shops utterly unacceptable. Could it be that wizards, in their idleness, resorted to such frivolities for amusement? Remarkably, this notion seemed quite plausible. After all, if prank items could be brazenly sold in shops, then it would not be surprising for magical snacks to also serve as vehicles for mischief. In a moment, Ron and Harry conversed while indulging in their snacks, while Eisen directed his gaze toward the scenery outside the window. On the surface, Eisen appeared to be merely admiring the view, yet he was deeply contemplating the properties of miracles. At that moment, as he observed Harry and Ron with their array of magical delights, a thought struck him. Could magical snacks be classified as magical artifacts? Or, by extension, could magical potions also be considered magical tools? After all, they are all consumables. If that were the case, it would be quite remarkable. Setting aside other potions, one must acknowledge that Felix Felicis could significantly enhance one's luck. That certainly qualifies as an extraordinary phenomenon. Coincidentally, Eisen still had a reserve of miraculous properties at his disposal, presenting an opportunity to experiment. No, it was merely a charm. But one could collect cards. With his mouth full, Ron managed to introduce to Harry that each packet contained a collectible card, boasting that he already possessed over 500. As Harry unwrapped the packaging, a chocolate frog appeared before him, evidently a novelty for him. Subsequently, the chocolate frog croaked and leapt directly onto the train window. "Watch out!" Ron cautioned Harry. Just as the creature was about to escape through the window, Eisen smiled and extended his right hand. With a casual motion and a simple incantation, the chocolate frog obediently flew into Eisen's grasp. "Wow, I know that spell. It's the summoning charm. My mom uses it all the time at home," Ron explained to a surprised Harry, his face alight with envy. Indeed, the summoning charm is something young wizards can learn upon entering Hogwarts. After handing the chocolate frog to Harry, Eisen smiled, yet felt a tinge of disappointment within. Indeed, there was no reaction from the golden finger to the magical snack. This suggested that magical potions might also fail to elicit a response. It appeared that Eisen's aspirations could only lie within the realm of magical artifacts. "By the way, Fred entrusted me with a spell that can turn scabbers yellow. Would you like to see?" Perhaps inspired by Eisen's magic, Ron suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm for performance. Harry's interest was piqued as he curiously watched Ron, while Eisen offered an encouraging nod and smile. However, Eisen knew that Ron's upcoming performance would likely end in failure. The reason? Eisen suspected that Ron had been tricked by Fred. After all, Fred, who was accustomed to pranking others, was certainly capable of such mischief. The sunny Ron took out his wand and waved it, but was abruptly interrupted. "Has anyone seen a toad?" A young witch with thick brown hair appeared at the doorway of the booth, glanced inside, and continued, "Neville's toad is missing." Clearly, this was the intellectual cornerstone of the trio, Hermione Granger. Looking at the girl before him, Eisen couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. As she spoke, her prominent front teeth were revealed. Although Ron did not recognize this sudden newcomer, he shook his head to indicate he hadn't seen any toad. "Oh, are you about to cast a spell? Let us have a look." Perhaps noticing Ron holding his wand, Hermione displayed immense interest. Of course, she might not have realized that her tone carried a hint of condescension. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this fat, foolish rat yellow." Ron earnestly recited the spell, nearly causing Eisen to burst into laughter. After a flash of light, however, Scabbers remained unchanged. Instantly, Ron's face turned awkward, and Harry shrugged, at a loss for how to comfort him. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" "Clearly. It's not very effective, is it?" Hermione, without any hesitation, offered her frank assessment. "I've tried several simple spells, and they always work splendidly." With that, Hermione seated herself right across from the two, next to Eisen. Perhaps she meant no harm, but her tone was truly exasperating. It was no wonder that in the original story, the young wizards initially found Hermione quite unbearable. For instance, repairing charm, restore as before. Hermione, wand in hand, directed the spell at Harry's glasses. Clearly, this spell was a simple variant aimed at restoration. As Hermione's words faded, Harry's glasses suddenly appeared as good as new, resembling a recent purchase. Eisen couldn't help but mentally applaud, though merely a variant spell. Mastering such incantations before the start of term only confirmed Hermione's status as a top student. In that moment, Eisen truly believed Hermione should belong to Ravenclaw rather than Gryffindor. "Wow, are you Harry Potter?" "I am Hermione Granger, and may I inquire as to your identity?" When Harry removed his glasses, Hermione noticed the scar on his forehead with a look of astonishment. Initially taken aback, Hermione introduced herself before glancing at Ron, who was still preoccupied with his food. After a brief moment, Ron managed to share his name. "That was an impressive repair spell. If this were class, I would undoubtedly award you extra points." Before Hermione could respond, Professor Eisen praised Harry. Truth be told, as an educator, albeit merely an astronomy professor, Eisen comprehended why instructors favored high-achieving students. Not only did it bring a sense of accomplishment, but it also significantly alleviated their concerns. "Extra points?" Hermione gazed at the slightly older boy before her, her expression conveying a hint of confusion. Indeed, this was the newly appointed Professor Eisen at Hogwarts. Seizing the opportunity, Ron revealed Eisen's identity. Although Eisen was of adult age, his youthful appearance at 19 often led others to mistakenly regard him as merely an upperclassman rather than a professor. "Professor Eisen." In that instant, Hermione's face registered sheer surprise, quickly followed by the realization that her previous actions had not gone unnoticed, causing a blush to rise to her cheeks. "Indeed, Miss Granger, there is no need for apprehension. This is not a classroom setting." Eisen maintained a warm and inviting demeanor. Clearly, he had no intention of using his status to belittle anyone. Chapter 12, The Welcome Feast. Upon discovering that the handsome gentleman beside her was a professor, Hermione, though reassured by his amiable nature, found it challenging to relax. After hastily reminding Harry and Ron to don their wizarding robes, she departed from Eisen's compartment. As time passed, the darkness enveloped the sky, signaling the Hogwarts Express to come to a halt. Indeed, this was the prior station, Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was a purely wizarding village. And according to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's regulations, first-year students were not permitted to visit until they reached their third year. Even those in the third year or above required parental consent to visit on designated Saturdays. After the Hogwarts Express halted, the young witches and wizards would embark on boats to reach Hogwarts Castle. All right, first-year students, please follow me. Quickly, first years, follow me. A voice rang out as the train came to a stop. This was Hagrid, responsible for ushering in the first-year students. He held a lantern and busily directed the young wizards disembarking from the train. Hello, Harry. Upon spotting Harry, Hagrid approached to greet him. While Ron marveled at Hagrid's towering stature, the young wizard's luggage remained on the train, as it would be transported to the school by others. Good evening, Hagrid. Eisen, who had descended from the train, stepped forward to greet him. Good evening, Professor Eisen, Hagrid responded, clearly delighted to see Eisen as well. The young wizards commenced their journey to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry by boarding boats on the Black Lake. Amidst the awe of the other young sorcerers, Eisen followed suit and stepped onto a small vessel. Although night had fallen, the moonlight illuminated the scene, revealing a majestic castle standing tall at the far end of the lake. The castle loomed with its towering spires, each window reflecting a shimmering glow that, rather than exuding opulence, imparted an air of mystique. As the boat glided forward, it traversed a dark tunnel and eventually arrived at a dock. Upon crossing a stretch of flat grassland, Eisen and his fellow wizards found themselves before the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. Ascending the steps, they encountered a tall, long-haired witch who stood before them. Adorned in a striking emerald-green robe, her stern demeanor unmistakably identified her as Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Welcome to Hogwarts. Once you pass through this door, you will join the other students, McGonagall announced, observing the halted young wizards. However, before you take your seats, you must first be sorted into your respective houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Exceptional performance will earn points for your house, while transgressions will result in point deductions. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. With that declaration, McGonagall prepared to turn and enter the dining hall. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. I hope I am not late. Eisen, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, seized the opportunity to greet her. Good evening, Professor Eisen. I was beginning to think you might miss the feast. McGonagall acknowledged with a nod, though her expression remained unchanged. I merely experienced a brief journey on the Hogwarts Express, but I must say, the scenery along the way was quite breathtaking, Eisen remarked with a slight shrug. Upon entering the Great Hall, a remarkable transformation unfolded. The opulent chamber was filled with hundreds of young wizards seated at 4 long tables. The ceiling soared high above, enchanted to mirror the night sky as if it were within arm's reach. Strangely, despite the hall being illuminated solely by floating candles, it did not appear dim. Under the gaze of countless young wizards, Eisen confidently approached the professor's table and was subsequently assigned a seat beside Hagrid by Professor Dumbledore. That must be the new professor. He looks rather youthful. The appearance of Eisen, due to his age, sparked a ripple of intrigue among the assembly. However, attention swiftly shifted back to the throngs of first-year students who entered alongside Professor McGonagall. Soon, the sorting ceremony commenced. As McGonagall called out names, each young wizard took their turn to sit upon a stool, donning a gleaming, black hat that determined their house. There were no surprises. Notable figures such as Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sorted into Gryffindor, while others found their respective places. For instance, Draco Malfoy and his entourage were assigned to Slytherin. Eisen, indeed, held a vivid impression of the young Malfoy. In his previous life, while watching a film, he seemingly recalled that this character's name was translated as Brash Brother Manure, which nearly made Eisen laugh uncontrollably. However, upon seeing the sorting hat, his expression turned serious. He suddenly pondered a question. Was the sorting hat considered a magical artifact or a form of magical creature? Would his golden finger be of any use against the sorting hat? After careful consideration, Eisen concluded that even if it were beneficial, he would probably not squander a miraculous trait on it, as the sorting hat's abilities held little significance for him. As each young wizard was assigned to their respective houses, the upperclassmen at the corresponding house tables would erupt in cheers, welcoming the newcomers. Soon, the sorting ceremony concluded, and Dumbledore commenced his customary address. I wish to announce a few matters of importance for the new semester, he began, rising to his feet. Though he appeared somewhat frail, none dared to underestimate him. After all, he was the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm. First-year students, please note that entry into the woods on campus is strictly forbidden. Dumbledore warned the newly admitted young wizards in an exceptionally grave tone. Second, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Third, I must inform you all to refrain from venturing into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, unless you wish to encounter unforeseen circumstances and suffer dire consequences. And lastly, I would like to introduce our new astronomy professor, Mr. Eisen. Please give him a warm welcome. Just before taking his seat, Dumbledore seemed to recall something and, after cautioning the young wizards, introduced Eisen. At Dumbledore's words, Eisen stood, nodded, and then resumed his seat. As Dumbledore proclaimed the commencement of the feast, for long tables were instantly laden with an abundance of dishes, brimming with food. Roasted sausages, turkey sandwiches, and baked pastries appeared to have been conjured by Dumbledore's magic, but in reality, they were prepared in advance by Hogwarts house elves. Regardless, the spectacle of magically conjuring food was still quite impressive. Gazing at the spread before him, Eisen found himself unexpectedly filled with appetite and began to indulge heartily. After satisfying his hunger, Dumbledore directed all faculty and students to sing the Hogwarts school song. Strangely, the melody was left to each individual's discretion. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin dormitories were located in the castle's basement, one adjacent to the kitchen and the other beneath the Black Lake. The Gryffindor dormitory resided in Gryffindor Tower, with its entrance behind the portrait of the Fat Lady, while Ravenclaw's dormitory was perched atop Ravenclaw Tower. As for Eisen, he was assigned to the staff quarters. Given that his astronomy class only took place on Wednesday evenings, Eisen's time at Hogwarts was set to be quite leisurely. For this reason, before departing, he made a request to Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick, expressing his desire to audit their classes. Despite having mastered a considerable number of spells, Eisen still needed to learn some of the more complex incantations. Rather than auditing classes for 6th and 7th years directly, he intended to commence his studies from the 1st year. He believed that such a systematic approach to learning would yield superior results. Chapter 13, The Class, Part 1. Hogwarts is replete with numerous staircases. Some unexpectedly lead to different locations every Friday, while others vanish abruptly halfway up. Many doors do not function as conventional entrances, with some appearing as mere solid walls. Fortunately, while Eisen had yet to fully decipher the intricacies of this architectural marvel, his previous visit to Hogwarts had provided him with a modicum of familiarity, enabling him to locate the various classrooms. However, Eisen's plans encountered a slight impediment. Initially intending to audit the classes, he soon discovered that the material presented by the professors was rather rudimentary. Although he had only studied magic for a year, the existence of his unique advantage allowed him to master his magical abilities with remarkable precision. Consequently, he progressed rapidly in his spellcasting. Yet, while he felt capable of matching the professors' displayed prowess, he remained oblivious to the extent of their concealed abilities. After realizing that merely auditing lower-year classes was not as beneficial as he had anticipated, Eisen adeptly altered his strategy, opting instead to approach the professors privately for guidance. In the ensuing days, though his power did not exhibit overt growth, he gained profound insights into various magical theories and spellcasting techniques. Clearly, engaging in dialogue with several seasoned professors proved more advantageous than solitary study. At the very least, this foundational knowledge significantly enriched his understanding. It is said that among the entire wizarding community, only 7 registered animagi, including Professor McGonagall, exist, while the number of illicit animagi remains shrouded in secrecy. This statistic underscores the formidable challenge of mastering the skill. Although Eisen had no desire to pursue animagus transformation, he could not dismiss its life-preserving capabilities. For instance, Rita Skeeter, a journalist for the Daily Prophet known for her invasive curiosity and fabrications, possesses the animagus form of a beetle. It is well known that she has pried into countless individual secrets without detection, all thanks to her animagus form. Moreover, one need only consider Peter Pettigrew, who, in his rat form, lived undetected with the Weasley family for over a decade. This illustrates the formidable survival potential of an animagus. Regrettably, the animal form one assumes as an animagus is inherently uncertain, which is why Eisen did not plan to pursue this path. Additionally, the most significant reason was his unique advantage, which afforded him a multitude of options for augmenting his power. As the tallest tower at Hogwarts, the astronomy tower is typically off-limits to wizards, granting access only during astronomy classes. Welcome, everyone. I am Professor Eisen, your astronomy instructor, and I trust you are all familiar with me by now. Within the confines of the astronomy tower, Eisen stood by the window, silently casting a powerful amplification charm upon himself. Thus, although he spoke in a calm manner, his voice resonated clearly for all to hear. After all, astronomy is a rather straightforward subject, and it is relatively easy to earn credits in this class. Consequently, most young wizards exhibit a keen interest in it. Professor Eisen, what shall we do today? Before Eisen could finish his thought, a bold young wizard had already posed the question. Of course, we shall engage in a delightful conversation. Eisen shrugged lightly and smiled. It was evident to all that, as the youngest professor at Hogwarts, He felt no need to adopt a solemn demeanor like that of his elder colleagues. With a playful wink at the audience, Eisen elicited a chorus of cheers from the students, perhaps astonished by his demeanor. Now, before we commence our lesson, may I inquire about your understanding of astronomy? Be it the solar system or the vast expanse of the night sky. With a clap of his hands, Eisen interrupted the jubilant cheers and posed his question. As soon as he finished speaking, a young witch from Gryffindor raised her hand. Miss Hermione Granger, please share what you know. It was evident that Hermione, hailing from the Muggle world, was eager to showcase her academic prowess. Indeed, I shall award Gryffindor 2 points. It was no wonder that diligent students were treasures in the eyes of their teachers. Having such pupils made it considerably easier for Eisen to enliven the classroom atmosphere. Nevertheless, many young wizards were likely aware of why they studied astronomy. After casting Hermione an approving glance, Eisen continued with his inquiry. To learn divination. To predict the future. Some young wizards chimed in excitedly. Professor Eisner, what is a worldview? Interrupted one inquisitive young wizard. Eisen, however, did not take offense. He noticed that nearly all the young wizards were attentively focused on him. It dawned on him that the concept of a worldview was indeed novel within the insular realm of wizardry. A worldview encompasses an individual's fundamental perspective and beliefs about the world. In simpler terms, each person's worldview differs, shaped by their inherent conceptions of reality. In this regard, Eisen realized he could not delve too deeply. To illustrate, many of you have grown up in wizarding families, where a simple cleaning charm suffices to tidy a room. For you, employing a cleaning charm is a matter of course. Conversely, young wizards from Muggle backgrounds, prior to encountering magic, would likely find the notion of casting a spell to clean utterly implausible. Clearly, this disparity in upbringing results in divergent worldviews. Observing the enlightened expressions on the faces of the young wizards, Eisen skillfully transitioned the topic. After experiencing a slight transformation in my worldview, I suddenly realized that predicting the future through divination is not only an unscientific endeavor, but also devoid of any magical essence. Subsequently, Professor Eisen articulated a conclusion that astonished the young wizards. Professor Eisen, if it is neither scientific nor magical, why does Hogwarts offer such a course? Hermione boldly contradicted Eisen's assertion without raising her hand. Clearly, having witnessed the wonders of magic, Hermione found it difficult to comprehend Eisen's audacious dismissal of authority. After all, Hogwarts is home to the most esteemed white wizards in the wizarding world, and thus its curriculum ought to embody that authority. Indeed, while I believe divination lacks scientific and magical legitimacy, it undeniably exists. For instance, Professor Sybil Trelawney, your instructor in divination, possesses an innate talent that enables her to predict the future to some extent through this practice. Eisen nodded in agreement, refraining from further refutation. Chapter 14, Class, Part 2. Of course, this talent for predicting the future through divination is exceedingly rare, with few in the wizarding world possessing such an ability. Eisen continued, yet in his observations, he noted no expressions of profound disappointment among the young wizards. Millions of years ago, a murmur of incredulity swept through the young wizards, as they found it hard to believe. Indeed, you are all aware that the current year is 1991. So, how did this calendar come to be? I can unequivocally inform you that it was established by ancient peoples who observed the movements of celestial bodies to create a timeline. I understand that some wizards regard muggles as foolish and look down upon them. Indeed, a prevailing sentiment in the wizarding community is that those who do not comprehend magic are a marginalized group. So, who among us can tell me, in the wizarding world, who has set foot on the moon thus far? As Eisen broached the topic of muggles, many young wizards nodded in agreement. But he soon posed a question that left them perplexed. In a moment, the young wizards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the significance of Eisen's inquiry. Ron, has anyone in the wizarding community ever been to the moon? Can Professor Dumbledore accomplish such a feat? Harry whispered to Ron. Never heard of it. Ron shook his head, seemingly recalling something, his expression transforming into one of shock. Soon, Hermione and Harry also wore looks of realization. Observe. Wizards wield immense power and possess the ability to cast spells, yet muggles have already set foot on the moon, and that was 2 decades ago. I believe some young wizards are aware of this. Nodding, Eisen's face bore a knowing smile. Indeed, Ron, the first muggle to step onto the moon was an American. Harry quietly explained to Ron, yet Ron's astonished demeanor remained one of disbelief. Muggles harnessed their technological prowess to invent rockets and subsequently journeyed to the moon. So, how do wizards intend to reach the moon? Perhaps some young wizards might suggest that apparition would suffice. Once the young wizards regained their composure, Eisen resumed his discourse. Regrettably, he informed them that the shortest distance between Earth and the moon is over 360,000 kilometers, while the distance from Britain to Africa is less than 10,000 kilometers. This implies that the mere distance between Earth and the moon far exceeds their imagination. Sometimes, without a comparison, it is challenging to present a concept clearly. Eisen, however, laid out the facts plainly. And perhaps some young wizards have conjured alternative methods, thinking they could ride a flying broom to the moon. Pray. Even on the swiftest Firebolt 2000, it would take nearly 2 months to reach the moon. As Eisen spoke with a teasing tone, some young wizards appeared on the verge of laughter, yet their expressions were tinged with awkwardness. Having established the distance between Earth and the moon, Eisen declared they could better comprehend the vastness of their world. At this juncture, he waved his wand, and a beam of light illuminated his outstretched hand. Subsequently, through his formidable transfiguration skills, he transformed this light into a model of the solar system suspended in midair. The holographic-like image that unfolded before the young wizard's eyes left them wide-eyed in astonishment. Indeed, after discussions with Professor McGonagall, Eisen had mastered the art of elemental transfiguration. However, this was merely the transformation of single elements, not the transmutation of matter into elements. For instance, he could manipulate the light conjured by a Lumos spell, but could not transmute tables, chairs, or books directly into light. The distance from Earth to the moon is over 360,000 kilometers, while the shortest distance to the sun is more than 147 million kilometers. If the scale were to be extended further, the diameter of the solar system reaches an astonishing 11.8 billion kilometers. As Eisen elaborated, the model of the solar system in his hand rapidly diminished in size, and the young wizard's perspective elevated accordingly. However, this calculation only considered Pluto as the boundary. If the orbits of comets were included, the diameter would expand over 150 times. The model continued to shrink, with a comet darting across the edges. Looking further into the distance, one would discover countless stellar systems, akin to their solar system, situated along a galactic arm. Each arm is composed of innumerable stars and nebulae. The Orion Arm, Sagittarius Arm, Perseus Arm, and others collectively form the Milky Way. The diameter of the Milky Way is a staggering 100,000 times that of the solar system. As lights twinkled, Eisen deftly conjured points of light representing stars, which then rapidly diminished, revealing the visage of the Orion Arm and the entire Milky Way to the audience. Of course, even larger structures exist, such as the Local Group and the Virgo Cluster, but a mere understanding of these concepts suffices. Eisen then dissipated the celestial model in his hand. At this point, every face in the room exhibited shock, including that of Hermione, who hailed from a Muggle background. Wow, how cool. Is Professor Eisen speaking the truth? Today, the purpose of my discourse is not ulterior. It is merely to illuminate the vastness of our world and the insignificance of our existence within the grand cosmos. After subduing the multitude of young wizards, Eisen revealed a satisfied smile. In the realm of Muggles, there exists a philosopher and astronomer named Kant, whose words resonate deeply with me. In this world, there are 2 things that deserve our lifelong admiration: the resplendent starry sky above us and the noble moral law within our hearts. I hope you will remember this sentiment and grasp its profound meaning. Of course, had Eisen possessed the ability to whisk the young wizards away on an excursion through the universe, the impact would have been nothing short of extraordinary. Alas, Eisen's powers are still far from adequate. Fortunately, he does not aspire to alter the entrenched beliefs of the young wizards. Instead, he plans to subtly infuse his teachings with personal insights during their astronomical observations. Such gradual, imperceptible changes may yield some effect. At the conclusion of the class, Eisen, for reasons of his own, assigned the young wizards a thought-provoking homework task. The assignment was not trivial. It revolved around the day's discussion, encouraging them to unleash their imaginations on how one might journey to the moon. Character: Eisen Tenna. Extraordinary talent: magic, activated. Magic value: 4,240, increases by 10 points daily. Extraordinary trait: superior level casting trait, compatibility 115, merged. Miracle trait: 1 share, automatically acquired annually. With a magic value exceeding 4,000, it is evident that Eisen's magical prowess has reached the level of an adult wizard. Why is this so? After comparing himself to several professors at Hogwarts over the past few days, it is clear that they regard Eisen's magic as slightly more formidable than that of the average adult wizard. Therefore, Eisen perceives his magical abilities as having reached a satisfactory threshold, though he remains inexperienced in practical applications. Chapter 15, Flying Lessons. In the second week following the commencement of term, just as the Quidditch tryouts were about to unfold, the first-year wizards finally embarked on their flying lessons. Professor Snape's actions rendered him the most detested professor in the eyes of the Iron Triangle. Furthermore, Professor Quirrell, with his garish turban exuding an unbearable garlic odor, proved equally intolerable to the young wizards. Despite Quirrell's insistence that his turban was a gift from an African prince in gratitude for liberating him from a zombie's clutches, none of the young wizards were convinced. The Weasley twins even maintained that Quirrell's turban was stuffed with garlic. By 3:30 on Thursday afternoon, the first-year wizards began to arrive at the flying lesson grounds in a steady stream. This flying lesson was a joint session for students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Having just attended an astronomy class the previous night, many of the young wizards were still engaged in hushed conversations as they made their way to the flying grounds. Indeed, it may be due to the upcoming flying lessons and the allure of the enchanted broomsticks that a few young wizards have begun to speculate about the feasibility of journeying to the moon on such magical implements. Ron, do you think a broomstick could reach the moon? Harry inquired directly, given Ron's lineage from a family of wizards. I'm not sure, but perhaps Professor Dumbledore could manage it. Ron shrugged, though he too doubted anyone could achieve such a feat, yet he still believed in Dumbledore's extraordinary capabilities. However, once in space, one would be unable to breathe. Harry interjected, clearly asserting that even someone as magnificent as Professor Dumbledore would not be exempt from the necessity of respiration. Maybe he could use magic to resolve that. Who knows? Ron mused, uncertain about how to address the dilemma, and could only surmise that Dumbledore possessed some powerful enchantments to tackle such a problem. Speaking of flying lessons, Eisen felt a twinge of envy, as he had never had the pleasure of riding a broomstick. In his 2 lives, although he had soared in an airplane, that experience lacked the thrill of true flight. It is well known that flight has always been a profound yearning for humanity. Presently, Eisen longed to partake in the experience, but hesitated to try in front of the young wizards. What if, like some of them, he lacked the innate talent for flying and ended up embarrassing himself in public? Thus, he suppressed his desire to ride the broomstick. On the training ground, Hermione did not exhibit her usual studious prowess. Her flying talent could only be described as average. However, Harry and Malfoy demonstrated exceptional flying abilities. After Malfoy snatched Neville's memory ball and taunted him, he engaged in a flying chase with Harry. Meanwhile, Hermione, visibly frustrated, puffed up her cheeks. Unfortunately, during this time, Professor Hodge, who had taken the injured Neville to the hospital, had admonished the young wizards to remain still. Consequently, Harry and Malfoy's aerial competition ignited Hermione's ire. From a distance, Eisen, who had intentionally come to observe the young wizard's flying lessons, could not help but applaud Harry's flying skills. In truth, the disparity in innate talent among wizards is strikingly apparent. For instance, Harry possesses a natural aptitude for flying, while the Weasley twins are gifted in mischief-making, among others. Now, with his newfound abilities, Eisen believed that he would undoubtedly acquire even more talents in the future. After a brief chase, Malfoy tossed the memory ball into the air, and Harry successfully caught it before it touched the ground. Realizing his flying prowess for the first time, Harry felt a sense of exhilaration, unaware that Professor McGonagall was observing his every move. Harry Potter, a voice interrupted his joyful moment. Professor McGonagall appeared astonished, clearly taken aback by the audacity of the Gryffindor student, though she was equally impressed by Harry's flying talent. Professor, it wasn't his fault. Several Gryffindor students chimed in, coming to Harry's defense, asserting that it was Malfoy who had instigated the whole affair. However, Professor McGonagall evidently did not afford them the opportunity to plead their case, and promptly took Harry away. If Eisen's predictions held true, it would seem that Professor McGonagall recognized Harry's remarkable talent for flying and subsequently recommended him to Oliver Wood, the captain and keeper of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Typically, first-year wizards were not permitted to join the Quidditch team, yet due to Harry's exceptional abilities, he was granted an exception and became a Seeker. The role of the Seeker within the Quidditch team is to locate the golden snitch and catch it, which not only yields 150 points, but also brings the match to an immediate conclusion. However, contemplating Quidditch, the Wizarding World's equivalent of football, Eisen could not suppress a flurry of thoughts. His mind first wandered to notions related to his own unique abilities. For instance, in Quidditch, there are 4 balls in play. One, the size of a soccer ball, is known as the bludger, which is a stationary ball passed between the chasers. Besides the bludger, there are 2 smaller iron balls called bludgers, which are rather formidable as they dart around the field aggressively, capable of knocking wizards off their brooms. The smallest of the balls is the golden snitch. Eisen's thoughts began to intertwine with the characteristics of the bludger and the golden snitch. He suddenly pondered whether the bludgers and the golden snitch possessed magical properties. This line of thought prompted Eisen to feel the necessity of experimentation, as he began to wonder if magical items with similar functions could extract the same magical characteristics, or how their properties might differ. As this question flickered through Eisen's mind, it gave rise to another inquiry. Could identical magical characteristics be repeatedly extracted and fused? For example, if Eisen were to acquire multiple wands at Ollivander's, could he replicate several wand characteristics and incorporate them into his fingers? Through this method, would he be able to enhance compatibility and amplify the potency of his spells? Would this accumulation of fusion and layering lead to swifter and more agile flying? Contemplating this, Eisen felt particularly exhilarated. Regrettably, his unique ability allowed for only one miraculous characteristic per year, precluding large-scale experimentation. Therefore, for the time being, Eisen planned to address his shortcomings rather than merely stacking the same traits. Nevertheless, he realized he could first test his theories. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the flying lesson area. Hermione, come here for a moment. The young wizards were still gathered, awaiting Professor Hooch, and Eisen beckoned Hermione over. Professor Eisen. Upon seeing Eisen's gesture, Hermione's face revealed a look of indecision. She seemed torn between obeying Professor Hooch and remaining in place or following Eisen's call. After a brief moment of contemplation, she approached Eisen. What do you think of the flying lesson? Eisen intended to use this topic as an opening. Not great, Professor. I've realized that my flying talent is even inferior to Harry's. Whether in the Charms class, Potions class, or Transfiguration class, Hermione, the perennial overachiever, found herself slightly discontented upon discovering that Harry's flying aptitude surpassed her own. Alas, there was little she could do. Harry had perfectly inherited his father's exceptional flying skills. Eisen, however, understood the young girl's sentiments. After all, it is quite a shock for a top student to realize that a peer, who may be perceived as less capable, excels far beyond them in a particular area. Yet, Eisen felt compelled to offer an explanation. Is there something you wish to discuss, Professor Eisen? Perhaps it was not the right moment, as Hermione did not press further but instead inquired about Eisen's intentions. Oh, by the way, may I take a look at your wand? Upon articulating her request, Eisen felt a slight flush of embarrassment. After all, a wand is an exceedingly personal and significant possession for any wizard. Thank you. Fortunately, Hermione, hailing from a Muggle background, was not overly sensitive to such matters. Of course, it could also be attributed to Eisen's esteemed position as a professor at Hogwarts. Though somewhat puzzled, Hermione nonetheless withdrew her wand from within her robes and handed it to Eisen, detecting exceptional characteristics of high-grade spellcasting. Would you like to expend a miracle trait to replicate this? Indeed, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a prompt, Eisen realized that his miracle traits could be replicated across various wands. As he felt the slightly over 10-inch vinewood wand, he sensed the flow of magic was somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, it was evident that he could replicate the spellcasting characteristics. However, as he contemplated the influence on the flow of magic, Eisen began to ponder. It appeared that compatibility had little to do with whether the wand was of high quality. Vinewood wand, truly remarkable, he remarked, returning the wand to Hermione. Thank you, Professor Eisen, Hermione replied, somewhat bewildered, yet grateful. Chapter 16, The Vanishing Spell. Hermione. Do you know? You are an exceptionally talented young witch. This has been echoed by other professors, and I share the same sentiment. Eisen smiled as he conveyed these words to Hermione. His intention was to offer her encouragement, which might alleviate the pressure she faced from being isolated by her peers. While other young witches and wizards may perceive Hermione's confidence as arrogance, Eisen recognized it merely as the pride of a young girl. Flattered by Eisen's praise, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly turned her gaze away. Observing the young witch as she walked away, Eisen's expression gradually shifted to one of contemplation. Indeed, the same spellcasting characteristics can be replicated, he murmured to himself. However, it seemed that the characteristics of the same magical object could not be replicated multiple times. For instance, his own wand remained with him, yet after the restoration of his miracle traits, no prompt appeared to indicate the discovery of spellcasting characteristics. In essence, regardless of the traits a magical object possesses, they can only be replicated once. Yet, the extent to which similar traits can continue to merge remains unverified by Eisen at present. Never mind, I shall revisit this matter later. Overthinking serves little purpose for the moment. Subsequently, Eisen meandered his way to the library. Indeed, given the opportunity, Eisen felt compelled to delve into his studies earnestly. To be candid, Hogwarts offers a plethora of courses, yet some topics did not pique Eisen's interest. For instance, he merely skimmed through the history of magic. He had not even attended classes on herbology or potions. As for defense against the dark arts, Eisen engaged with the material to some extent, particularly regarding the use of potions to counter various dark magic effects. However, his focus remained primarily on charms and transfiguration. Consequently, despite possessing considerable strength, he still had much to learn to be deemed a competent wizard. Upon arriving at the second-floor library of Hogwarts Castle, Eisen could not help but marvel at the sight before him. The library housed thousands of shelves and numerous corridors that stretched inward, making it difficult to ascertain the total number of books. It is worth noting that upon the founding of Hogwarts, the four founders left behind a wealth of invaluable texts. Furthermore, over the millennia, Hogwarts has continually enriched its library through regular acquisitions and donations from alumni, resulting in an astonishing collection today. Without a doubt, Hogwarts boasts the most extensive library in the Wizarding World. On this Thursday, the library appeared especially tranquil. The students were occupied with their classes, leaving only Madame Pants, the librarian, and a few upper-year students present. This was quite customary, as some students would invariably come to borrow books to complete their assignments, particularly the older students who might visit more frequently in preparation for their examinations. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pants at the entrance desk, Eisen ventured deeper into the library. He was aware of the restricted section, a place often frequented by Harry and Hermione, laden with perilous tomes of dark magic. Hermione had once borrowed a book titled Powerful Potions from this section, which enabled her to brew the Polyjuice potion. However, it was evident that these were not Eisen's current objectives. Thus, upon locating the volumes concerning the disillusionment charm and apparition, he settled at a nearby table to immerse himself in reading. As time elapsed, Eisen gradually became engrossed in his studies. "Professor Eisen, it is time for the library to close." A voice suddenly pierced the stillness, jolting him back to reality. "Very well, Madam Pants. May I borrow these 2 books?" Eisen then realized that he had lost track of several hours in his literary pursuits. The library's closing hour was promptly at 8 in the evening. "Certainly, Professor Eisen. But please take care not to damage the books," Madam Pants reminded him dutifully. Evidently, as a professor, Eisen was granted the privilege of borrowing books. Yet Madam Pants remained vigilant in her responsibilities. "Rest assured, I am quite an admirer of books and would never intentionally harm them." Upon returning to the staff quarters, Eisen resumed his research on the disillusionment charm and apparition. After an in-depth reading, Eisen has thoroughly grasped the techniques and challenges associated with the disillusionment charm and the apparition spell. While the apparition spell shall be set aside for the moment, Eisen is aware that casting this incantation requires adherence to 3 principles: intention, determination, and composure. The first step is to focus one's consciousness on the desired destination. The second step is to cultivate a resolute intention, allowing the thought of reaching the destination to saturate one's being. The third step involves the calm execution of the spell. However, understanding the process does not negate the inherent dangers of apparition, as there exists the potential for dislocation during the casting. This means that part of one's body might teleport while another remains behind, a situation that could prove life-threatening in the absence of a mentor's supervision. Thus, despite Eisen's confidence in his ability to perform this spell, he refrains from practicing it alone, intending instead to seek guidance from Professor Flitwick when the opportunity arises. As for the disillusionment charm, Eisen feels ready to attempt it immediately. After retrieving his suitcase, he takes out his wand, preparing to cast the charm. However, a sudden thought crosses his mind. What if the spell fails and the suitcase explodes? Although he has not encountered such an issue with other spells previously, the disillusionment charm involves spatial manipulation, prompting Eisen to approach the matter with caution. After contemplating for a moment, he points his wand at the suitcase, transforming it into a sparrow, which he then lets perch upon his shoulder. He then steps out of his dormitory, determined to visit the room of requirement. Indeed, he intends to practice magic within this enchanted space, which is said to adapt to the user's needs. Upon entering, a spacious area materializes before Eisen, featuring several dummies positioned in the corners, presumably for the purpose of practicing spells. Suddenly, the suitcase detonates before him. However, Eisen reacts swiftly, casting the shield charm just in time to avert any injury. After employing a repairing charm, the suitcase is restored to its original state. The cycle of explosion and repair repeats, with Eisen continuing to mend the suitcase after each detonation. As time flows by amidst his relentless practice, it is not until over an hour later that he successfully executes the disillusionment charm for the first time. Following another 10 minutes of uninterrupted practice, Eisen finally masters the spell, expanding the internal space of his suitcase to the size of a room. In truth, Eisen's rapid mastery of this incantation can be attributed primarily to his adept control over his magical energy, as well as the considerable strength of that energy. Nevertheless, he still has a significant distance to cover before he can wield the disillusionment charm with the same effortless finesse as Newt Scamander's magical suitcase, which possesses an interior space akin to a small universe. Such a degree of the undetectable extension charm is precisely the aspiration of Eisen for the future. Chapter 17. The Midnight Duel of Abandonment. After experimentation, Eisen discovered that a suitcase that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm could not undergo spatial expansion through the charm again. This meant that Eisen could only cast the spell once to enlarge the internal space of the suitcase, and could not continuously expand it through prolonged enchantment. Of course, Newt's magical suitcase is said to have been created with the collective efforts of all the students and professors of Hufflepuff at Hogwarts using the undetectable extension charm. In other words, if Eisen wished to craft a magical suitcase of such vast dimensions, the magical power required would be exceptionally extraordinary. Yet, it was evident that Eisen was far from achieving this at present. After halting his practice of the undetectable extension charm, Eisen gazed thoughtfully at the suitcase before him. A sudden idea struck him. Once the suitcase was enchanted, it transformed into a magical artifact. Could it then be possible to replicate its magical properties? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Eisen reached out to touch the remarkably spacious magical suitcase. He discovered an extraordinary feature of a high-quality storage space, prompting the question of whether it required the consumption of a miracle trait to replicate. Upon seeing this result, Eisen's heart surged with joy. He realized he could utilize his special ability to amalgamate and fuse storage space traits, potentially allowing him to create a miniature world. However, a moment's reflection brought him back to reality. His miracle traits were too few, and his enthusiasm waned. Even if he focused solely on fusing storage space traits, creating a small realm would necessitate several hundred, if not thousands, of such traits. But he possessed only one miracle trait per year, which felt rather discouraging. Thus, it seemed Eisen's ambition would have to be shelved for the time being. Nevertheless, having mastered the undetectable extinction charm, he could fabricate storage space traits whenever necessary, alleviating his concerns to some extent. Yet, while the suitcase, enchanted as it was, could accommodate more items, it was still rather unwieldy for Eisen, regardless of where he went. Carrying the suitcase was not particularly convenient. He then recalled the beaded bag of Hermione from the original story and found himself thinking that such a style would be exceedingly practical. Alternatively, he contemplated ordering a hollow metal ring in the Muggle world, casting the undetectable extinction charm on the hollow part to convert it into a storage ring. As he exited the room of requirement, it was already 11:30 at night. Although nighttime excursions posed no significant concern for Eisen, he nonetheless cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. As he passed the trophy room on the 4th floor, he suddenly heard a faint murmur. He was late. Perhaps he was afraid and did not dare to come. It was Ron's voice. Though he spoke softly, the corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent at night, allowing Eisen to hear him clearly. Was this the midnight duel? Encountering such a remarkable scene, Eisen found himself both amused and perplexed. However, since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to follow along and observe. Smell around. Dear, they might be hiding in the corners. The voice of Filch resonated perfectly, startling Harry and his companions. It was evident that Filch was commanding his cat to locate Harry and the others through scent. In a state of panic, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurried towards a door that led away from Filch. After navigating through numerous corridors, they emerged near the charms classroom. After running for a considerable distance, they were all breathless. I told you not to go out. Now look where we are. Hermione scolded Harry and Ron. Malfoy tricked you. He had no intention of meeting you in the trophy room. He must have informed Filch. Catching her breath, Hermione turned to Harry. Oh, those bothersome first years roaming the corridors during charms class. The trio, having just escaped, dashed despondently into the corridor on their right, oblivious to the fact that, in their frantic flight, they had entered the corridor on the 4th floor that Professor Dumbledore had specifically prohibited young wizards from accessing. Reaching the end of the corridor, they found their path obstructed by a locked door. It's locked, Harry exclaimed, fumbling with it before giving it a hard knock. We're doomed. This is the end for us. Ron whimpered, on the verge of tears. Step aside, Alohomora. At a critical moment, Hermione composed herself, drew her wand, pushed past Harry and Ron, and uttered the unlocking spell. Successfully opening the door, they then rushed inside and quickly shut the door behind them. Eisen, who had been observing the scene from the shadows, shook his head. It was important to remember that a three-headed dog was lurking behind that door. For a few young wizards to recklessly run in there was far from a wise decision. In the distance, Filch and Peeves, having lost track of the young wizards, gradually retreated. Suddenly, several screams erupted from behind the door, prompting Harry and his friends to hastily escape, slamming the door shut behind them. Eisen shook his head once more, then dispelled his disillusionment charm to reveal himself. With a wave of his wand, the door seemed to be imbued with another force, slamming shut and locking itself. What are you three doing here at night? Eisen asked, watching the trio stiffen in surprise. He found their reaction somewhat amusing, yet his expression remained serious. As a professor at Hogwarts, it was his duty to address the sight of young wizards wandering the corridors at night. Professor Eisen, Harry was supposed to have a midnight duel with Malfoy, but Malfoy never showed. Harry glanced at Ron, whose face was twisted in distress, then looked at Hermione, who was visibly trembling, and opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. Ultimately, it was Hermione who mustered the courage to speak the truth. A midnight duel? Eisen replied, well, young wizards do tend to act impulsively. I can understand that. As he finished speaking, he noticed the trio visibly relax. Subsequently, Eisen continued speaking, but do you know where this place is? The corridor to the right on the 4th floor is the area that Professor Dumbledore has forbidden young wizards from entering. In an instant, not only Hermione, but even Harry and Ron's faces turned ashen. At that moment, they were suddenly reminded of Professor Dumbledore's warning about the dire consequences of venturing into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Then, as if a thought struck them, they exchanged glances, revealing expressions of having narrowly escaped a grave fate. It seemed they too had considered the three-headed dog lurking behind the door. Had it not been for their fortunate circumstances, they truly might have faced a painful demise. Professor Eisen, will we be expelled? Ron's face twisted in a pained expression, appearing on the verge of tears. Oh, not at all. Eisen shook his head, jesting. After all, this is the trio of saviors. If we were to expel them, what chaos would ensue in the narrative? Upon hearing such leniency, Hermione's demeanor suddenly soured, while Ron and Harry displayed expressions of relief. Naturally, the perspective of a top student diverges significantly from that of the average person. Despite losing so many points, Harry and Ron felt little concern. Arriving before the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor, they finally paused. Pig snout. At Harry's command, the portrait swung open. The group stumbled into the common room and collapsed onto the sofa. What do those people mean by this? Why would they place such a thing within the school? After a brief respite, Ron couldn't help but mutter. Clearly, he was still shaken by the three-headed dog. They then made their way towards the dormitory. Did you not notice? What was it standing upon? Hermione looked at Harry and Ron with a look that suggested they might be blind. I could see its head just fine. Evidently. In the face of such a perilous situation, Harry and Ron had been preoccupied with the three massive heads. It stood atop a trapdoor, indicating it serves a purpose. The meticulous Hermione concluded. Chapter 18. Crafting the storage ring. It might be guarding something. With that thought, Hermione declared her intent to retire for the night, lest they concoct some harebrained scheme that would lead to their expulsion. As she parted ways with the two, her tone conveyed a hint of irritation. What nonsense is that? It sounds as though we forced her out. Ron shrugged dismissively, unimpressed by Hermione's ire. Guarding something? Harry halted, a flurry of clues surfacing in his mind. He recalled having seen a report in the Daily Prophet about Gringotts being breached while at Hagrid's. Yet, the goblin at Gringotts stated that by the time the intruders entered, the vault 713, which had been searched by the intruders, had already been emptied, with nothing lost. Harry understood that if nothing had been stolen, the object of the intruders' intent must be the filthy parcel that Hagrid had retrieved from within. Thus, is it not the case that the creature with three heads guards the small package that Hagrid extracted from the vaults beneath Gringotts? After all, a place more secure than Gringotts would undoubtedly be Hogwarts. Suddenly, Harry felt as though he had brushed against the truth. The following day, Harry divulged all he knew to Ron, and the two remained captivated by their nocturnal escapade, curious about what the three-headed dog was truly guarding. However, Hermione exhibited no interest in the matter whatsoever. Perhaps it was also due to the deduction of points she suffered as a consequence. She had ceased to engage with the two of them. She had always been a person of considerable pride. For a scholar of her caliber, failing to earn points in class was a source of disgrace, let alone being caught by a professor during a midnight excursion and losing several points in one fell swoop. Consequently, for several days, Hermione ignored them entirely. Naturally, in the midst of classes, Harry busied himself with his own pursuits. Indeed, with the assistance of Oliver Wood, he commenced his training for Quidditch. The rules of Quidditch are relatively straightforward. Two teams compete, each consisting of 7 players. Among them, 3 chasers are responsible for seizing the quaffle, evading the opposing team, and striving to throw the ball through the opponent's hoops. In addition to the chasers, there are 2 beaters whose duty is to strike the bludgers away from their teammates, although the rules permit beaters to direct bludgers towards the opposing players. The 2 beaters for Gryffindor are the Weasley twin brothers. The remaining players consist of a keeper and a seeker. The keeper functions similarly to a soccer goalkeeper, tasked with defending their goalposts and preventing the opposing team from scoring. The seeker's primary responsibility is to locate and capture the golden snitch. Harry, in this case, is the seeker for Gryffindor and, notably, the youngest seeker on the team. However, Harry, the protagonist, is perpetually adorned with an aura of irony directed at his adversaries. Just as Malfoy was preparing to report Harry, the first-year wizard, for flying on a broomstick to a professor, Harry sincerely expressed his gratitude to Malfoy. Indeed, the broomstick in Harry's possession was the Nimbus 2000, a gift from Professor McGonagall. Had Malfoy not seized Neville's Remembrall, Harry would not have had the opportunity to showcase his flying prowess. Thus, he would not have made the Quidditch team. Clearly, Hermione unhesitatingly pointed out Ron's errors while reciting spells, much to Ron's annoyance, feeling that Hermione was meddling too much in affairs that did not concern her. Therefore, conflict was inevitably ignited. Of course, all of this had no bearing on Eisen. Having mastered the undetectable extension charm, Eisen intended to execute his plan to create a storage ring. While it is referred to as a storage ring, it is essentially the custom design of a partially hollow ring, followed by the application of the undetectable extension charm to enlarge the hollow area, thus achieving his objective. "Excuse me, do you offer custom ring designs here?" Eisen inquired, gazing at the elderly man before him, whose face was adorned with a thick beard. "Indeed. What sort of ring would you like to customize?" The old man began to inquire about Eisen's specifications. The ring in question features a hollow interior, crafted from titanium alloy. Is it feasible to create such a piece? Eisen retrieved a manuscript from his pocket, showcasing the design of the ring. In truth, the customization Eisen sought was not particularly intricate. It merely required specific materials and a hollow aspect. "No problem, a deposit of 100 is needed. You may collect it tomorrow." The old man nodded after examining the sketch. Upon returning to the staff dormitory, Eisen employed a potent spell to duplicate the design, producing dozens of rings in an instant. He then commenced the creation of storage rings, drawing from his previous experience with the seamless expansion charm on a suitcase. Casting spells on the rings proved to be remarkably effortless. After crafting 5 storage rings, Eisen paused, lifting one of them to reveal a pop-up window before him. Extraordinary characteristic. Superior grade storage space. Would you like to expend a miracle feature to replicate this? With a mere thought, Eisen chose not to expend a miracle feature for the replication, and the window vanished from sight. Once adorned on his right middle finger, he sensed that the hollow section of the ring was approximately the size of a small room. Subsequently, he placed the surplus rings into one of the storage rings, while he stored all his books and manuscripts in another, which he then tucked away inside the storage ring on his middle finger. Naturally, his wand also found its place within that same ring. As for the nested storage rings, this method proved effective, signifying that carrying his belongings would no longer pose a challenge for Eisen. He then donned the 2 storage rings filled with playing cards on the ring fingers of both hands. The motivation behind this peculiar choice stemmed from a singular thought. Eisen aspired to utilize the playing cards in combat. However, he was not a card master capable of throwing cards with deadly precision. Rather, his primary intent was to transform the cards into weapons during battle. If Eisen's reasoning held true, he could effortlessly hurl playing cards from the storage ring at adversaries, each card transforming into a tool for obstruction or elimination. Once his tasks were complete, Eisen ventured to the room of requirement. Cards continuously materialized in his hands, swiftly soaring toward targets, morphing into sharp blades, thick stone slabs, or metallic chains, among other forms. During his practice of transformation spells in simulated combat scenarios, Eisen also experimented with tactics for facing multiple foes simultaneously. Although this may seem complex, it was remarkably straightforward for him. He would simply fling several cards at once to launch his transformed assaults. As for defense, he could easily don a powerful iron armor charm at any moment, or directly transform the cards into alloy shields to protect himself. After considerable practice, Eisen had mastered a plethora of tactical concepts and felt exceedingly pleased with his burgeoning abilities. He possesses the confidence to thwart the majority of wizards with this tactic, capable of vanquishing or even slaying most of them. Although Eisen remains uncertain whether he can defeat Voldemort, he believes that his transfiguration tactics will suffice to counter the adversary's malevolent curses. Furthermore, even when confronted with Voldemort's killing curse, Eisen is assured that his reflexes will enable him to respond adequately. Whether through evasion or conjuring obstacles via transfiguration, he is capable of executing either. Chapter 19. The Troll. Aside from the professors seated above, the young wizards below were engaged in hushed whispers. After completing the crafting of storage rings and practicing new tactics, Eisen arrived at the Great Hall to assist with the preparations. Professor Eisen, have you encountered any difficulties in your lessons recently? Dumbledore inquired, glancing toward Eisen. To Eisen's surprise, Dumbledore's voice reached him shortly after he had taken his seat. Indeed, for Eisen, astronomy class was quite elementary, and he faced no challenges. Even the assignments he assigned to the young wizards garnered little attention. After all, the question of how wizards might reach the moon is not a trivial matter. Many young wizards failed to complete the assignment, though Hermione did submit a relevant paper. However, her conclusion ultimately stated that wizards cannot ascend to the moon. Hermione Granger? Dumbledore expressed admiration. Indeed, astronomy does not require the use of magic, yet Hermione's performance is truly remarkable. Yes, since astronomy does not involve magic, Eisen could only commend Hermione's aptitude for learning. However, where is Hermione at this moment? As they spoke, Eisen surveyed the room. He noticed Harry and Ron indulging in a feast, along with Neville and other young wizards, yet he could not ascertain Hermione's whereabouts. Could it be that she is in the restroom, weeping discreetly? This thought suddenly crossed Eisen's mind. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with his own matters and had forgotten that the trio had been at odds. Before Dumbledore could pose another question, the hall's doors swung open, and Professor Quirrell rushed in. He hurried to Dumbledore's side, leaning precariously against the table, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "A troll is in the dungeon. I thought I ought to inform you." Subsequently, Quirrell's head tilted, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The young wizards seated below fell silent for a moment, before erupting into a cacophony of screams as if a switch had been flipped. With the young wizards scrambling in a panic, chaos ensued. Dumbledore, upon witnessing the scene, disregarded his conversation with Eisen, standing up to amplify his voice, and shouted aloud. Once his voice resonated, the young wizards were instantly hushed. The hall fell silent again, and the young wizards stood frozen in place, hesitant to move. Under Dumbledore's direction, the students from each house, led by their prefects, began to make their way to the dormitories in an orderly fashion. How could a troll have entered Hogwarts? It remains a mystery. Perhaps the trolls are surprisingly foolish, or they might have been let in by Peeves. Along the way, the young wizards exchanged whispers. However, Eisen noticed that Snape quietly slipped away to the side. He understood that Snape intended to investigate the sealed room down the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, suspecting it might be Professor Quirrell's ruse. Little did he expect to be bitten by the three-headed dog. Naturally, since Eisen was well aware of the unfolding narrative, he chose not to accompany Dumbledore and the others to the basement. Instead, he seized the opportunity to blend into the crowd while making his way to the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Indeed, Professor Quirrell had informed everyone that he had seen a troll in the basement, yet unbeknownst to them, the troll had already made its way to the girls' lavatory on the second floor. As Eisen approached the lavatory, he was met with cries and screams emanating from within. Those were the shrill cries of Hermione and the exclamations of Harry. "Run, Hermione!" Harry's voice was laced with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Eisen's wand suddenly materialized from his ring, firmly grasped in his palm, as he swiftly advanced towards the open door of the lavatory. Upon entering, he beheld Hermione crouching beneath the sink in the corner, seemingly evading the troll's pursuit, while Harry clung to the troll's neck, jamming his wand into its nostril. In this critical moment, Eisen disregarded all else, fearing that the narrative might deviate from the original text, resulting in unforeseen casualties. He promptly directed his wand towards the shattered wooden planks strewn across the floor. Then, to the astonishment of Hermione and Ron, the splintered wood rapidly morphed into steel chains, ensnaring the troll's body, including its wildly flailing arms, binding them tightly. "Get down, Harry," Eisen remarked, somewhat smug, as he observed the trio's astonished expressions. However, upon noticing that Harry still clung to the troll's neck, his expression darkened, and he hastily offered a warning. Once Harry reached Ron's side, Eisen waved his wand again, causing the troll's massive club to levitate and come crashing down upon its forehead. In an instant, the troll was rendered unconscious. Well, I heard a dull thudding noise in the corridor and followed it. Upon nearing the girls' lavatory, I heard cries for help. When I burst in, I found Harry, Ron, and Hermione struggling against the troll. In the heat of the moment, I subdued the troll. Eisen succinctly recounted the circumstances that led him here and the events that transpired. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall and Snape knelt to examine the troll, their gazes lingering on the steel chains entwined around its body for a moment. "Well done, Professor Eisen." An impressive display of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall remarked, rising and nodding in acknowledgement, while also praising Eisen's skill. Snape, standing nearby, remained silent but cast a fierce glare at Harry. "However, why were you not in your dormitory?" Professor McGonagall turned to face the three young wizards, her tone still tinged with irritation. As Harry and Ron innocently exited, Hermione pursed her lips, yearning to provide an explanation, yet ultimately fell silent. Eisen shrugged, harboring no objections regarding Professor McGonagall's handling of the situation. His intervention had effectively silenced the trio's opportunity for defense. Not only did Gryffindor lose points, but the commendation for Harry and Ron's courageous defeat of the troll was also rendered moot. "Well, I shall take my leave." Once the young wizards departed, Eisen felt his presence was no longer required. As for the unconscious troll sprawled on the ground, its fate was left to Professor McGonagall and her colleagues. Meanwhile, in the bustling Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were indulging in hearty feasting. Although Ron had missed the chance to be the hero, it was ultimately Harry and Ron's actions that had delayed the troll, allowing Eisen to save them. Thus, this shared experience had notably eased the tension between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Hermione dashed away with her plate in hand. Chapter 20, The Disapparition Charm. For the students of Hogwarts, the most pressing matter at hand was the arrival of the Quidditch season. However, for Eisen, the winter season captivated him even more. Each morning, he beheld the ground adorned with a thick layer of frost, while the surrounding grass was blanketed in a deep layer of snow. Since Professor McGonagall had recommended him as Gryffindor's seeker, Harry had been training for several weeks. Saturday marked the day of Harry's inaugural official match, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin. Should Gryffindor emerge victorious, they would ascend to second place in the House Cup standings. Nevertheless, Eisen remained indifferent to such outcomes, as he was engrossed in studying the Disapparition Charm under Professor Flitwick. "Oh, Professor Eisen, the Disapparition Charm is a challenging incantation, but I am confident that you are well versed in the techniques required for its execution, are you not?" Upon Eisen expressing his intent, Professor Flitwick led him beyond the confines of the school grounds. After all, Hogwarts was entirely enveloped in an anti-disapparition charm. Indeed, disapparition adheres to three principles: target, determination, and composure. Yet despite this, it is exceedingly perilous and necessitates supervision during the learning process. Eisen had already embarked on his study of the disapparition charm prior to this. Subsequently, Eisen commenced his practice of the disapparition charm before Professor Flitwick. Thanks to Eisen's profound understanding of the charm, he quickly grasped the techniques necessary for its execution, mastering the art of disapparition in no time. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity, Eisen experienced instances where his fingers would separate during the process. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick was nearby to assist him promptly. However, after several practice sessions, Eisen became adept at disapparition. "Excellent work, Professor Eisen. You have flawlessly mastered this intricate charm." Observing that Eisen had perfected such a formidable incantation in merely half an hour, Professor Flitwick could not help but express his admiration. "No, I feel I am still far from my goal, but I must express my gratitude to you, Professor Flitwick." Eisen shook his head. Though he jested with the young wizards in class about using apparition to reach the moon, having now mastered the skill, he genuinely contemplated lunar exploration as an aspiration. Therefore, he felt he still had much to learn. Nevertheless, he conveyed his appreciation to Professor Flitwick. What troubled Eisen, however, was the realization that even with his newfound ability, he could not utilize apparition within the confines of Hogwarts. The thought of house elves possessing the innate talent to circumvent Hogwarts' magical limitations filled him with envy. Moreover, a sudden query arose in Eisen's mind regarding apparition. If a wizard were to cast the disillusionment charm prior to apparition, would that not render them even more inconspicuous? After pondering this, he posed the question directly. Indeed, that is an excellent inquiry. However, during apparition, the spatial compression may disrupt one's ability to maintain the disillusionment charm. Professor Flitwick responded, somewhat astonished by Eisen's line of thought, but still offering his insight. He continued, yet, by delving deeper into the essence of these two spells, it is conceivable to combine their effects, or even invent a new incantation altogether. Professor Flitwick then mentioned a possibility. In fact, such a possibility does exist. As noted in the original texts, although Dumbledore has never done so, one cannot dismiss the notion that he could. Contemplating his own unique advantages, Eisen felt it unnecessary to dwell excessively on these matters. For him, the initial objectives had been achieved. He had mastered the disarming charm, transfiguration, and apparition. With these skills, particularly the disarming charm for offensive purposes and apparition for escape, his profound studies in transfiguration alone sufficed for engaging in combat with adversaries. With these capabilities, Eisen believed that as long as he continued to research and practice diligently, he would be sufficiently prepared. Some might argue that the disarming charm lacks potency, that ordinary injuries can easily be healed by healing spells, and suggest learning more formidable dark magic, such as the killing curse. However, for Eisen, this posed no concern. Over time, his magical prowess would increase, enhancing his overall physical capabilities. Thus, his disarming charm could potentially become as versatile as Harry's in the original narrative, allowing him to disarm an opponent while simultaneously binding them with transfiguration and employing the shattering spell, or even conjuring a knife through transfiguration to vanquish foes. Eisen reasoned that a bound and immobile wizard would be incapable of healing themselves, rendering the pursuit of dark magic unnecessary. As for his aversion to studying dark magic, it stemmed from the inherent malevolence associated with it in this world. Initially, Eisen's understanding of dark magic was superficial, yet he recognized its fundamentally sinister nature, noting that its casting requires malicious intent and extreme negative emotions as its sustenance. However, after delving deeper into the subject at the library recently, Eisen discovered that an in-depth exploration of dark magic inevitably leads to the corrosion of one's soul. Logically, the cultivation of extreme negative emotions often festers within a person, making the erosion of the soul a natural consequence. The degradation of the soul, however, is an outcome Eisen is decidedly unwilling to accept. Thus, he harbors a profound aversion to the study of dark magic. As for why Professor Snape remains engrossed in the study of dark magic, yet has not succumbed to its corrupting influence, Eisen surmises it is linked to the profound love Snape harbors for Lily Evans. In other words, positive emotions can indeed serve as a bulwark against the encroachment of dark magic upon the soul. Regarding the potency and lethal capabilities of dark magic, Eisen considers them inconsequential. After all, wizards are merely human. Once killed, they are no more. From Eisen's perspective, ordinary spells can also take a life, rendering the use of dark magic unnecessary. Furthermore, the malevolence associated with dark magic stems not merely from its lethal potential, but from its sheer wickedness. Take the killing curse, for instance. Its evil is so profound that it lacks any means of reversal, thus categorizing it as dark magic. Despite Eisen's self-assured belief that his heart is brimming with light and joy, he remains reluctant to experience the confrontation of dark magic's soul-corrupting influence with positive emotions. After all, with his unique abilities, he finds it relatively easy to grow stronger. In the time that followed, aside from employing various spells in his daily life, Eisen dedicated time to practicing transfiguration, disarming charms, and apparition outside of school. Naturally, amidst his practice, he also devoted part of his focus to studying the brain lock and Patronus charm. He had no concerns about Dumbledore employing legilimency on him, yet he remained cautious of Voldemort. The Patronus charm, in particular, was essential for defending against Dementors, which, in this world, are impervious to most spells, including the unforgivable curses. It could be said that they are immune to all magic save for the Patronus charm. Thus, Eisen could only spare time to learn these two forms of magic. Besides this, he allocated the majority of his time to research on magical artifacts and alchemy. As Eisen immersed himself in his world, the Quidditch match was about to commence. Reflecting on Professor Snape's injured leg, Harry felt he was grasping the truth behind the matter. He shared all his suspicions with Ron and Hermione. "No, I know he is not good," But he certainly wouldn't steal anything hidden by Professor Dumbledore, Harry asserted. Hermione voiced her opinion, clearly disagreeing with Harry's perspective. However, Ron believed Hermione was being overly optimistic, assuming all professors were inherently good, and sided with Harry. Yet the question remained, what exactly was Snape intending to steal? Chapter 21, The Quidditch Match. On Saturday morning, though the weather was clear, a chill still enveloped Hogwarts Castle. Rising early, Eisen, while dining in the Great Hall, overheard the surrounding young witches and wizards incessantly discussing the upcoming Quidditch match. Everyone is engaged in fervent discussions about which house, Gryffindor or Slytherin, will emerge victorious. At this moment, Eisen suddenly realizes that the Quidditch match is about to commence. By 11 o'clock, all the faculty and students have gathered around the stands of the Quidditch pitch, and Eisen has also taken his place in the highest row. As he surveys the scene, he is captivated by the lively atmosphere. Many students perched on elevated seats seem to have brought telescopes to enhance their viewing experience. Professor Eisen, do you enjoy Quidditch as well? A voice suddenly calls out beside him. Eisen turns to find Hermione has joined him in the top row, accompanied by Ron, Neville, and others. To his surprise, they are carrying a banner made from a bedsheet, emblazoned with the words Potter for the win and adorned with a lion representing Gryffindor. The paint on the banner has been enchanted with a simple spell, causing it to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors. Ping pong. What is that? Before Hermione can respond, Ron interjects with a question. Oh, I know. It's a Muggle sport, quite popular in the Muggle world. Hermione casts a disdainful glance at Ron, perhaps annoyed by his interruption or by his ignorance of such a sport. Meanwhile, Wood is busy briefing Harry on some last-minute preparations, followed closely by the Weasley twins and Angelina Johnson. From a distance, one can see both Gryffindor and Slytherin teams soaring through the air on their broomsticks, weaving and spiraling around the pitch. To be honest, this sight instantly captures Eisen's attention, although he does not harbor much interest in Quidditch. The spectacle of so many people flying together in the sky is undeniably enviable. In that moment, even Hermione and the others find their focus drawn to the unfolding drama. Hello everyone. Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season at Hogwarts. Today, Slytherin faces off against Gryffindor. A distinctive voice resonates throughout the stadium, unmistakably belonging to Lee Jordan, the commentator. Soon, cheers erupt from all the houses present. Eisen finds it amusing that the object in Lee Jordan's hand truly resembles a microphone. In that instant, an idea springs to Eisen's mind, to create a similar magical device that could store the screams of mandrakes, thus harnessing their lethal properties. Of course, this is merely a concept, and its feasibility remains to be explored in the future. As both teams descend to the center of the pitch, Lee Jordan's voice rings out once more. Players, take your positions. Madam Hooch is ready to officiate the match. Clearly, as the professor of flying lessons, Madam Hooch is serving as the referee for the Quidditch game. Now, I hope everyone will participate in this match fairly and honestly, she declares with a serious expression as the players gather around. After concluding her remarks, Madam Hooch deliberately glanced towards the Slytherin team, as if alluding to something significant. Subsequently, she blew the silver whistle in her hand. The players of Gryffindor and Slytherin ascended into the air on their broomsticks, while the restrained Quaffle and Golden Snitch soared across the pitch like wild stallions freed from their restraints. The bludger was seized by Gryffindor's seeker, Angelina Johnson, an exceptionally skilled chaser with an enchanting appearance. The commentary of Lee Jordan echoed through the air, though his digressions prompted a gentle reprimand from Professor McGonagall nearby. Jordan, she admonished. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. Lee Jordan, a close friend of the Weasley twins, seemed to exhibit a lively demeanor likely influenced by Fred and George. From the outset, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin erupted into a fierce contest. Gryffindor's chaser, Angelina, broke the stalemate by scoring 10 points for her team. Yet, Slytherin was undeterred, launching a vigorous offensive following their retrieval of the bludger. Excuse me, coming through, a tall figure announced as he approached. It was Hagrid. Hermione and Ron squeezed closer to Eisen, making space for Hagrid to sit. Professor Eisen, Harry still hasn't located the Golden Snitch, has he? As he settled, Hagrid nodded towards Eisen, raising his binoculars to scan the skies for Harry. Indeed, Harry remained suspended in the air with little to do. Ron shrugged, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with Harry's current performance. No worries, as long as he is not in trouble, that's a positive. Hagrid patted Ron's shoulder, eliciting a toothy grin from him. In Eisen's view, finding the Golden Snitch demanded exceptional vision from the seeker, not to mention the necessity of capturing it once spotted. The speed of the snitch is remarkable, typically requiring the seeker to maneuver their broomstick at full throttle to secure it. Moreover, the snitch is not only swift but also possesses remarkable agility. Unlike the bludgers, which aggressively target wizards, the snitch darts and weaves with deft changes in direction, making it exceedingly elusive. As Eisen pondered this, he realized that besides the broomstick's aerial capabilities, both the snitch and the bludgers presented intriguing challenges. Wait, is that the snitch? Lee Jordan's astonished voice rang out as Harry began his descent on the broomstick. Indeed, focusing on Harry revealed that he was pursuing a golden flash. Gryffindor's seeker, Harry, had spotted the golden snitch and was in hot pursuit. Noticing Harry's actions, Slytherin's seeker, Terence Higgs, quickly followed suit, chasing after the elusive snitch. Alas, Harry encountered the mischievous Slytherins, and, after being jostled by Marcus, the snitch vanished in the ensuing chaos. Although the Gryffindor team had been granted a penalty opportunity, Harry found himself in a dismal state of mind. Yet, before he could continue his pursuit in the sky, he was startled by his own broomstick. The enchanted broom was shaking violently, seemingly intent on throwing Harry to the ground. What was wrong with Harry's broom? Hagrid, who was closely monitoring Harry, quickly discerned that something was amiss. It was Snape. He was casting a spell on Harry's broom. When Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars to scan the stands, she noticed Professor Snape's lips moving incessantly. Subsequently, Hermione shared her discovery with Eisen and Ron. However, for Eisen, who was already aware of the storyline, he understood that the true culprit behind the hex on Harry's broom was Professor Quirrell, lurking behind Snape. Snape's incantation was merely an attempt to assist Harry in dispelling the malevolent curse afflicting his broom. Eisen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to the two young wizards. After all, spoiling the plot was a matter of course for a time traveler. However, before Eisen could reach a decision, Hermione decisively declared, "I have a plan." Nodding at Eisen and Ron, she swiftly departed. Chapter 22, The Fire on Snape. Harry was tumbling through the air, even falling from his broom, only managing to cling on with both hands. The perilous situation elicited gasps from the Gryffindor students, while the Slytherins reveled in the spectacle. "Hurry, Hermione," Ron murmured anxiously, his worry becoming increasingly evident. As for Eisen, although he made no outward move, he had already grasped his wand tightly. Should Harry truly plummet from his broom, he would be ready to cast a levitation spell to prevent any fatal fall. Meanwhile, Hermione hastily ascended to the stands occupied by Snape and Quirrell. Due to Eisen's inability to provide a timely warning, Hermione's target remained Snape rather than Quirrell. With everyone's attention diverted to the Quidditch match, no one noticed Hermione's arrival. She then whispered a fiery incantation at Snape's robes. As the flames began to ignite, Hermione wasted no time and swiftly fled the scene. As in the original storyline, mere seconds after Hermione set Snape's robes ablaze, the surrounding faculty became aware of the commotion. "Your robes are on fire." A shrill scream interrupted Snape's incantation. In a flurry, Snape rose to his feet, causing a minor uproar. Upon ceasing his spell, he inadvertently disrupted Quirrell as well. Consequently, Harry's broom ceased its violent shaking. Observing this turn of events, Hermione instinctively attributed the entire occurrence to Snape, while the true instigator, Quirrell, remained entirely overlooked. After being jostled, Professor Quirrell perhaps sensed that the moment had passed, for he refrained from continuing his malevolent hex on Harry's broom. Meanwhile, Snape, maintaining a grim demeanor, extinguished the flames and cast a glance at Harry on the field. As for the master who incited the tumult, Hermione was indifferent. She merely hoped to interrupt Professor Snape's malevolent enchantment cast upon the broom. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that Harry's broom had ceased its erratic trembling. Regaining his composure, Harry, upon spotting the golden snitch once more, began to dive towards the ground. Meanwhile, Terence from Slytherin was also plunging earthward. However, as he neared the ground, just before colliding with it, Terence could no longer restrain himself and pulled up on his broom. Yet Harry, undoubtedly a natural seeker, after a frenetic dash, managed to seize the snitch even as he tumbled to the ground. He caught the golden snitch. Harry Potter had captured the snitch, earning a remarkable 150 points. Lee Jordan's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Gryffindor wins. As the referee, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, promptly rendering her judgment. Subsequently, students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff erupted into cheers, while the Slytherin students appeared utterly dejected. However, none of this concerned Eisen. With his focus on mastering the shield charm, the Patronus charm, and alchemy, Eisen retreated to the library after Gryffindor's victory. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions visited Hagrid's hut. "It was Professor Snape," Ron began to explain. "Both Hermione and I saw him cast a curse on your broom." Professor Eisen is aware of this too." "Professor Snape?" Harry could now comprehend the situation. "It's impossible. Snape is a teacher at the school. Why would he do such a thing?" Clearly, Hagrid, aside from his concern for Harry, was oblivious to the events that had transpired on the field. It was evident that none of them knew how to respond to this issue. The three exchanged glances, and Harry resolved to divulge everything he knew. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid set the teapot down heavily on the table. "Fluffy?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "That creature has a name?" Hermione inquired further. "Of course it has a name. Fluffy is my pet." Hagrid was easily diverted from the topic. "I bought him from an Irishman last year at a pub and later lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping." "Oh, I can't say more. It's top secret. So please don't ask again." Just as Harry was about to pose another question, Hagrid abruptly halted the conversation. But Hagrid, Snape wants to steal what Fluffy is guarding. Harry attempted to persuade Hagrid in this manner. Impossible. Snape is a teacher at the school. Why would he do such a thing? It was evident that Hagrid did not accept Harry's assertion. Regardless of whether he is a teacher, he cast a curse on Harry's broom. I read about it in a book. I saw it with my own eyes, Hermione interjected, her trust in Snape significantly waning. Thus, when Hagrid defended Snape as a teacher, Hermione could no longer refrain from rebutting him. Let me tell you, you are mistaken. I am uncertain why Harry's flying broom behaved in such a manner. Yet Professor Snape could never harm a student. After taking a deep breath, Hagrid appeared increasingly agitated. It was an exceedingly perilous matter, one that did not warrant your interference. Forget about the curse, forget about what it guards. That is a secret between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? The sudden mention of this unfamiliar name by Hagrid only deepened Harry's suspicions. Oh, Merlin's beard. Hagrid lamented as he slapped his forehead, vexed with himself for inadvertently revealing too much. Subsequently, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were brusquely ushered out by the irate Hagrid. I do not know, Hermione shrugged, clearly. Her encyclopedic knowledge was of no use in this instance. In the days that followed, the trio made it their mission to scour the library during their free time or after classes, seeking information on Nicholas Flamel, yet they found themselves perpetually empty-handed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eisen had begun to grasp the fundamentals of alchemy and had already learned how to cast the Patronus charm. Although he felt somewhat unsteady, he believed he could effectively repel Dementors. However, in contrast to his progress with the Patronus charm, his advancement in the shielding spell was excruciatingly slow. The fundamental requirement for this spell was to empty the mind as much as possible, a task Eisen found exceedingly challenging. As an adult, particularly one who had endured the overwhelming influx of information as a time traveler, achieving such a state was immensely difficult. Fortunately, he eventually sought inspiration from Taoist practices of tranquility and meditation, yielding a modicum of success. Yet, he remained far from mastering the shielding spell. Nonetheless, whenever he contemplated the difficulties of learning, Eisen could not help but sigh. Although his unique ability allowed him to continually augment his magical power and replicate the attributes of magical artifacts, it could not directly manifest skills or enhance them through points allocation. Regrettably, his extraordinary ability was not so convenient, as it could not elevate his combat prowess beyond the pinnacle of the Wizarding World, a lamentable predicament. Chapter 23, Hermione's Admiration. Upon Eisen's arrival in the Great Hall, he was greeted by a scene bustling with fervor. Under Professor Flitwick's direction, Hagrid was positioning a Christmas tree in the corner of the hall, accompanied by the trio of saviors. The walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and alongside the 12 Christmas trees brought by Hagrid, glistening icicles hung, and several trees bore hundreds of floating candles. Perhaps dissatisfied with the grandeur of the hall's decorations, Eisen then drew his wand and waved it at the ceiling. In an instant, dazzling lights began to twinkle above, and tiny stars emerged, transforming before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, a miniature galaxy was formed, slowly swirling above the heads of the onlookers. Wow, this is truly marvelous. The transformation of the ceiling left Harry and the others in awe. Indeed, while the spectacle overhead was merely a miniature of the Milky Way, the awe and mystery of witnessing the starry sky up close enveloped the hearts of all present. One must commend you, Professor Eisen. Your idea is truly splendid, and I believe future Christmas galas could very well adopt such an enchanting theme. Perhaps captivated by the magic's stunning effect, Professor Flitwick soon expressed his admiration. As he spoke, he conjured golden bubbles with his wand, adorning the Christmas tree that Hagrid had brought. Oh, it is indeed my honor. Eisen nodded, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Oh, certainly not. I plan to leave the school during the holidays, within the next couple of days. While uncertain of Hermione's intentions, the news of Eisen's departure was hardly a secret. May I inquire a question, Professor Eisen? Hermione's face lit up with anticipation. Of course, feel free to ask. Eisen noticed that after Hermione posed her query, Harry and Ron also exhibited a glimmer of eagerness, clearly indicating that this was a matter concerning their trio. We have half an hour until dinner. How about we discuss this in the library? Upon glancing at Professor McGonagall, Hermione suddenly recognized that this was not an appropriate place for such a conversation. As the realization dawned on her, a blush crept onto her cheeks, seemingly embarrassed at the prospect of asking Eisen to follow her. Not a problem. I also intend to visit the library and would be glad to converse with you, Eisen replied after a moment's contemplation. Let us hurry. Upon hearing Eisen's agreement, Hermione's face brightened, and she exchanged knowing glances with Harry and Ron. Library? Even during the holidays, one must study? How diligent. Hagrid muttered quietly to himself. Eisen, however, said nothing, simply nodding to him and the two professors before departing. Upon arriving at the library, Eisen and the trio settled at a table in the corner. So, may I ask what question you wish to pose, Miss Granger? He inquired, observing the trio's somewhat anxious demeanor. As he spoke, 3 playing cards materialized in Eisen's hand. transforming into 3 glass cups as they floated before the group. The cups soon filled with clear water, which then magically transformed into a refreshing beverage. Indeed, while Eisen was a professor, he was also a time traveler, and demonstrating such magical prowess before the trio was entirely reasonable. The cards had originated from Eisen's storage ring. The floating capability was an application of the summoning charm, followed by transfiguration, then the water-making spell, and finally the enchantment that converted water into a beverage. As for the scientific rationale behind water turning into a drink, Eisen too found it rather illogical. Yet, in the realm of wizards, such phenomena were commonplace. After all, even a novice like Moxie could execute a spell to transform water into wine, albeit unsuccessfully. Thus, transforming water into wine, into a beverage, is a commonplace occurrence within the realm of wizards. Wow, Professor Eisen, how did you accomplish that? Ron exclaimed, gazing in wonder at the cup before him. After taking a sip, he could hardly contain his curiosity. Clearly, some of the magic involved was not particularly difficult. They had long since become accustomed to it. Yet, the seamless combination of spells, executed with such fluidity, left them in awe. Is this a high-level spell-casting technique, nonverbal and wandless magic, Professor Eisen? Before Eisen could elaborate, Hermione interjected, her tone suggestive of inquiry, though she seemed to already possess the answer. Indeed, it is a combination of simple spells applied together, enhanced by nonverbal and wandless techniques, which results in a remarkably smooth execution. If this were in class, you would certainly earn extra points. Eisen nodded, providing a brief explanation. However, after a fervent compliment to Hermione, he suddenly noticed a change in the way she looked at him. There was not only a hint of shyness, but also an unmistakable admiration. While Eisen felt his display of skill was commendable enough to astonish the young witches and wizards, he wondered how it could possibly reach the level of admiration from Hermione. In comparison to Lockhart, Eisen had no notable works for the book-loving Hermione to peruse, yet he was undeniably youthful and handsome, possessing considerable talent. Therefore, it was only natural that she would admire him while he showcased his abilities. Contemplating this, Eisen found himself somewhat speechless. However, the sensation of being admired by a top student was indeed a profoundly gratifying experience. Having lived 2 lives, Eisen had already felt a peculiar sense of fulfillment when he served as a teacher to young wizards. Yet he had not anticipated that being admired by an academic prodigy would amplify that feeling. No wonder many individuals enjoy feigning humility while showcasing their talents. There is a reason behind it, Eisen mused internally. Chapter 24, Nickel LeMay. Upon noticing Hermione's unusual gaze directed at Professor Eisen, Ron quietly murmured to Harry, "What's up with Hermione?" "I don't know. Perhaps she admires the professor," Harry replied, nodding and casting Ron a knowing glance. "Harry, Ron, what are you two whispering about?" Due to their hushed voices, even with Eisen's heightened senses, he could not discern their conversation. Professor Eisen, Ron and I were discussing the magic you used earlier. How did those 3 playing cards appear? Did you conjure them?" Harry, ever the quick thinker, seized upon a perfectly legitimate excuse after Eisen inquired. "Ah, you mentioned that. I was just about to explain." Upon hearing Harry's question, Eisen seemed to recall something, and with a flicker of thought, 3 pre-prepared storage rings materialized in his hand. "You are familiar with the concealment expansion charm, I presume?" Eisen placed the 3 rings before the trio and then posed a question. This spell can expand the internal space of a container, enlarging the suitcase to the size of a room, thus allowing one to carry more belongings while traveling. Observing the still somewhat bewildered expressions of Harry and Hermione, Ron proceeded to explain further. Could it be? Hermione, upon grasping the concept, glanced at the 3 rings adorning Eisen's hands, then at the rings placed before the trio, her face lighting up with surprise. Indeed, these 3 rings feature a hollow design, the hollow sections of which I have magically augmented using an invisible extension charm. Therefore, these rings can be referred to as storage rings. As for the playing cards I just conjured, they were directly retrieved from the storage ring. Noticing Hermione's astonishment and curiosity, Eisen nodded affirmatively and revealed the secret behind the earlier summoning of the cards. What about this storage ring? Anticipating their curiosity, Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances filled with expectation. However, upon seeing Hermione eagerly donning the ring, her face flushing once more, Eisen realized she might be overthinking it. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, unconcerned with Hermione's demeanor, also adorned themselves with the rings, wearing expressions of delight. Once Hermione's emotions had somewhat settled, she was met with unsettling news, which caused her face to fall and reveal a conflicted expression. For someone like Hermione, a diligent scholar, adherence to rules was paramount. Although her experience with the troll incident had somewhat diminished her concern for school regulations, she remained resolute against defying the edicts issued by the Ministry of Magic. Yes, but if used discreetly, it should pose no issue. I trust you won't confess to the ministry, will you? Eisen shrugged, lowering his voice as if wary of eavesdroppers. Upon witnessing Professor Eisen's demeanor, the trio breathed a sigh of relief. their faces once again brightening with excitement. By the way, Hermione, what were you going to ask earlier in the hall? Once the initial joy faded from their expressions, Eisen turned his gaze toward Hermione. The moment this topic was broached, Hermione's countenance shifted to one of solemnity, a sentiment echoed by Harry and Ron, as if they were about to divulge a confidential matter. Professor Eisen, do you know of a person named Nicholas Flamel? Hermione's voice unconsciously lowered. On the other side, Harry and Ron displayed expressions of anticipation. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Eisen immediately understood the context. Clearly, the trio had gleaned the name Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid. However, they had been unable to find any information about him in the library, which is why they sought his insight. Yes, that is correct. Ever since Hagrid inadvertently revealed the name, Hermione and the others have been scouring the books for any mention of Nicholas Flamel. Unfortunately, their search had proven fruitless for quite some time. Books such as The Great Sorcerer of the 20th Century and contemporary notable wizards do not mention Nickelmay. Nickelmay? Eisen displayed a look of perplexity. Although he was aware of the trio's curiosity regarding this name, he could not feign prior knowledge. Hence, he appropriately exhibited a semblance of confusion before continuing with his inquiry. Where did you hear this name, and why do you wish to know? Upon hearing Eisen's words, Harry and the others did not feel disheartened. Rather, they became exhilarated. For, based on Professor Eisen's question, it was evident that he possessed some knowledge about Nickelmay. Professor Eisen, do you recall the curse Severus cast on Harry's broom during the Quidditch match? Hermione was the first to bring up one of Severus's misdeeds. She recounted how the troll, which had been unleashed by Professor Snape to incite chaos, had bitten her while she was attempting to steal something. In other words, do you believe that what Professor Snape sought to steal was the secret of Headmaster Dumbledore and Nickelmay? After listening to the young wizard's conjecture, Eisen instinctively pursed his lips. It was undeniable that, for someone who was already privy to the truth, he admired the reasoning abilities of the trio. Although the truth was erroneous, their deductions were remarkably coherent. Had Eisen not known the reality, he might have been persuaded by their conclusions. Indeed, Professor Eisen, that is why we are searching for Nickelmay. Harry interjected earnestly, for in his eyes, Severus was a villain, and he could not allow him to prevail at school. You intend to confront Professor Snape? That is ill-advised. It is far too perilous. You should disclose everything to Professor Dumbledore. While aware that Severus harbored no malice towards them, Eisen had no intention of revealing that. Instead, he proposed a more straightforward and brash course of action. But Professor Dumbledore would not believe us. Ron countered. Unlike Professor Eisen, he had not witnessed Severus's curse on Harry's broom during the Quidditch match, which made him skeptical. Hermione nodded in agreement and turned her gaze back to Eisen. But what I saw during the Quidditch match was not entirely true. Eisen silently lamented, yet he had no plans to expose the truth directly. Very well, but I cannot divulge too much. It is far too dangerous. Subsequently, Eisen intended to hint at something indirectly. Observing the nods from the trio, he continued, Harry, do you recall the first wizard card you collected from a chocolate frog? Professor Dumbledore, the very first wizard card I received was Dumbledore. As he spoke, Harry gasped in astonishment and then looked up at Hermione and Ron. I think I have found him. Harry's expression turned to one of surprise. I saw it on the train. The card contained an introduction about Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore is widely known for his contributions, including defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration in alchemy with Nickelmay. Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione and Ron immediately displayed expressions of delight. Evidently, they had not anticipated that the name Nicodemus would be uncovered so swiftly. Professor Eisen then turned his gaze towards Harry, who seemed eager to glean further information. All right, let us pause here. Now that you are aware of Nicodemus, I trust you will soon uncover everything you need. I have faith in your abilities. He interrupted Harry's impending remarks with a note of encouragement. To be frank, Eisen refrained from divulging the results directly for two reasons. Firstly, he believed that with the information he had provided, Harry and his companions would easily discover everything they sought. Secondly, he felt that the trio, akin to their original adventures, would benefit most from gradually honing their skills. Chapter 25, The Commission. Since Harry had received a hint from Eisen regarding Nicodemus, the urgency felt by him, Ron, and Hermione had somewhat diminished. While I am away, continue your research. Should you acquire any further information, please send me a message via OWL. Hermione admonished Harry and Ron before their separation. Of course, you might also inquire with your parents to see if they are familiar with Nicodemus. Ron nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed safe to do so. Yes, quite safe, as they are merely muggle dentists. After making their pact, Hermione departed with her suitcase. However, once she left the school, Harry and Ron were like untamed horses, reveling in their freedom at Hogwarts. They not only had the liberty to indulge in all that their dormitory had to offer, but also occupied the most comfortable armchairs by the fire in the common room. Essentially, Harry and Ron had little inclination to contemplate Nicodemus any further. After all, they reasoned, Hermione was sufficient for the task. That evening, When Eisen entered the Gryffindor common room, he found Harry and Ron seated by the fire, indulging in all manner of food that could be skewered with a roasting fork. As they dined, they were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, with Ron clearly instructing Harry. Eisen was aware that although Ron did not possess any particularly outstanding traits within the trio, he was exceptionally gifted in the art of wizard's chess. In Eisen's memory, it was Ron's strategic guidance that had allowed them to navigate the perilous chess challenge during their earlier adventures, sacrificing his own pieces to ensure Harry's success. Of course, Eisen also understood that wizard's chess bore little difference to the Muggle game of chess. The only distinction lay in the fact that the chess pieces were animated, lending an air of genuine strategy to the encounter. Harry, Ron, are you engaged in a game of wizard's chess? Eisen approached them directly, settling into an armchair beside them. Indeed, Professor Eisen, Harry replied, showing no signs of discomfort at his presence. My parents are visiting Charlie in Romania, so Fred, George, and I must remain at school. Ron chimed in, explaining his reason for staying. Do you know where Fred and George are? I have a matter to discuss with them. As Ron mentioned his twin brother, Eisen seized the opportunity to reveal his intentions. The professor is looking for Fred and George? Ron set down the chess piece in his hand and exchanged a glance with Harry, his expression one of confusion. Indeed, as you know, they possess a remarkable talent for mischief, and I wish to discuss certain matters with them. Eisen nodded in affirmation. It was true, given the Weasley twins' knack for pranks. Collaborating with them could prove advantageous. However, during the conversation, Eisen inadvertently brushed his hand across the chessboard and pieces positioned between the two. Logically, magical artifacts should possess distinct characteristics. Yet curiously, upon touching the wizard's chessboard and pieces, Eisen's golden finger remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that some magical items lack extraordinary traits? Unlikely. All magical artifacts should inherently possess such qualities. Why, then, did his golden finger not react? Was it possible that an ambiguous extraordinary trait could not be replicated? This hypothesis suddenly flickered through Eisen's mind. For instance, the characteristics of a wand can be assimilated into the body, enabling the wizard to cast spells freely. But what traits do the chessboard and pieces possess? Perhaps an automatic chess-playing feature? Clearly, the attributes were indeterminate. As he pondered this, a thoughtful expression crossed Eisen's face. Had they played a prank on Professor Eisen? In the midst of their conversation, a look of schadenfreude suddenly appeared on Ron's face. He evidently believed Eisen intended to confront Fred and George. No, I merely wish to speak with them. Have you seen the two of them? Suppressing the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Eisen asserted he had business with them. Indeed, it was highly improbable that the Weasley twins could pull one over on him. Professor, you might check Hagrid's hut. Fred and George may be there, Ron suggested. Upon hearing Eisen's words, the look of glee on Ron's face vanished instantly. What would they be doing at Hagrid's? Eisen was indeed very curious, as he could hardly fathom how the two brothers could befriend Hagrid. Suddenly, Harry and Ron burst into laughter, as if they had heard something amusing. Upon reflection, it was entirely plausible that the Weasley twins could engage in such antics. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to the fact that Quirrell harbored Voldemort's face on the back of his head. Otherwise, they undoubtedly would have deemed even detention worth the risk. Eisen surmised they might be the first to dare confront Voldemort directly. Thankfully, Voldemort's interest in Quirrell stemmed from his search for the Sorcerer's Stone. Otherwise, he might have killed Fred and George in a fit of rage. Descending the stairs, Eisen had yet to reach Hagrid's hut when he spotted Fred and George approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, the two were speckled with snow, as if they had been rolling in it, their brown hair appearing somewhat damp and disheveled. Fred, George, what mischief have you been up to? Eisen greeted the two as they drew nearer. Oh, Professor Eisen. It seemed we were somewhat taken aback when he suddenly greeted them during our snowball fight. However, the manner and tone in which the twins conversed still elicited a sense of surprise from Eisen. So, is there something you wish to discuss with us, Professor? Noticing the smile on Eisen's face, the Weasley twins inquired after he had explained himself. Indeed, I have heard tales of your remarkable talent for mischief, and I would like to commission you to create 2 magical devices. A knowing smile spread across Eisen's face as he described one of the devices, a punching telescope, which would deliver a punch to the eye when one peered through it. Wow, what an absolutely brilliant idea. It is the epitome of a prank device. Professor, may we have your permission to produce and sell it? Certainly. How about a 50-50 profit split once the product is manufactured? The twins spoke rapidly. And had Eisen not lived for 19 years, with his physical abilities enhanced manifold, he might have struggled to comprehend their words. Of course, that poses no issue. But what about the other magical device? The twins had just conceived a new idea, and upon hearing Professor Eisen's words, they were eager to learn more. Thus, I would like you to add a function to my telescope that allows for a perspective view to be activated or deactivated without altering its fundamental effect. With that, Eisen retrieved his brass telescope from his storage ring and handed it to Fred. Upon hearing Eisen's request, Fred and George were momentarily stunned, then their eyes gleamed with excitement. No problem. Shall we present it to you next semester? They exchanged glances, wearing peculiar smiles, and winked at Eisen, conveying an understanding known only to the seasoned. Very well. Next semester will suffice. Eisen nodded calmly. As for their strange expressions, he was well aware of their thoughts, yet he chose to disregard them, believing that such matters were better left unacknowledged. Chapter 26, Returning Home. After finalizing arrangements with Fred and George, Eisen took his leave. Naturally, he contemplated whether to inform Jeff and Ivy of their newfound status as wizards, ultimately deciding it prudent to exercise caution. After all, the wizarding world could become tumultuous and perilous in the coming years, and involving his parents might not yield favorable outcomes. Perhaps it would be wise to reveal everything to them once Voldemort was vanquished and the safety of the wizarding community was significantly assured. Having acquired several storage rings, Eisen had placed all his belongings within. Thus he departed with minimal baggage. Having lived previously in the Muggle world, Eisen's foresight had substantially improved his family's financial circumstances. Thus, the entire family relocated to the quaint town of Altrincham, closer to the parents' workplace. Oh, Mother, I deeply regret to inform you that the company is exceedingly busy. Observing Ivy's expression, Eisen felt a twinge of discomfort. In his mother's eyes, he would forever remain a child. Despite having demonstrated his ability to earn a living, Ivy still harbored concerns about him living alone in London. How is your job at the company? Jeff inquired, his demeanor markedly calmer, yet seizing the opportunity to express his interest. It appeared that his father was somewhat more invested in his career. Quite well, actually. I am contemplating establishing my own film production company, Eisen replied, a look of nonchalance adorning his face as he disclosed his intentions. In truth, Eisen's life plan had long been abandoned. He articulated this notion in hopes of persuading his father, Jeff, to manage the film company he intended to create. Perhaps, as long as he occasionally sent over some scripts, everything would proceed without a hitch. Starting a company, Eisen, do you not think it is a tad premature? Ivy's face revealed her concern. She presumed her son had only spent a little over a year in the film industry and remained unaware of its complexities. Indeed, hence I plan to revise my strategy. Once the company is established, I hope Father can assist in managing it. Eisen did not contest Ivy's remarks and smoothly articulated his revised plan. I am merely a technician. How could I possibly manage a company? Jeff glanced at his son, his expression suggesting disbelief. That is not an issue. You could simply hire a manager. For Eisen, this was a trivial matter. After all, to launch a film company, it was merely essential to recruit talented individuals for various positions. Subsequently, Eisen shared his thoughts with his parents. According to Eisen, he intended to register a film company in London, at which point Jeff could resign from his job at the automobile factory and relocate to London to oversee the company. As for Ivy, she could also transfer to the London branch, continuing her role as chief editor. This arrangement would eliminate the necessity of living apart. While Eisen found himself at a loose end, he suddenly learned of the Soviet Union's dissolution through the television news. It was then that Eisen realized, despite the proliferation of sorcerers in the world, the trajectory of global development remained akin to that of a past life. Regrettably, Eisen was not part of that circle. Otherwise, reaping a sudden fortune would have been feasible, perhaps even affording him an early retirement. Although Harry and Ron had become thoroughly engrossed in their adventures, dismissing Nicodemus, Harry, upon acquiring the invisibility cloak, conceived an excellent idea. He envisioned cloaking himself to freely explore the corridors of Hogwarts at night. Even the restricted section of the library, requiring professor approval for entry, would be accessible to him. Consequently, he could directly seek out information regarding Nicodemus in the restricted area. That night, as he contemplated all this before bed, Harry stealthily slipped out of bed and wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak. For reasons unknown, Harry refrained from waking his companion Ron and silently traversed the common room alone, emerging through the portrait hole. Subsequently, in his attempt to evade Filch and the approaching Snape, Harry entered an abandoned classroom. Within this desolate chamber, he encountered a magnificent mirror, its golden frame resplendently ornate, supported by two claw-like feet, towering up to the ceiling. For the first time in his life, Harry beheld the visage of his parents, witnessing their appearance and the concern reflected in their eyes. The mirror of Ariste, indeed, revealed the deepest desires of the heart. Consequently, after this revelation, Harry clandestinely returned to the mirror for several days, lost in its allure. Even Ron's attempts to dissuade him proved futile. With the presence of this mirror, who cared about Nicholas Flamel? Harry had long forgotten him. As for Professor Snape, what did it matter if something was stolen? If this trajectory continued, it seemed likely that Harry, the prophesied savior, would meet his downfall. However, it was evident that Dumbledore would not permit such a fate. Thus, on the third day, as Harry prepared to return, he was halted by Dumbledore. Following a profound conversation, Dumbledore cautioned Harry against indulging in false fantasies at the expense of reality. Chapter 27, The Philosopher's Stone. Although Harry heeded Dumbledore's counsel, burying the invisibility cloak at the bottom of his trunk and neglecting the mirror of Ariste, he began to experience frequent nightmares. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore was correct. The mirror could indeed drive one to madness. Ron's expression mirrored this realization. Upon seeing the trio again, Hermione expressed her disappointment that Harry and Ron had failed to decipher the identity of Nicholas Flamel, yet remained attentive to Harry's plight. Night after night, Harry relived the same nightmare, envisioning his parents vanishing amidst a sudden green light, accompanied by an eerie laughter. Eisen understood that this was, in fact, the very scene Harry had endured in his childhood, the moment Voldemort had slain his parents, a memory endlessly replaying. Nevertheless, after comforting Harry, Eisen proposed a suggestion. Since Harry would eventually need to learn the occlumency, it might be beneficial for him to begin sooner rather than later. However, mastering occlumency proved to be exceedingly difficult. Even Eisen's own progress was slow, let alone Harry's. In the original text, Harry never truly mastered occlumency, or perhaps he did, but only employed it once during Dobby's burial. Thus, even if Eisen encouraged Harry to learn it earlier, it was unlikely to yield significant results. Regarding the trio's inquiries about occlumency, Eisen refrained from elaborate explanations, as delving deeper would inevitably lead to discussions about Voldemort's intrusion into Harry's mind. Therefore, Eisen merely concluded that occlumency could assist in clearing the mind and promoting restful sleep. As the semester commenced, the trio resumed their joyful academic pursuits. Under Hermione's diligent supervision, they began to utilize the brief intermissions between classes to visit the library for research. However, Harry, preoccupied with Quidditch training, found his time increasingly constrained. The forthcoming Quidditch match, pitting Gryffindor against Hufflepuff, presented a rare opportunity for Gryffindor to surpass Slytherin in the House Cup standings, especially since this marked the first such chance in 7 years. Thus, even as Gryffindor's captain would enforce stricter training regimens than ever before, Harry dutifully attended practice each day, undeterred by the dreary weather that followed heavy snowfall. He discovered a silver lining to the exhaustive training. It significantly reduced the frequency of his nightmares. Yet, this good fortune was swiftly overshadowed by alarming news from Wood. Snape would officiate the upcoming match. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression darkened as memories of Snape's malevolent curses, relayed by Hermione and Ron, flooded his mind. He was acutely aware that if Gryffindor had any chance of defeating Slytherin for the House Cup, Snape would undoubtedly seek every opportunity to impose penalties on them. After practice, while the team deliberated the potential ramifications of Snape's role as referee, Harry hurried to the Gryffindor common room, where he found Ron and Hermione. Ron was engrossed in a game of wizard's chess, while Hermione was absorbed in her reading. Care for a game of chess? Ron invited as Harry settled beside him, eager to seize any chance to outplay Harry. However, upon noticing Harry's troubled demeanor, he quickly inquired, "What's wrong? You look dreadful." Surveying the bustling common room, Harry lowered his voice to avoid eavesdroppers. "In the next Quidditch match, Snape will be the referee." "Then you should skip the match," Hermione exclaimed, her attention shifting from her book, her face a mask of astonishment. "Exactly. Just say you're ill," Ron suggested. "You could pretend to have a broken leg." Hermione concurred with Ron's idea. "No, it would need to be a real break," Ron countered, proposing a rather harsh remedy. Unfortunately, for a wizard, only a genuine injury could provide a legitimate excuse to remain with Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. However, Harry shook his head in refusal of such suggestions. "There's no alternative. Gryffindor lacks a substitute seeker. If I abstain from the match, the entire team would be at a loss." With a shrug, Hermione and Ron ceased their discourse, acknowledging the gravity of Harry's predicament. If he were to withdraw, the consequences would indeed be dire. Hermione refocused her gaze on the book, murmuring incantations as she leafed through the pages. Observing her actions, Harry turned to Ron with a puzzled expression. Hermione exclaimed that she had discovered where to find Nicholas Flamel. Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered an explanation. Suddenly, Hermione leapt to her feet, her exuberant shout drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Flushing crimson, she quickly sat down, gesturing towards Harry and Ron. "Nicholas Flamel?" Harry and Ron disregarded Hermione's demeanor, instead leaning in with expressions of delight. The text revealed that ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance endowed with astonishing properties. It possessed the ability to transmute any metal into pure gold and could also produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consumed it. For centuries, the Philosopher's Stone has been the subject of much discourse, yet the only remaining stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera aficionado, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and currently resides in seclusion in Devonshire with his wife, Perenelle, who is 668 years old. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore is a friend of Flamel, and it is likely that Flamel entrusted Dumbledore with its safekeeping. Due to the growing interest in the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore relocated it from Gringotts for protection by Quirrell. Hermione nodded, her brown hair seemingly aglow. A stone capable of transmuting base metals into gold and granting eternal life. No wonder Snape coveted it. Ron, equally astonished, shared his thoughts. Clearly, the trio unanimously concluded that the Philosopher's Stone was the target of Snape's ambitions. Meanwhile, in his office, Eisen was lost in thought, grappling with a dilemma. He realized he had reached a plateau in his abilities. This was not a limitation of magical power, as he possessed a unique advantage, his magical capacity having expanded to an impressive degree. Name: Eisen Tenna. Extraordinary talent. Magic. Activated. Magic value: 5,500. Increases by 10 points daily. Exceptional trait: superior casting quality. Compatibility 115. Merged. Miracle trait: 1. Automatically acquired annually. The continuous growth in his magical prowess undeniably enhanced the potency of his spells. However, he felt he had hit a threshold. More precisely, his proficiency in transfiguration had reached an impasse. Although he could effortlessly alter both objects and living beings, even manipulating elemental forms, he struggled with transitioning one element into another. Initially, Eisen believed his limitations stemmed from insufficient magical strength, but after months of accumulation and practice, he realized he was still unable to achieve this transformation. Furthermore, he harbored an unsettling premonition that relying solely on his internal magic to bolster his power would not suffice to overcome this barrier. Chapter 28. The surprise brought by Fred and George. Upon gaining a clearer understanding of his current situation, Eisen realized that if he remained indifferent, his future prospects for enhancing his abilities would rely solely on the miraculous traits and the daily increase of his magical power. However, it was evident that while Eisen believed he possessed a unique advantage enabling him to navigate the path of magic with greater ease than others, he had no intention of resting on his laurels. After careful consideration, Eisen concluded that his stagnation was likely due to his insufficient foundational knowledge. To master transfiguration to the extent of transforming elements, such as changing flames into water, water into lightning, and lightning into storms, he would need to delve deeply into the study of magic and develop a more profound understanding of transfiguration to continue his advancement. On the surface, Eisen's abilities appeared commendable. On one hand, his magical power was steadily increasing. On the other, having learned apparition, he found a more harmonious synergy between disarming charms, shield charms, and transfiguration. With his nearly threefold enhancement in overall physical prowess compared to the average person, his combat effectiveness could be deemed exceptional. Nevertheless, it was clear that he fell significantly short when compared to Dumbledore. At the very least, Dumbledore possessed not only immense magical power, but also exceptional spellcasting skills. Furthermore, his friendship with Nicholas Flamel implied that his proficiency in alchemy was also unparalleled. Additionally, Dumbledore's ability to defeat Grindelwald and Voldemort suggested that he had a profound mastery of dark magic. Lastly, Dumbledore was a master of transfiguration. While Eisen could not definitively gauge his level, he surmised it was at least on par with Minerva McGonagall. A glance at Dumbledore's credentials revealed a remarkable breadth of knowledge across all categories of magic, each mastered to a high degree. However, despite recognizing his shortcomings, Eisen felt that aspiring to Dumbledore's level of proficiency in every magical discipline was an unreasonable expectation. After all, although he had excelled in the Muggle world, he was merely a facade of an academic prodigy, having relied on the memories of his past life to masquerade as someone else's child. He was acutely aware that, in terms of learning, he could not measure up to Hermione. It was precisely for this reason that, upon first encountering magic, he had dedicated most of his efforts to the study of charms and transfiguration in order to cultivate a semblance of self-defense. Acknowledging his deficiencies, Eisen contemplated a rather unconventional approach to divert some of his focus toward alchemy, immersing himself in the creation of magical artifacts. On one hand, this might facilitate a deeper understanding of magical knowledge through related studies. On the other hand, it would serve to enhance the efficacy of his unique advantages. Eisen was confident that, as long as he amassed a sufficient number of potent extraordinary traits, his personal safety would be significantly bolstered. At the very least, he had already become immune to disarming charms. Just as Eisen was lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his reverie. The Weasley twins cheerfully entered, exchanging conspiratorial glances while laughing. Is the telescope ready? It is unclear whether it is merely an illusion, but Eisen has always felt that Fred and George possess an inexplicable aura that brings joy to anyone in their presence. A smile graced Eisen's face. Indeed, Professor Eisen, Fred exclaimed, subtly gesturing towards George. Professor Eisen, would you care to test it and see if it meets your satisfaction? George seemed to have received the cue and retrieved a telescope from his pocket, placing it on the table before Eisen. Oddly enough, the two brothers appeared notably more serious. Eisen, though somewhat skeptical, chose not to dwell on it. As he extended his right hand, the telescope silently soared toward him. However, the moment he grasped the instrument, a look of confusion crossed Eisen's face, for he had not received any indication of extraordinary properties from the telescope. Had it malfunctioned? Or was it possible that the magical artifact created anew was ineffective? In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded Eisen's mind, but upon noticing a glimmer of anticipation in George's expression, he suddenly recalled something. Could this be the punching telescope? With this in mind, Eisen scrutinized the telescope closely, observing the unaltered surface of the device. He could not help but marvel once more at the alchemical prowess of the Weasley twins. Is this indeed the punching telescope? Come now, George, demonstrate how it is used. Realizing that Fred and George intended to play a prank on him, Eisen wore a bemused expression and tossed the telescope back to George. Oh no, Professor Eisen, how cruel! George lamented, clutching the telescope with a sorrowful demeanor. This is our first prank that has not succeeded. Fred chimed in, his spirits evidently dampened. It seemed to them that failing to successfully prank Eisen was an unpardonable offense. Yet, observing that Eisen remained impassive, Fred sheepishly smiled and offered another telescope. Detect extraordinary properties, premium grade superdistance feature. Would you like to expend a miracle trait for replication? A line of text appeared before Eisen, indicating a transformation from the originally enhanced distance feature to a superdistance feature. Although the alteration was subtle, Eisen surmised it must be related to the telescope's conversion into a periscopic instrument. Subsequently, a satisfied smile emerged on his face as he stowed away the periscopic telescope. Gazing at the lively twins, Eisen was pleasantly surprised that they could elicit such astonishment from him. Perhaps he could establish a magical trickery emporium and enlist the brothers to work for him? Or perhaps he could join forces with them when they decided to open their own establishment. At that moment, the thought crossed Eisen's mind. After all, their talents were truly remarkable. Rising from behind his desk, he handed the two brothers 2 galleons. Noticing their initial reluctance to accept, Eisen preemptively interrupted. Oh, there is no need to refuse. Consider it your processing fee. You know how pleased I am with the products you've modified. But, Professor Eisen, didn't we agree that this is part of the authorization? Although the Weasley twins adored mischief, they were not inclined to take advantage of others. Certainly. I believe it is quite reasonable to charge a nominal processing fee, and I will surely seek your assistance again in the future. To be candid, this reflects Eisen's genuine thoughts. He understands that the Weasley family is not in the best financial situation. Thus, there is no need to overly concern themselves with such trifling sums. Wow, Professor Eisen, do you have any new ideas? The two of them sighed in relief and smiled, with Fred promptly following up with a question. I imagine it must be an extraordinary idea, akin to a boxing telescope. George chimed in, complimenting Eisen in the process. Are you familiar with the concept of a tape recorder? Eisen shook his head, a peculiar smile gracing his face. A tape recorder? Fred displayed a look of confusion. It is a Muggle device that can record and play back sound. A truly marvelous piece of Muggle machinery, George explained. I see, but Fred shot an incredulous glance at George, then turned to Eisen, his expression questioning. Indeed, he could not fathom why Eisen would mention such a Muggle contraption. Ah, it seems their imaginations are still rather limited, Eisen mused internally, before offering them a hint. A tape recorder, while capable of recording and playing back sound, is an electronic device and cannot be utilized at Hogwarts. However, if it were to be magically modified, it could be employed within the school. For instance, it could capture certain sounds and play them back while wizards are asleep. That is simply brilliant. I can hardly wait to pull off a prank. Professor Eisen, we must take our leave. We are eager to bring this idea to fruition. The two exclaimed, even high-fiving each other, before hastily bidding farewell. Witnessing their exuberance, Eisen could not help but shake his head. As for the psychological ramifications the magical tape recorder might inflict upon young wizards, that was of no concern to Eisen. Chapter 29, A Belated Christmas Gift. As for why Eisen fixated on the idea of a tape recorder, it stemmed from a prior notion. He envisioned transforming the tape recorder through alchemy and magic into an enchanted artifact capable of recording sound. This way, it could capture the deadly scream of the Mandrake. Through this method, Eisen might acquire a trait of lethal attack. The following day, Eisen busied himself in his office. In truth, apart from continuing to borrow books on alchemy from the library for study and research, he was still practicing the technique of mental closure. Perhaps due to his efforts in meditation inspired by Taoist principles, he had indeed found a semblance of a breakthrough, finally able to reach a preliminary state of mental emptiness, devoid of thoughts. In this state, Eisen could master his emotions, preventing others from deciphering his thoughts through his expressions. Naturally, this also provided a degree of resistance against the mental penetration spells like legilimency. However, Eisen was not yet adept at maintaining the state of mental closure. To conceal his thoughts from a master of legilimency, he would need to exert further effort. However, after delving deeply into the study of alchemy, Eisen discovered a significant issue. His knowledge was somewhat lacking. Initially, when he was learning the more superficial aspects of alchemy, he had not sensed any deficiencies. Yet, as he plunged deeper into the subject, he realized that alchemy encompassed ancient magical scripts and potion lore. On one hand, much of the profound alchemical knowledge is documented in ancient magical texts, or at least crucial elements are recorded therein. On the other hand, certain advanced alchemical techniques necessitate the assistance of specific potions. if Eisen intended merely to dabble in the subject without a desire for deeper understanding. There would be no need to study ancient scripts or potionology. However, should he wish to pursue alchemy more seriously, a substantial grasp of ancient scripts and potion studies would be imperative. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted Eisen's contemplation. "Enter," he called out, waving a hand to open the door. He found it peculiar that his office had become so bustling, with visitors arriving in quick succession. Professor Eisen was soon greeted by a petite figure who hurriedly closed the door behind her. Upon seeing Eisen seated at his desk, a look of surprise crossed her face, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Hermione, is there something you need?" Eisen inquired. From his understanding, the trio had recently discovered what lay beneath the trapdoor. However, Hermione's furtive demeanor in his office piqued his curiosity. "Yes," Hermione nodded, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. "Relax, there's no need to be overly tense. Please, have a seat." Eisen smiled warmly, gesturing with his hand to conjure a chair that materialized before Hermione. "Writing a script?" Hermione exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at Eisen. "Indeed. You might find this hard to believe, but I actually own a Muggle film company in London. So I take the opportunity to write some scripts to send to the company," Eisen replied, a cheerful expression gracing his face, hinting at a sense of pride. However, at this juncture, an idea sparked in Eisen's mind. What if he were to write the story of Harry Potter as a script for a film? Or, if he were concerned about drawing Voldemort's attention, he could shift the perspective and center the film around Hermione's character. Of course, due to the secrecy laws in the Wizarding World, Eisen's idea was likely impractical. There was a chance that once the film was produced and released, it would attract the Ministry of Magic's scrutiny. Nevertheless, just because revealing wizarding information in the Muggle world was prohibited did not mean one could not approach the matter from a different angle. What if a magical cinema were established within the wizarding community, exclusively screening Muggle films? Eisen pondered that it would likely prove profitable, as many wizards were particularly curious about the Muggle world. If a cinematic medium could provide wizards with insights into Muggle life, it could indeed be a splendid concept. Perhaps, he mused, he could establish Eisen's magical film company in Diagon Alley. In this way, when the wizarding world inevitably reveals itself to the Muggle realm in the future, films could serve as a medium to enlighten more wizards about Muggle perspectives, thus mitigating unnecessary conflicts. Previously, Eisen had opined that the wizarding community would eventually be exposed. Considering the rapid technological advancement in his past life, the internet's progression has been astonishing. Within merely 2 decades, we have transitioned into the era of mobile internet. Prior to the onset of this digital age, if ordinary people were to witness a wizard casting a spell, it is likely that the Ministry of Magic would intervene swiftly, erasing their memories to prevent any exposure of wizardry. However, with every Muggle possessing a smartphone, the moment a wizard's magic is discovered, it could instantly disseminate across the internet, reaching hundreds of thousands, if not millions. How would the Ministry of Magic manage such a situation? If the Ministry fails to proactively address this potential scenario, the sudden encounter between these two unfamiliar groups would undoubtedly trigger conflict. Eisen could hardly fathom the severe consequences that might ensue. Thus, establishing a connection between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm through film production companies might be the most effective solution Eisen could implement at present. A Muggle film company? Professor Eisen, are you not a wizard? Why would you want to establish a film company in the Muggle world? Upon hearing Eisen's explanation, Hermione first displayed surprise, followed by skepticism. Indeed, Professor Eisen, I understand that a film company could be quite lucrative, but we are wizards, are we not? Clearly, Hermione believed that wizards earning excessive wealth in the Muggle world would serve little purpose. Chapter 30, Bewildering Hermione. No, Hermione, allow me to draw an example. How do wizards brew potions? Eisen shook his head, using potion making as an illustration. Precisely. So do you think that Muggle laboratory tools like graduated cylinders and balances are beneficial for potion brewing? Eisen nodded, continuing his inquiry. However, magic can achieve the same results. Correct, Professor Eisen? Hermione nodded but soon countered. Indeed, magic can accomplish that. But if Muggles invent superior tools, why shouldn't wizards utilize them? Eisen did not dismiss Hermione's assertion, for wizards indeed possess their own established systems. Nevertheless, with the advancement of technology, Muggles will inevitably create increasingly precise and convenient tools. I understand now, Professor Eisen. So you intend to establish a film company in the Muggle world to generate profit and subsequently acquire those tools. Upon grasping Eisen's explanation, Hermione's face illuminated with realization. Of course, that is merely part of the rationale. Eisen nodded, then shook his head. Part of the rationale? Hermione felt a bit muddled, gazing at Eisen with confusion. Does the professor believe wizards will be exposed within Muggle society? Surely, wizards possess the disillusionment charm and other magical means to conceal themselves. Do they not? Upon hearing Eisen's query, Hermione quickly recognized something, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Subsequently, she was filled with confusion. for the sorcerer's magic was indeed powerful enough to conceal oneself effortlessly. Indeed, you are correct. A wizard can remain hidden from muggles without detection. However, what occurs if one is discovered? The International Confederation of Wizards Secrecy Act has allowed wizards to vanish from the muggle world, yet it cannot be denied that each year, some wizards leave traces of their magic before muggles. Eisen nodded in agreement, yet he pointed out the crux of the matter. However, I recall that the Ministry of Magic possesses a memory erasure department capable of obliterating muggles' recollections of magical encounters. It was evident that Hermione held some knowledge regarding the Ministry's operations. So, Professor Eisen, why do you believe wizards might expose themselves? Since Eisen was aware of the Ministry's established countermeasures, Hermione could not comprehend why he would make such a prediction. Hermione, having grown up in the muggle world, I am sure you recognize the rapid advancements in muggle technology. Eisen sighed and offered another insight. Oh. Hermione seemed to have realized something, and she gasped in surprise, her expression shifting to one of concern. Professor, are you suggesting that in the future, muggle technology will evolve to the point of detecting wizards and magic? This conclusion startled Hermione. She had thought that upon entering the wizarding realm, she would be insulated from ordinary life, only to discover that exposure might still be a possibility. Indeed, Britain has undergone several industrial revolutions. As a top student raised in the muggle world, Hermione was certainly aware of the swift pace of technological progress. Hence, it was not surprising that she arrived at such a conclusion. What you say is not entirely accurate, but it is close enough. Eisen shook his head, then nodded. Given the current trajectory of muggle technology, they would be unable to detect magic. However, there is no doubt that wizards practicing magic would be detected by them. If you have been paying attention to computers and the internet, you would recognize these as transformative forces. With technological advancement, the internet will flourish, connecting the entire globe. At that point, the distance between individuals will be infinitely diminished, enabling seamless communication across nations at any time. If one day, wizards were to cast spells in front of muggles, it is likely that before the Ministry's wizards could erase muggles' memories, the news of someone performing magic would have already spread across the world via the internet. By then, countless individuals would be aware of magic. How could the Ministry manage to address such a situation? Upon hearing Professor Eisen's potential scenario, Hermione fell silent for a moment. Then, as if struck by a thought, her face was etched with worry. Of course, Hermione, there is no need for alarm. We are not at that point yet. That is why we have time to prepare. Noticing that his words seemed to have unnerved Hermione, Eisen ceased his roundabout explanations and began to articulate his true intentions. Establish a muggle film company, and then disclose information from the wizarding world. Upon hearing Eisen's proposal, Hermione's anxious expression vanished as she contemplated his plan. Indeed, but it is essential to proceed gradually and not reveal anything directly related to magic. Furthermore, I intend to establish a magical film company in Diagon Alley to showcase films depicting the lives of muggles to wizards. Eisen nodded in approval and suggested the idea of founding a magical film company. This way, muggles would gradually come to understand wizards, and wizards would gain insight into muggle life, thus preventing any severe conflicts when wizards interact with the muggle world in the future. Upon hearing Eisen's words, Hermione's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. At that moment, she finally grasped Eisen's intentions. Indeed, so I now invite you to join my magical film company. What do you say, Miss Granger? Eisen halted and turned to face Hermione. But, Professor Eisen, I am uncertain what I could contribute. Hermione felt a sudden shyness at the sight of Eisen's charming demeanor. No worries, this is merely a private invitation. Once the company is established, we can discuss what roles we might undertake. Sound fair? Eisen ceased his teasing. To be honest, the notion of opening a magical film company in Diagon Alley is still just an idea, with numerous preparations yet to be made. Well then, Professor Eisen. Hermione finally acquiesced to his proposal upon hearing his reassurances. Oh no, Professor Eisen, goodbye. Bewildered, she found herself unwittingly recruited as an employee and dashed out of Eisen's office. As if awakening from a dream, with hurried steps, Hermione raced to the 8th floor. The portrait of the fat lady greeted her sternly with a question. Pig snout. From her flushed cheeks, it was unclear whether her embarrassment or the exertion from running was the cause. What is wrong with Hermione? Ron inquired, astonished, as he watched her hurry past. I don't know, perhaps she has found some new information. Harry shook his head. Chapter 31, The Quidditch Match, Part 1. Hey Harry, if you obtained the Philosopher's Stone, what would you do? Ron asked quietly, shrugging his shoulders. Ever since they learned about the wondrous Philosopher's Stone, they had been discussing it whenever they had a moment. Turning stone into gold. That would mean endless wealth, who knows? For Harry, he did not possess a clear understanding of the true power of the Philosopher's Stone. He only knew that if it could transform stone into gold, it implied immense riches. You're right. If I became wealthy, I would definitely buy my own Quidditch team. Ron said this with a spark of excitement, as if he had already acquired the Philosopher's Stone. When the topic of Quidditch arose, Harry suddenly remembered the formidable challenge that loomed ahead. Snape, in the upcoming Quidditch match. I must participate in the Quidditch match. If I withdraw, Malfoy and the others will think I am afraid to confront Snape. I must show them that if I win, they won't be laughing anymore. With that thought, Harry solemnly regarded Ron. Indeed, that's the spirit. We must achieve victory to show them. Inspired by Harry's determination, Ron displayed a united front, ready to face their adversaries. As the competition drew near, Fred and George, the batters of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, temporarily set aside their research and production of the magical recording device. Although Harry proclaimed his determination to participate in the match, displaying an air of nonchalance, he was internally fraught with anxiety. The impending match against Hufflepuff held significant stakes. A victory would elevate Gryffindor above Slytherin in the race for the House Cup, igniting palpable excitement among the entire team. After all, Slytherin had remained undefeated for 7 consecutive years. Yet, Harry felt a sense of gloom, particularly at the thought of Snape, the biased referee, which cast doubt on their chances of triumph. Perhaps this was why Harry found the weekly potions class to be a torturous ordeal. As usual, Snape harbored a disdainful attitude towards Harry, but for reasons unknown, Harry sensed that Snape seemed capable of penetrating the thoughts of others, possibly even aware that they had uncovered the truth about the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, you can do it. I believe in your victory. At that moment, Hermione appeared before them, extending her own well wishes. As Harry donned his Quidditch robes and grasped his Firebolt 2000, Eisen was already seated in the stands. Although Eisen did not anticipate participating in the match, he found joy in watching the students compete. Meanwhile, Ron and Neville settled into their seats in the Gryffindor stands, evidently prepared to await Harry's appearance. Hermione, what are you doing? Eisen inquired, noticing Hermione sitting beside him, her wand tucked into her sleeve, tightly gripped in one hand. Her demeanor suggesting she was bracing for a formidable challenge. Dementor attack? No, that's implausible. It's only the Savior's first year, and the Dementors have yet to make their entrance. If Snape intends to harm Harry, I plan to cast a spell on him. I just learned the Leglocker curse, and I hope it will aid Harry. Hermione earnestly explained, noting Eisen's puzzled expression. Upon hearing Hermione's reasoning, Eisen's face illuminated with realization. You suspect that during the last Quidditch match, Snape cursed Harry's broom, and now that he is officiating, he might strike again? It must be so. Otherwise, why would Snape, who has never refereed before, choose to officiate the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? Surely it is to undermine Harry. Concern etched itself onto Hermione's youthful visage. Perhaps Snape will simply show favoritism towards Hufflepuff, aiming to thwart Gryffindor's chance to defeat Slytherin and seize the House Cup. Without directly targeting Harry, Eisen suggested, aware of the underlying dynamics. However, Hermione remained unconvinced, asserting that Snape's primary objective must surely be Harry. Having attended potions class with Harry, she understood all too well the extent of Snape's animosity towards him. Do not worry, Hermione. Look, Professor Dumbledore is watching from the stands. No one can harm Harry in his presence. Eisen chuckled as a playing card appeared in his hand, transforming into a monocular telescope, which he then handed to Hermione, gesturing towards the opposite stands. How wonderful! Hermione exclaimed as she took the telescope and spotted Dumbledore seated in the stands, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, with the mightiest white wizard of the wizarding world, Dumbledore, observing, she felt assured that no one could inflict harm upon Harry. Meanwhile, in the changing room, Harry was receiving tactical instructions from Wood. Potter, I do not wish to impose undue pressure, but we must capture the golden snitch as swiftly as possible. We need to conclude this match quickly. Only then will Snape lack the opportunity to overly favor Hufflepuff. Clearly, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was convinced that Snape's role as referee was motivated by malice. Goodness, even Dumbledore has come to watch the match. Fred exclaimed as he peered outside, seemingly having made a discovery. Hearing Fred's exclamation, Harry quickly glanced outside, and indeed spotted the glimmer of silver hair. Instantly, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He was certain that Dumbledore's presence at the match would prevent Snape from causing him any harm. Eisen, look at Snape's expression. After the players took to the field, Hermione's face betrayed her fear as she suddenly tapped Eisen's arm. Prompted by Hermione's alert, Eisen noted Snape's darkening countenance, particularly as he beheld Harry's entrance. His expression so grim it seemed capable of dripping with malice, complemented by his hollow gaze that could frighten a child to tears. Do not fret. If he dares to act against Harry, I shall intervene, Eisen assured, nodding as a radiant light emanated from his right hand, gently ruffling Hermione's hair. Just as Hermione was about to display a bashful demeanor, her expression shifted to one of comfort and astonishment. Clearly, the luminous aura from Eisen's hand had a calming, soothing effect, a pleasant surprise for Hermione. In truth, this was no formidable spell, but rather a simple technique discovered during the practice of mental closure, capable of dispelling negative emotions to some extent. With the blast of a whistle, the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff commenced. However, Eisen found himself bemused, despite Professor Snape officiating. The Weasley twins remained true to their mischievous nature. Shortly into the match, George, a beater, directed the quaffle towards Snape. Whether intentional or not, Snape subsequently awarded a penalty to Hufflepuff. Eisen suspected that George had indeed acted with purpose. Undoubtedly, the Weasley twins' penchant for pranks was ever present. Observing their antics upon others was a source of amusement, yet being the target of their mischief was quite another matter altogether. Soon, a chorus of cheers and boos erupted from the stands. It was evident that the boos emanated from the Gryffindor students, while the cheers hailed from the Slytherin contingent. Professor Eisen, look! Suddenly, Hermione's piercing scream pierced the air, causing Eisen to shudder involuntarily, marveling at the girl's high pitch. Yes, I see it. Harry is diving down, seemingly having spotted the golden snitch. Harry's impressive plunge elicited not only Hermione's shrieks, but also gasps and applause from the audience. Hurry, Harry! Hermione clasped her hands together, leaping onto her seat, seemingly praying to an unseen deity. Eisen observed intently as Harry charged towards Snape's direction. Could it be that Harry intended to knock Snape off his broom, seeking vengeance for their previous encounter? A peculiar thought flashed through Eisen's mind. As Snape had just taken to the air on his broom, he barely had time to react before a golden blur whizzed past him. Immediately, Harry followed suit and then halted his dive. In an unexpected moment, Harry raised his arm, revealing the golden snitch firmly grasped in his hand. The match concluded in that instant. Once the spectators comprehended what had transpired, the stands erupted into a frenzy. This was an unprecedented record. No one could recall a match where the snitch was captured in such a brief span. Ah, Harry has won. We have triumphed. Gryffindor leads. Hermione joined the throng, cheering and squealing, bouncing in her seat, and even leaping into Eisen's embrace for a brief moment. Feeling the delicate and petite form in his arms, Eisen found himself momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Hermione quickly withdrew, her cheeks flushed, leaving him uncertain whether her embarrassment stemmed from her impulsiveness or from the exhilaration of Gryffindor's victory. On the field, Harry clutched the golden snitch, jumping down from his broom when he was merely a foot above the ground. Although he had personally concluded the match, he could hardly believe he had truly succeeded. And in such a swift 5 minutes at that. As Gryffindor students surged onto the pitch, Harry noticed Snape's grim expression. His lips pressed tightly together as he glared at him. Professor Eisen observed the influx of Gryffindor students, and Hermione glanced at him. Oh, of course, go celebrate with Harry. Seeing the anticipation and eagerness in Hermione's eyes, Eisen nodded in agreement with her sentiments. Subsequently, the entire Quidditch pitch transformed into a jubilant celebration. Harry was hoisted onto the shoulders of his fellow Gryffindors, amidst a cacophony of cheers. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron bounced alongside, reveling in the joy. Many might wonder why such a victory warranted such exuberance, but if they understood that this triumph marked the end of Slytherin's 7-year reign in the House Cup, they would grasp the rationale behind their fervent celebration. After all, for Gryffindor, this victory was hard-won. Before entering the competition arena, Harry felt a sense of oppression. But at this moment, his spirits were lifted with joy. He had accomplished something truly remarkable, and he mused that from now on, Snape would never be able to dismiss him as merely possessing a renowned name. As he walked on the grass, despite the dampness beneath his feet, the buoyancy of his mood made the night air feel particularly sweet. After placing the Firebolt 2000 in the broom shed, Harry leaned against the wooden door, gazing at Hogwarts. He had succeeded. Most importantly, Gryffindor was in the lead. To be frank, Harry had endured a tormenting semester under Snape's scrutiny. So to achieve a resounding victory in front of Snape, especially with him serving as the referee, was a thrill that left Harry utterly intoxicated. While lost in his reverie, he was suddenly drawn to a figure moving stealthily down the castle's main steps, hastily making its way toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry's joy from his recent triumph diminished as he recognized the footsteps. It was Snape. However, the dense trees of the Forbidden Forest obscured Snape's form as he disappeared into the shadows. As Harry's figure descended closer to the treetops, he finally caught a faint sound of conversation. Alerted by the voices, Harry steadied his breathing and quietly settled onto a beech tree. Gripping a branch carefully, he peered through the leaves below, where he spotted Snape in a shadowy clearing. To Harry's astonishment, he realized that Quirrell was also present. Why have you chosen to meet here, Severus? Harry noted that Quirrell seemed more stammering than ever. Eager to uncover Snape's secrets, Harry focused intently on their exchange. Oh, I believe this matter should remain private. After all, students ought not to be aware of the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's voice was icy, yet the revelation astonished Harry. Have you figured out how to subdue Hagrid's beast? Seeing Quirrell mumble incoherently, Snape interrupted him directly. But, Severus, Quirrell's pallid face appeared even whiter. You wouldn't wish to make an enemy of me, Quirrell? Snape's expression darkened, as if ready to confront him physically. I don't know. Harry observed how Quirrell slowly retreated under Snape's oppressive gaze. You know precisely what I mean. Snape interrupted Quirrell once more, threateningly adding, I await your little secrets. But I don't, very well. Before long, when you have had time to consider your loyalty, We shall discuss this further." With a dismissive wave, Snape turned away, his demeanor cold and resolute. Then, cloaked and with purpose, he strode out of the forbidden forest. At that moment, the shrill cry of an owl startled Harry, nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. Once he regained his balance and looked down, he could only see Quirrell standing there, resembling a statue in his stillness. After depositing the nimbus in the broom shed, Harry hastily made his way to the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, where he found Ron and Hermione engaged in animated conversation. "Harry, where have you been?" Hermione's sharp inquiry was laced with an unmistakable trace of annoyance. "We won. You won. We also triumphed." Ron, unperturbed, enthusiastically slapped Harry on the shoulder and continued exclaiming, "Ha! I blackened Malfoy's eye, and Neville single-handedly took down Crabbe and Goyle. He is still unconscious, but Madame Pomfrey says he'll be fine." Harry wore a bewildered expression, evidently. While he had been focused on catching the golden snitch during the Quidditch match, he had been oblivious to the altercation between Ron, Neville, and Malfoy. Let us not linger on that. Share the tale of how we bested Slytherin. Everyone is waiting for you. We're organizing a celebration. And Fred and George even pilfered some cake from the kitchen. Noticing Harry's demeanor, Ron took it upon himself to drag Harry along. Soon, the trio found an empty room. And after confirming that Peeves was not causing any mischief, Harry recounted his earlier experience of following Snape. "So, our analysis was correct. The object being guarded by Fluffy is indeed the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape intends to acquire it by coercing Quirrell. You see." He asked Quirrell if he knew how to subdue Fluffy, clearly aiming to access the trapdoor below. Moreover, Snape had alluded to Quirrell's secret tricks, which could potentially involve other mechanisms guarding the stone. It was conceivable that numerous magical spells were in play, and Quirrell had perhaps employed counter-curses against dark magic. Snape would need to dispel them to seize the stone. Does this mean that if Quirrell fails to resist Snape, the stone will be at risk? Hermione's tone betrayed a hint of panic, clearly doubting Quirrell's ability to withstand Snape. "If that is the case, the stone will soon vanish." Ron nodded in agreement, sharing Hermione's skepticism regarding Quirrell's capacity to safeguard the stone. "Should we inform Professor Flitwick?" Hermione suddenly suggested, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable spark. "But he is merely an astronomy professor. Could he truly contend with Snape?" Ron scoffed, deeming Hermione's proposal superfluous. "Yet, don't you find Flitwick's magic quite impressive?" Hermione puffed out her cheeks, seemingly defending Flitwick. After all, he occasionally showcased his remarkable abilities before the assembled students. "All right, you make a valid point. We could indeed share our concerns with Flitwick." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, recalling Flitwick's magical prowess, and nodded in agreement to her suggestion. The following day, after finishing breakfast early in the Great Hall, the trio made their way to Professor Flitwick's office together. "Is there something troubling you?" Eisen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the trio before him. Indeed, Eisen had predominantly focused his energies on the mastery of spells and the study of alchemy, showing little concern for the unfolding narrative. "Eisen, do you recall our last discussion regarding the enigmatic Nicolame?" Hermione broached the subject, nudged by Harry and Ron's gestures. "Yes. You suspect that Snape intends to pilfer an item belonging to Dumbledore and Nicolame. What have you discovered?" After a moment's contemplation, a look of realization washed over Eisen, prompting him to delve deeper into the conversation. Truth be told, feigning ignorance was quite the arduous task, as he had to separate his knowledge of the plot from the information he shared with the trio, ensuring there was no confusion. "Indeed, Professor Eisen, we have uncovered that the object Snape seeks to steal is the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione declared, with Harry and Ron nodding emphatically in agreement. "The Philosopher's Stone? The legendary artifact that can transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality?" Eisen's expression transformed into one of sudden enlightenment. "Precisely. If Ruby is guarding the Philosopher's Stone, it would indeed explain Snape's motives." Ron interjected, providing a rationale for Snape's alleged intentions. "However, did you not mention that Snape was bitten by Ruby during the troll incident? How then could he execute such a theft?" Eisen pondered, feeling a twinge of frustration. The trio's deductive reasoning was astonishing, rivaling even that of Sherlock Holmes. After the match yesterday, Harry observed Snape stealthily entering the Forbidden Forest. Hermione continued, but upon noticing Eisen's frown at the mention of the forest, she hastened to recount Harry's findings. "So, Harry overheard Snape inquiring about how to subdue Ruby?" Eisen contemplated reproaching Harry for venturing into such perilous territory. Yet the urgency of the unfolding events overshadowed his concern. Indeed, if Snape learns how to subdue Ruby, he could easily steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry eagerly proclaimed, clearly driven by his aversion to Snape's potential success. "I only hope Quirrell does not yield to Snape's influence," Ron murmured, shrugging his shoulders, clearly skeptical of that hope. "I see. So, what do you expect me to do about this? Confront Snape directly? You must understand that all of this is mere conjecture, devoid of concrete evidence." Eisen nodded and posed a pivotal question. "Indeed, everything is based solely on Harry's assumptions. piecing together suggestive, yet circumstantial clues pointing towards Snape, rather than tangible proof. Even if Eisen were to align his views with those of the trio, direct action would still be unfeasible. Moreover, he was aware that Snape was not the one intending to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but rather the individual attempting to thwart Quirrell's nefarious plans. Chapter 34, an unavoidable spoiler. What should we do? Upon hearing Eisen's words, both Harry and Ron displayed expressions of disappointment. Harry, his face etched with anxiety, directly inquired, "Professor Eisen, perhaps you could speak with Professor Dumbledore?" At that moment, Hermione, with her characteristic cleverness, proposed a solution. "Indeed, Professor Eisen, if we were to approach him, Dumbledore might assume we were fabricating a tale to evade punishment for trespassing in the Forbidden Forest. However, if you were to bring it up, he would undoubtedly believe you." Ron, equally troubled, suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration and recognized the brilliance of Hermione's suggestion. In an instant, excitement illuminated the faces of the trio. "But if I were to tell Dumbledore, he would learn about Harry's unauthorized venture into the Forbidden Forest," Eisen remarked, his expression a blend of amusement and contemplation as he cast a meaningful glance at Harry. "Then you could say it was your own discovery." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, while Ron muttered a suggestion that would place the blame on Eisen himself. Subsequently, all three regarded Eisen with hopeful anticipation, genuinely believing the idea had merit. "Well, let me ponder this for a moment," Eisen replied with a smile, then stood up to address the trio before falling into deep thought. Should he disclose such matters to Dumbledore? If he did, how would he explain his knowledge? Would Dumbledore misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, leading to an undercover investigation that uncovered Snape's actions? Eisen's brow furrowed at the thought. This was not an implausible scenario. After all, Dumbledore knew Snape all too well. Given that Dumbledore was aware Snape would not engage in such treachery, if Eisen claimed that he had uncovered everything himself, it would draw undue attention to him. Furthermore, once he made such a declaration, it would significantly elevate the profile of this otherwise inconspicuous professor, which would be quite disadvantageous for him. Thus, while it was permissible to discuss the matter with Dumbledore, it was crucial to approach it with care. For instance, it must be clarified that the trio had sought his assistance, prompting his investigation. After exiting the office, Eisen made his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. To be candid, Hogwarts Castle was indeed vast. Traversing all the corridors would require a trek of several dozen miles. Even a simple journey from the 1st floor to the 8th could span several miles. Nevertheless, Eisen was in no rush, leisurely strolling towards the headmaster's office. Along the way, he contemplated the potential ramifications of informing Dumbledore about the situation. However, the thought that Dumbledore had intentionally set these trials for Harry assuaged his concerns. After all, when it came to the Philosopher's Stone, any disturbance would inevitably involve Dumbledore. After a while, Eisen arrived at the entrance of the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the end, he beheld a gleaming oak door adorned with a bronze knocker shaped like a griffin. As Eisen uttered the command, the pile of cockroaches scattered, and the grand door slowly creaked open, allowing him to step inside. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Eisen immediately spotted Dumbledore seated behind the desk. His silvery beard cascaded down to his chest, and he wore a pair of spectacles, engrossed in a book that he was flipping through, seemingly in search of some information. Upon hearing the door open, he set the book aside and turned his gaze toward Eisen. "Ah, Professor Eisen, what a rare occasion to have you here. Is there something on your mind?" A smile graced Dumbledore's face upon recognizing Eisen. In the memories of his past life, many had speculated that Dumbledore might possess a rather sinister side. After all, he did have a darker aspect to his character. However, Eisen was aware that this malevolence might have been evident in his youth. After more than a year of acquaintance, Eisen had discerned that Dumbledore consistently adhered to an exceptionally high moral standard. In other words, Eisen had always been cognizant of Dumbledore's integrity, and thus he never feared that Dumbledore would employ legitimacy against him. Of course, if Eisen dared to act unfavorably towards Harry or any other student, the outcome would be uncertain. "Well, the matter is as follows," Eisen began, recounting the events without overthinking. He emphasized that, with the help of Harry and others, he had uncovered certain intelligence and subsequently made some conjectures. "Oh no, Professor Eisen, I must inform you that Professor Snape is entirely trustworthy." Upon hearing Eisen's remarks, Dumbledore merely shook his head and bluntly expressed his opinion. It was evident that Dumbledore deemed Eisen's conjectures utterly unfounded, for he held a profound trust in Snape. Eisen was already aware of this sentiment, but he felt compelled to broach the subject in this manner. Clearly, everything was orchestrated by Professor Dumbledore with the intention of enabling Harry to gain experience and grow. Otherwise, had Eisen presented his speculations to Dumbledore, the headmaster's reaction would have been markedly different. After departing from the headmaster's office, Eisen quietly exhaled in relief. Although Dumbledore consistently appeared amiable, Eisen could always sense an intangible pressure when in his presence. He understood that this stemmed from the disparity in their strengths. While Eisen intended to maintain a low profile as a professor, he found no harm in occasionally making an appearance before Dumbledore, especially since his magical prowess would only continue to strengthen over time. Once his abilities reached a certain level, concealing them would become impossible. "Professor Eisen, how did it go?" Harry could not help but inquire. "Well, the situation may not align with your assumptions," Eisen cautioned the trio, noticing their expressions momentarily falter before continuing. "Professor Dumbledore stated that he holds complete trust in Professor Snape. In other words, even if Professor Dumbledore was aware of Snape's inquiry to Quirrell regarding the means to subdue the beast, he still did not believe that Snape would resort to thievery of the Philosopher's Stone." Suddenly, Ron could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Well, I think we should trust Dumbledore. He is the greatest wizard in the world today, and no one should underestimate him. You all should too." Eisen waved his hand and then solemnly expressed his viewpoint. Indeed, in Eisen's perspective, while it was commendable that Harry and his friends were concerned about the school, they were utterly unaware of Dumbledore's formidable prowess, thus lacking a broader perspective. After a considerable time, the three of them exchanged glances and left, dejected. Chapter 35, Conversations in the Library, Part 1. In the ensuing days, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione continued to fret, they discovered that Quirrell was far braver than they had previously imagined. Even though they noted that Quirrell appeared much paler and noticeably thinner, he did not exhibit signs of having been overwhelmed by Snape. Each day after classes, Harry, Hermione, and Ron would press their ears against the door of the fourth-floor corridor to listen intently for any low, growling roars from the beast. To their relief, the creature had not caused any further disturbances, and even Snape, while roaming the school, displayed an extremely irritable demeanor. It seemed that the Philosopher's Stone remained secure and had not fallen into Snape's grasp. Perhaps sensing the immense pressure Quirrell faced in confronting Snape daily, Harry, Ron, and even Hermione would offer each other encouraging smiles upon meeting. Ron even began to persuade other young wizards to refrain from mocking Quirrell's stutter. However, unlike Ron and Harry, Hermione, the diligent scholar, had her focus divided. In addition to her concerns about the Philosopher's Stone, she devoted much of her time to devising a study schedule. To be candid, Eisen found it perplexing that Hermione had been sorted into Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. Was it perhaps Hermione's courageous nature that stood out more prominently? Nevertheless, Harry and Ron paid little heed as they observed Hermione annotating her notebooks with various colorful markings. After all, the school had regulations stipulating that first-year students must pass their courses to advance to the second year. Therefore, for Hermione, reviewing was of utmost importance. This led to a quarrel between Hermione and Ron. Unfortunately for Ron and Harry, the teachers sided with Hermione, assigning a copious amount of homework that left them lamenting for quite some time. Eisen felt great sympathy for the young wizard's plight, and out of kindness, he assigned minimal homework, merely instructing them to review previously learned material. After all, Eisen was just an astronomy professor, and his class was essentially a means for students to earn credits. Thus, he had no desire to burden them further. "It is truly dreadful. I should have commenced my revision a month ago. I am at a loss as to what I was thinking at the time." In the library, Hermione frowned, displaying a visage of frustration. "Look, Harry, Hermione is nagging again," Ron remarked, rolling his eyes and exchanging a knowing glance with Harry. Thus, the studious Hermione devoted all her time to studying, either memorizing potions knowledge or practicing wand movements daily. Reluctantly, Harry and Ron spent the majority of their free time accompanying Hermione in the library. Despite frequently stifling yawns due to their exhaustion, the weighty academic workload necessitated their diligence. On that afternoon, while Eisen was engrossed in the study of ancient magical texts, he was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the trio. Indeed, in pursuit of further knowledge in alchemy, Eisen had begun to delve into ancient runes and potions. If Eisen could replicate higher-grade extraordinary properties from the magical stone he was about to encounter, it would solidify his hypothesis. Although he could not yet ascertain this conclusion, his curiosity compelled him to delve deeper. What if he could concoct a magical stone himself in the future? "Are you not hurrying to review your studies? What brings you here?" Eisen inquired, observing Hermione's smug expression alongside Harry and Ron's exasperated countenances. At that moment, he felt like a mere bystander. Why had they sought him out? "Eisen, we cannot seem to remember any of this. Do you have any suggestions?" Ron and Harry exchanged glances, placing their copy of 8,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi before Eisen. Hermione, witnessing this, could not help but roll her eyes. "Are you suggesting that I assist you?" Eisen was taken aback by Harry's proposition. "Indeed, Professor Eisen, I believe you can assist us," Ron affirmed, nodding and playfully winking at Eisen, which made him appear rather mischievous. Eisen hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Hermione's stifling laughter behind them, he surmised they were likely jesting. Yet, considering their usual demeanor, it was peculiar for them to be so whimsical. "Very well, I do possess a method that may facilitate your revision." After a moment of contemplation, Eisen chose not to expose their jest, but instead spoke with an air of significance. "Ah, Professor Eisen, Do you truly have a way to help us? Ron, who had initially held little hope, suddenly became intrigued upon hearing Eisen's words. He eagerly inquired. Even Harry and Hermione looked on in astonishment. Should they discover that his suggestion was of no use, would it not lead to an even greater disillusionment? What is this method? Do not keep us in suspense, Eisen, Ron urged, growing impatient. I know of 3 methods. However, since they came to him in jest, revealing them would not pose an issue, Eisen thought, extending 3 fingers. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, their faces illuminated with surprise. Even Hermione, who stood nearby, was exceedingly curious about the 3 methods that Eisen could offer to assist them in their studies. The first method. Are you familiar with Felix Felicis? Eisen lowered his voice intentionally, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before he spoke. Felix Felicis? What is that? The group looked at one another, and ultimately it was Hermione, driven by her insatiable curiosity, who inquired. It is an exceptionally difficult potion, which, when consumed, bestows an entire day of good luck upon the drinker. Making every endeavor seem effortless, Eisen explained slowly. To be frank, the potion that grants a halo of fortune is indeed a potion of considerable caliber. However, the unfortunate reality is that its brewing is exceedingly arduous, often requiring several months to complete, and any misstep in the process could result in failure. But I suspect it will not be of any use to you, for its brewing difficulty is not only immense, but it also demands a lengthy period. Almost 6 months, he added, before the group could express any delight. So, the remaining 2 methods are not of a similar nature, are they? Harry felt rather disheartened, suspecting that Professor Eisen was merely toying with them. Yet, Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly captivated by the notion of Felix Felicis. Due to differing educational philosophies, they established 4 distinct houses at Hogwarts, each bearing their names. Ravenclaw, selecting those of exceptional intellect. Slytherin, favoring those of pure blood lineage. Gryffindor, choosing students of courage and daring. And Hufflepuff, treating all students with equal regard. As Hermione elaborated on her knowledge, Harry and Ron remained in a daze. It was evident that the moment of Miss Know-It-All's performance was always met with such expressions. Indeed, but I must say, they all left behind remarkably powerful artifacts. Eisen nodded at Hermione, offering her an appreciative glance before continuing the discussion. Artifacts. At the mere mention of treasures, Ron's interest was piqued immediately. But how does this relate to the second method? Harry, although intrigued as well, was baffled by Eisen's intent. Among these artifacts, the treasure left by Rowena Ravenclaw is a diadem that enhances the wisdom of its wearer. Eisen, without hesitation, revealed the answer. Enhances wisdom. So if one dons it, they will become more intelligent? Ron exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intense desire. It was inevitable, for Ron had always felt somewhat inadequate among the trio. And if Ravenclaw's diadem could genuinely augment intelligence, wouldn't it mean that anyone who wore it could become an academic prodigy? The 3 young wizards gazed at Eisen with eager anticipation, fully aware that they longed to uncover the whereabouts of Ravenclaw's diadem. However, it was evident that I do not know the location of Ravenclaw's diadem, nor does anyone currently know where it resides. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione displayed expressions of eager anticipation, Eisen suddenly doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Professor Eisen, you must be doing this on purpose, right? Ron gazed at Eisen with a look of deep resentment, as if he had committed some grave offense. Very well. There is a third method that I assure you will prove effective. Noticing their reactions, Eisen refrained from further teasing and promptly introduced the third approach. Indeed, the method Eisen planned to discuss was reminiscent of the overwhelming barrage of exercises he had endured in his previous life at the hands of an instructor. Eisen suggested that Harry, Ron, and Hermione could quiz one another, and after completing the questions, focus on the errors to engage in targeted memorization and study. By repeatedly reviewing in this manner, provided the volume of material was sufficient, their examination results would undoubtedly improve. Upon hearing Eisen's proposal, the trio's faces lit up with intrigue. In truth, Eisen was aware that this method would not be particularly beneficial for Hermione, but it should greatly assist Harry and Ron. The only uncertainty lay in whether they could maintain their resolve. After all, Eisen had personally experienced the terror of being engulfed by a sea of questions. He silently wished the 2 of them perseverance. Well then, I've shared my strategies. Just ensure you don't fail your next exam. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't disturb your studies any longer. Having provided a valuable suggestion, Eisen prepared to slip away. He had a penchant for undertaking tasks and then retreating into obscurity, concealing his accomplishments and renown. As Eisen's figure receded, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their thoughts unknown. Harry, Ron, I believe Professor Eisen's method is quite commendable. We should give it a try, Hermione eagerly suggested, unable to contain her enthusiasm for the proposed study strategy. But Hermione, you might not need to. You already know everything. Harry expressed his confusion, clearly aware of Hermione's formidable learning capabilities. No, the study method Professor Eisen mentioned is exceptionally suitable for review. Oh dear. We should have consulted Professor Eisen sooner. Hermione interjected, suddenly struck by a realization that left her visibly frustrated. Indeed, had we approached Professor Eisen earlier, Hermione, you would have completed your review by now, Ron quipped, a hint of mock irritation gracing his features. Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Just as Harry sought to prevent the escalating quarrel between the two, he noticed a towering figure enter the library. Ron and Hermione ceased their conversation, instead turning to follow Harry's gaze. Hagrid approached, clad in a coat of mole fur, his footsteps echoing along the floor. Moreover, it appeared he was concealing something behind his back. Oh, for heaven's sake, we already know who Nicholas Flamel is, Ron remarked with a self-satisfied expression. We also know that the object guarded by Gringotts is the Philosopher's Stone. Shoo! Before Ron could elaborate, Hagrid quickly interrupted him, casting furtive glances around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Keep your voices down. What on earth are you up to? Hagrid warned, his eyes wide with urgency. It is evident that such highly confidential matters cannot be disclosed in a public setting. Frankly, we have several inquiries regarding the mechanisms protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Aside from the vigilant care of Hagrid, Harry suddenly recalled Snape's cryptic remarks about Quirrell's little secrets, prompting him to pose the question outright. Hush, listen closely. Come find me later, but remember, I never promised to divulge anything to you. Do not speak of this here, lest anyone assume it was I who revealed it to you. Certain matters are not meant for students to know. With that, Hagrid nodded at Harry and clumsily departed. It seems Hagrid is on the verge of revealing some secrets, Harry murmured, watching Hagrid's retreating figure. But why would Hagrid venture into the library? What was he concealing? Hermione's question struck at the heart of the matter. Could it be related to the Philosopher's Stone? Chapter 37. The Delight of a Practice Piece. I shall check what book Hagrid was seeking, Ron declared before darting out. While others might perceive his actions as commendably proactive, he was acutely aware that he found studying rather exhausting and sought a distraction. I know what Hagrid is researching. Dragons, Ron whispered after tossing some books onto the table. Hagrid was perusing materials on dragons, such as A Guide to Raising Dragons, From Hatchling to Rebirth, and Species of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland. Ah, I see now. Hagrid has always aspired to raise a dragon. He mentioned it the first time I met him, Harry exclaimed, his face lighting up with realization. But that is illegal. Ron's expression turned serious. In 1709, the Ministry of Magic enacted a statute prohibiting dragon ownership. After all, if individuals were to raise dragons in their backyards, it would be nearly impossible to keep it hidden from muggles, who would inevitably take notice of us. Furthermore, raising dragons is a perilous endeavor. Charlie had been scorched by a wild dragon in Romania, and a ghastly scar still marred his arm. Do dragons grow large? Harry inquired, puzzled by how easily muggles could discover them. Yes, they start off small, but they grow rapidly, reaching the size of a house in just a few weeks. Thus, one of the ministry's responsibilities is to conceal the existence of these dragons from muggles. When some muggles encounter a wild dragon, ministry wizards must cast spells to erase their memories entirely. Perhaps due to his brother Charlie's experiences with dragons in Romania, Ron was quite knowledgeable on this subject. Then why is Hagrid researching this information? What exactly does he intend to do? Hermione posed the most critical question. An hour later, the trio stealthily approached the hunting lodge to have a serious talk with Hagrid. Meanwhile, Eisen was preoccupied with crafting his very first magical artifact. Leaning back in his chair, Eisen scrutinized a round mirror placed on his desk. The mirror, roughly the size of a palm, appeared quite ordinary at first glance, devoid of any peculiar features. Before him stood a mirror, reminiscent of the live map from the original text, albeit lacking its remarkable functionality. As this was his inaugural endeavor in crafting magical artifacts through alchemy, Eisen was aware of his limited proficiency. Thus he merely infused the mirror with two rudimentary spells, one for area detection and another for manifestation. The detection spell did not identify individuals, but simply mapped the terrain and environment, while the manifestation spell rendered the same. Given that he had only applied these two spells, Eisen maximized their potential to the best of his ability at that moment, in contrast to the fully functional and astonishing live map, which could display the names and real-time movements of everyone at Hogwarts. Eisen's mirror was limited to showcasing the landscape and surroundings of the school. However, it possessed a distinct advantage. Even if he ventured beyond Hogwarts, he could still observe the topography within a 5-mile radius through the mirror. The live map, on the other hand, was restricted solely to the Hogwarts premises. Thus, Eisen's creation could be likened to a mini-map in a game. While it appeared significant, it seemed of little practical use to a wizard. For wizards, once they sought to uncover the secrets of a certain location, they could simply employ the disillusionment charm or other magical tools to conceal themselves and investigate directly. If the area was concealed by powerful magic, such as the Fidelius charm, neither the wizard nor Eisen's mirror could penetrate the veil. Consequently, Eisen's first alchemical creation, in terms of exploration, merely offered a modicum of convenience. Overall, the mirror functioned akin to a real-time, high-resolution satellite, revealing all terrain and environmental features within a 5-mile radius, allowing Eisen to observe specific locations at will. Although it could not directly detect individuals, Eisen could ascertain the presence of people by observing a particular area. Despite recognizing the ordinariness of his initial magical artifact, Eisen felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as it signified a pivotal step forward on his alchemical journey. Just as he held the mirror, an unexpected prompt astonished him. Discover extraordinary properties, perfect level observational trait. Would you like to expend a miracle trait to replicate? My goodness, this is rather exaggerated, Eisen murmured to himself. Honestly, he had initially believed this magical item was insignificant, being merely a first attempt, yet he was taken aback by the revelation of a perfect level extraordinary trait. However, upon seeing the name of the trait, a contemplative expression crossed his face. It seemed that this trait was indeed the core functionality of the mirror. In other words, if Eisen integrated this perfect level observational trait, could he observe the terrain and environment within 5 miles without relying on the artifact? How to articulate this? It indeed feels remarkably powerful, especially when combined with the disillusionment charm, allowing for instantaneous teleportation to any observed location within a 5-mile radius. However, Eisen suspects that with the enhancement of visual distance and the capability of beyond visual range observation, he might be able to teleport even farther. Yet, what truly captivates Eisen is the prospect of merging this ability, granting him the capacity to monitor everything within a 5-mile range in real time, akin to possessing a divine perspective, reminiscent of the function of a mirror. With such an ability, Eisen feels an unprecedented sense of security against ambushes. Furthermore, after integrating this trait, it appears he might even be able to discreetly eavesdrop. Indeed, it is a formidable power, thus justifying its classification as a perfect tier by the Golden Finger. However, this necessitates a revision of Eisen's plans. Initially, he intended to replicate the extraordinary traits from the magical stone before selecting the flight ability for fusion. Yet, with the acquisition of this perfect observation trait, he must prioritize its integration, postponing the flight characteristic for the time being. Chapter 38, Espionage. Temporarily lacking the replication of this perfect observation trait, Eisen held the observation mirror and suddenly wore a mischievous grin. With a mere thought, the center of the mirror rippled like the surface of a lake, revealing the interior of the Hogwarts library. However, as Eisen's gaze swept across the library, he found no trace of the trio. Could they be absent from the library? With another mental nudge, his sight shifted to the Gryffindor common room, where he spotted other young witches and wizards, even Neville among them, yet still no sign of the trio. How peculiar. Could it be that his assigned tactic of inundating them with questions was ineffective? Despite his internal confusion, Eisen continued his search. 2 minutes later, he discovered the figures of several individuals near Hagrid's hut on the edge of the hunting grounds. Observing Harry, Ron, and Hermione seated on a bench conversing with Hagrid brought a smile to Eisen's face. However, at that moment, he encountered a dilemma. Although his observation mirror allowed for clear visual monitoring of individuals through real-time observation, it provided no auditory input. This was indeed a conundrum, one that Eisen currently seemed unable to resolve. Alternatively, he could consider learning lip reading, which might enable him to decipher their conversations. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. He had no spare time to devote to such learning. Thus, this notion was quickly dismissed by Eisen. After all, he had not crafted the observation mirror for the purpose of eavesdropping on conversations. So, what was Harry discussing with Hagrid? Eisen noticed Harry speaking to Hagrid, while Hermione and Ron looked on eagerly, yet Hagrid appeared notably serious, as if he were wary of something. Subsequently, Hermione spoke up, adopting a somewhat flattering demeanor that caused Hagrid to puff out his chest. Certainly, Eisen was oblivious to the specifics of their conversation, but it likely revolved around matters pertaining to the Philosopher's Stone. After all, the trio was already aware that the stone was guarded by Hagrid's pet, Fluffy. As Eisen continued to observe, he noticed that Hagrid and Harry turned their attention to the flickering flames in the fireplace. Upon redirecting his gaze, Eisen beheld a large, jet-black egg resting beneath the hearth. He recognized that this dragon egg was obtained by Hagrid through a game of cards. Little did Hagrid know that it was deliberately lost to him by someone who sought to cultivate a rapport, aiming to acquire a means to tame Fluffy and thus facilitate their passage through the trapdoor. When it comes to dragons, Eisen couldn't help but express a certain disdain for their appearance. Western dragons resembled winged lizards, which he found rather unappealing. Nevertheless, in this world, dragons, regardless of their species, were undeniably powerful magical creatures, rendering them highly perilous to wizards. Eisen was particularly curious about how Dumbledore had discovered the 12 uses of dragon blood. Did he routinely draw blood from dragons for experimentation? As for what those 12 uses entailed, Eisen was equally intrigued. For the original text seemed to mention only one, its application as a stove cleaner. He found this use rather wasteful. After all, if a cleaning spell could suffice, why would one squander dragon blood on a magical cleaning agent? This perplexity lingered in Eisen's mind. After spending nearly 20 minutes in Hagrid's hut, the trio took their leave. Before departing, Harry exchanged a few words with Hagrid, seemingly offering some advice, but Hagrid waved it off nonchalantly. In the days that followed, aside from practicing spells and self-studying alchemy, Eisen made it a point to observe the trio each evening. As he anticipated, they were wholly engrossed in the homework assigned by their teachers. Moreover, he noticed that the strategy of drowning in a sea of problems, which he had previously mentioned, had begun to manifest in their routines. Each time he witnessed the trio quizzing each other and then grimacing over their work, Eisen felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was the shared experience of suffering that he wished others to endure as well. Judging by their expressions, Hermione seemed to manage well enough. But Harry and Ron appeared utterly exasperated, which brought a smile to Eisen's face. Of course, none of this mattered to Eisen. He continued to teach astronomy to the young wizards every Wednesday evening. After instructing them on the names of the major planets in the solar system, as well as their satellites and orbital paths, Eisen proceeded to impart some fundamental knowledge about galaxies and constellations. For the young wizards, the content of astronomy class primarily served to complement their divination lessons. Thus, whether the young wizards were genuinely engaged or merely seeking to earn credits in astronomy was of little concern to Eisen. Naturally, during his teaching, he couldn't resist intertwining some personal anecdotes. For instance, he informed them that Muggles had launched the Hubble Space Telescope in 1990 to observe the depths of the universe, which elicited awe from the young wizards. Let them subtly perceive that Muggles are not a foolish and vulnerable group. Eisen, though unsure of the outcome, understood that instilling this concept would fulfill his objective. Harry, Ron, and Hermione led lives akin to ascetic scholars, enduring a rigorous and arduous academic journey. However, misfortune invariably loomed on the horizon. One day, Hagrid, through his owl Hedwig, conveyed the news to Harry that his dragon was about to hatch. Ultimately, persuaded by Ron and Harry, Hermione accompanied them to Hagrid's hut to witness the hatching process. Unfortunately, this event was discovered by Malfoy from Slytherin. When Eisen observed through his telescope Malfoy's watchful and malevolent gaze upon the trio, he realized that Malfoy was concocting some nefarious scheme. Poor Harry, poor Hagrid. Aware that the news of Hagrid's dragon had been exposed, they sought to prevent Malfoy from reporting him. Hence, during their free time, the trio frequently visited Hagrid to persuade him. Harry and the others suggested that Hagrid release the dragon, but Hagrid refused, citing that Norbert was too small and would perish. Yet, it was evident that within a week, Norbert had tripled in size, and in no time, he would surpass the dimensions of Hagrid's hut. After a friendly discussion, Hagrid ultimately conceded to Harry's proposed solution, to send Norbert to Charlie, who was researching dragons in Romania, and allow Charlie to release him. Subsequently, Ron penned a letter to his brother Charlie in Romania, detailing the circumstances. In the following week, the trio engaged in relentless practice while anxiously awaiting news from Charlie, all the while worrying about Malfoy's potential report. Never before had they found life so arduous. Chapter 39, A Spell on the Brink of Chaos. As was his custom, Eisen devoted half an hour to the study of alchemy and ancient ruins. He then spent another half hour practicing spells and transfiguration. In truth, given Eisen's current proficiency in spellcasting and transfiguration, without significant breakthroughs, substantial progress seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, he persisted in practicing daily, aiming to maintain a constant familiarity with magic. In Eisen's view, ample practice would eventually yield benefits. At the very least, it would facilitate the ongoing development and mastery of his already thrice-enhanced physical abilities. The spell Whirlwind Cleanse was merely a household charm, effective in summoning a whirlwind to eradicate stains. However, Eisen had a sudden inspiration. What if, while summoning the whirlwind, he could apply transfiguration to transform it into continuously rotating blades of wind? Wouldn't he that elevate a non-offensive cleaning spell into a formidable and lethal incantation? After all, Eisen had fully mastered cleaning spells and had long been capable of elemental transfiguration. Thus, combining them to develop a new spell should theoretically pose no challenge for him. Therefore, after concluding his practice of incantations and transfiguration, it was time for Eisen to experiment with his new spell. As he uttered the incantation for the wind blade tornado, he forcefully waved his wand, and a small whirlwind materialized upon the table. This miniature tornado seemed to be composed of razor-like winds, swiftly reducing the entire table to splinters. Initially, he believed that, given his capabilities, creating a new spell was beyond his reach, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the seamless integration of the cleaning charm and transfiguration. As the wind blade tornado obliterated the desk, it rapidly expanded, growing to the size of a person in the blink of an eye, continuously swirling as if it intended to consume everything within the room. Even Eisen himself could faintly feel a pulling force. Could it be that this new spell was capable of inflicting persistent damage? Eisen's expression shifted, and he suddenly recalled another formidable spell, the Everfire spell. It was said that the Everfire spell could incinerate any material, burning indefinitely unless countered. Eisen promptly waved his wand, attempting to halt the wind blade tornado with a disarming charm, but to his astonishment, it had no effect whatsoever. His face darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he donned a protective armor and unleashed all his strength in a transfiguration spell directed at the tornado. Gradually, under Eisen's watchful gaze, the wind blade tornado began to shrink and eventually dissipated within the room. The fact that transfiguration could terminate the whirlwind brought a sigh of relief to Eisen. Fortunately, it was effective, otherwise it could have inflicted significant damage upon Hogwarts. He had a premonition that, if left unchecked, this spell could potentially devastate the entire Hogwarts castle. However, the thought that his developed wind blade tornado was beyond his control left Eisen feeling somewhat troubled. In his mind, he envisioned that mastering this spell would allow him to terminate it at will. Yet, he was unprepared for the inexplicable transformation that occurred when transfiguration combined with the whirlwind, resulting in a remarkably stable equilibrium. It was this very balance that enabled the wind blade tornado to persistently operate. Moreover, given Eisen's current level of transfiguration, even at full capacity, he could only slightly interfere with this stability, ultimately dismantling it. Eisen sensed that with one more advancement in his transfiguration skills, he might achieve the ability to dispel incantations. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. With a restoration charm, Eisen's room returned to its former state, the fragments of the desk reassembling into their original form. Leaning against his bed, Eisen fell into silence. He had initially anticipated merely developing a simple offensive spell, yet he had inadvertently conjured a spell of destructive power and scope far exceeding his expectations. At present, Eisen has resolved that it is best not to attempt the spell Whirlwind Strangle until he has made further progress in his transfiguration studies. Moreover, even if he were to use it, he must not allow its duration to extend excessively, permitting it to grow. Earlier, when he interfered with the Whirlwind Strangle using transfiguration, he exerted himself to the utmost, but only managed a slight disruption. If that wind blade tornado were to expand to heights of several meters, or even tens of meters, Eisen feared that even his full application of transfiguration would be inadequate to intervene. The consequences of an uncontrollable wind blade tornado were beyond his imagination. Perhaps, as time passes and Eisen's magical power increases and strengthens, he may still be able to exert some influence over it. However, as long as his transfiguration has not advanced further, this spell still poses a risk of going awry. Therefore, Eisen believes it prudent to wait until his studies in transfiguration have progressed before wielding this spell freely. Suddenly, Eisen recalled a prior issue concerning the ineffectiveness of the counterspell. Logically, counterspells are generally capable of dispelling all but the 3 unforgivable curses. Yet, Eisen also understands that some particularly unique or complex spells can only be countered with specific countercharms. Thus, he pondered whether the Whirlwind Strangle, derived from the combination of Whirlwind Sweep and Transfiguration, constitutes a special spell or is sufficiently intricate. This line of thought led Eisen to mutter to himself. Regardless, he concluded that whenever he experiments with new spells in the future, he must prepare adequately in advance. Reflecting on his earlier decision to experiment with new spells in his dormitory, Eisen felt it had been rather reckless. Upon recollection, a thin layer of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. If it had truly spiraled out of control, being confined in Azkaban might have been the best possible outcome. It was at this moment that Eisen thought of Luna's mother from the original text, who had seemingly perished due to a failed spell experiment. Clearly, the Wizarding World has its cautionary tales. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, Eisen glanced at the time and was surprised to discover that it was nearly midnight. Just as he intended to retire for the night, he suddenly remembered something and retrieved his observation lens. Originally, Eisen thought Hermione, Harry, and the others had already gone to sleep, but to his astonishment, he spotted several shadowy figures in the Gryffindor common room. How curious. Hadn't tea classes concluded long ago? Why were they still awake? Eisen's face lit up with curiosity. Perhaps they were plotting something. Chapter 40. Harry's plea for help. There sat Hermione and Harry in the Gryffindor common room, neither speaking, merely waiting silently for something. However, upon seeing the invisibility cloak, Eisen was reminded of a question he had posed to Flitwick during his studies of apparition, whether one could cast the disillusionment charm on oneself prior to apparition. At that time, Flitwick had answered in the negative, explaining that the spatial pressure involved in apparition would cause the disillusionment charm to fail. However, upon witnessing the invisibility cloak, Eisen suddenly contemplated the possibility of replicating its elusive properties, thus enabling himself to become invisible and perform the disillusionment charm. Moreover, as Eisen was aware, Harry's cloak was one of the Deathly Hallows, renowned as the most effective among all invisibility cloaks. Initially, Eisen believed that mastering the disillusionment charm rendered the replication of the cloak's characteristics unnecessary. Yet now, he considered that if he were to acquire an abundance of miraculous traits in the future, replicating the cloak might still be worthwhile. However, Eisen noticed that Ron's hand was wrapped in a bloodied handkerchief, indicating an injury. Combining this observation with the intel he had gleaned through the observation mirror earlier, Eisen deduced the source of Ron's wound, undoubtedly inflicted by the dragon that Hagrid had been nurturing. Before the group could exchange further words, Harry rushed to the window and let in an owl. He retrieved a note from the bird, and as the three of them leaned closer to read its contents, Eisen, with a mere thought, adjusted the focus of the observation mirror to hone in on the note in Harry's hand. The message then unfolded before him. Dear Ron, how are you? Thank you for your letter. I am delighted to have adopted the Norwegian Ridgeback, but transporting it here is quite a challenge. I believe the best course of action is to send it to a few friends of mine who are coming to visit next week. The trouble lies in ensuring that no one sees them illegally carrying a dragon. Could you bring the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. Love, Charlie. Upon reading this, Eisen's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, since Malfoy had discovered the existence of Hagrid's dragon, Harry and his friends were compelled to persuade Hagrid to send Norbert to Charlie Weasley in Romania. Yet, upon learning of this situation, Eisen adopted a nonchalant attitude, recognizing that he could either participate or refrain from involvement. After all, it was merely a side episode, and he felt no need to overly concern himself with their affairs. The following day, after completing his daily spellcasting practice in the Room of Requirement, Eisen proceeded to the library. Unlike his usual pursuits, today he did not seek out esoteric texts on alchemy or delve into ancient ruins. Instead, he took out a few sheets of paper and began to draft a screenplay. Indeed, having previously registered Eisen Film Company alongside his father, they had agreed that he would write scripts for the company. Thus, Eisen seized the opportunity during this moment of relaxation to compose a cinematic script. Given that Eisen had already stepped into the wizarding world, he found himself less invested in the affairs of the film company. The potential profits of the company no longer held much significance for him. However, as long as his parents remained unaware of the wizarding realm, he was more than willing to produce several scripts to ensure the company generated some revenue, thus bringing them a measure of joy. In essence, it is the tale of an antiquarian concealed within the throngs of ordinary people, maintaining a modest yet refined demeanor before the masses. Through a series of dialogues and responses, the protagonist's remarkable historical feats are gradually unveiled. After an hour, Eisen successfully completed the framework of the script. However, just as he was about to leave with his manuscript, he encountered Hermione and Harry. Aren't you two supposed to be studying? What brings you here? Upon seeing their troubled expressions, Eisen surmised that they were worried about Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback, Norbert. Nevertheless, Eisen feigned ignorance and inquired, what is it? Professor Eisen, could you do us a favor? Upon hearing Eisen's question, Hermione suddenly transformed, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Go on, Eisen nodded, encouraging her to continue. Subsequently, Hermione and Harry took turns explaining the situation. So, you're saying Hagrid has a dragon, but Malfoy discovered it, and now they need to find a way to send it away? After their explanation, Eisen succinctly summarized their predicament. Indeed, the Ministry of Magic prohibits private dragon ownership, so if Malfoy reports Hagrid, he will undoubtedly face repercussions. Harry nodded, voicing his concerns. Hermione, too, concurred with a nod. How do you wish for me to assist you? Although Eisen grasped their intent, he found himself even more perplexed. After all, he doubted his ability to be of any assistance. Would they require him to accompany them on a nocturnal escapade, safeguarding them in his capacity as a professor? Professor Eisen, Norbert is rather large. Could you help us transport him to the astronomy tower? Harry asked, a look of embarrassment crossing his features. Wait, how did they manage it in the original story? Oh, they seemingly used a trunk to conceal Norbert, and then covered it with an invisibility cloak to stealthily move him to the astronomy tower. Reflecting on this, Eisen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. After glancing at Hermione and Harry, he noticed their hopeful gazes fixed upon him. Could it be that they were seizing the opportunity to use him as a laborer since he was alone? We tried, but Professor Eisen, the entrance of this ring is too small. It seems it cannot accommodate him. Harry nodded, then shook his head. Too small an entrance? Upon hearing Harry's words, Eisen pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, while the ring, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, was referred to as a storage ring, it did not possess the fantastical properties found in novels, allowing for items to be summoned or stored without regard for an entrance. This storage ring was merely crafted by Eisen using the undetectable extension charm on a ring with a hollow section, featuring a minuscule entrance. While certain items like books and wands could be inserted through the entrance, living creatures, like Norbert, could not be accommodated. In other words, for a living being to be placed into a space enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, it must be capable of fitting through the entrance. For instance, a tent enlarged by this charm clearly has a sufficiently large entrance to allow entry and exit. Indeed, while such a notion holds true, the wizarding world possesses a method to impeccably resolve this dilemma, the swift application of the shrinking charm. Undoubtedly, this spell proves to be exceedingly beneficial. In Chapter 41, titled Lessons in Charms, it is evident that Eisen is well versed in the intricacies of the shrinking charm. Having previously struggled with the inconvenience of carrying items due to his inability to master the extinction charm while residing in the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley, he took the initiative to learn both the enlargement and shrinking charms. However, it is apparent that Hermione and Harry, as first-year wizards, have yet to acquire this particular incantation. Although the spell is not particularly complex, it does necessitate a certain level of magical potency inherent to the young witches and wizards. Consequently, Eisen harbors some uncertainty regarding their ability to successfully execute the shrinking charm. Furthermore, even if they were to cast it successfully, the question remains whether they could diminish Norbert to the desired size. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to instruct them in its usage. I believe the shrinking charm will be of great utility to you. With this thought, Eisen proceeded to elucidate the effects of the shrinking charm to Hermione and Harry. The charm is truly remarkable, making the act of carrying belongings significantly more convenient. Upon hearing Eisen's explanation, Hermione could not contain her excitement, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at him with admiration. Meanwhile, Harry's eyes also sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Thus, teaching them the shrinking charm not only addresses their immediate predicament, but also alleviates their future concerns regarding the transport of items. When used in conjunction with a storage ring, the results would be even more advantageous. By the way, where's Ron? Why haven't we seen him? At this moment, Eisen feigned a sudden realization regarding Ron's absence, directing his gaze toward Harry and Hermione. After adopting this expression, even Eisen found himself admiring his own acting prowess. After all, he had observed Ron's injury through the observatory mirror, and he might very well be recuperating at Madame Pomfrey's. Yet, he adeptly maintained a facade of confusion. Ron had been bitten by Norbert, and was currently lying in the hospital wing, his condition rather dire. Upon the mention of Ron, concern swiftly overtook the faces of both Hermione and Harry. Moreover, the situation was further exacerbated by the fact that Malfoy had learned from Ron about their plan to send Norbert away on Saturday night. Hermione's cheeks puffed up in indignation as she spoke. Sending Norbert away? Although Eisen was already privy to all these details, he could not reveal the fact that he had been secretly observing them. Thus, Hermione and Harry felt compelled to recount the entire saga to Eisen, including how Hagrid had won a dragon egg from a stranger, subsequently hatched it, and named it Norbert, followed by Malfoy's discovery and the subsequent plan to send Norbert to Charlie in Romania. In just a few minutes, the two conveyed the entire sequence of events with clarity and urgency. In other words, Malfoy had learned from Ron about the plan to send Norbert away on Saturday night. After hearing the two words, Eisen couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. It was one thing for Malfoy to discover Hagrid's dragon, but to also uncover Harry and his friend's intention to send Norbert from the astronomy tower was quite another. Could it be that Malfoy truly was the nemesis of the trio? From their conversation, it became evident that Malfoy had intentionally gone to the hospital wing after class to mock Ron, all the while borrowing a book that contained their plan. Indeed, it was rather absurd that the note from Charlie was tucked inside the very book Malfoy had borrowed. Such a coincidence was remarkable. As for why Ron would lend a book to Malfoy, Eisen speculated it was merely a compromise born from fear of Malfoy reporting Hagrid directly. One could only say that Ron, Harry, and Hermione's luck had reached a rather unfortunate level. Exactly. That is why we came to seek Professor Eisen's help. Harry nodded with a look of resignation. Very well, I shall demonstrate for you, Eisen replied, nodding as he pointed his wand at a thick tome on the table, swiftly shrinking it. Before their eyes, the book rapidly diminished in size, becoming no larger than a thumbnail. Incredible, Hermione exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. By the way, in addition to the shrinking charm, you must also learn the enlarging charm. Otherwise, you won't be able to restore it to its original size. Noticing the eagerness in the two, Eisen smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the enlarging charm that corresponded with the shrinking one. With a swift incantation, he pointed his wand at the shrunken book, and it grew rapidly before them, returning to its original size in the blink of an eye. Just as the two were about to begin their practice, Eisen interrupted them. This is a library. It is hardly a place for spell practice. This is my old suitcase, within which I have applied the undetectable extension charm. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Eisen continued, if, by any chance, you find yourselves unable to successfully shrink Norbert, you might consider attempting to fit him inside. I believe the entrance is sufficiently large for Norbert to be accommodated. After all, it's only a couple of days. Norbert won't grow too large, will he? Exactly. Thank you, Professor Eisen. Harry, initially taken aback, quickly revealed a look of delight and expressed his gratitude. The two nodded appreciatively before departing the library with the suitcase. This conversation made Eisen aware that the trio had learned from Hagrid that, in addition to being guarded by Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone was also protected by the enchantments of Professors Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape. Understood. After a brief contemplation, Eisen grasped Harry's implication and gently nodded in response. In other words, from the trio's perspective, Once Chilo capitulates and Snape discovers a method to deal with Louis, he would directly seize the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, Harry's disclosure of this intention might be a precautionary measure. It must be said that their reasoning is quite rigorous and appears to be exceedingly plausible. However, the truth is far from this. Yet, Eisen cannot directly reveal the true nature of the situation. On one hand, how could he explain his knowledge if he were to disclose it? On the other hand, he is inclined to follow the narrative, as that would increase the likelihood of encountering the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, as a mere bystander professor, there is little need for excessive exuberance. Chapter 42, Harry's Solo Endeavor. With the most pressing matter for the trio being the transportation of Norbert, only 2 days remain for Hermione and Harry to practice their spells, leading to a fervent recitation of incantations. Fortunately, the shrinking and enlarging spells are not particularly arcane or difficult, and Hermione successfully cast both spells by noon on Friday. Subsequently, Harry also mastered the incantations at 1 o'clock that very night. However, on Saturday noon, while attempting the spells at Hagrid's hut, although they could shrink Norbert, due to the inherent magical resistance of magical creatures and their own insufficient power, Norbert could only be reduced to the size of a basin, still too large to fit into the storage ring. Thankfully, Eisen ultimately lent them a suitcase imbued with the undetectable extension charm. After some experimentation, Harry discovered that once Norbert was shrunk, he could indeed fit him into the suitcase. This outcome relieved Hermione, Harry, and Hagrid, as using the suitcase was decidedly more convenient than their initial plan to transport Norbert in a crate. However, since they could fit Norbert into the suitcase for easier transportation to the astronomy tower, their plan underwent some modifications. Initially, they intended to move Norbert in a crate, necessitating both Hermione and Harry to carry it up the highest point together, but now one person could manage it alone. Thus, after deliberation, Harry decided to don the invisibility cloak and transport the suitcase containing Norbert to the astronomy tower by himself, while Hermione would remain in the Gryffindor common room awaiting news. On Saturday, after completing his daily tasks of studying potions and ancient runes, Eisen devoted some time to practicing spells. Once darkness enveloped the sky, he retrieved his observation mirror from the staff quarters. Indeed, he intended to observe how Harry and the others would transport Norbert and whether they would encounter any unforeseen circumstances. The night was particularly dark, perhaps foreshadowing something, as even the skies above Hogwarts were shrouded in clouds. With a mere thought, Eisen activated the observation mirror, and the scene shifted rapidly, arriving at the Gryffindor common room. Indeed, it was Hermione and Harry, seated opposite one another, after a brief exchange lasting merely a few minutes. Harry donned his invisibility cloak and, along with his suitcase, vanished from Eisen's sight. Observing this, Hermione pursed her lips, revealing a look of concern. It was evident that despite their meticulous planning, the uncertainty of unforeseen circumstances loomed over them. Eisen's mind stirred, and the images within the observation mirror shifted, transporting him to Hagrid's cottage. Inside, Hagrid was seen playfully interacting with Norbert, his reluctance to part with the creature unmistakably etched upon his face. Yet, rather peculiarly, after waiting for half an hour, Eisen still had not caught sight of Harry. Could it be that the plan had already encountered a mishap? Eisen murmured to himself, rising to stretch his limbs, fearing that he might succumb to boredom and doze off. As time trickled by, another 15 minutes passed, and just as Eisen contemplated abandoning his vigil, he suddenly noticed movement at Hagrid's cottage. The front door swung open and closed swiftly, and then an unexpected figure emerged, dragging a suitcase behind. Indeed, Harry had finally arrived at Hagrid's cottage. Given the prolonged wait, Harry, wary of potential complications, engaged in only a brief conversation with Hagrid before enlisting his help to stow Norbert inside the suitcase. Subsequently, shrouded in invisibility, Harry hastily departed. Observing the unfolding events, Eisen felt a twinge of disappointment. The plan for Harry to act alone had unfolded entirely under the cloak of invisibility, rendering it impossible for Eisen to discern any potential mishaps befalling him. Fortunately, knowing that Harry's destination was the highest tower of Hogwarts, Eisen shifted his focus to the summit of the astronomy tower. As a figure materialized at the apex of the tower, shivering against the night sky, Eisen glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Perhaps the heavens themselves could no longer bear witness to Harry's solitary vigil beneath the starlit expanse, for within moments, figures descended from the sky. Indeed, Charlie's friends landed gracefully before Harry on their enchanted brooms. Having been apprised of the situation by Charlie, they wasted no time. They swiftly employed ropes to extract Norbert from the suitcase. Soon after, they soared into the sky, Norbert tethered among them as they departed. Yet, in a twist of fate typical of narratives, Eisen was soon met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Harry, with a light-hearted step, turned to leave, descending the spiral staircase. It was clear that shedding the burden of Norbert had lifted Harry's spirits immensely. However, had he simply discarded his invisibility cloak, leaving it atop the tower? Witnessing such a spectacle, Eisen found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Without the cloak, Harry became the focal point of Eisen's unwavering gaze. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, he encountered the glowering figure of Filch. The moment Harry laid eyes on Filch, Eisen zoomed in, clearly observing the transformation of Harry's expression, from initial ease and joy, to sheer panic, and finally to dejected resignation. Such a dramatically rich scene elicited laughter from Eisen. Subsequently, under Filch's stern guidance, Harry obediently followed him to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. Upon entering, Harry discovered the office was empty. Taking a seat, he began to concoct excuses and justifications for his actions. The office was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Before Harry could formulate a sufficient rationale, the main door swung open from the outside. As Harry lifted his gaze, Eisen beheld Professor McGonagall entering, accompanied by none other than Neville, the young wizard. Oh. It was evident that Harry and Neville would undoubtedly face a deduction of points and confinement. Witnessing this scene, Eisen had already foreseen the unfolding events. It appeared that the narrative in the original text followed a similar trajectory, albeit with Eisen's intervention allowing Hermione to evade the repercussions of this escapade. Shaking his head, Eisen promptly stowed away his observation lens, deciding he had seen enough. In Eisen's view, Harry's solitary venture had nearly fulfilled its purpose, at the very least. He had successfully dispatched Norbert. Chapter 43. Hermione's Complaints. Early the next day, as Eisen was having breakfast in the Great Hall, he found himself surrounded by a diminutive figure. A glance revealed Hermione, her face flushed with indignation, her voluminous brown hair quivering with barely contained frustration. Oh, what had transpired? Eisen offered her a piece of bread. A flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, yet he feigned concern. Indeed, it was utterly outrageous. Harry had been discovered by Professor McGonagall, and along with Neville, they were docked a total of 100 points and sentenced to detention. Hermione accepted the bread from Eisen, still brimming with righteous anger. Yes, Professor Eisen, Hermione sighed, and then recounted the events of the previous night. Once she had finished her tale, Eisen realized that Harry had taken a seat beside him. Casting a fierce glare at Harry, Neville had seen Malfoy reporting to Professor McGonagall, claiming that Harry had a dragon, which led him to seek out Harry to warn him, only to be apprehended by McGonagall as well. Eisen glanced at the dejected Harry beside him and succinctly reiterated the sequence of events. In other words, had Gryffindor plummeted to last place? After a moment of silent contemplation, a smirk of schadenfreude crept onto Eisen's face. Yes, they had obliterated Gryffindor's hopes of winning the House Cup in a single night. Hermione, seething with frustration, glared at Harry, as if she longed to deliver a sound thrashing to release her pent-up exasperation. However, upon witnessing the malicious glee on Professor Eisen's face, Hermione's countenance transformed into one of indignation. Professor Eisen, she began, but Eisen quickly suppressed his smirk and solemnly inquired, what of Neville? Why has he not joined us for dinner? Neville wept for a considerable time last night and is still slumbering, Harry replied, pursing his lips as he recounted the situation he had observed. I believe there must be an error with the hourglass recording the House Cup scores. Indeed. How could we have suddenly lost 100 points compared to yesterday? A chorus of whispering voices drifted from a nearby table, further inciting Hermione's ire. While Harry wished to bury his head in his plate, observing this scene, Eisen could foresee the impending turmoil. Indeed, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, Harry Potter, was soon to be branded a pariah by Gryffindor. It seemed that this once beloved savior was about to become the target of scorn. Thanks a lot, Potter. You've really done us a favor. A few Slytherin wizards sauntered past Harry, their voices dripping with sarcasm before they departed with laughter. It's all right, in a few weeks. No one will care about this. Eisen felt compelled to reassure Harry. And look, Fred and George have caused their fair share of mischief at school and lost points. Yet everyone still adores them. Well, that may not be entirely true. Eisen paused, merely shrugging. Harry, I must advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you from now on. Though Harry was not in the best of spirits, Hermione's admonition remained undeterred. He understood her reference was merely to avoid covertly monitoring Snape. Nonetheless, acknowledging the gravity of the consequences, Harry felt Hermione's words held merit. I believe I should resign from the Quidditch team. Perhaps feeling a sense of shame, Harry acquiesced to Hermione's counsel and proposed a notion. In the ensuing days, while Eisen continued his studies in alchemy and spell practice, the lives of several young Gryffindors took a turn for the worse. Hermione, though not the root cause of Gryffindor's point loss, found herself inadvertently subjected to a form of ostracism due to her association with Harry. As for Ron, since his injury had healed, he devoted himself to studying alongside Harry, often laboring late into the night. Each evening, they endeavored to memorize those intricate potion recipes, spells, and incantations. Although the effort was taxing, Harry surprisingly felt a profound sense of fulfillment compared to being the subject of scorn. In fact, Harry even began to find joy in the approaching final examinations. While he had abandoned thoughts of leaving the Quidditch team, he faced exclusion during practices. as his teammates no longer spoke to him, referring to him simply as the Seeker when necessary. Thus, feeling the weight of this isolation, Harry found the timing of the examinations to be particularly fortuitous. However, just a week before the final exams, Harry's resolve to avoid meddling wavered. It was afternoon, and he had just exited the library. As he was about to leave, he heard a sound of weeping emanating from a classroom ahead. Harry's innate spirit of adventure surged forth, compelling him to approach the classroom. No, he thought, this was not the time for interference, yet he recognized the voice of Quirrell, who seemed to be under some form of threat. Reluctantly, Quirrell sobbed a promise and hastily exited the classroom. Harry observed Quirrell, adjusting his scarf, striding away with urgency. Once Quirrell had distanced himself, Harry contemplated sneaking into the classroom, only to suddenly notice another door creaking open, revealing a figure departing with brisk steps. It was unmistakably Professor Snape. Judging by Snape's swift departure, he must have acquired the answers he sought from Quirrell. Despite having resolved to refrain from further involvement and having assured Hermione and Ron of his decision, Harry found himself unable to resist. Could it be that Snape had finally succeeded? Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. If he had obtained the means to nullify the magical protections, what could that imply? But let us not forget, Lupin was still watching. Hermione interrupted him, cautioning, "Are you certain that Snape has not discovered a way to confront Lupin?" Ron gestured towards the books surrounding the library, asserting his belief that there must be a tome hidden among them detailing how to subdue a three-headed dog. What shall we do then? The glimmer of adventure sparkled in Harry's eyes. What? No more meddling? How could one deem the pursuit of justice against malevolence as meddling? However, before Harry could voice his thoughts, Hermione interjected. "We must consult Professor Dumbledore. We should have done so long ago. If we act independently any longer, not only would we risk losing points, we could be expelled." Hermione's words doused Harry's enthusiasm with cold reality. Everyone is aware of our discord with Snape, and Professor Dumbledore would likely perceive our story as a fabrication aimed at getting Snape expelled. Moreover, how could we explain our knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone and Lupin? That would be far too convoluted. Hermione was swiftly persuaded. They truly knew too much, and if they were to explain their knowledge to Dumbledore, they would have to divulge everything. Yet, how could they justify their awareness of the Philosopher's Stone and Lupin? We could inform Ron. His eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. However, Ron countered that last time, he had already informed Dumbledore, who had placed his complete trust in Snape. Harry shook his head. Then, what if we tell Ron but ask him not to speak to Dumbledore yet? Instead, he could discreetly observe Snape. At that moment, Hermione suddenly conceived a brilliant solution. Splendid. This idea is truly remarkable. Hermione's proposal received the concurrence of Harry and Ron. Very well, you two review this first. I shall visit Professor Eisen's office, Hermione declared, placing a celestial map of Jupiter before them before turning and departing the library. In the office, Professor Eisen was diligently practicing transfiguration. A playing card danced between his hands, morphing intermittently into a small bird, then a cheetah, followed by a blade, vines, chains, and a whip, among other forms. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his concentration. Professor Eisen. Hermione entered with an air of demureness that would elicit praise from anyone who beheld her. "Hermione, what brings you here?" Eisen inquired, somewhat taken aback by her unexpected visit. He tossed the playing card aside, transforming it into a chair, gesturing for her to sit and speak. Given that exams were imminent, one would expect Hermione, as a diligent student, to be engrossed in her studies. "Yes, Professor Eisen, it is rather embarrassing," Hermione admitted, her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness. Yet she recounted the matter discovered by Harry. Harry found out that Snape learned from Quirrell how to bypass the magical protections. Yet, did you not resolve to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Eisen responded, nodding in understanding but then regarding her with a peculiar gaze. "Thus, we decided to inform you, hoping you could keep an eye on Snape." Hermione stammered slightly under Eisen's strange scrutiny, but managed to convey her intentions. "I see," Eisen replied, a look of realization crossing his face. Indeed, for Hermione and her companions, having their professor monitor Snape was an astute strategy. If Snape were indeed to take action, not only could Eisen intervene, but he could also directly seek Dumbledore's assistance. "Very well, I shall keep watch over Snape. However, should Harry uncover anything further, you must inform me promptly, understood?" After a moment of contemplation, Eisen nodded in agreement. He needed to remain vigilant regarding Harry's progress. Thus he instructed Hermione to relay any discoveries made by Harry. This way, he could seamlessly integrate himself into the unfolding events and gain the opportunity to access the Philosopher's Stone. Once Hermione had departed, a faint smile finally graced Eisen's face. Indeed, he had awaited this moment for nearly a year. The opportunity had finally arrived. Ever since he inadvertently concocted the observation lens and discerned its extraordinary properties, he had suspected that the Philosopher's Stone possessed a remarkably high level of extraordinary characteristics. Therefore, this opportunity was one that Eisen could not afford to squander. After all, This Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Nicholas Flamel, potentially the only one of its kind in existence. The critical aspect was that Nicholas Flamel had no desire to continue living, which led him to entrust the stone to Dumbledore for the execution of a series of arrangements. Moreover, this stone was to be destroyed afterward. This implies that unless Eisen could eventually create a Philosopher's Stone himself, he would not have another chance. Thus, the pressing question remained. Could he indeed create the Philosopher's Stone? To speak frankly, Eisen was unaware. Logically, with his extraordinary abilities, it was only a matter of time before he could concoct the Philosopher's Stone. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that his extraordinary abilities primarily enhanced his strength, offering little to no advantage in alchemy. Consequently, he lacked confidence in his ability to create the Philosopher's Stone. After all, throughout the millennia, only Nicholas Flamel had ever succeeded in crafting such a stone. This stark reality underscored the immense difficulty of the alchemical process. It was a pity, had his abilities manifested in a way that could elevate his skills, he might have ascended to a level where he could produce multiple Philosopher's Stones with ease. Contemplating this possibility, Eisen could not help but shake his head in lament. Such an insatiable demeanor, reminiscent of a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, would undoubtedly provoke a desire for confrontation in others. Chapter 45, Harry's Detention. Upon hearing this outcome, the two felt a sense of relief. After all, this meant they would not have to wander aimlessly. Nonetheless, Eisen insisted that if Harry discovered anything amiss, he must inform him immediately. Hermione relayed Eisen's request succinctly. Of course, any matters arising could only be communicated to Eisen at this juncture, to which Harry readily agreed. Indeed, notifying Professor Eisen was the most prudent course of action. With the matter resolved, a smile graced Ron's face. However, the following morning, just as the trio began to revel in their relief, they received disheartening news. At the breakfast table, Harry and Neville were handed identical notes that read, "Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." Harry nearly forgot about the detention that followed his point deduction. Now, he and Neville found themselves in the same predicament, facing punishment at 11 o'clock. Harry had anticipated a few complaints from Hermione, who would lament that he would inevitably face expulsion, yet she said nothing. Indeed, she believed that Harry and Neville's punishment was justified. Not to worry, Ron consoled. Fred mentioned that detention merely involves some chores, like polishing trophies in the trophy room. It's quite simple. However, it was evident that such reassurances did little to soothe Harry's dismay. After all, he and Neville had just lost a full 100 points. Hermione, how has your studying been going? Do you think the strategy once suggested is effective? Observing Hermione immersed in her books, Eisen approached her with a query. Professor Eisen, your method is splendid. I find my revision has become considerably easier. Upon hearing Eisen's voice, Hermione immediately broke into a confident smile, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. Oh, by the way, where are Harry and Ron? Why aren't they studying with you? Under Hermione's gaze, even Eisen, who prided himself on his thick skin, felt a twinge of self-consciousness. After all, this strategy was not of his own invention. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic. Harry is facing detention at 11 o'clock, and Ron is still trying to comfort him. Upon mentioning Harry's situation, Hermione's expression shifted to one of deep concern. As she recalled the unfortunate reality of Gryffindor losing 100 points, a sense of despair enveloped her. Do not fret, Hermione. I firmly believe that a miracle will unfold. Eisen, who was privy to the entire truth, wore a mysterious expression. Indeed, Eisen was aware that Dumbledore would bestow points upon Gryffindor at the end of term feast. However, he found himself unable to divulge this information directly to Hermione. Thus, when Hermione, displaying a look of confusion, contemplated pressing for further details, Eisen resolutely chose to remain silent. That evening at 11 o'clock, Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione bid farewell in the Gryffindor common room before descending together to the entrance hall. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Filch had already been waiting for them. To Harry's astonishment, Malfoy was also present. It then dawned on Harry that Malfoy, too, was to be subjected to detention. Follow me, Filch commanded as he gestured for them to accompany him, having confirmed Harry and Neville's presence by lighting a lamp. Filch, being somewhat of a curmudgeon, maintained a particularly harsh demeanor towards the young wizards. As they walked, he cast sidelong glances at Harry and the others, remarking, I trust you will think twice before contemplating any further rule-breaking, one to you? It is truly unfortunate that Hogwarts has abolished the archaic methods of punishment, such as suspending you by your wrists from the ceiling for days on end. I still possess those chains in my office. Perhaps they shall come in handy one day. Now, do not even think of escaping, for should you attempt to flee, the consequences will be far graver. Filch's incessant chattering, seemingly intended to instill fear in Harry and his friends, was indeed rather unsettling amidst the inky darkness of the night. As they traversed the shadowy grounds, Harry and Neville's emotions oscillated wildly. Uncertain of the nature of their impending punishment, they gleaned from Filch's cheerful tone that it would likely be severe. Arriving before Hagrid's hut, Harry noticed a warm glow emanating from the window, suggesting that Hagrid had yet to retire for the night. "Filch, is that you? Hurry, I am ready to set off." Hagrid's voice rang out, clear and resonant in the stillness of the night. In an instant, Harry's spirits lifted. He felt that if he were to accompany Hagrid, the situation could not be entirely dire. Perhaps sensing Harry's thoughts, Filch interjected, "You might think you are going to have a jolly time with that oaf. But let me tell you, you are headed for the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to return unscathed, then I shall concede that I was mistaken." Before Harry could react to the mention of the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy halted involuntarily, a look of alarm etched on his face. "We cannot go in there at night. It is exceedingly dangerous. I have heard tales of werewolves." The serene night suddenly seemed to grow even more menacing. Beside him, Neville could not suppress a whimper and clung tightly to Harry's sleeve. "Then you should blame yourself, shouldn't you?" Filch's tone brightened, evidently reveling in the moment. "You ought to have considered the werewolves before courting trouble, shouldn't you? The time has nearly elapsed. I have been waiting for half an hour. What is taking so long?" "Harry, Neville." Before the atmosphere could take a sinister turn, Hagrid suddenly emerged from the shadows, dressed in a manner befitting his stature. He bore a colossal stone crossbow on his back, with a quiver filled with arrows slung over his shoulder. Following closely behind him was his pet Fong, a Neapolitan Mastiff, who, despite his imposing appearance, was of a remarkably gentle disposition. Thus, Hagrid's intention in bringing Fong along was likely to instill a sense of courage. "You ought not to be so courteous to them. After all, they are here to face punishment, Hagrid." Seeing Hagrid's cordial demeanor, Filch's expression darkened. "So, you were delayed for so long due to reprimanding them, were you? This is not a place for such lessons. Your task is complete. From now on, they are under my jurisdiction." Hagrid frowned, clearly asserting his stance. "I shall return at dawn to collect their remnants," Filch retorted vehemently, turning back towards the castle. As they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy could no longer contain his fear and exclaimed, "I refuse to enter that Forbidden Forest. It is far too perilous." Upon detecting the terror lacing Malfoy's tone, Harry felt a flicker of delight. "You have committed a wrongdoing. Thus, you must face the consequences." Hagrid was not one to coddle Malfoy, delivering a stern reprimand without hesitation. "But those who venture here are mere servants. Students would never engage in such tasks. I thought we would only be required to write lines." Malfoy's expression of dread became even more pronounced under the moonlight. "Writing lines? What good will that do you? You must contribute something of value. Otherwise, you may as well leave." Hagrid scoffed, wearing a look of disdain. Malfoy believed that his father's position as a board member of Hogwarts would intimidate Hagrid, but he was sorely mistaken, as Hagrid dismissed Lucius's influence with an unyielding rebuke. As Harry and the others followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest, Eisen had already observed everything through his viewing mirror. Earlier that day, when Hermione informed him that Harry was being punished with detention, Eisen had anticipated the events of that evening. He had contemplated the idea of stealthily accompanying them into the Forbidden Forest to experience the thrill of a nocturnal adventure and perhaps confront Quirrell, who was already possessed by Voldemort. However, after careful consideration, Eisen abandoned that notion. On the other hand, should Eisen encounter Quirrell and engage in combat, the outcome was uncertain. He could not guarantee that Voldemort would adhere to his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After all, if Eisen were to inadvertently kill Quirrell, the storyline would be irrevocably disrupted. Even if Quirrell survived, there was no assurance that Voldemort would not alter his strategy upon discovering Eisen's presence. Therefore, regardless of the scenario, it was an unacceptable risk for Eisen, who had yet to secure the Philosopher's Stone. Nevertheless, as he beheld the figures of Harry and the others within the viewing mirror, Eisen could not help but marvel at the unfolding scene. Though he possessed the ability to teleport at will within a 5-mile radius using an observation mirror in conjunction with apparition, he found himself unable to do so within the confines of Hogwarts. Had he been in a location free from the constraints of the anti-apparition charm, the synergy of Eisen's abilities would have been impeccable. Alas, he lacked the authorization for apparition at Hogwarts. This led him to ponder whether a portkey might possess similar instantaneous travel properties. A spark of realization illuminated Eisen's mind, and he murmured to himself that it was indeed a plausible notion worth noting. With this thought etched in his memory, Eisen redirected his focus to the observation mirror. At that moment, the reflection revealed Harry and Hagrid, while Draco, Neville, and Hagrid's pet Fong had vanished from sight. It was evident they had formed distinct groups. Hagrid and Harry trudged along the path deeper into the Forbidden Forest, their eyes fixed intently on the ground. The moonlight illuminated Hagrid's face, revealing a hint of anxiety etched upon his features. A few minutes later, Eisen observed Hagrid and Harry encountering a centaur in a clearing. From Hagrid's friendly handshake, it was clear he was acquainted with the creature. Eisen deduced that this must be the centaur Ronan. However, Harry appeared utterly bewildered, for he had never before encountered such a being. Waist up, it resembled a man with flowing red hair and a beard, while waist down, it bore the body of a chestnut horse. After exchanging a few words with Ronan, Hagrid gestured toward Harry, seemingly intending to introduce them. Yet, Ronan, while conversing, gazed skyward, seemingly transfixed by the stars, leaving one to wonder what he could discern in the inky darkness of the night. Eisen shifted his gaze, noting that aside from the luminous moon and the twinkling stars, there was nothing else visible. However, recalling the centaur's aptitude for divination through observation, he felt a sense of understanding. Perhaps Ronan truly saw things that remained hidden from Eisen. Hagrid continued his dialogue with Ronan, yet soon impatience flickered across his countenance. Before he could act on his agitation, a second centaur emerged from the thicket, startling him. He readied his bow, only to recognize the creature's identity and greet it warmly. Clearly, Hagrid was well acquainted with many beings inhabiting the Forbidden Forest. However, after uttering a terse remark, he promptly took Harry by the arm and departed. As they ventured deeper into the woods, it felt as though a lion might leap from the shadows at any moment. Upon rounding a bend, Harry suddenly tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, pointing in a particular direction. Following Harry's gaze, Eisen noticed a cascade of red sparks flickering in the distance. It became evident that Hagrid was berating Draco, subsequently leading Neville away. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco were thrust into the same group by Hagrid's intervention. As they walked onward, perhaps due to the oppressive atmosphere of the dark forest, Harry and Draco surprisingly refrained from bickering. When they passed a clearing, Harry's face lit up in astonishment as he pointed toward the underbrush at the edge of the glade. As his gaze shifted, Eisen noticed a pristine white corpse shimmering in the light. It was the lifeless body of a unicorn. To be frank, having previously encountered the fairies and phoenixes of the Wizarding World, names that sounded enchanting, but whose appearances were so grotesque that Eisen could scarcely bear to look at them, this was the first time he found a magical creature genuinely beautiful. Regrettably, this unicorn lay dead before him. Moreover, he was aware that this unicorn had fallen victim to Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. The Dark Wizard's intent was clear: to consume the unicorn's blood to prolong his life, granting him sufficient time to seize the Philosopher's Stone. With it, not only could he resurrect himself, but he would also gain formidable power. Before Harry could devise a response, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows, crawling beside the unicorn's corpse and beginning to drink its blood. Fortunately, the ensuing events allowed Eisen to breathe a sigh of relief. After Malfoy and Fong fled, Harry found himself alone, facing imminent danger, when he was suddenly rescued by the centaur Firenze. In a stroke of kindness, Firenze allowed Harry to ride upon his back, escorting him to Hagrid's side. At this juncture, Eisen promptly stowed away his observation mirror. Indeed, Harry must have learned from Firenze that Voldemort was plotting to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, if they could connect the dots, he would have an opportunity to encounter the stone. As anticipated, the following morning, the trio seized the breakfast hour to recount to Eisen the events of Harry's ordeal from the previous night. So, do you believe that Snape is not attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone for wealth, but rather for Voldemort's sake? Once Harry had whispered his thoughts, Eisen reciprocated with a probing question. Indeed, only Voldemort would resort to such actions, disregarding the curse that accompanied drinking unicorn blood. For possessing the Philosopher's Stone would restore him completely. Harry's eyes sparkled with fervor, even prompting him to rise in excitement. The centaur said the Dark Lord would come to Hogwarts to kill you? Ron's face paled with alarm as he instinctively lowered his voice while glancing at Harry. Yet, everyone understood that the only figure Voldemort truly feared was Dumbledore. With Dumbledore present, the Dark Lord would not dare to enter. Furthermore, who could assert that the words of the centaur were infallible? Hermione remained remarkably composed, analyzing the situation and concluding that Hogwarts was indeed safe with Dumbledore in attendance. As for Harry's claims regarding the centaur's prophecy that Voldemort would slay him, Hermione deemed it a form of magic that even Professor McGonagall found dubious. Naturally, Eisen concurred with Hermione's perspective regarding the centaur's prophecy. Although Harry remained deeply troubled, his emotions had somewhat settled. In truth, Eisen found no need to keep a watchful eye on Snape, for the one intending to steal the Philosopher's Stone was not Snape at all. Chapter 47, The Final Exams. As the final exams approached, the trio grew increasingly busy. In stark contrast to Harry's persistent anxiety, Hermione and Ron exhibited no signs of concern regarding the Philosopher's Stone. After all, Hermione and Ron did not encounter terrifying experiences in the Forbidden Forest like Harry did, nor did they suffer the searing pain of a scar on their foreheads. Even at night, Harry would still awaken from his recurring nightmare. However, as days passed, each time Harry traversed the corridor on the 4th floor, he would discover that the creature still lay behind that door, living unscathed. Clearly, events had not spiraled out of control. It was evident that Eisen was also observing everything from the shadows. To prepare for the impending occurrences, Eisen even reduced the time he dedicated to studying alchemy. Besides practicing spells daily, Eisen would monitor Quirrell through his observation mirror. Indeed, while he occasionally glanced at Hermione, Harry, and others, as well as Snape's activities, his primary focus remained on Quirrell. Since the observation mirror Eisen crafted allowed him to indirectly observe individuals through their surrounding environments, he was unafraid of being detected by Voldemort, who inhabited Quirrell. Soon, the first week of June arrived, and students began to busily prepare for their final examinations. For Hermione, all subjects were virtually guaranteed to yield excellent results. Whether it was practical examinations or written tests, she faced no significant challenges. During written exams, to prevent students from cheating, professors distributed specially enchanted quills designed to thwart dishonesty. Undoubtedly, these quills, imbued with anti-cheating charms, effectively deterred any attempts at deceit. In the practical examinations for charms, Professor Flitwick would summon each young wizard to cast spells on a pineapple, compelling it to perform a tap dance across the table. Meanwhile, in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall required them to transform a mouse into an exquisite snuff box, the quality of which directly correlated with their scores. Of course, for both Harry and Ron, the most daunting challenge was the potions examination, as Snape would loom behind them, scrutinizing their every move, eagerly awaiting any mistakes. In this regard, Eisen also contributed to the trials faced by the young wizards. However, the astronomy exam was remarkably straightforward, merely requiring them to sketch the celestial map of the solar system. In Eisen's view, this posed no difficulty for the young wizards who had completed a year of study, as there was little content to the names of the planets and their satellites. The final subject of examination was History of Magic, where a 1-hour test was not a torment, but rather a relief for many young wizards, for after that hour, they would be free to revel for an entire week. As Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, instructed the students to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, cheers erupted among the young wizards. For them, the upcoming week would be spent in delightful leisure until the results were revealed. The exam content was considerably easier than they had initially anticipated. As the young wizards arrived at the sunlit grounds, Hermione could not help but chatter incessantly to Harry and Ron about her need to memorize the events of the House Elf Rebellion and the Werewolf Code of Conduct from 1673. Expecting Ron and Harry to exhibit their usual impatience, she was taken aback by their sudden change in demeanor. Indeed, I believe Professor Eisen's rigorous examination preparation techniques have proven remarkably effective. I feel much more at ease for the upcoming tests. Harry, rubbing his scar, nodded in agreement, but was inexplicably beset by a sense of foreboding. The practical examinations still loomed dreadfully, but there was no need to fret just yet, as the true extent of their challenges would only be revealed next week. Ron nodded in affirmation and, noticing Harry's gesture, patted him on the shoulder. Ouch! Harry gasped, clutching his forehead. Before Hermione and Ron could register any change in expression, Harry exclaimed in frustration, I truly wish to understand the meaning of this. My scar has been aching. It has hurt before, but never with such alarming frequency. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey, Harry, Ron suggested, observing Harry's agitation. However, Harry was adamant. I do not believe I am ill. This must be an omen, a sign that danger is imminent. Harry, relax, Ron said with a yawn, unable to shake off the oppressive heat of June. It was not just Ron. Even the other young wizards seemed devoid of vigor. Hermione is correct. As long as Dumbledore remains at Hogwarts, no one would dare to pursue the Philosopher's Stone. Regardless, we have found no evidence to confirm that Snape has discovered a way to subdue Lupin. He was nearly bitten last time. He would not hastily risk another encounter. Ron continued to console Harry, and Harry acknowledged Ron's perspective with a nod. Yet, inexplicably, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He confided this unease to his friends. That must be your imagination. You are likely fretting over the exams. Just yesterday, you were muttering about them in your sleep. But the exams are over, Ron replied, a smile gracing his face, clearly believing that Harry was overwhelmed by stress. In an instant, Harry's expression turned pale, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter. Ignoring his companions, he sprang up and dashed towards Hagrid's hut. What is he up to? Hermione and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, then hurriedly followed in pursuit. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, Harry was taken aback to find Hagrid seated outside on a chair, shelling peas. Harry, finished with your exams? Hagrid greeted him with a smile. Noticing Harry's breathless arrival, would you care for a cup of tea? Sure, thank you, Ron replied, following closely behind Harry, not bothering to stand on ceremony with Hagrid. However, before he could continue, he was abruptly interrupted by Harry. No, Hagrid, we have an urgent matter at hand. I need to ask you something. Do you remember the night you won the card game against Norbert? What did that stranger look like? Harry's voice was laced with urgency, as if he were seeking confirmation of something vital. Did he mention Hogwarts? Harry's heart began to race. I don't know, perhaps he did. He kept buying me drinks to make me think. It was clear that Hagrid had been nearly intoxicated by the stranger at that time. Was he particularly interested in Lu Wei? Harry, feeling his heartbeat quicken, suddenly paled at the thought. I shouldn't be telling you this. Hey, where are you three going? Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, he watched as the trio dashed away like wild horses. Chapter 48, The Frantic Trio. As they ran, Harry, Hermione, and Ron remained silent until they reached the entrance hall, where they finally paused. Suddenly entering from the outside, the shift in lighting left the hall feeling particularly dim. "We must inform Dumbledore about this," Harry said, his expression grave. Hagrid divulged the means to subdue Lu Wei to another unfamiliar wizard. "I am certain that cloaked figure was either Snape or Voldemort. This is perilous. I hope Dumbledore will believe us. But where is Dumbledore's office?" Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, realizing they had a pressing question. Indeed, as first-year wizards, they had no knowledge of the headmaster's whereabouts. "Professor Eisen. We can tell him. He surely knows where Dumbledore's office is." In a moment of panic, Harry recalled that Eisen might be of great assistance. "What are you doing here?" A voice suddenly interrupted their plans from across the hall. They recognized the speaker as Professor McGonagall, who was carrying a large stack of books. "We want to see Professor Dumbledore." Perhaps due to being punished by McGonagall, Harry found himself momentarily speechless. Eventually, it was Hermione who mustered the courage to explain their intent. "You wish to see Professor Dumbledore? Why?" McGonagall scrutinized the three with a skeptical gaze, making them exceedingly uncomfortable. Harry even swallowed hard. Well, it's a secret. As soon as Harry uttered those words, he wished he could slap himself, for he immediately noticed the change in McGonagall's expression. "He has gone?" At such a critical moment, a wave of despair washed over Harry. Dumbledore was an exceptionally remarkable wizard, and his time was invaluable, as McGonagall pointed out. "But this matter is of utmost importance," Harry stammered, nearly causing his glasses to rattle off his face. What could possibly be more important than the Ministry of Magic? It was clear that McGonagall's method of weighing the significance of matters held merit. "Yes, it's about the Philosopher's Stone." At that moment, Harry ceased to speak of secrets. The once composed Professor McGonagall suddenly revealed a look of astonishment, neglecting even to retrieve the book that had fallen from her grasp. "How did you come to know?" she inquired. "Professor, I believe Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore." Harry nearly divulged Snape's name outright. "But Professor, I know what I am saying, Potter. If you have nothing important to discuss, perhaps you should take a moment to bask in the sunlight outside." Before Harry could continue, Professor McGonagall interrupted him, picking up the fallen book and turning to leave. "This is disastrous." Once McGonagall had departed, Harry urgently whispered to his companions. "It must be Snape. He has acquired everything he needs and tricked Professor Dumbledore into leaving the school. He will undoubtedly traverse the trapdoor tonight." As he spoke, Harry recalled the owl he had seen earlier in the grounds, the one clutching a note in its beak, undoubtedly sent by Snape. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter." A figure suddenly startled them from behind. It was their most dreaded foe, Snape. "You shouldn't be loitering in such weather. Be cautious. Wandering about like this might lead others to believe you are up to no good. Remember, Gryffindor cannot afford to lose any more points." Snape's seemingly well-meaning admonition was laced with sarcasm. The trio hastily retreated to the stone steps outside. "All right, we must take action," Harry declared, looking at Hermione and Ron with urgency. "One of us should monitor Snape and wait outside the staff room. If he emerges, follow him. Hermione, this task falls to you. Why not go directly to Professor Flitwick instead?" Hermione suggested, voicing her opinion on Harry's plan. "Indeed, we could have Professor Flitwick keep an eye on Snape. He will surely assist us." Ron concurred with this proposal. "Very well, Hermione, you go find Professor Flitwick. Ron and I will wait outside the corridor on the 4th floor." After contemplating it, Harry agreed to their suggestion and turned to Ron. However, Harry and Ron's fortune was not in their favor. Just as they reached the door that separated the 4th floor corridor from the rest of the area, they were caught by the suddenly appearing Professor McGonagall. "I presume you think yourselves more clever than an array of spells?" Her thunderous voice echoed in their ears. "Cease this foolishness. If you dare return here, I shall deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes, deduct 50 points from my own house, Mr. Weasley. Don't worry, at least Hermione has gone to find Professor Flitwick." Harry consoled himself. "Hermione, is there something you need? Don't fret, just relax." When informed by Snape that Hermione sought him, Professor Flitwick had already anticipated the situation. Observing Hermione's flustered demeanor, he gently brushed his hand over her head, just as he had done previously, and a radiant light enveloped her, soothing her turbulent emotions. Professor Harry soon discovered that Hermione, disregarding everything else, directly informed Eisen about Harry's findings. In essence, Dumbledore had departed from Hogwarts, and Snape had learned the means to subdue the troll, which implied he would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone that very night. After listening to Hermione's words, Eisen posed a question. Although his expression remained largely neutral, his heart was already racing with anticipation. Indeed, for Eisen, the opportunity to engage with the Philosopher's Stone had finally arrived. "Yes, Professor, we must thwart Snape's plans." Perhaps sensing Eisen's conviction, Hermione's tone relaxed considerably. After Hermione's departure, Eisen contemplated that if he wished to partake in the endeavor, it would be prudent to act alongside the trio. However, a concern crossed his mind. Would Harry and the others assume that upon discovering this matter, he would simply withdraw? Surely not. After all, they were Gryffindor lions. imbued with an intrinsic spirit of adventure. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Eisen exhaled deeply and made his way to the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 49. The plan. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room through the fat lady's portrait, Eisen observed that Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already seated together, seemingly engaged in a spirited discussion. "Professor Eisen," Hermione exclaimed, immediately rising to greet him. "How are you? What are your plans?" Eisen, unreserved, took a seat beside Hermione and turned his gaze to Harry. "We believe we must secretly acquire the Philosopher's Stone before Snape does." It appeared that after much deliberation, they had reached a consensus. Thus, when Harry articulated this strategy, neither Hermione nor Ron contested it. "Rest assured, I will accompany you this evening. Together, we shall undoubtedly thwart Snape," Eisen interjected. "That's splendid. With the professor's presence, we are bound to succeed." Ron breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Eisen's agreement to join their endeavor. Although aware that Eisen had consented to partake, Hermione continued to peruse her notes fervently, hoping to stumble upon a spell that might prove useful later. "By the way, how do you plan to exit?" Eisen suddenly inquired, directing his attention to Harry. Indeed, venturing out at night posed challenges. While Eisen himself might manage, escorting several young wizards was an entirely different matter. Eisen nodded thoughtfully, choosing to remain silent. "Harry, you can go fetch the invisibility cloak," Ron quietly urged Harry. Hearing this, Harry dashed upstairs and returned moments later. Eisen turned to see Harry holding the invisibility cloak, and in addition, he was clutching a flute. Eisen felt a moment of confusion, quickly followed by enlightenment. Clearly, Harry intended to use the flute to deal with the troll, should the need arise. "Take this. It bears my magical mark, allowing me to follow you." Observing the three individuals, Eisen discerned that they were well prepared. He then produced 3 playing cards, inscribing them with magical markings using his wand, before handing one to each of them. The reason for this was simple. Once the trio donned their invisibility cloaks, Eisen would no longer be able to see them. Thus, in order to keep track of their whereabouts, he devised this clever method. In essence, by carrying the enchanted cards bearing his magical sigils, Eisen could ascertain their positions. After all, his abilities had yet to reach the level where he could penetrate the veil of invisibility. When he might attain such strength remained uncertain, especially considering that Harry's invisibility cloak was reputed to be one of the Deathly Hallows. Even the legendary Grim Reaper could not locate those shrouded by its magic. And he certainly could not either. "Very well, I shall conceal myself with the disillusionment charm and follow you. However, remember that our objective is to secure the Philosopher's Stone before anyone else. Therefore, unless faced with real danger, I will refrain from intervening." Eisen advised solemnly as the trio accepted the enchanted cards. Truth be told, these challenges were meant for them. If Eisen were to unleash his full power, he could likely breach the obstacles in mere minutes. Yet, that would deprive Harry, Ron, and Hermione of valuable experience, which would not bode well for them. "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly echoed from the corner of the room. Startled, Harry and his companions turned to find Neville, clutching his rather unattractive pet toad. The trio recalled something and quickly glanced toward Professor Eisen's direction, only to find it empty. Remembering the professor's earlier mention of the disillusionment charm, they realized he had concealed himself. As their thoughts swirled, they silently exhaled a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, Neville. We're not doing anything," Harry replied, having already hidden the invisibility cloak behind him. "Are you planning to go out again?" Neville scrutinized them, sensing an air of guilt. "No, not at all," Hermione interjected. Noticing that Professor Eisen had no intention of appearing, she waved her hand dismissively at Neville. "Why don't you go to bed instead?" Glancing at the clock, Harry felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Snape had already crossed the trapdoor. "You can't go out, you'll get caught, and that would spell disaster for Gryffindor." Neville, typically timid, now exuded a surprising resolve. "You don't understand, Neville. This is of utmost importance." Harry struggled to provide further explanation, but Neville remained adamant, determined to block their path. "I want to allow you to proceed. I must confront you," Neville declared, brandishing his wand at the portrait hole, his gaze fixed intently upon them. Truthfully, Eisen, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by this display. In fact, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Neville, whose parents had been captured by Death Eaters and tormented with the Cruciatus Curse for an extended period, leaving them in a state of perpetual suffering. Growing up in such a familial environment, Neville was particularly plagued by feelings of inferiority and timidity. However, to everyone's surprise, after a year in Gryffindor, Neville had undergone a subtle transformation. He stepped aside at the entrance, exclaiming, "Don't be a fool." Witnessing Neville's unexpected assertiveness, Ron was immediately incensed. "I'm not a fool. I believe you should adhere to the school rules." Neville shook his head stubbornly, refusing to budge. As the tension escalated, Hermione could no longer contain herself. "Neville, I truly apologize for this." With that, she brandished her wand and cast a petrification charm on him. Petrificus totalis. As Hermione's incantation resonated, Neville's body stiffened abruptly, and after a brief moment of wobbling, he collapsed to the ground. He lay there, rigid as a statue. A clear indication of the spell's effect. What have you done to him? Ron whispered, his voice tinged with alarm as he glanced at Hermione. I'm so sorry, Neville. It's the petrification charm. My sincerest apologies. Hermione responded, her face etched with regret. Clearly, she would not have resorted to casting a spell on a friend unless absolutely necessary. The trio swiftly stepped over Neville and, donning the invisibility cloak, they made their way through the portrait hole, with Eisen stealthily trailing behind them. With the advantage of the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron soon arrived at the staircase leading to the 4th floor. To their astonishment, they encountered Peeves the poltergeist there. Whether it was a matter of innate ability or some other reason, Peeves had sensed their presence. Although he couldn't see Harry and the others, he began to shout raucously. What shall we do? Should we have Professor Eisen distract him? Ron suggested quietly, a grimace crossing his face. Don't panic. Let me handle this. In a moment of quick thinking, Harry called out, the Bloody Baron does not wish to be seen by others. And there must be a reason for that. Indeed, Harry deliberately lowered his voice to mimic the Bloody Baron, hoping to deceive Peeves. Given that the Bloody Baron was the head of all Hogwarts ghosts and had a fearsome reputation during his lifetime, Peeves was understandably terrified of him. As Harry had anticipated, Peeves fled in fright. Chapter 50, The Challenge. After escaping Peeves, the trio ascended the staircase and soon found themselves outside the corridor on the 4th floor. However, to their astonishment, the previously sealed door was now ajar. You see, Snape has passed through from the room of requirement, Professor Eisen, Harry exclaimed, scanning the area for Eisen's presence. Quiet. Quickly, let us go inside. In the stillness of the night, shortly after Harry's words, Eisen's voice resonated behind them. Let us move. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry and his companions exchanged glances, relieved to know that Professor Eisen was right beside them. Creaking echoes accompanied their entrance through the door, intertwined with deep, menacing growls that filled the air. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a 3-headed dog, its nostrils flaring as it barked incessantly at them. Hermione's keen observation revealed a harp at the feet of the creature, undoubtedly left behind by Snape. Ron concurred with Hermione's assessment, asserting that the moment the music ceased, their companion would awaken. As Harry noted that their friend was on the verge of full consciousness, he hastily seized the flute gifted to him by Hagrid and began to play. Although his notes were far from melodic, the creature's eyelids drooped, and it succumbed once more to slumber. Subsequently, the trio cautiously pulled the ring of the trapdoor and descended into the abyss, followed closely by Eisen, who also leapt down, casting a levitation spell upon himself as he did so. It's the devil's snare, don't move. Hermione's urgent cry pierced the darkness. How do we escape it? I can't breathe. Harry gasped as the long tendrils constricted around him, threatening to suffocate him. Professor Sprout mentioned it favors darkness and dampness. Hermione exclaimed in haste. Use your spell to ignite it. Eisen's faint voice reached Hermione's ears. Oh, of course. With renewed composure, Hermione drew her wand and, reminiscent of igniting Snape's robes, unleashed a burst of blue flame. The devil's snare recoiled, releasing the trio from its grip. Thank goodness you paid attention in herbology, Hermione, Harry remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, relief flooding his expression as they retreated against the wall. Before them lay a stone corridor. We must proceed this way, Harry declared as he, Ron, and Hermione ventured deeper into the shadows. With no alternative path available, they reached the corridor's end, where the sound of rustling and clinking led them to a brightly lit chamber. Through the window, Eisen discerned countless winged keys fluttering about the ceiling. The cacophony of sounds clarified the source of the noise. Facing them was a heavy wooden door, resolutely shut. Harry cautiously entered the room, surprisingly unharmed by the flurry of keys overhead. Approaching the wooden door, he discovered it was locked tight. Hermione and Ron soon joined him, together attempting to push the door. Yet it remained unyielding. Even Hermione's subsequent unlocking charm proved futile. What now? Ron despaired, lost for ideas. Those aren't merely decorative, Hermione mused, gazing thoughtfully at the flitting keys. They are keys, evidently meant to unlock this door, Harry realized, scanning the vicinity until he spotted a flying broomstick. It was apparent that this challenge required them to use the broom to retrieve the key that would grant them passage through the door. However, there are far too many keys, Ron remarked, stepping forward to scrutinize the lock more closely. Subsequently, as if realizing something, they exclaimed, what we seek is a large key, possibly silver, resembling a door handle. Following this, under Eisen's watchful gaze, the three mounted their enchanted brooms and began to meander. It must be noted that Harry, truly a natural seeker in Quidditch, swiftly located the target among the multitude of keys and captured it. With the key in hand, they successfully passed through the door. Upon entering, Eisen observed the trio, standing in a stupor, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Indeed, they found themselves before an immense chessboard, populated by an array of black and white pieces, a sight that was undeniably mesmerizing, even to Eisen. What shall we do now? Harry inquired, a slight tremor in his voice. Isn't it obvious? We must play chess to reach the other side of the room. Ron, endowed with remarkable talent in wizard's chess, promptly discerned the intent behind the setup. Before them, behind the white pieces, lay a door. How do we proceed? The chessboard loomed so large that even Hermione felt at a loss for how to commence. I believe we must act as the pieces ourselves. Ron's expression manifested a mix of concern as he stepped toward the Black Knight. Do we truly have to join you to advance? When the Black Knight nodded, Ron's complexion paled slightly. Indeed, we must replace 3 pieces. Yet, he added, please do not take offense at my candor. But the 2 of you are rather inept at chess. Glancing at his companions, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. In the presence of Hermione and Harry, Ron felt only confidence in his chess abilities. Under Eisen's scrutiny, Ron commenced strategizing. Under his command, white pieces were systematically captured, while black pieces suffered losses as well. Let me think. Ron's face contorted with urgency, before he resolutely declared, yes, this is the only way. I must be sacrificed so that Harry can checkmate the king. He continued, some sacrifices are necessary. Without them, how can we thwart Snape? He is perilously close to obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Ron spoke with fervor. Wait, Professor Eisen. Professor Eisen can assist. Hermione suddenly recalled Eisen's earlier advice and exclaimed. Harry turned, his expression lighting up with surprise. They had nearly forgotten that Eisen was following behind. Just produce the card, do what you must, and do not worry. Eisen's voice resonated from behind them. Ron finally exhaled in relief, hastily retrieving the card that Eisen had previously entrusted to him. Then, Ron advanced a step onto the chessboard, prompting the white queen to lunge at him. She raised her stone-like arm, preparing to strike down upon Ron's head. Be careful. Hermione could not help but scream. Yet, at that crucial moment, the card in Ron's hand morphed, transforming into a metal shield with a handle, which he instinctively raised to protect himself. A crisp sound of impact resonated through the air, sending Ron tumbling off the chessboard. Just as Harry and Hermione expressed their concern, Ron shook himself and stood up unsteadily. The metal shield in his hand transformed back into a playing card. Ron, are you all right? Harry called out to him as he regained his footing. Oh, I'm fine. Let's move quickly and not linger here. Ron vigorously rubbed his ears, seemingly rattled by the earlier noise, his expression contorted with discomfort. Nevertheless, he waved reassuringly at Harry. Hermione, on the other side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Harry moved 3 spaces to the left on the chessboard, delivering a checkmate to the opposing king. At this moment, Ron found his composure and, upon witnessing their victory, broke into a smile. Subsequently, the white pieces retreated, clearing a path for them. After overcoming this challenge, Eisen followed closely behind the trio as they passed through the door ahead. Chapter 51, Eisen's Arrangement. What do you think lies ahead? Harry inquired softly as they proceeded down the next corridor. We've already navigated Sprout's mechanism, that devil's snare. And the enchantment on the key must have been cast by Professor Flitwick, while the transfiguration of the pieces that animated them undoubtedly falls to Professor McGonagall. The only remaining magic must belong to Quirrell and Snape. Hermione articulated her deductions. Of course, Professor Eisen just saved me. He mentioned he would follow us. Ron exclaimed, rubbing his wrist with enthusiasm. Although Ron had been struck by the pieces, the shield fashioned from playing cards had mitigated the blow. Yet the force still left his wrist aching. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at a door. Let's go in. The 3 exchanged glances, and Harry pushed the door open. As Eisen stealthily entered behind them, he was nearly overwhelmed by a foul stench. He quickly cast a bubblehead charm, allowing him to take stock of their surroundings. Thank goodness, we won't have to contend with a troll. Harry sighed in relief upon witnessing the scene before them. We must hurry. I can barely breathe, Ron exclaimed, covering his nose with his sleeve, prompting Harry and Hermione to do the same. The next door swung open swiftly, revealing the scene beyond. To their surprise, there were no peculiar creatures awaiting them. The room contained only a table adorned with 7 differently shaped bottles. This must be Snape's potion, Harry remarked quietly, recognizing the unmistakable handiwork of Snape. The 3 stepped inside, and as Eisen crossed the threshold, 2 flames suddenly erupted. One black flame blocked the door ahead, while the entrance behind them was sealed by a purple flame. It was clear they were trapped between 2 walls of fire. What is this? Hermione approached the table, picking up a scroll of parchment beside the bottles. With Eisen's assistance now present, Ron pondered their choices in this dire situation. As this was a test of logical reasoning, Hermione immediately assumed her role as the academic prodigy. Within mere minutes, she retrieved a small vial from the table. This vial possessed the ability to aid them in traversing the black flames to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione expressed her delight. However, it contained enough potion for only one person, barely enough for a sip. Harry glanced at the vial in Hermione's hand, noting their trio. They exchanged anxious glances. Indeed, the potion's quantity sufficed for merely one individual to confront Snape. Naturally, should the circumstances worsen, it was possible they would face not only Snape, but also Voldemort. Professor Eisen, perhaps you could intervene with Snape? Ron softly urged, noticing the silence between the two. In truth, Professor Eisen harbored reservations about this challenge. The question lingered. How had Quirrell reached the final challenge, the Mirror of Erist? If Quirrell had indeed surmounted all obstacles, it seemed rather implausible. For instance, the colossal chessboard created by Professor McGonagall, did Quirrell somehow win the game and restore the pieces afterward? Of course, given Eisen's current capabilities. He could replicate both McGonagall's and Professor Flitwick's challenges. If tasked with navigating the trials, he might simply obliterate the obstacles with a spell and proceed. Yet, to accomplish this silently and without disturbing the professor's designs was evidently beyond his reach. So, how had Quirrell managed it? Was his magical prowess truly so formidable? Perhaps. While Quirrell's abilities were questionable, Voldemort's were undeniably high. As the ultimate dark wizard, one who stood on par with Dumbledore, if Voldemort were to guide Quirrell, such feats could indeed be achievable. Eisen's contemplative expression revealed his deep thoughts. Professor Eisen? Hermione, unable to contain herself, called out again. Let me ponder this. Eisen's voice resonated among the trio. In fact, he understood that the ferocity of the two flames was not particularly daunting, at least from the original text's perspective. The potion's effects were merely to lower the body temperature, both internally and externally, creating a bone-chilling sensation. Were he to employ the freezing charm, Eisen was confident he could extinguish the flames directly. However, his concern did not lie with the feasibility of using the charm, but rather with whether Hermione and Ron should accompany Harry in confronting Voldemort. While Eisen was assured in his ability to protect the three young witches and wizards, he could not guarantee that Voldemort would refrain from unleashing nefarious dark magic or insidious curses which could catch him off guard. If Harry were to face Voldemort alone, his mother's powerful protective magic would likely ensure his victory with Eisen's assistance. Yet, if Ron and Hermione were present, any unforeseen incident could yield regrettable consequences. Professor Eisen! Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Then it is settled. Eisen's voice resonated once more. Good luck, Harry, and do take care. Upon hearing Eisen's arrangements, Ron conveyed his best wishes to Harry. Although Hermione was aware that Professor Eisen would ensure Harry's safety, she still gazed at him with an expression of concern. Taking a deep breath, Harry accepted the small vial from Hermione's hand and consumed its contents in one swift motion. He then turned to face the black flames and plunged into them. As Eisen had anticipated, there was not the slightest alteration, and Harry successfully traversed the threshold. The silent incantation of transfiguration effortlessly twisted the flames blocking the entrance, creating a passage through which Eisen instantly crossed. The flames behind him reverted to their original state. Due to Eisen's swift spellcasting, Hermione and Ron merely witnessed Harry passing through the black flames, which appeared to part like a curtain, swiftly revealing an emptiness before returning to normal. In the blink of an eye, had they not known Eisen would follow, they might have thought it an illusion. Chapter 52, Confronting Voldemort. Upon entering the final chamber, Harry was astounded by the sight before him, for within the room stood a figure. Yet it was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but rather the stuttering Professor Quirrell. Eisen, who followed closely behind, observed Harry's bewildered expression, clearly indicating that Harry's assumptions had been entirely misplaced. Harry found himself at a loss for words. It is I, Mr. Potter. Quirrell's complexion was pale, yet he no longer exhibited the feeble demeanor of yore. Instead, a cold smirk adorned his face as he regarded Harry. I was just pondering whether I might encounter you here, but I thought it was Snape. Harry exclaimed, having attributed all blame to Snape, convinced of his villainy. The revelation that events were not as he had imagined left him momentarily speechless. Ah, yes, Snape certainly does not appear to be a benevolent figure, resembling a gigantic bat flitting about, yet he has proven quite helpful to us. Quirrell laughed menacingly, his tone starkly contrasting with his previous tremulous voice. With him around, who would dare suspect the poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? But Snape once attempted to kill me on the Quidditch field. He cast a curse upon me. Harry could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him, recounting his harrowing experience on the pitch. Should he seize the opportunity to ambush Quirrell while the villain prattled on? Eisen contemplated silently from the sidelines, but soon abandoned such thoughts. In truth, Eisen possessed numerous capabilities. A simple transfiguration could easily bind Quirrell, and a disarming spell could send his wand flying. However, defeating Quirrell with expediency was not Eisen's immediate objective. His aim was to procure the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, for Eisen, it would be more prudent to wait until Harry secured the stone before making his move. No, 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 it is I who wish to see you dead. During that Quidditch match, your friend Miss Granger cast a spell on Snape, causing such chaos that I was knocked down. Quirrell shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. She disrupted my gaze upon you, allowing you to escape a dire fate. Of course, had Snape not been reciting a counter curse, you would have fallen to your demise long ago. Snape was there to save me. The very words spoken by Quirrell made Harry's breath catch. The one who sought his own life had suddenly transformed into someone intent on saving it. Such a stark contrast was indeed hard to fathom. So it seems that Snape, who had never officiated a match before, was now serving as a referee in the second game to ensure my safety. Indeed, he need not have bothered. For with Professor Dumbledore present, I was rendered utterly powerless. Yet, his presence undoubtedly unsettled many, as they believed he was hindering Gryffindor's victory. Alas, it was all a futile endeavor. Today, I shall eliminate you. Quirrell sneered, snapping his fingers, conjuring ropes from thin air to bind Harry tightly. Now, remain still. I wish to examine this intriguing mirror, for it holds the key to the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure only Dumbledore could retrieve. He seemed to regard Harry as merely a fledgling wizard devoid of any real power. Thus, after restraining Harry, Quirrell turned to explore the mirror of Erist. I witnessed you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest while Harry desperately struggled to free himself from the tightening ropes. To thwart Quirrell from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, Harry could only resort to verbal diversion. Yes, he had begun to doubt me by then. He believed he could halt my plans, but that was an impossibility. Quirrell spoke nonchalantly, a hint of disdain in his tone, for I had Lord Voldemort as my ally. I glimpsed the Philosopher's Stone. I was on the verge of presenting it to my master, but where was it concealed? Quirrell continued to speak, his gaze fixed upon the mirror of Erist. Yet, Snape always seemed to harbor such animosity towards me. Bound and immobile, Harry tried to delay as best he could, though he turned his head to survey his surroundings. Noticing this slight movement, Eisen understood that Harry sought his assistance. However, Eisen recognized that directly aiding Harry's escape was not prudent, should Quirrell act rashly. The threat to Harry would only escalate. Thus, he merely cast a spell using the card Harry had hidden upon his person. "Ah, he certainly despises you," Quirrell remarked casually. At that moment, Harry felt a wave of warmth radiate from his chest, coursing through him, calming his frayed nerves. Aware of the sensation emanating from his heart, Harry realized it was from the place where he had concealed the card gifted to him by Professor Eisen. Long ago, he and your father attended Hogwarts together, harboring mutual disdain, yet he did not wish for your demise. Quirrell remained oblivious to Harry's movements, his attention still fixated on the mirror of Erist. Utilizing that boy, Harry cast a horrified glance at Quirrell, as a raspy voice emanated from within Quirrell's very being. "Very well, my master." Quirrell turned to Harry, clapping his hands together to swiftly free him from the ropes binding him. "Come here, Harry, gaze into this mirror and reveal to me what you see." Perhaps due to the lurking presence of Voldemort, Harry did not exhibit excessive fear. He approached the mirror of Erist step by step. At that moment, Harry felt a weight in his pocket. Something had mysteriously slipped inside. Astonishingly, he had obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Not only Harry, but also Eisen, who had been attentively watching Harry's pocket, understood that Harry had secured the stone as soon as he noticed a slight shift. "Tell me, Harry, what did you see?" Quirrell's impatience began to surface. "I witnessed myself winning the House Cup for Gryffindor, shaking hands with Professor Dumbledore." Clearly, Harry needed to fabricate a lie to deceive him. "Get away from me." Quirrell shoved Harry back several steps. Yet, before Harry could seize the opportunity to escape, the raspy voice emanating from Quirrell's body spoke again, accusing him of deceit. Observing this scene, Eisen quietly gripped his wand, his gaze fixated on Quirrell and Harry, evidently ready to act. He understood that Dumbledore might arrive shortly. "Let me speak with him, face to face," Voldemort's voice echoed once more. It was evident that even though Voldemort had not fully regained his strength, he still held contempt for the young wizard, Harry. Quirrell unwound the scarf from around his head, revealing a face on the back of his skull. To Harry's astonishment, the visage addressed him with a hoarse voice. "Look at what I have become, forced to share a body with another. The blood of unicorns has restored some of my strength over the past few weeks. Now, why not hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket?" Harry stumbled back, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his scar, his breath quickening. "Don't be foolish. To save your life, ally with me. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as your parents, who begged for mercy before their demise." Quirrell continued to retreat, the face on the back of his head inching closer to Harry. "You lie?" An intense anger surged within Harry, and he shouted, "I killed your father. He bravely fought me. Your mother need not have died, but she sacrificed herself to protect you. Now, quickly hand over the stone." "Not a chance, Professor." Harry retreated rapidly, calling for help. "Seize him." Under Voldemort's command, Quirrell turned and reached for Harry, but alas, the protective charm cast by Harry's mother, born of love and sacrifice, prevented the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell from touching him. The moment Quirrell attempted to grasp Harry's arm, he was struck by magic, injuring his arm. Simultaneously, the stones on the ground twisted and suddenly erupted into metallic chains, ensnaring Quirrell's body, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, Eisen dispelled the illusion spell, revealing his true form. Almost instantly, a magnificent golden bell enveloped Eisen, while a magical card bearing an emblem transformed into a metallic cloak that draped over Harry. The entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Quirrell utterly unprepared. "Master, I am trapped," he cried out in agony as the metallic chains constricted around him. "You are a professor at Hogwarts. Who are you to oppose me? Upon hearing Harry's exclamation, Voldemort quickly deduced Eisen's identity as a Hogwarts professor. However, the golden bell encasing Eisen, combined with Quirrell's position, meant that Voldemort remained unaware of Eisen's true identity and appearance. Chapter 53, Immortality. Eisen was well aware of the adage that villains often perish due to their verbosity, so he paid no heed to Voldemort's inquiries. As Quirrell grimaced in pain, seemingly attempting to discern Eisen's identity, Eisen promptly raised his wand and cast a silent shattering spell. With a resounding crash, Quirrell's body disintegrated into dust, vanishing entirely. In truth, even if Quirrell had glimpsed him, he would have been unable to identify Eisen due to the overwhelming strength of the protective spell, which obscured not only his form, but also significantly limited Quirrell's line of sight. To an onlooker, when Eisen cast the protective enchantment, they would only perceive a blurred silhouette beneath the golden bell. Therefore, Quirrell did not immediately disclose Eisen's identity to Voldemort. Had Quirrell been armed with his wand and prepared for an encounter, Eisen would likely have needed to engage in a prolonged struggle to subdue him. Unfortunately for Quirrell, his initial focus was entirely on Harry, leaving him vulnerable when Eisen launched a surprise attack. At that moment, a shadow abruptly flickered where Quirrell had vanished, swiftly darting through the black flames and disappearing from Eisen and Harry's sight. Subsequently, Eisen's thoughts shifted, and the protective spell dissipated, restoring Harry's metallic cloak to its original state. Professor Eisen, Voldemort has not been vanquished? Harry, seemingly unperturbed by his own transformation, gazed at Eisen in astonishment. Indeed, Voldemort is not so easily defeated. Eisen recognized that Harry had witnessed the shadow as well. Clearly, although Quirrell's body had been destroyed, Voldemort's soul remained intact. By the way, Professor Eisen, this is the Philosopher's Stone, Harry exclaimed, producing a red stone from his pocket and offering it to Eisen. Upon receiving the Philosopher's Stone, Eisen's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Extraordinary properties detected, legendary immortality trait. Would you like to expend a miracle trait to replicate it? Perfect grade, transmutation trait detected. Would you like to expend a miracle trait to replicate it? Eisen was taken aback to discover that the Philosopher's Stone possessed not one, but two remarkable traits, a legendary immortality trait and a perfect grade transmutation trait. However, upon witnessing the remarkable characteristic of immortality being truly extracted by the golden finger, a smile of uncontrollable delight crept across Eisen's face. Indeed, it was well worth the prolonged wait. With such thoughts in mind, he did not hesitate to focus his intent on the immortality option. Consequently, the character panel of the golden finger underwent a transformation. Character, Eisen Tenna. Extraordinary talent, magic power, activated. Magic value, 7,030, increases by 10 points daily. Extraordinary traits, superior level casting trait, compatibility 115, merged, legendary level immortality trait, not yet merged. Miracle trait, 0, automatically gains 1 per year. Evidently, the miracle trait on the golden finger had successfully replicated the immortality characteristic, transforming it into an extraordinary trait. Without a moment's hesitation, Eisen directed his thoughts towards the immortality trait. Please select whether to merge the immortality trait. A pop-up window appeared before Eisen. Although surprised by the difference compared to merging the casting traits, he did not waver and chose to merge. Unexpectedly, as soon as Eisen made this decision, a wondrous power was birthed within him, swiftly merging throughout his entire being. Accompanying this were sensations of an intense, deep-rooted itch. In an instant, Eisen's expression contorted in pain. Yet, before he could voice his discomfort, the prickling sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. Character, Eisen Tenna. Extraordinary talent, magic power, activated. Magic value, 7,030, increases by 10 points daily. Extraordinary traits, superior level casting trait, compatibility 115, merged, legendary level immortality trait, merged. Miracle trait, 0, automatically gains 1 per year. Glancing at the golden finger, Eisen confirmed the flawless merger of the immortality trait. With a mere thought, the character panel vanished from sight. Let us keep this safe for now, to be entrusted to Professor Dumbledore later. In the brief seconds since Harry had passed the Philosopher's Stone, Eisen had already accomplished his objective. With that goal fulfilled, Eisen had no further intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone. He understood well the adage of possessing a jewel brings peril. Furthermore, this Philosopher's Stone was entrusted to Dumbledore for safekeeping by Nicholas Flamel. Meanwhile, Harry let out a long sigh, visibly shaken by the previous events. Before Eisen could respond, a figure suddenly materialized beside them. Turning his gaze, they found none other than the illustrious Dumbledore himself. Upon noticing the turkey perched upon his shoulder, Eisen understood at once. He had evidently utilized a phoenix to apparate directly into this location. In truth, the spells at Hogwarts were immensely powerful, such that even Dumbledore could not apparate within the castle itself. Professor Dumbledore, Harry exclaimed in surprise, subsequently relaxing completely, finally aware of a slight dizziness in his head. Professor Dumbledore, I have obtained the Philosopher's Stone, and I successfully thwarted Voldemort. Eisen gracefully extended the magical stone before Dumbledore. Voldemort? Harry, are you all right? Upon hearing the name Voldemort, Dumbledore instantly adopted a serious demeanor. After accepting the stone from Eisen, he said little and promptly approached Harry to inquire. I'm fine, Harry began, but suddenly clutched his scar and collapsed. Dumbledore quickly examined him, and, upon finding no serious harm, breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to Eisen, stating, Professor Eisen, Harry needs to be taken to Pomfrey for some rest. I believe you can share the details of the incident with me when you have a moment. Of course. Professor Dumbledore. It was evident that Dumbledore sought to uncover the events from Eisen's perspective. The following day, while Harry remained asleep in the hospital, Eisen had already recounted his involvement to Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. So, Professor Eisen, why did you not intervene when you learned that Harry and the others were attempting to thwart Snape? Dumbledore astutely detected this inconsistency. Indeed, a professor should have dissuaded students from risking a venture into forbidden territory, especially when such an endeavor could entail grave danger. However, in response to Dumbledore's query, Eisen could hardly refrain from expressing his thoughts. If I had truly stopped them, would events have unfolded as you desired? Well, although I believed I could protect them, I must admit that I had not fully considered the implications. With this realization, Eisen acknowledged his oversight. Professor Eisen, you must understand that Voldemort is not entirely vanquished. Perhaps your previous life in the Muggle world has left you unaware of the peril Voldemort poses, but it is imperative you comprehend this. Dumbledore blinked, but refrained from placing excessive blame on him, instead delivering this grave news with utmost seriousness. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, I must assert that I possess the courage to face Voldemort. A peculiar glint shone in Eisen's eyes, his tone brimming with confidence. In truth, while uttering these words, he wished to convey that he had not merely courage, but conviction. However, he could not divulge the matter of his extraordinary abilities. So he settled for expressing his bravery in confronting evil. Chapter 54. In retrospect. To be candid, Eisen had contemplated that, given his newfound immortality, it might be prudent to extricate himself from Hogwarts. Nonetheless, his decisive victory over Quirrell bolstered his self-assurance in his own abilities. Furthermore, with the integration of the stone's immortality properties, his physical prowess had subtly enhanced, reaching a level 4 times that of an ordinary individual, instilling him with even greater confidence. Moreover, as time progressed, his magical power would continue to swell and strengthen, since he had the potential to rapidly augment his capabilities. Was there truly any necessity to flee without action? Clearly, Eisen leaned towards remaining at Hogwarts. Moreover, he was not directly exposed to Voldemort's gaze. Thus, he could continue to serve as a mere professor at Hogwarts. Certainly, another significant reason for remaining at Hogwarts was the opportunity to access the Time Turner. Indeed, Professor Eisen, you are the most extraordinarily gifted wizard I have ever encountered. To be frank, even he pales in comparison to you. As Dumbledore sensed the ever-increasing magical power within Eisen, he realized the true meaning of astonishment over the past year. A year ago, when Eisen first entered Hogwarts, his magical prowess was merely at the level of an ordinary adult wizard. However, now it had far surpassed that of his peers. Dumbledore could even perceive the magic coursing through Eisen. If this growth continued at such a pace, he might soon surpass Dumbledore himself. Initially, Dumbledore harbored some reservations regarding Eisen, who hailed from a Muggle background, but after observing his performance in astronomy class over the year, it became evident that he was not aligned with the Dark Wizards. Consequently, Dumbledore felt considerably more at ease. By the way, Professor Dumbledore, could I request your discretion and ask that my involvement in this matter remains confidential? Although Eisen believed he had acquired the courage to confront Voldemort, it was inadvisable to make his intentions widely known, since Voldemort had not seen his face. Upon noticing Dumbledore's skeptical gaze, Eisen hastily offered an explanation, followed by a knowing glance. Thus, you wish to remain concealed in the shadows. Hearing Eisen's words, Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of understanding, his eyes reflecting admiration. Clearly, Dumbledore was quite pleased with Eisen's cautious demeanor. Indeed, I believe this is the best approach to surprise Voldemort at the opportune moment. Eisen nodded in agreement. As a mere professor, he felt it was fitting to continue in his understated role. Very well, then, regarding Harry and the others, Dumbledore nodded but hesitated slightly when mentioning the trio. I will inform them that it was Professor Dumbledore who saved Harry at the critical moment. Eisen was aware of Dumbledore's hesitation, yet he felt no qualms about asking students to lie. Ever since his in-depth conversation with Dumbledore, Eisen had largely ceased to worry about his origins. While he had crafted an identity as a Muggle research expert, it was clear that Dumbledore had thoroughly investigated Eisen's background over the course of the year. However, on that day, Dumbledore did not bring up Eisen's identity, allowing him to remain untroubled. With some leisure time, Eisen could finally reflect upon his own transformations. Regrettably, since integrating the legendary trait of immortality, he had only noticed an enhancement in his overall physical capabilities and a smoother control over his internal magic. without perceiving any additional changes. As for whether he could sense a prolonged lifespan, Eisen felt completely unaware. Thus, it appeared that the true testament of immortality would be left for time to unveil in the future. Nevertheless, regardless of the arduous efforts Voldemort invested in his quest for immortality, it is rather delightful that Eisen achieved this so effortlessly. Upon Eisen's arrival at the hospital, he observed Ron and Hermione encircling Harry. Harry had regained consciousness and appeared to be in good spirits. Evidently, the pain inflicted upon Harry by Voldemort's scar had completely subsided. "Eisen, Professor!" Harry exclaimed, his face illuminating with joy at the sight of Eisen. "Harry, are you feeling well?" Eisen inquired with a warm smile, expressing his concern. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Also, thank you, Professor, for rescuing me from Voldemort's clutches," Harry replied, stretching to indicate his well-being, followed by a note of gratitude. "Indeed, Dumbledore informed me that it was my mother who cast the protective enchantment. Yet, I still wish to thank you, Professor." Harry nodded appreciatively. "Does this mean the Philosopher's Stone is no more?" Ron interjected. "Yes, as Professor Dumbledore stated, the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed." Harry shrugged, noting Ron's disappointed expression. "Is Nicholas Flamel nearing death as well?" Ron continued to inquire. "I suggested the same, but Professor Dumbledore remarked that for those with a clear mind, death is merely a grand adventure." Harry pondered, perplexed as to why Flamel would desire to relinquish life, yet regrettably, he lacked the understanding that would come with age. "I would say he's rather eccentric," Ron remarked, finding Dumbledore, the esteemed white wizard, somewhat incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Eisen silently chuckled at their dialogue, amused by the ease with which he had attained immortality. "By the way, do you think Dumbledore intentionally guided you to this outcome? He provided you with your father's invisibility cloak, giving you the chance to uncover the truth about the Philosopher's Stone? That's rather frightening," Hermione interjected, unable to suppress a shiver. "What I mean is, without Professor Eisen, Harry, you could have been killed." "I don't believe that." Harry shook his head, deep in thought. "Dumbledore must have known our intentions. Yet he did not deter us. Rather, he imparted invaluable lessons. I mean, it was a trial for you, granting you the right to confront Voldemort." Eisen interjected, echoing Harry's sentiment. "Precisely," Harry affirmed, glancing at the others and nodding vigorously in agreement. "Well, that is the brilliance of Dumbledore. However, the end-of-year feast is in 2 days. Do you need to prepare?" At the mention of the feast, Ron's thoughts evidently drifted to the culinary delights, prompting him to swallow in anticipation. "Oh, please." Hermione suddenly deflated, her energy dissipating at the thought of the upcoming celebration. "What's wrong with Hermione?" Harry wondered, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. "Cough, I am aware of this. For Slytherin has claimed the House Cup championship. You missed the final Quidditch match, and Gryffindor did not triumph over Ravenclaw." Upon witnessing this, Eisen winked at Harry, making a silly face. Harry immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Not only did he miss the last Quidditch match, but he also partnered with Neville to deduct 100 points. Beside him, Ron's expression remained unchanged, while Hermione could not help but roll her eyes. "Someone is here to see you." Outside, faint footsteps echoed, and Eisen's attention swiftly shifted. He realized that since enhancing his physical abilities to 4 times that of an ordinary person, he had become considerably more perceptive. Even now, although his senses had yet to reach the heightened state achieved through the application of the enhanced perception charm, he could distinctly feel the changes within himself. "Who is it?" Harry queried, gazing toward the door. In the next moment, a tall figure sidled in. Indeed, it was Hagrid. "Harry, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault for being such a fool. I revealed to that scoundrel how to subdue the basilisk." Hagrid wept, covering his face. "I shall never drink again. I deserve punishment, to be expelled from Hogwarts." It was evident that Hagrid was immensely distressed and remorseful. Chapter 55, Clarifications and the Year-End Feast. "Hagrid, do not be this way." Harry had never seen Hagrid wear such an expression. Observing his trembling and regretful demeanor, Harry could not help but advise, "Hagrid, he would find a way to discover how to subdue the basilisk. I mean Voldemort. He would find out somehow, even if you do not tell him. You nearly lost your life." Hagrid continued to sob, but with Harry's comforting presence, his spirits gradually lifted. "By the way, do not worry any longer. Here, have a chocolate frog. I have a whole bunch." With that, Harry thrust a chocolate frog into Hagrid's hands. "Oh, by the way, you reminded me. I brought you a gift." Hagrid managed to regain some composure and then handed Harry a beautifully crafted book. Harry accepted it with curiosity, and as he flipped through a few pages, his eyes began to glisten. The pages were adorned with photographs of wizards, each featuring his father and mother, some smiling at him, and others waving. "I sent an owl to your parents' old classmates to request these photographs. I knew you did not have any of them. So do you like it?" Hagrid explained. Clearly, from Harry's expression, it was evident that he cherished this gift immensely. "By the way, I must tell you something. You must keep my victory over Quirrell a secret. No one can know." Once Hagrid departed, Eisen promptly cautioned the trio. "A secret?" Hermione displayed a puzzled expression, and upon glancing at Harry and Ron, They too regarded Eisen with a look of confusion. This means that no one must know I passed through the trapdoor with you, nor that I defeated Quirrell to save Harry. Eisen articulated his specific request. Why can't we tell? Ron inquired, perplexed. How could such a grand feat remain undisclosed? In other words, should the professor's collaboration with us be revealed, Voldemort would be alerted, allowing him to prepare in advance. After listening to Eisen's words, Harry recalled the moment when he was enveloped by the golden bell, and he suddenly gasped in realization. Indeed, it was ultimately Professor Dumbledore's timely arrival that saved Harry's life. Eisen regarded Harry with admiration, affirming that he had already discussed this matter with Professor Dumbledore, who had concurred with the plan. Very well, Professor, we shall keep it a secret. After exchanging glances, the group nodded in agreement with Eisen's proposal. Given that Eisen had already instructed the trio to maintain confidentiality, the narrative circulating throughout the school the following day had morphed. It could be said that everyone had learned of the daring escapade undertaken by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The truth was revealed. Harry had bravely intervened to thwart Quirrell, enabling Dumbledore to arrive just in time. Naturally, due to the need for discretion, Eisen's role in the affair was omitted from the recounting. Thus, apart from Dumbledore and the trio, no one at the school was aware that Eisen had decisively vanquished Voldemort, or rather, the possessing Voldemort, which still counted as Voldemort. However, with the existence of the soul-sucking charm in the Wizarding World, one could only speculate about the effectiveness of the trio's secrecy. Nevertheless, if they could maintain confidentiality for a day, it would suffice. Finally, the year-end feast arrived, and that evening, the Great Hall was filled to capacity. With Eisen having taken his seat at the professor's table early on, the hall had undergone a significant transformation compared to previous gatherings. Cascading rows of green and silver decorations adorned the ceiling, unmistakably representing Slytherin. Even the wall behind the guest of honor displayed a massive banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent. After all, in terms of points, Slytherin had once again secured the House Cup championship, marking their 7th consecutive victory. Consequently, the Wizards of Slytherin were jubilantly celebrating. In contrast, the atmosphere among the other 3 houses was amicable, yet it paled in comparison to the exuberance of Slytherin. Suddenly, Eisen noticed Harry entering the hall. As Harry made his way in, the young wizards fell silent, the entire hall coming to a standstill. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the brave Harry, straining to see him. Subsequently, whispers erupted, and discussions filled the hall. Harry was taken aback by the commotion he had stirred, but maintained an air of composure as he settled beside Ron. Fortunately, chaos was averted, for Dumbledore soon entered the hall. Well, another year has passed. Dumbledore exclaimed cheerfully, his beard quivering with delight. Before we indulge in these delectable treats, I must ask you all to indulge in old man's cliches. What a remarkable year it has been. Surely, your young minds have been enriched considerably. Ahead lies an entire summer for you to digest the knowledge you've acquired and clear some space in your heads. Dumbledore paused momentarily, casting a slow glance over the students of the 4 houses before continuing. Now, we must proceed with the presentation of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 332 points. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 462 points. And in 1st place, Slytherin with 472 points. Upon the announcement of the scores, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Even some young wizards began to bang their goblets and plates upon the table, expressing their exhilaration. Indeed, quite commendable, Dumbledore continued. However, recent events must also be taken into account. At this statement, Eisen understood Dumbledore's implication. Sure enough, not only did the other houses' students fall silent, but even the wizards of Slytherin subdued their grins. There are a few final points to be awarded. Let's see. The first, Mr. Ron Weasley. Dumbledore's voice rang out, causing Ron to turn bashful. He had accomplished one of the most remarkable chess victories in Hogwarts history, and for that, I award Gryffindor 50 points. As soon as Dumbledore concluded his statement, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, nearly toppling the entire hall. Even Percy, who usually adhered to the rules, loudly informed several prefects. That's my brother, my youngest brother. He navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chess set. The second item, Miss Hermione Granger, who, in the face of flames, maintained her composure and logical reasoning. I award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. When the jubilant noise subsided slightly, Dumbledore continued to announce another point, prompting another wave of cheers from Gryffindor. Perhaps overwhelmed by joy, Eisen noticed that Hermione had laid her head upon the table, burying her face in her arms. Perhaps she was crying, but it seemed to be tears of overwhelming joy. The third item, Mr. Harry Potter, who demonstrated extraordinary courage and bravery. For this, I award Gryffindor 60 points. At this pronouncement, the hall fell into a hushed silence. Due to Eisen's intervention, although he had previously deducted 30 points from Gryffindor, Hermione had been spared a deduction of 50 points. Thus, when Dumbledore concluded the third item, Gryffindor's score soared to 512 points, surpassing Slytherin entirely. With this conclusion, the hall erupted into cheers, particularly from the Gryffindor wizards, who nearly shouted themselves hoarse. This meant that a slight alteration to the decorations was in order. Due to the overwhelming cheers, Dumbledore had no choice but to amplify his voice to drown out the thunderous applause. He then clapped his hands, and the green hanging streamers transformed into red, with the Slytherin serpent vanishing, replaced by the majestic Gryffindor lion. Following the end-of-year feast, the students' examination results were announced. As expected, Hermione secured the top position in her entire year, while Harry and Ron also passed their exams with commendable scores. It seems that a portion of their success can be attributed to Eisen's rigorous training methods. Chapter 56, The Magical Recorder. As the young wizards were tidying up their wardrobes and packing their luggage into suitcases, Hermione had already arrived at Eisen's office with a substantial suitcase in tow. Hermione, is there something you need? Eisen sighed, gazing at the young girl before him. To be frank, after a year of acquaintance, he found Hermione quite endearing. Eisen, Professor, I am here to return the suitcase. Hermione nodded and pointed to the suitcase beside her. Upon inspection, Eisen realized that this was indeed the suitcase he had lent them for transporting Norbert, enchanted with a stretching charm. However, to be honest, Eisen had no further need for it. Well, I no longer require this suitcase, so I shall give it to you. Eisen pondered for a moment, feeling it was of little use to him now. But as Hermione extended her right hand, her fingers adorned with a ring, her face suddenly flushed, as if recalling something, and she hesitated to refuse. Don't be so quick to decline. Eisen interrupted her. You have already agreed to join my magical film company, haven't you? Since you are now one of my employees, consider this as office equipment for your long-term use. Does that sound agreeable? Hermione looked at Eisen with a puzzled expression, suspecting he was concocting an excuse. Certainly, and once you acquire a pet, it would be perfect for transporting it inside. Eisen nodded, wearing an expression that suggested it was the most natural thing. In truth, Eisen had not given much thought to how to handle the suitcase. Since he had no further use for it, he might as well let Hermione make use of it. After Hermione departed, Eisen was surprised to find that others were seeking his attention in his office. Fred, George, what brings you here? The identical twins entered, and Eisen was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of their intentions, Eisen, Professor, look. They anxiously closed the door behind them and produced an item, placing it on Eisen's desk as if it were a treasured possession, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wow, did you actually create this? Upon seeing the item before him, Eisen was struck by realization and exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, what lay before him was a recorder. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary Muggle recorder, but the manner in which they presented it indicated it had been transformed into a magical tool. Absolutely, it's a brilliant idea. We've already pulled off a few pranks with it, and the results were quite satisfactory, Fred remarked, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with George, both wearing mischievous grins. So, this recorder is operational now? Eisen inquired, holding the magical recorder in his hands. Indeed, just press the play button, Fred affirmed with a nod. Due to the prior miraculous attributes being utilized on the magical recording device, the absence of such features left him with no response when he acquired it. Subsequently, Eisen solemnly pressed the play button on the magical recorder, only to instantly regret his decision. The resounding crow of a rooster echoed through Eisen's office, its sharpness causing him to furrow his brow. The cacophony was akin to the clamor of drums and gongs, rendering it utterly unbearable. Eisen hastily pressed the stop button, but to his dismay, despite the button functioning normally, the crowing persisted unabated. This was utterly maddening. He could not even silence it. Eisen internally berated the two brothers, contemplating delivering a swift admonishment. Upon observing their lack of discomfort amidst the raucous noise, Eisen realized they had prepared for this chaos in advance. Shut it off immediately, he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from tossing the magical recorder into Fred's hands. Well, Professor Eisen, you cannot turn it off this way. You should proceed differently, George retorted, snatching the recorder from Fred's grasp before delivering a forceful punch to the device. Miraculously, it fell silent. Following this, the two introduced Eisen to the process of erasing recorded sounds from the magical recorder and how to capture new ones. If they continued to meddle, they would surely dismantle the entire office. Fred and George exchanged glances outside the door, astonished at Eisen's unexpected demeanor. However, their spirited nature swiftly led them to forget the incident. George, what do you think about creating another one as a gift for Percy? That sounds amazing. I can hardly contain my excitement. In no time, the two began plotting how to use the magical recorder to prank Percy. For the students of Hogwarts, the summer break presented a rare opportunity for rest, but for Eisen, it was a chance to conduct business. For instance, he intended to reach out to relevant individuals to explore the possibility of establishing a magical film company in Diagon Alley. Of course, he would not approach Dumbledore directly, as this matter was too trivial to disturb him. Eisen had already resolved to consult Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, knowing well that he worked in the Ministry of Magic's misuse of Muggle artifacts office, making him well versed in such matters. Thus, As the young wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express, Eisen had already positioned himself beside the trio. "Oh no, I have a matter to discuss with Ron's father." Eisen smiled at Hermione and gestured toward Ron. "Wow, welcome, Professor Eisen, to my home. I am certain my family will be absolutely delighted." Upon hearing Eisen's words, Ron immediately expressed his delight and, as if recalling something, extended an invitation to Harry. "By the way, Harry, you must come to our house this summer. I will send you an owl invitation." As the train traversed through numerous villages and towns, the King's Cross Station's Platform 9 approached. To avoid drawing attention, the young wizards shed their robes in favor of jackets or short tops. Naturally, even when the train halted at the platform, the young wizards could not rush out all at once. Only 2 or 3 could pass through at a time. If too many were to gather, it would likely attract the notice of muggles and lead to considerable trouble. "Goodbye, Hermione. Have a wonderful holiday." Eisen waved to Hermione as they exited. "Thank you, Professor Eisen. And you too." Hermione's eyes brightened at his good wishes as she waved back and turned away. "Goodbye, Harry." Eisen continued to greet Harry. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry broke the air. "There he is, Mum." Eisen paused, turning to discover that the voice belonged to Ron's younger sister, Ginny. "Harry Potter. I see him, Mum." The little girl stared at Harry, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Beside her stood her mother, Molly Weasley. "Ahem. Well then, Professor Eisen, goodbye." Harry's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he managed to wave to Eisen. "Don't shout so loudly, Ginny. It's very impolite to point at others." Mrs. Weasley reprimanded Ginny, then smiled warmly at Ron and Harry. "It's been quite a busy year, hasn't it?" "Extremely busy." Harry nodded, recalling all that had transpired at school. "And thank you for the gift, Mrs. Weasley." "Oh dear. It was nothing." Just then, a voice that made Eisen frown emerged. It was Harry's Uncle Vernon, followed closely by Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley. "You must be Harry's family," Mrs. Weasley began, but was abruptly interrupted. "One could say that. Now hurry up. Boy, we don't have the whole day," Vernon declared, turning to leave. Harry shrugged and followed suit. Chapter 57, A Visit to the Weasley Home. "Hello, you must be Eisen, who is yet to depart, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile directed at Eisen. Truth be told, her demeanor was quite pleasant. "Mom, this is Professor Eisen from school, who will be visiting us this summer." Ron, astonished by his family's attitude towards Harry, interjected with the introduction. "Oh, you are most welcome. I am sure it will be a delightful holiday." Upon learning of Eisen's identity, a broader smile graced Mrs. Weasley's face. "Let us proceed," she said. "Hi, Ginny, what are you looking at?" Mrs. Weasley nodded but noticed Ginny gazing into the distance with a blank expression, lost in her thoughts. "I'm not watching anything. Let us hurry," Ginny replied, her cheeks flushing as she grasped Molly's hand. Ron's family residence is situated near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, nestled amidst a backdrop of rolling hills and trees. The surroundings boast mountains and water, forests and meadows, creating an idyllic environment. Due to enchantments, Ron's home remains concealed from muggles. However, when Eisen accompanied the Weasley family to their destination, he realized that Ron's home indeed differed from ordinary houses. As depicted in the original narrative, it seemed as though it had been constructed by magic, leaning precariously to several stories high. A crooked sign stood before the house, proclaiming it as the burrow. From the exterior, it certainly appeared quite humble. Yet, upon entering, one would notice the unmistakable presence of household magic prevalent in wizarding families. Whether it was the self-cleaning brooms or the magically efficient kitchen, they evoked a sense of wonder. The first thought that sprang to Eisen's mind upon witnessing this was convenience. How should one articulate this? Magic has undeniably permeated every facet of a wizard's life, offering a level of convenience that muggles can scarcely imagine. Yet, could it be that muggles would forever be unable to achieve such feats? Is technology truly incapable of such wonders? Eisen certainly held a contrary viewpoint. In his previous life, he was aware of advancements like robotic vacuum cleaners and smart kitchens, which, although not widely adopted in ordinary households, had already come to fruition. If technology were to progress over a few decades, it might very well lead to a future where ordinary people could be liberated from mundane tasks. Thus, Eisen found himself reflecting on how technology could replicate the capabilities of household magic. Indeed, at present, magical prowess, due to its highly idealistic nature, surpasses muggles' wildest imaginings. However, should technology evolve to the extent depicted in science fiction, its convenience may well eclipse that of magic. This notion is something Eisen, who has achieved immortality, could explore in the future. Nevertheless, regarding Ron's home, aside from the household magic, what captivated attention were the muggle items, those disassembled and then magically reassembled. Clearly, this was the handiwork of Arthur Weasley. As an employee of the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Mr. Weasley stands out in the wizarding world with his fascination for muggle items. He even transformed his family car into a magical vehicle, enabling it to traverse both roads and skies. Of course, to avoid detection by muggles, it was also equipped with an invisibility feature. Though his vehicle appeared rather dilapidated, One could not deny the unique charm that arises from the fusion of technology and magic. Professor Eisen, please have a seat. I will prepare something to eat. Upon entering the humble abode, Mrs. Weasley greeted Eisen warmly before turning her attention to Ron. Ron, refrain from emulating your two older brothers and maintain a semblance of quietude at home. Understood? Ignoring Ron's bewildered expression, Mrs. Weasley donned a patterned apron and waved her wand over an assortment of fresh ingredients. Ron, are you going to write to invite Harry over to your house? Eisen inquired, initiating a casual conversation with Ron. Wow, that would be splendid. Indeed, I believe Harry would be thrilled, Ron replied, noting, I see your home is filled with numerous Muggle items. After surveying the surroundings, Eisen remarked thoughtfully, Indeed, my father is enamored with everything related to Muggles. Our house is cluttered with Muggle artifacts. Upon hearing this, Fred suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, if he were to conduct a raid here, he would have to arrest himself. George chimed in with a mischievous grin. He is with the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Yet he has a penchant for misusing Muggle items, Ron explained as he retrieved a quill and parchment. Yes, and Mother is driven to the brink of madness over it, Fred said, exchanging a glance with George before succumbing to laughter. Eisen nodded pensively, realizing the source of the Weasley twins' mischievous talent in crafting magical devices. It was indeed a case of being influenced by their environment. Hey, Errol, deliver this letter to Harry. Within moments, Ron had composed the letter and entrusted it to the owl, instructing, Errol, take this to Harry. The owl, appearing rather aged, nonetheless soared into the sky with unwavering determination. As Eisen's visit to the Weasley household was primarily to discuss a matter, he promptly shared his intention to establish a magical film company in Diagon Alley. Wow, Professor Eisen, I must say your idea is splendid, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable upon hearing Eisen's purpose, particularly as he was enamored with all things Muggle. Indeed, we might even screen Muggle films for wizards, Eisen nodded, articulating his vision. Is that so? That could indeed be quite appealing, Arthur responded, his smile widening as he envisioned the bustling atmosphere following the company's opening. As you know, I am a professor at Hogwarts, but I hail from a Muggle background. So it is not at all detrimental for wizards to gain a deeper understanding of Muggles, right? Eisen's reasoning was evidently sound. Absolutely, that is truly marvelous. Arthur wholeheartedly agreed, appreciating Eisen's perspective on Muggles. Interestingly, although the Weasley family is considered a pure-blood wizarding family, they exhibit little concern for blood status. Unlike other pure-blood families that disdain and look down upon Muggles, Eisen speculated that this might be largely attributed to Arthur's fascination with Muggle items. Consequently, the Weasley family was not particularly favored among other pure-blood wizarding families. Chapter 58, Collaborative Intentions. I have a rather immature idea. I intend to collaborate with Mr. Weasley to jointly manage this magical film company. It is evident that Arthur is quite intrigued by Eisen's proposal. Thus, he seizes the opportunity to suggest a partnership. Well, Arthur, this is my vision. Eisen nodded and articulated the terms of collaboration. You possess extensive experience in handling Muggle-related affairs, and you have a sufficient understanding of the wizarding world, knowing what captivates their interest. As for myself, I happen to have some funds, so we can partner in managing this magical film company. I plan to invest 200 galleons initially to establish the company, and the remaining tasks will be your responsibility. The remaining tasks? Arthur still appeared somewhat perplexed. After all, starting a film company seemed to involve little work. For instance, the equipment for film projection. As you know, producing and screening a film in the Muggle world is quite complex. But for wizards, certain spells can resolve these issues, though the projection equipment will require modifications, Eisen explained, nodding slightly. In Eisen's view, enchanting Muggle film projection equipment was precisely Arthur's forte. As for filming movies, Eisen believed that could be directly addressed through magic. After all, the wizarding world has magical radios and cameras. Filming is certainly feasible. The 200 galleons Eisen proposed may seem modest, yet it suffices for a fledgling film company. Furthermore, should it prove insufficient, he could always exchange some pounds at Gringotts. The notion of transforming Muggle film equipment piqued Arthur's interest greatly. Indeed, there's no need to rush. You may first familiarize yourself with how Muggle film companies operate, what equipment is necessary, and then prepare accordingly. Perhaps some equipment can be directly substituted with magic. Eisen nodded and then made a suggestion. So, with these 200 galleons, I entrust you to rent a shop in Diagon Alley as the company's headquarters. What do you think? He then handed Arthur a bag containing the 200 galleons. Renting a shop wouldn't require such a sum, would it? While purchasing a property would clearly be insufficient with just 200 galleons, renting should be more than adequate. We could lease for several years. Eisen shrugged. After some deliberation, the two reached a mutual agreement. The soon-to-be-established Eisen Film Company would employ Arthur as the head, responsible for all company affairs. Eisen's stipulation was that 40 of the company's profits would be allocated to him as dividends. If Eisen resided in a purely urban world rather than the wizarding realm, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to relinquish such a significant portion of the profits. However, since he is a wizard, he felt less concerned about it. At first glance, Eisen's approach might appear somewhat unscrupulous, as he seemed to be luring Arthur into managing all company matters. Yet, considering the substantial share of dividends offered, it seemed a fair arrangement. Professor Eisen, father, have you reached an agreement? Ron exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Arthur receive 200 galleons from Eisen. Fred and George, on the other hand, displayed an unmistakable curiosity. Oh, thank you so much, Professor Eisen. It was evident that this financially challenged family would benefit from this additional income, prompting Mrs. Weasley to eagerly embrace Eisen. You are too kind, Mrs. Weasley. Eisen, feeling slightly awkward due to Molly's gesture, redirected the conversation towards Arthur. Arthur, I also own a film company in the Muggle world. Do you think I could turn the events occurring in the Wizarding World into a movie for Muggles to watch? Show Muggles the happenings of the Wizarding World? Before Arthur could respond, Ron interjected, astonished. Eisen noticed that not only were Fred and George intrigued by this topic, but even Ginny, who had just descended the stairs, slowed her pace. However, wouldn't that violate the statute of secrecy? Fred glanced at Arthur, then at Molly, shrugged, and looked back at Eisen. Fred has a point. Your idea might have some complications, Eisen. Clearly, while Mr. Weasley had a fondness for Muggles, he was well aware of the statute of secrecy. Yet, for Muggles, a movie is merely a story, and stories can be fictitious, Eisen explained from another perspective. He then posed a question. Are you familiar with the Muggle superhero film Superman? Superman? What is that? George's face lit up with interest, and the others gazed at Eisen with curiosity. However, once Eisen finished speaking, he realized that the Weasley family had become utterly dumbfounded. Incredible. Just basking in the sun can make one that powerful. Far superior to Dumbledore. Fred and George marveled. Eisen noticed that even Ginny was staring at him with wide eyes. Ahem, that's a movie, a story, all right? In other words, superheroes like Superman are fictional for Muggles, Eisen hurriedly clarified. Are you suggesting that if we were to make a film about the Wizarding World, Muggles would perceive it as mere storytelling and not believe in the reality of magic? Arthur pondered, articulating his thoughts. Precisely, that is my intention. Eisen nodded. After all, the magic depicted in films would likely not be taken seriously by anyone. In that case, I don't see any issue with it, but the Ministry of Magic might not agree. You must understand, it is populated by a bunch of traditionalists with rigid mindsets. Arthur expressed his interest, though he also voiced some concerns. Very well, I shall contemplate this matter carefully, Eisen shrugged. Although he spoke with caution, he had already made up his mind to seek a suitable opportunity to film the events of the Wizarding World for Muggles to enjoy. Chapter 59, Observational Integration of Characteristics. By the time Eisen departed from the Weasley residence, evening had already fallen. Despite the absence of any constraints preventing Eisen from casting spells outside of school, he refrained from performing magic in the Muggle world, lest he incite chaos. Previously, he had contemplated withdrawing from Hogwarts, but having not exposed himself to Voldemort and possessing confidence in his abilities, he opted to remain at the school. The primary motivation, of course, was Eisen's desire to explore the possibility of replicating the time-traveling capabilities of the Time Turner. Should he succeed in acquiring such a feature, it would mean that he could embark on temporal journeys. Nevertheless, even if this were attainable, Eisen would exercise utmost caution. The rationale for this is the fragility of time in this world. In the majority of novels Eisen had perused in his previous life, only the most formidable beings could traverse time, yet they were unable to alter history. Only a select few works with unique premises allowed for historical modification. In other words, should Eisen wish to access a time turner, he would need to devise a plan involving Hermione. However, the thought of his own extraordinary abilities gave him pause, as he had already encountered several remarkable supernatural traits, yet the miracle traits always seemed insufficient. Thus far, he had assimilated the traits of spellcasting, immortality, flight, spatial storage, long-range vision, and observation, which he aimed to replicate and merge. He planned to utilize his next miracle trait on the occasionally crafted observation mirror. But the subsequent traits would likely have to wait. That evening, Eisen checked into a hotel, not the Leaky Cauldron, but rather a Muggle establishment. Upon using pounds once more, he felt a surreal sense of disconnection. Although he was familiar with everything in the Muggle world, the lack of wireless connectivity and mobile phones dampened his enthusiasm, prompting him to retire early for the night. The following day, he visited his registered film company, Eisen Productions, in London, discovering that, under Jeff's management, the company had not made substantial profits but was nonetheless on a stable path. Previously, the screenplay he had submitted, The Man from Earth, had officially been adapted into a film. The simplicity of the script had facilitated this. The narrative unfolded entirely within a single room, requiring minimal effort for filming, thus culminating in a swift production within a few months. As for the profits, such matters were no longer Eisen's concern. Time passed quickly, and soon it was July 4th. As he had anticipated, after a year had elapsed, his extraordinary ability had manifested once again. Following his earlier intentions, Eisen directly replicated and integrated the perfect observation trait from the observation mirror into his eyes. However, prior to this fusion, he took out the magical recording device commissioned from Fred and George to test it. To his surprise, the modified device exhibited two extraordinary traits. One recording exhibits exceptional auditory characteristics, while the other demonstrates standard sonic qualities, a revelation that astonished Eisen. This implies that after capturing the scream of the Mandrake, the standard sonic quality may well transform into exceptional or even perfect levels. Regarding the extraordinary attributes derived from the sounds recorded by the magical recording device, Eisen surmised that it likely parallels the properties of a magical stone. The magical stone, capable of crafting elixirs of immortality, had its longevity attributes directly replicated by a fortunate twist of fate. Similarly, the magical recording device, capable of reproducing certain sounds, enables the direct replication of those auditory characteristics. Having confirmed that the magical recording device could indeed capture the sonic properties of the Mandrake, Eisen hesitated. The nature of this attack was indiscriminate. Not distinguishing between friend and foe, engaging an adversary would require him to block his ears, lest he inadvertently succumb to self-destruction. As for the recording of the rooster's crow, Eisen had no intention of erasing its sound, as it fortuitously held a counteractive effect against the basilisk. Thus, he decided to keep it. Concerning the recording of the Mandrake sound, Eisen contemplated simply crafting a recording device of his own in due course. At present, Eisen's character panel appeared as follows. Character: Eisen Turner, extraordinary talent. Magic power, activated, magic value, 7310, increasing by 10 points daily. Extraordinary traits: exceptional level casting trait, compatibility 115, merged. Legendary level longevity trait, merged. Perfect level observation trait, merged. Miracle traits, 0, automatically gains 1 per year. However, after merging the observation trait, its effects deviated slightly from Eisen's expectations. Upon integrating the perfect level observation trait within his eyes, it seemed to transform into an active skill. With a mere thought, he could control whether to observe at will. Once he decided to observe, his mind would be filled with a high-definition panoramic map, revealing everything within a 5-mile radius. Clearly, when utilizing the observation mirror, it would display the circumstances within a 5-mile range, projecting specifics only when focusing on a particular point. Yet, post-merger, it felt as if everything within that 5-mile expanse had been encapsulated in his mind, allowing Eisen to observe any location freely. As Eisen visualized the entirety of the 5-mile vicinity, whether towering edifices or bustling streets, he was initially taken aback, fearing the overwhelming influx of information might be too much to bear. However, to his surprise, everything appeared effortlessly within his grasp, akin to holding the world in the palm of his hand. Accepting the deluge of information proved remarkably easy. Beyond familiar territories, he could navigate by observing conditions in various locales at any time. Consequently, Eisen's safety significantly enhanced. In a buoyant mood, he indulged in playful endeavors in the time that followed. Occasionally, in moments of solitude, he would travel extensively, utilizing the omniscient perspective and phantasmal shifting afforded by his observational abilities. Mastering the magical essence within himself, Eisen encountered no unforeseen circumstances, nor did he attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Over the course of 2 months, he traversed the entirety of England. Meanwhile, while Eisen reveled in his adventures, Harry found himself mired in distress. Yes, poor Harry, despite his newfound status as a wizard, could not alter the Dursleys' disdainful attitude towards him. Even more sorrowful was the fact that throughout the entire holiday, no correspondence arrived for him. Harry suspected Ron's invitation to visit his home was merely a ruse. Of course, Harry also encountered Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoys, who warned him against returning to Hogwarts. Fortunately, just a few days after Harry's birthday, Ron arrived in a flying car to rescue him. As for Dobby's ominous warning regarding Hogwarts, Harry paid it little heed. For him, residing at Ron's house was a world apart from living with the Dursleys. The enchanting magical artifacts and an array of delectable food made Harry forget his previous woes. As the summer vacation drew to a close, Eisen finally settled down. During this time, perhaps due to a moment of whimsy, Eisen decided to experience the night bus. Truth be told, the night bus indeed moved with remarkable speed, capable of rapid transit while also inducing nausea. In any case, Eisen vowed never to engage in such reckless experimentation again. On the last day of August, after meticulously packing his belongings, Eisen spent a night at the Leaky Cauldron before making his way to King's Cross Station the following morning. Indeed, he still intended to depart from this location to Hogwarts. Chapter 60, Harry and Ron Left Behind. For Eisen, the enhancement of his abilities signified a diminishing sense of urgency. Thus, he indulged in travel during the summer holidays. Strangely enough, after a carefree journey, it seemed his transfiguration skills were on the verge of breaking through their limitations. Perhaps correlated with his broadened mindset. Seated in the last compartment of the train, Eisen leaned back, fully engrossed in experimenting with spells. A flicker of flame danced upon his palm, transforming into streams of water and then into bolts of lightning. However, it was evident that these transformations were quite clumsy, lacking practical application. Nevertheless, it marked a commendable beginning. With consistent practice, proficiency would surely follow. After stifling a yawn, Eisen ceased his practice, retrieving a playing card from his storage ring and transfiguring it into a black hat, which he placed over his face before drifting into a deep slumber. The relentless days of transfiguration practice had indeed left him somewhat fatigued. Through this experience, Eisen was convinced that sustained focus on spell practice could lead to considerable exhaustion afterward. Regardless, the Hogwarts Express was exceedingly safe, providing Eisen with the perfect opportunity to rest for a while. During this period, students continually boarded the Hogwarts Express. Amidst a cacophony of sounds that surrounded them, yet Eisen remained unfazed. In a moment of reverie, the train had already begun its journey. It was at this juncture that an anxious voice pierced through his thoughts. Professor Eisen, wake up. The voice paused briefly before a small hand gently nudged his arm. Turning to look, Eisen then noticed two young girls before him, one with long brown hair and the other with red locks. Oh, it was none other than Hermione and Ginny. However, both appeared concerned as they gazed at him. Hermione, Ginny, is something amiss? Eisen inquired, his energy having been rejuvenated after a brief rest. Yes, Harry and Ron missed the train. Hermione nodded. In truth, under such circumstances, Harry and Ron ought to have sent an owl to the professors at the school to explain their predicament. Yet, they were Gryffindor's intrepid little lions. Consequently, the duo had decided to commandeer Mr. Weasley's flying car, pursuing the Hogwarts Express all the way to the school. No, they were right behind me. But I didn't see them emerge from the corridor before the train departed. Although it was not their first encounter, Ginny still felt a bit shy in Eisen's presence. Yet she managed to convey the situation clearly. Well then, let us see where Harry and Ron are, Eisen said with a nod. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his observation mirror. Indeed, Eisen had contemplated keeping the existence of the mirror concealed from outsiders. Yet he reasoned that it mattered little if Hermione and Ginny were to discover it. King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Eisen tapped the observation mirror with his wand, and as a soft glow emanated from the tip of his wand, the mirror revealed the surroundings of platform 9 3/4. Hermione leaned closer, her face a picture of wonder as she settled beside Eisen, her gaze fixed upon the mirror. Ginny, too, craned her neck to catch a glimpse. Harry and Ron were not present. Instead, there were Ministry of Magic officials. Eisen did not spot the savior and his companion on the platform, but he did observe a strangely dressed individual inspecting the area, evidently managing a situation that could arouse Muggle suspicion. They wouldn't be apprehended by the Ministry of Magic, would they? Ginny's face reflected greater concern, tears welling in her eyes. Don't fret, I will see where they are, Eisen reassured her, continuing to direct his wand at the observation mirror. Show me, where are Harry Potter and Ron Weasley? The imagery in the mirror shifted, revealing Harry and Ron's figures. Ron was piloting a flying car with ease through the skies, while Harry sat in the passenger seat, an expression of exhilaration adorning his face. Oh, they are currently navigating the clouds above the Hogwarts Express. However, while observing platform 9 3/4 through the mirror, Eisen had already activated the observational feature's godlike perspective. Under the omniscient gaze, everything within a 5-mile radius centered around Eisen was vividly etched in his mind. He distinctly observed a flying car relentlessly pursuing the Hogwarts Express above. Consequently, when Eisen glimpsed Harry and Ron through the scrying mirror, he swiftly pinpointed their location. He then deactivated the divine perspective of observation. I believe Harry and Ron must be right above us. The shifting angles from the mirror revealed the two soaring through the air, with the train's silhouette visible below. Both displayed expressions of bewilderment. Goodness, this is perilous. They might get expelled. Hermione could not suppress a scream. All right. I think you should find Fred and George first, and have them notify Professor McGonagall via owl, Eisen said reassuringly. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on Harry and Ron and ensure their safety. Now that Eisen was aware of Harry and Ron's airborne escapade, especially in the presence of Hermione and Ginny, he could no longer remain indifferent. Upon hearing Eisen's words, Hermione's worried expression dissipated as she and Ginny departed the compartment. While this course of action was permissible, it was undeniably audacious. Clearly, such a conspicuous display was rather unwelcome for Eisen at this moment. Even if no one witnessed his actions, how could he justify them to others? Moreover, even if Eisen refrained from intervening, Harry and Ron would still successfully reach Hogwarts. Thus, Eisen resolved to monitor the two closely, ready to cast protective spells should they encounter any danger. Speaking of which, flying a car in the sky must be quite an exhilarating experience. Unbeknownst to him, Eisen's thoughts began to wander. Wow, are Ron and Harry truly flying a car? How utterly magnificent. Why didn't we think of this? The cacophony of voices abruptly interrupted Eisen's reverie. Chapter 61, On the train, Fred and George entered the compartment where Eisen was situated, their faces alight with excitement, their chatter incessant. Following them were Hermione and Ginny, who had just exited, both wearing displeased expressions. Clearly, the content of Fred and George's conversation had irked them somewhat. Wow, look at the great Ron and the magnificent Harry. They are simply incredible, Fred exclaimed upon witnessing the scene depicted in Eisen's scrying mirror. While he marveled, a hint of regret flitted across their faces, perhaps pondering why they hadn't conceived of such an idea themselves. However, after a moment, Fred seemed to have an epiphany, exchanging a surprised glance with George. Professor, how is this device made? George gazed intently at the mirror, his curiosity piqued. We also have one, Fred said, lowering his voice. Well, a rather similar contraption. But it only reveals Hogwarts Castle. Stop causing a ruckus. Can't you see how perilous it is for Harry? Upon witnessing Fred and George murmuring around Eisen, Ginny could no longer restrain herself and pulled them away. As they were departing from the professor's presence, George waved at Eisen and pointed to the observation mirror in his hand. Clearly, the Weasley twins were still preoccupied with the mirror, intending to discuss it further at school. Rest assured, I am keeping an eye on them. Harry is in no danger at present. Eisen reassured Ginny as he observed the flying car trailing behind Hogwarts through the mirror. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Ginny's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Taken aback for a moment, Eisen quickly averted his gaze to the observation mirror, feigning ignorance of her blush. It then dawned on him that Ginny had always been a fervent admirer of Harry Potter, harboring affection for him all along. Eisen could only conclude that such sentiments were commonplace in the wizarding world. Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, Eisen turned to Hermione, only to find her staring intently at him. The moment their eyes met, she hastily buried her face in Wandering with Werewolves, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Witnessing the bashful demeanor of his admirer inexplicably bolstered Eisen's confidence. It seems my looks are still quite commendable, he mused, stifling a laugh. However, upon observing their expressions, Eisen felt a flush creep onto his own face. He discreetly rubbed his chin with one hand, relieved to find no peculiarities, yet he coughed to mask his embarrassment. Hermione. Eisen promptly composed himself, redirecting the conversation. What do you think of our new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, for second years? Oh yes. I spotted him at Flourish and Blots, Hermione replied, clearly having been keenly aware of the name that dominated the reading list. The books depict some of his thrilling adventures. They are truly captivating, she exclaimed, gesturing with the copy of Wandering with Werewolves in her hand, perhaps influenced by Eisen's presence. Hermione did not exhibit the same level of admiration for Lockhart as portrayed in the original text. Nevertheless, she remained undeniably enthralled by those adventurous tales. May I take a look? Eisen inquired, suddenly intrigued, despite his understanding of Lockhart's true nature. Without hesitation, Hermione handed the book over to him. From Eisen's perspective, a person who had not genuinely experienced such adventures could never articulate them so vividly. If all of Lockhart's escapades were indeed authentic, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable individual. Yet, Eisen was aware that these adventures were not Lockhart's own, they were pilfered from others. Indeed, it was astonishing how one could appropriate another's adventures, such as the marvel of magic. In simple terms, Lockhart learned of these exploits from others, and then employed the Obliviate charm to erase their memories of the events. Thus, the adventures of others became his own. Judging solely by these experiences, Lockhart would appear to be an exemplary defense against the dark arts professor. After returning the book to Hermione, Eisen concluded with this assessment. There was little that Eisen could do, despite being acutely aware that Lockhart was an incompetent charlatan. He could not voice this truth outright. Hermione nodded in silence, but just as she was about to turn the page of her book, a sudden thought seemed to strike her, and she leaned closer to Eisen, her expression imbued with an air of mystery. Professor Eisen, I encountered something peculiar during the summer. Hermione glanced at Ginny, then resolutely settled beside Eisen. What was it that struck you as odd? During the summer, my father took my mother and me to see a film titled This Man Comes from Earth. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she turned to Eisen. Indeed. I mentioned that I operate a film company in the Muggle world, and it was my company that produced This Man Comes from Earth. However, that hardly qualifies as strange. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Eisen felt the coincidence was almost too uncanny to be true. Why, despite having become a witch, would Hermione still accompany her family to the cinema? And of all films, it just had to be one produced by Eisen's company? Professor Eisen, is it really possible for someone to live for 14,000 years? Unexpectedly, Hermione posed a question that left Eisen momentarily bewildered. How could that be? As you know, the Philosopher's Stone. Even Nicholas Flamel only lived for over 600 years. Eisen countered, citing the sole example from the Wizarding World, Nicholas Flamel, to refute her claim. But I encountered a strange individual in the cinema. While discussing the non-existence of such a person with my father, he remarked, how can you be certain it's not real? Even so, that was not particularly strange. Perhaps he was simply a dreamer. Yet, what was peculiar was that I heard this voice without ever seeing the person from whom it originated. Are you suggesting that the speaker could have been a wizard? At this, Eisen's expression turned contemplative. I don't know. Hermione shook her head. Regardless of whether he was a wizard, it remains quite odd. Otherwise, why would he have said such a thing? Well, let us not dwell on it. Perhaps it was merely others casually discussing the film's plot. In truth, Eisen's assertion was not mere conjecture. He waved his hand, signaling Hermione to cease her ruminations. Oh, very well. Hermione obediently fell silent and redirected her focus to the book. As time passed and dusk approached, the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination. All right, let us hasten to the school. I must check on Harry and Ron to ensure they are unharmed. Upon disembarking at Hogsmeade Station, Eisen stowed away his observation mirror and instructed Hermione and Ginny. Understood, Professor Eisen. Farewell until school. Hermione waved to Eisen before taking Ginny's hand and departing. Speaking of which, Eisen found the mode of entry into Hogwarts quite intriguing. It was said that before the Hogwarts Express was established, young witches and wizards would gain admission through the use of door keys. Unfortunately, every year, nearly half of these young witches and wizards would misplace their door keys or experience miscommunication during transportation, causing them to miss the journey to school. At present, first-year wizards are escorted by Hagrid across the Black Lake in a boat upon their admission to the school. In contrast, students from the 2nd to 7th years must embark on the night bus after disembarking, taking a roundabout journey around the majestic Hogwarts castle before entering through the grand doors. To Eisen, this peculiar ritual appeared to serve little purpose. Yet, for Hogwarts, it perhaps represented a cherished tradition. Should fortune favor them, the two would safely land at Hogwarts before the automobile suffered any mishap, although they would inevitably collide with the Whomping Willow, resulting in an unfortunate thrashing along with the car. Thus, as Eisen observed the various students hurrying toward the castle, he resolutely made his way toward the Whomping Willow. Upon reaching the vicinity of the tree, Eisen scarcely waited a few moments before witnessing an automobile breach the surrounding walls, soaring through the air from the greenhouse and vegetable patch, plummeting directly toward the Whomping Willow. Hurry, stop. Watch out for that tree. Eisen heard the panicked voices of Ron and Harry. If all went as expected, the vehicle would indeed collide with the tree, only to be met with the wrath of the Whomping Willow. However, with Eisen present, he would undoubtedly intervene to rescue them. From his vantage point, Eisen fixated intently on Harry and, with a flourish, drew his wand toward him. In an instant, a playing card emerged from Harry, its symbols radiating brilliance before swiftly transforming into a metallic sphere that enveloped the entire automobile. The resounding crash of metal against wood echoed across the serene meadow. Due to the considerable disparity in shape between the metallic sphere and the car, it evaded entrapment within the branches of the Whomping Willow, instead rebounding and landing on the ground a short distance away. The branches of the Whomping Willow stirred momentarily, but ultimately fell silent, unable to reach the sphere. After hitting the ground, the metallic sphere reverted to a playing card and slipped back into Harry's pocket. I knew it had to be Professor Eisen who saved us, Harry exclaimed, astonished by the turn of events. His tone was imbued with delight. That was truly remarkable. Ron nodded in agreement, but before he could complete his sentence, he was abruptly ejected from the car with a cry, uncertain whether it was the magic of the vehicle at play. Both Harry and Ron found themselves cast out as well. Oh no, my wand, Ron lamented, discovering that aside from a few thin splinters, his wand was on the verge of breaking entirely. Instantly, the elation he felt from being saved turned to despair. With a series of thuds, the trunk of the car automatically flung open, and their luggage was ejected. In truth, they ought not to have carried any suitcases, as they were already equipped with storage rings gifted by Eisen. Yet evidently, the two young wizards chose to do so to conceal the existence of the rings. You both are quite impressive. Not only did you forego the Hogwarts Express, but you also arrived in a flying car. Had it not been for Hermione and Ginny informing me of this, you might well have met a rather unfortunate fate. Eisen approached, his gaze fixed sternly upon them. Although Eisen had no obligation to display displeasure, as a professor, it was unbecoming of him to remain indifferent when he was aware that his students had erred. Professor Eisen, we missed the train. Harry pursed his lips, holding Hedwig's cage in his hands, and quietly explained. Indeed, platform 9 3/4 has been sealed off by unknown means, rendering our entry impossible. Ron quickly nodded in agreement. However, you could send a letter to Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall via owl. Eisen's stern expression softened slightly as he cast a meaningful glance at the owl nestled in Harry's arms. It was true that while Ron's pet was a rat named Scabbers, Harry was accompanied by Hedwig. Harry, momentarily taken aback, pondered why such an obvious solution had eluded him. Consequently, he stammered out his reasoning. Oh, follow me. I hope that Dumbledore and the others will be amenable to your explanation. Eisen raised an eyebrow, gesturing for the two to follow as he made his way towards the castle. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their spirits dampened as they trailed behind. The journey was marked by silence, the atmosphere growing somber. Although Eisen walked ahead, he occasionally employed his observational abilities, effortlessly perceiving the expressions of Harry and Ron behind him. It must be said that possessing such keen observational skills was exceedingly convenient. Upon ascending the stairs, Eisen and the two boys entered the entrance hall in succession. A few torches illuminated the somewhat cavernous space, casting a warm glow. Upon entering the hall, they could hear the jubilant cheers emanating from the great hall, where the sorting ceremony and welcoming feast were evidently in full swing. Eisen did not lead them into the festivities, but instead directed them to the Muggle Studies classroom on the second floor. "You must remain here. I believe I need to fetch Professor McGonagall." Eisen nodded as the two followed him inside, then turned to depart. While Harry and Ron felt relatively at ease confronting Eisen alone, the atmosphere became stifling when they found themselves surrounded by Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, and Snape. "Sit," McGonagall commanded. Her lips pressed tightly together as she brandished her wand, noting Harry and Ron's bewildered expressions as they stood. Assuming she was about to cast a spell, they instinctively recoiled a few steps. When no enchantment was cast upon them, they exhaled in relief and took their seats. "Are you not going to explain yourselves?" McGonagall's glasses glinted coldly. "Humph," Snape scoffed from the side, tossing a copy of the Daily Prophet onto Harry's lap. "Is it truly this grave?" Harry thought, observing the professor's stern expressions. At that moment, he understood the meaning of foreboding. As he unfolded the newspaper, a headline caught his eye. In London, two muggles were convinced they had witnessed an old car soaring over the post office tower. Mr. Angus Fleet reported this to the police. At a glance, Harry realized that 6 or 7 muggles were already aware of his and Ron's escapades. Subsequently, Harry handed the newspaper to Ron, whose countenance visibly darkened even more than Harry's. "I recall your father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, yet I never imagined his own son would be adding fuel to the fire," Snape insidiously remarked to Ron. This nearly brought Ron to tears. Chapter 63, The Attention-Seeking Lockhart. "Now please explain why you have done this." Dumbledore's expression was exceedingly grave, though his tone remained remarkably calm. Sensing a hint of disappointment in Dumbledore's voice, Harry felt a pang of discomfort. He dared not meet Dumbledore's gaze, and instead lowered his head to recount the entire sequence of events. Naturally, when mentioning the flying car, he merely stated that he and Ron had fortuitously encountered a flying vehicle by the roadside, omitting any reference to it being Mr. Weasley's car. However, Eisen noted that the 3 professors were not convinced by Harry's account. They had already seen through the facade. Once Harry finished, Dumbledore offered no further reaction but continued to regard them with a steady gaze. Frankly, to Eisen, none of this seemed particularly grave. If another young wizard dared to fly a car through the skies and was spotted by muggles, they might genuinely fear expulsion. Yet, in Harry's case, Eisen felt there was absolutely no cause for concern. After all, Harry was the savior, the one who had genuinely saved the world. Although Harry had been but a mere infant at the time, it was undeniable that Voldemort had faltered when confronted by Harry. Thus, the wizarding community in Britain had narrowly escaped disaster. It was precisely for this reason that Harry was so renowned within the wizarding world. Anyone who recognized the name Harry Potter would regard him as a celebrity. If one were to be expelled for riding in a flying car, the entire wizarding community would likely rise up against Hogwarts. While they might not succeed, such is the weight of the savior's reputation. "All right, let us gather our belongings." Ron finally broke the oppressive silence, his face betraying an expression of despair. "What are you talking about?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "We've been expelled. Haven't we?" Ron's tone was woefully subdued, as he could no longer fathom how to convey this news to his family. Would he really say to them, "Congratulations? The Weasley family has finally produced a Gryffindor who has been expelled"? Oh, they would surely be furious with him. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry anxiously glanced at Dumbledore, seemingly awaiting the impending verdict. "Not today," Dumbledore shook his head. I must make you aware of the gravity of this situation, Mr. Weasley. I will write to your family tonight. Furthermore, I must inform you that should there be a repeat of this behavior, expulsion will be the only option left to me." Originally intending to impose a suitable punishment upon Harry, one could hardly anticipate that Dumbledore would treat the matter so lightly. Severus Snape could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Professor Dumbledore, these 2 students have blatantly disregarded the regulations concerning underage wizards' use of magic, causing significant damage to a precious tree. They must be held accountable." Dumbledore merely winked at Snape and gestured toward Eisen. It appeared that Harry and Ron were to receive individual guidance from Professor McGonagall. Once Eisen took his seat at the faculty table, he discovered that the sorting ceremony had concluded. As expected, Ginny Weasley had been sorted into Gryffindor. Without Harry and Ron present, Hermione and Ginny were seated together, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Eisen at the professor's table, Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. Eisen reciprocated with a nod before directing his attention to the faculty table. Indeed, with the commencement of the new academic year, the position once held by Professor Quirrell had been filled by another, a young wizard clad in a sea green robe. appearing to be a few years older than Eisen but still under 30, had taken his place. It was evident that this was the newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. To be fair, Professor Lockhart was quite handsome. In comparison to Eisen, Lockhart's attractiveness was marginally less, yet his air of maturity combined with a perpetual smile rendered him particularly appealing to young girls. During his first experience of the opening ceremony and welcome feast, Eisen had felt a sense of novelty. However, by the second occasion, that feeling had dissipated. "Hello. I've heard from Hagrid that you are Professor Eisen Tenna, the astronomy instructor." A voice interrupted Eisen's musings. Frowning, he turned to see the green-clad figure seated beside him. Lockhart extended his hand toward Eisen, seemingly anticipating an expression of adoration before shaking hands. To be honest, Eisen had not expected such antics from Lockhart during the opening ceremony. He had assumed that even a lackluster professor would possess the discernment to recognize the appropriateness of the moment. Yet, Lockhart, with his stubbornness, had approached Eisen to engage in idle chatter. Hello, Professor Lockhart. Welcome to Hogwarts." Although Eisen was momentarily taken aback, he felt compelled to shake Lockhart's hand. However, as he did so, he couldn't help but internally scoff, wondering why Lockhart felt the need to introduce himself when he was always boasting about his achievements. Gazing at the smiling visage before him, Eisen was suddenly overcome by an impulse to deliver a punch. "All right, everyone quiet," Dumbledore's voice rang out, instantly silencing the students at the table. "I would like to introduce to you all, this is our new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Let us extend a warm welcome." Just as Lockhart was about to continue his conversation with Eisen, he stood up from his seat, flashing his signature smile. Eisen felt an incessant twitching of his eyelids, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse to flee. Casting a glance at the other professors, particularly Snape, he noted the unmistakable disdain etched upon the latter's countenance. However, Gilderoy Lockhart's persona was so impeccably crafted that, upon concluding his self-introduction, a chorus of cheers erupted from numerous female students. Even though Hermione did not idolize him as depicted in the original narrative, she nonetheless offered her applause generously. In contrast, many male students displayed expressions of indifference, perhaps a consequence of the natural aversion between the same gender. Chapter 64, The Potent Howler. Eisen understood that while he had made strides in his transfiguration studies, achieving mastery over the new techniques would require considerable time and effort. Hence, there was no need for haste. It was now the second year of the Trio's enrollment, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the impending significant event would revolve around the Chamber of Secrets within Slytherin. A crucial artifact in this tale was the diary that Lucius Malfoy had surreptitiously given to Ginny. This diary was no ordinary object, for it was the first Horcrux created by Voldemort. During his school days, Voldemort had opened the Chamber of Secrets, controlling the basilisk with his innate Parseltongue abilities to commit murder against a Muggle-born, which named Myrtle Warren, the weeping ghost that lingered in the toilets. It was through this act of murder that he split his soul, embedding a fragment within the diary, thus creating his inaugural Horcrux. Moreover, Voldemort was cunning enough to frame Hagrid's pet Acromantula, Aragog, for the crime, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion from Hogwarts. Subsequently, Voldemort entrusted the diary, his first Horcrux, to his minion Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Presently, with the Ministry of Magic launching a campaign against dangerous artifacts, Lucius discreetly passed the diary to Ginny at the bookstore. If events unfolded as anticipated, the diary would soon wreak havoc at Hogwarts through Ginny's hands, nearly culminating in a resurrection. The following morning, Eisen arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast as usual. Beneath the magically enchanted ceiling, for long tables were laden with dishes and utensils. While students dined, they engaged in spirited discussions, and a cursory observation revealed that the focal point of their chatter was Harry and Ron. Indeed, the majority of students regarded Harry and Ron's arrival in a flying car with astonishment and envy. However, Eisen noticed that Hermione, while perusing a book titled Traveling with Vampires, wore a distinctly stern expression, even failing to greet Harry with warmth. It seemed that Hermione, embodying the archetype of a diligent student, remained perturbed by Harry and Ron's outrageous method of arriving at school. Just as he finished a piece of bread and sipped his milk, Eisen suddenly became acutely aware of a buzzing commotion. Raising his gaze, he beheld a multitude of owls, over 100, soaring in from outside, tirelessly circling above the hall. One by one, they dropped packages and letters onto the 4 long tables, which were eagerly caught by the conversing students. It is evident that this is a gift or letter sent by a student's parent. Errol. At that moment, Ron's loud shout caught Eisen's attention. There, a gray owl lay sprawled on the table, its beak clutching a red envelope. Oh no, Ron seemed to have recalled something dreadful, and he couldn't help but cradle his head in his hands. Do not worry, it is still alive. Harry poked the owl, and upon discovering it was still moving, he comforted Ron by patting him on the shoulder. No, I mean that. Ron pointed at the red envelope in Errol's beak, shaking his head in distress. What about it? Harry inquired with a puzzled expression, and even Hermione was drawn in. Observing this scene, a smile flickered across Eisen's face. If she was not mistaken, that red envelope must be a howler. Well, consider it a spectacle. Ron could not help but swallow hard, conflicted about whether to open it. Ron, you had better open it. If you do not, the situation will only worsen. My grandmother once sent me a howler, and I did not open it. What a terrifying consequence that was, Neville advised Ron, but perhaps recalling that dreadful outcome, he inhaled sharply. What is a howler? Noticing the terror etched on Ron and Neville's faces, Harry felt a twinge of curiosity. Could there be danger involved? The red letter had already begun to emit smoke, and beads of sweat appeared on Ron's forehead as he focused solely on it, ignoring Harry's question. Hurry and open it, or you will run out of time. Neville urged quietly. There was no avoiding this. Ron was utterly terrified, yet he shakily extended his hands, gingerly retrieving the envelope from Errol's beak, and delicately tore it open. A thunderous roar instantly reverberated throughout the great hall, leaving Harry utterly bewildered. At last, he understood what a howler was. Nearby, Neville had already covered his ears, while Hermione quickly followed suit after being startled. Ron Weasley, you truly have a talent. Stealing a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Just wait until I deal with you then. You probably never even considered how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing. This was the voice of Mrs. Weasley, amplified to a volume 100 times greater than usual, causing the dishes and cutlery on the table to rattle. To be honest, Eisen was momentarily taken aback as well. She recognized this iconic scene, having seen it in the movies, but she had no recollection of the howler's power being so immense, nearly shaking the entire hall to its core. The great hall fell silent in an instant, and then they saw Ron huddled in his chair, revealing only his flushed forehead. Last night, after receiving Dumbledore's letter, your father nearly died of embarrassment. How could you do such a thing? You and Harry almost lost your lives. The ear-piercing sound made Harry shrink down in his seat. Soon after, a murmur began to swell around them, and the once quiet great hall gradually buzzed with activity again. Is there anything else you might expect? Hermione said, removing her hands from her ears and glaring at Ron after closing a journey with vampires. I understand. Just stop talking. Ron interrupted her reprimand with irritation. As for Eisen, he made his way to the library on the second floor. After rummaging through the shelves, he found a copy of Secrets of Transfiguration and settled at a nearby table. However, Eisen did not immediately delve into the book. Instead, he pondered the earlier events that had transpired in the Great Hall. Until now, he had not given it much thought, but after witnessing the power of the Howler, a sudden idea struck him. The notion of employing the Howler in combat seemed utterly absurd at first, yet upon further reflection, there appeared to be ample opportunity for modification. For instance, the Howler is triggered only when opened, but what if it could be altered to activate upon contact with the target? That would indeed be exhilarating. However, the thought of a spell in the Wizarding World that could block sound dampened his spirits considerably. Even if the Howler were transformed into an instantaneous triggering device, it would likely only be effective for a surprise attack when the opponent is unguarded. Such limitations felt rather constraining. This would imply that instead of sending messages via owl, one would have to employ the summoning charm to deliver the Howler at close range. Yet, in a close confrontation, using a Howler seemed somewhat beneath him. After all, wouldn't it be more efficient to simply cast an offensive spell? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Eisen refocused his attention on the book in his hands and gradually became engrossed in its contents. Chapter 65, Inspiration. Time passed slowly, and when Eisen finally closed Secrets of Transfiguration once more, it was already time for the afternoon break. Eisen, who had always regarded transfiguration as a core skill, placed great importance on honing this magical ability. Previously, he believed his level of proficiency in transfiguration had reached an advanced stage, based solely on his own memories and understanding. He felt that since he had mastered the ability to transform elements, few could surpass him in this discipline. Indeed, while Eisen wished to claim that his transfiguration skills had surpassed those of Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, he knew better than to make such a bold assertion lightly. However, the more he studied transfiguration, the more he felt it to be an enigmatic art. At times, Eisen even questioned whether transfiguration belonged to an entirely different system than other spells. If transfiguration were sufficiently powerful, it seemed capable of achieving many of the feats that spells could accomplish. For instance, with Eisen's current level of skill, while the fire-making spell attacks foes by conjuring flames, he could transform any material directly into fire through transfiguration. Similarly, he could achieve the effects of the petrification and freezing charms through transfiguration as well. This time, many concepts from the Secrets of Transfiguration profoundly inspired Eisen and ignited his creativity. For instance, there exists a technique within transfiguration that allows one to conjure previously prepared food right before their eyes, much like when Dumbledore conjured dinner for the students. After some contemplation, Eisen pondered whether it might be possible to amalgamate the theory of apparition with aspects of transfiguration. If Eisen could indeed merge these two forms of magic, He might circumvent Hogwarts restrictions on apparition, as the school undoubtedly possesses formidable protective enchantments and counter-apparition barriers. However, it was evident that Hogwarts did not impose limitations on transfiguration. Thus, if he could truly innovate a new apparition spell, he would be able to teleport freely within Hogwarts. When Eisen arrived at the Great Hall for lunch, he noticed Ron, who was glumly clutching his wand, stuffing his mouth with meat while continuously waving his wand. "What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Eisen inquired with curiosity, noticing Ron's slightly frantic expression before taking a seat beside Hermione. Ron's wand had broken yesterday. Harry expressed sympathy. "Yes. I owe Professor a debt of gratitude for saving me and Harry that day, but during the car's tumultuous roll, my wand unfortunately got damaged." Ron, slightly dejected, first thanked Eisen for his actions that day, then extended the broken wand for Eisen to see. "Oh, how unfortunate," Eisen remarked, observing the wand wrapped in several layers of magical tape, shrugging his shoulders. Although he was tempted to laugh at Ron's misfortune, he refrained to avoid provoking his embarrassment. "Professor Eisen, look!" Hermione exclaimed, tugging at Eisen's arm with an air of anticipation. Eisen turned his gaze toward Hermione, who was waving her wand at a beetle, transforming it into a splendid button. "Excellent transfiguration, Hermione. I dare say Professor McGonagall will award you extra points," Eisen praised, admiring the little fan before him. Upon hearing Eisen's compliment, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, yet a joyful smile graced her face. Unbeknownst to her, Ron's expression grew increasingly dark beside her. "Yes, and then I'll receive a howler." Ron's face revealed a look of dismay as he anticipated the inevitable outcome, being publicly chastised in front of hundreds of witches and wizards in the Great Hall. With the words, "Your wand broke. It's all your fault." Subsequently, Ron tucked away his damaged wand. "You've circled out Lockhart's class." Ron held up the schedule, but his expression shifted to one of utter surprise. "Hey, why did you circle Professor Eisen's class in a heart shape?" Hermione cautiously glanced at Eisen, and upon seeing his slightly astonished expression, her face immediately turned crimson. In a fit of annoyance, she snatched the schedule from Ron's hands without uttering a word. "Hello. Are you Harry?" At that moment, a timid voice broke the air. Eisen turned to see a very small boy standing there. The small boy with gray hair seemed to be enchanted as he fixated on Harry. In his hand was an object that resembled an ordinary camera from the Muggle world. You are Harry?" Harry gazed at him, bewildered, as he had missed the sorting ceremony and thus had no idea who this boy was. "I am Colin Creevey, and I am also in Gryffindor." Feeling somewhat shy under Harry's scrutinizing gaze, Colin summoned his courage and stepped forward to introduce himself. "Do you think it would be possible for me to take your picture?" Colin said, raising the camera in his hand to express his intent. "Take a picture?" Harry still looked perplexed, evidently underestimating his own fame. "Yes, this way I can prove that I met you. I know everything about you. Everyone is talking about how you escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord, and you have that lightning-shaped scar on your forehead," Colin exclaimed excitedly, his eyes darting over Harry's forehead as if searching for that iconic mark. "Someone in my dormitory mentioned that if you use the right revealing potion, the person in the photograph will move. Isn't that fascinating?" Colin inhaled deeply, his entire being trembling with excitement. "I mean, before receiving my acceptance letter to Hogwarts, I had no idea that I would be doing such strange things as magic. My father delivers milk, and he can hardly believe it. So, I want to take a bunch of photos to show him. Perhaps I could stand beside you, and your friends could help press the button, and then you could sign it," Colin proposed, noticing that Harry remained silent, his face reflecting a pleading expression. "Signed photo? Harry Potter, you're giving out signed photos?" Malfoy's loud voice cut through the air, drawing the attention of many. "Oh no." Upon seeing the suddenly materializing Malfoy, Eisen couldn't help but rub his forehead while internally groaning. Clearly, Malfoy and Harry were indeed rivals. "Everyone line up. Mr. Potter is giving out signed photos," Malfoy shouted to the crowd, flanked by the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle, who chuckled behind him. "I don't have." Harry clenched his fist, glaring fiercely at Malfoy. "Eat slugs, Malfoy." Ron shot an angry look at Malfoy, clearly irritated by his presence. Chapter 66. Eisen's Proposal. As Eisen, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly felt a small hand grasp his arm, he turned to find Hermione, her lips pressed together, looking at him with concern. "Ahem, all right. Don't worry about Harry and the others." Eisen felt compelled to reassure Hermione. It seemed he could no longer simply observe the unfolding drama. Otherwise, Hermione would likely harbor grievances against him. However, before Eisen could intervene, the situation on the scene had already shifted. It was evident that the characteristic smile made it clear he was Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry wished to explain, but Lockhart had already thrown an arm around his shoulder, exclaiming without hesitation, "No need to ask. We meet again, Harry. Come on. It couldn't be more fitting, Mr. Creevey. A double portrait is the best deal. And we shall both sign it for you." Harry found himself immobilized by Lockhart's grip around his shoulders, his face flushed as if he were burning with fever. Meanwhile, Lockhart remained oblivious to Harry's discomfort, confidently waving at Colin. Eisen observed that the instigator, Malfoy, had stealthily slipped away from the crowd. TSK. This fellow truly embodies the essence of retreating from trouble while concealing his achievements. Colin, bewildered, raised his camera and pressed the shutter. Just then, the class bell rang. All right, Hermione, with Professor Lockhart handling things, you have nothing to worry about. Let us hurry to class, Eisen said, gently patting Hermione on the head. Goodbye, Professor Eisen. See you tonight. Hermione replied, her cheeks flushed, before she turned and dashed away. Come on, off to class, Lockhart shouted to the group, then continued to chat with Harry. Offering a piece of advice, Harry, I provided cover for you with Quirrell. He was taking pictures of us both. So your classmates won't think you too proud or arrogant. Harry attempted to interject and clarify, but Lockhart did not afford him the opportunity. Hello, Professor Eisen. It's a pleasure to see you here. I must attend class now. We shall converse another time. Lockhart seized the moment to wave at Eisen, then draped an arm around Harry as they proceeded towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. Impressive indeed. After a moment, Eisen rose, shaking his head in disbelief, unable to suppress a sigh. To be frank, if Lockhart possessed any real skill, he would be nearly flawless. Professor Eisen, may I inquire if you require assistance from myself or Professor Flitwick? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly, regarding Eisen with a serious expression. Today, Minerva sensed something peculiar about Eisen, the young astronomy professor, as he had unexpectedly come to her office accompanied by Professor Flitwick, claiming to need help. Well, you see, Eisen began. Noticing the seriousness etched on her face, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his smile, I wish to attempt the disapparition charm, and I would appreciate your oversight along with Professor Flitwick. The disapparition charm? If memory serves, you mastered it last year in an impressively brief period, Professor Flitwick remarked, looking quizzically at Eisen. McGonagall, however, remained silent, her gaze shifting from Eisen to Flitwick, a mix of astonishment and curiosity in her eyes. Ahem. It's just that I wish to practice the disapparition charm within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. But that is impossible, Professor Eisen. I must emphasize that Hogwarts is fortified with powerful protective magic, including restrictions against disapparition. No one can perform it here, McGonagall interjected, her expression once again stern. Indeed, that is correct. Thus far, no one has managed to disapparate within Hogwarts, save for house elves and Dumbledore's pet, Fox. Professor Flitwick confirmed McGonagall's statement. Well, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, my thoughts are as follows. Eisen proceeded to elucidate his inspiration drawn from the library. How he conceived the idea of integrating transfiguration with the disapparition charm to summon food from thin air. Although Eisen could choose to conduct his research in secrecy without informing others, he intended to exercise caution regarding this new spell involving spatial movement. After all, Eisen could not ascertain whether unexpected complications might arise while he endeavored to practice this new incantation, despite having perfectly mastered the disapparition charm. Should he succeed in developing an unrestricted enhanced version of the disapparition charm, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. However, if unforeseen circumstances were to occur without anyone present to oversee the situation, it would be utterly disastrous. It is important to note that Eisen was already capable of achieving immortality. He had yet to fully relish the wonders of life, and thus could not afford to act so recklessly. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance from Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Moreover, based on Eisen's understanding of the envisioned new spell, even if successfully developed, it would necessitate profound mastery in both transfiguration and disapparition to cast effectively. Eisen was uncertain whether Professors McGonagall and Flitwick would be able to perform it, but even if they could, he was not overly concerned, as they were not adversarial figures and did not require excessive caution. However, such a spell must never be disclosed to the public. Professor McGonagall composed herself, suppressing her initial shock, and firmly countered Professor Flitwick's remarks. After hearing Eisen's earnest assurances, her expression softened, yet she was soon captivated by the implications of Eisen's proposal. This spell could be exceedingly powerful. I must inform Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall murmured, glancing at Eisen. Ah, so Dumbledore will be involved as well? That is of little consequence. Moreover, if Dumbledore participates, the development of the new spell will likely accelerate significantly. With this thought traversing his mind, Eisen nodded at Professor McGonagall, indicating his approval. She then exited the office. Professor Eisen, what inspired you to research a new spell for disapparition at Hogwarts? In the wake of Professor McGonagall's departure, Professor Flitwick immediately displayed a curious expression. Well, regarding this, Eisen had long since devised an excellent justification. As you may know, 2 young wizards did not take the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of the term, but instead arrived in a flying car. Ah, yes, I am aware. It was Gryffindor's Harry and Ron. They are quite courageous and adventurous, Professor Flitwick chuckled, acknowledging his knowledge of the incident. Goodness, is that truly a matter of courage and adventure? Such a perilous undertaking. Yet the focus seems quite peculiar. Indeed, I fortuitously arrived at the Whomping Willow just in time to prevent them from suffering serious harm. Eisen shrugged in agreement, elaborating, had I not reached there, Harry and Ron would have been in danger. Thus, I contemplated the development of an unrestricted new spell. In such circumstances, it would enable me to promptly arrive at the scene to manage the situation. Ah, I see. What a splendid idea. After listening to Eisen's explanation, Professor Flitwick immediately displayed a look of admiration. Chapter 67, The Temporary Research Group. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Eisen greeted, not daring to show any sign of negligence as he observed Dumbledore's white beard, which had drooped down to his chest. Greetings, Professor Eisen. Greetings, Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement to both, then playfully winked. Well, Professor McGonagall mentioned that there was an urgent matter requiring my presence. Could someone enlighten me on what it pertains to? The group exchanged glances, and finally, Eisen spoke up. I have an idea that could potentially combine certain theories of transfiguration with disillusionment. Once Eisen elucidated his thoughts, Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of gravity. I must say, this is an extraordinarily remarkable concept. However, it must not be disclosed. Much like Professor McGonagall, my foremost concern is the safety of Hogwarts. It is evident that I fear dark wizards or Death Eaters might learn it and breach Hogwarts at will, which would pose a grave danger to the students. Indeed, Professor McGonagall echoed similar sentiments. Thus I assure you, I will not disclose it, allowing those dark wizards the opportunity to master it, Eisen reiterated, spreading his hands to reaffirm his stance. He then directed his gaze towards the others. I believe the esteemed professors share this sentiment, do they not? Very well. I comprehend your perspective, Professor Eisen. Dumbledore responded, nodding with satisfaction. However, he then posed a question. Yet, I must express that if we were to develop this spell according to your vision, the endeavor would be exceedingly complex and arduous. It would require a significant investment of time and effort to have any chance of success, and the professors have their own responsibilities, particularly during the lunch break. Oh, I see your point, Professor Dumbledore. What about we allocate time after dinner? I propose that just the four of us, myself, you, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick, gather in the Charms classroom to explore this matter post-dinner. Eisen articulated his proposal. Considering that Professors McGonagall and Flitwick would inevitably need to dedicate more time to teaching, Eisen had swiftly concluded that the evening would be the most suitable time. Eisen's specification of just the four of them was quite deliberate. Should Dumbledore whimsically invite Snape into the fold, it would inadvertently mean revealing their plans to Voldemort. Though Eisen understood Snape was, in fact, a spy for Dumbledore, he could not dismiss the possibility that Snape might betray their trust to gain Voldemort's favor. Thus, Eisen made that particular clarification. Subsequently, the professors raised no objections. Hence, a temporary magical research group was established. With matters settled, Eisen took his leave. Upon exiting Professor McGonagall's office, Eisen believed he would not encounter anything peculiar. To his astonishment, as he passed by the classroom of defense against the dark arts, a figure stumbled out in disarray, hastily shutting the door behind him. The individual clad in a water-green robe was none other than Professor Lockhart, the instructor of the said class. However, unlike the composed demeanor Eisen had previously observed, Lockhart now appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray, and his once impeccably clean robe marred with numerous tears, as if it had been violently torn. Goodness! Were those young wizards so audacious as to drive out the professor of defense against the dark arts? Eisen, filled with curiosity, approached Lockhart and greeted him. Ahem, it's nothing. I was merely assigning some practical tasks to the young wizards, which they must complete independently. I shall not assist them. Upon noticing Eisen's presence, Lockhart immediately feigned nonchalance, gesturing toward the classroom while smoothing his wavy golden locks. Upon hearing Lockhart's explanation, Eisen's mind conjured images from his memories, instantly comprehending the events that had transpired within. Observing Lockhart's expression, which seemed to convey the sentiment that as long as he felt no embarrassment, it was others who should, Eisen found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for the intermittent screams emanating from the classroom, he might have been inclined to believe Lockhart's account. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. All of you freeze. The cacophony of screams within the classroom ceased instantly. Eisen recognized it as Hermione's voice, who had undoubtedly quelled the chaos with a freezing spell. Remarkably, the second year which had managed to immobilize all the mischievous pixies. The stark contrast of her capability left Eisen in disbelief. Logically, Hermione's magical prowess, regardless of its strength, could not possibly rival that of Lockhart. Yet, their performances were in such stark opposition. Truly, Eisen found it hard to fathom that Lockhart was an alumnus of Ravenclaw. Well, I have matters to attend to. Farewell, Professor Eisen, Lockhart declared, as he hastily prepared to leave upon noticing the students were about to emerge. With a brief farewell, he departed in a hurry. What on earth is going on? Has something occurred? Eisen inquired, stepping forward. Professor, you won't believe this. Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts lesson revolves around discovering his favorite color, his birthday, and what his most desired birthday gift is, among other trivialities. I must be losing my mind. Harry lamented, his frustration palpable. He even unleashed a cage of Cornish pixies, wreaking havoc in the classroom, before fleeing. Ron scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain, delivering a sharp retort. But that was Lockhart's way of providing us with an opportunity for practical experience. Hermione interjected quietly, glancing furtively at Eisen after her remark. Enough already. He has no idea what he is doing. Did you not see? Neville was hoisted by the little creature. And he merely fled, Ron exclaimed, patting Harry beside him, who nodded in agreement. Nonsense. Hermione's voice rose in pitch. You have all read his books. Consider the astonishing feats he has accomplished. Who knows? That may just be his own claim. Ron muttered, evidently disagreeing with Hermione's perspective. Well, based on the experiences described in the books, those events are undoubtedly real. Upon hearing Eisen's words, Hermione's face lit up with a smile. But her expression soon soured as he continued. However, whether those are actually Professor Lockhart's experiences, I believe you will uncover in your forthcoming studies. Harry and Ron stifled laughter, trembling with amusement. Hermione, in a huff, turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to engage with Eisen any further. Chapter 68, The Marauder's Map. After dinner, Eisen arrived at the Charms classroom to discuss advanced apparition with Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick. As it was Wednesday, and there was astronomy class in the evening, the discussion was rather superficial, merely confirming the theoretical framework and general direction for their forthcoming research. However, it must be noted that Eisen encountered a significant obstacle right from the outset. The application of transfiguration to food could summon it from one location to another, but when employed on a human body, it seemingly involved a degree of bodily transformation. Of course, this was not a direct and crude alteration of the human form, but rather an effective influence on the transformable parts of the body. Only by applying this aspect to the human body, in conjunction with apparition, could Eisen achieve his goal. Regrettably, due to his aversion to animagus transformations, Eisen had not delved deeply into the realm of human transformation. Thus, at the suggestion of Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, if Eisen wished to develop an enhanced version of apparition, he would need to explore human transformation in depth, even if he did not pursue animagus studies. Consequently, this newly formed magical research group was tasked with imparting to Eisen some deeper insights and secrets regarding human transformation. During the evening astronomy class, Eisen refrained from delving too deeply into the material, aware of the students' tendencies. He lightly touched upon the knowledge learned in the previous academic year while explaining the trajectories of planetary motion. Perhaps due to their acclimatization to Eisen's teaching style, the students appeared more earnest in their studies, thus alleviating Eisen's burden somewhat. The following morning, after practicing spells and transfiguration as usual, Eisen began to ponder the subject of human transformation. An hour and a half later, as he planned to pause his studies to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, he was approached by Fred and George. Fred, George, what brings you here? Eisen asked, amused by their furtive entrance, swiftly closing the door behind them. Indeed, Professor Eisen, we have brought something exceedingly intriguing. It is quite akin to the mirror of the professor. The Weasley twins exchanged a furtive glance before addressing Eisen, their demeanor reeking of secrecy, as though they were concealing some illicit knowledge. Subsequently, Fred produced a piece of parchment from his robes and presented it to Eisen. This enchanted map, known as the Marauder's Map, was already familiar to Eisen. However, upon hearing the twins mention their observing mirror, he realized they were harboring ulterior motives regarding it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, Fred declared with gravity as he pointed his wand at the parchment, reciting a secret incantation. In an instant, the blank parchment transformed, revealing a detailed map of Hogwarts, showcasing its intricate layout. Yet, the true marvel lay in the map's ability to display the names of all individuals within the castle, each name moving continuously, indicative of their respective movements. Upon closer examination of the Marauder's Map, Eisen discerned that while it lacked certain clarity in comparison to his observing mirror, it possessed a remarkable strength, the ability to reveal true identities. For instance, although Eisen's mirror could observe all beings and objects within Hogwarts with unparalleled clarity, it could not distinguish between reality and deception. Take Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, for example. Had Eisen not been privy to the truth beforehand, he would have overlooked the rat's true nature even after observing it through the mirror. Conversely, the Marauder's Map explicitly displayed the name of Peter Pettigrew, akin to employing a revealing charm. This aspect surpassed Eisen's mirror. However, such matters were of little consequence to Eisen, for he was already aware of certain truths. What intrigued him further was how Fred and George had discovered the incantation to activate the Marauder's Map. He knew they had procured this map stealthily from Filch's office. Yet, the incantation required to unveil it was nothing short of audacious. How had they come to know it? Did they merely stumble upon it through trial and error? That seemed exceedingly improbable. Before activation, the Marauder's Map was merely a blank piece of parchment, Who could have envisioned that it could be activated with the phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good"? It was akin to receiving a treasure chest and being tasked with deducing its opening phrase. Would one know whether it was a sequence of numbers, a poetic line, an idiom, or a curse? Thus, while Eisen considered it possible that they might have guessed the incantation, he deemed the likelihood to be quite low. It was far more plausible that the twins had uncovered fragments of information regarding the Marauders map during their research at Hogwarts. Nonetheless, it was precisely because of the Marauders map that Fred and George were able to navigate the castle undetected by Filch during their nocturnal escapades. One could not deny that their talents were indeed directed toward other pursuits. A splendid piece, the Marauders map. Did you craft it yourselves? Eisen gazed at the Marauders map, and indeed, he saw the representation of his name standing motionless alongside Fred and George. Naturally, he could not reveal that he was already privy to everything. So he feigned curiosity and inquired, "Oh, no, this is what we discovered in Filch's office." Fred and George shook their heads, recounting the true origins of the map. Even Dumbledore can see it in the headmaster's office. Eisen nodded, marveling at this revelation. "Yes, he often strolls around in there," George replied with a shrug. "Prank's over." Fred pointed his wand at the Marauders map, and both he and George looked at Eisen with eager anticipation. "So, you have come to barter with me for the method to create the observatory lens?" Eisen surmised, recalling Fred and George's earlier antics on the train. He could almost predict their intentions. The observatory lens? The two exchanged puzzled glances before turning their questioning gazes upon Eisen. "Precisely," Eisen replied with a sly smile, retrieving the lens from his storage ring. Instantly, Fred and George's eyes sparkled with excitement, though a hint of bashfulness crept onto their faces as they nodded. "However, I cannot divulge the method of its creation." Eisen swiftly stowed the lens away and, with a serious tone, cautioned, "What if you were to use it for peeking into the girls' dormitory or restrooms?" Upon hearing the first part of Eisen's statement, Fred and George displayed disappointment, but their expressions quickly morphed into a blank stare upon hearing the latter half. "What are you two thinking?" Eisen felt an ominous premonition as he observed their expressions. "Oh, nothing at all, Professor Eisen. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." They waved their hands dismissively, attempting to mask their expressions as they prepared to depart. "Wait a moment," Eisen called out to them. "Why do you look so glum? Here, take this. It's for you to carry with you." Seeing their faces turn to one of despondency, Eisen found it amusing. After chiding them lightly, he handed them two magical tokens resembling playing cards. "What is this?" They examined the tokens repeatedly, and it was Fred who, brimming with curiosity, finally inquired. "Consider it a protective charm. Rest assured, Ron has one too." Eisen refrained from elaborating on its function. "Wow, that's incredibly cool. Thank you, Professor Eisen. Goodbye." The two finally broke into smiles, waving cheerfully at Eisen before departing. Chapter 69, A Conflict on the Quidditch Pitch. Meanwhile, Eisen was methodically advancing with the plans he had long prepared, occasionally utilizing the lens's divine perspective to keep an eye on the trio. However, to his astonishment, trouble befell them the very next day. Early on Saturday, Harry was awakened by Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Originally intending to sleep in for a few more hours, Harry had no choice but to groggily follow Wood out of the dormitory. Indeed, Wood has been deeply troubled by the fact that the Gryffindor Quidditch team failed to secure the Quidditch Cup last year. In his view, the prowess of Gryffindor's team has always surpassed that of other houses. Regrettably, Harry's absence due to his hospital stay during the final match led to Gryffindor suffering their most significant defeat in 3 centuries. Consequently, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Wood spent the entire summer devising new training regimens. Thus, early on Saturday morning, he dragged Harry out of bed, eager to implement his new training strategies. Aware of the reasons behind last year's Quidditch team's failure, Harry felt a pang of guilt and refrained from resenting Wood for waking him so early. He left a note for Ron and followed Wood to the locker room. Upon arriving at the locker room, Harry realized he was not the only one yawning. Both Fred and George bore dark circles under their eyes, indicating a restless night. However, this was not the most unfortunate turn of events. Due to the time Wood spent explaining his meticulously crafted training plan over the summer, they arrived at the Quidditch pitch only to find the sun already high in the sky. Ron and Hermione had also made their way to the stands. While this was not the crux of the matter, the real issue arose when they discovered that the Slytherin team had also arrived at the pitch. This infuriated Wood, as Gryffindor had reserved the field for the day. When Eisen realized Slytherin's presence on the Quidditch pitch, he recalled memories that indicated a confrontation was inevitable. Since Eisen had integrated the perfect observational traits, he typically switched off his omniscient perspective while focusing on tasks or resting. During other times, he consciously maintained this perspective to hone his observational skills. Thus, upon reaching the Quidditch pitch, Eisen observed Hermione and Ron entering the center of the field from his elevated viewpoint. He then witnessed Malfoy mocking them, which provoked an explosive reaction from the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ron, in particular, drew his wand and aimed it at Malfoy. A loud explosion resonated across the Quidditch field as Ron's spell rebounded due to the damage to his wand, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. This elicited a chorus of laughter from the Slytherins. Eisen, can you believe Malfoy dared to call her a mudblood? Eisen felt a surge of anger, trembling as he glared at Malfoy. He recognized her as Elias Pinnett, a fourth-year seeker for Gryffindor. Eisen wondered if Malfoy was truly devoid of common sense, openly uttering such a vile and discriminatory term in front of everyone, despite the fact that a considerable amount of personal commentary had already been expressed in astronomy class. Malfoy remains obstinately unchanged. Is his villainous aura truly so potent that it diminishes the intellect of the trio of saviors upon their encounter? Hermione, do you recall my previous assertion that you are an exceptionally talented witch? Observe, in class, there exists no spell beyond your grasp. Thus, the envious words uttered by others need not weigh heavily upon your heart. Approaching Hermione, Eisen offered a gentle word of comfort. Instantly, Hermione felt as if she had tasted honey, and after a vigorous nod, a smile graced her face. Yes, you and Harry should escort Ron to Hagrid. I have a matter to attend to. Noticing Hermione's improved spirits, Eisen nodded in agreement and made arrangements. As Hermione and Harry supported Ron towards Hagrid's hut, Eisen strode purposefully towards Malfoy. Each step seemed to carry immense pressure, causing the Slytherins to instinctively suppress their smiles. Professor Eisen. Malfoy tightened his grip on his Firebolt 2001, swallowing hard at Eisen's grim expression. Ah, so everyone has acquired a Firebolt 2001. Is this the arrogance of the affluent? To bully classmates at will? Observing the Slytherins, each brandishing a Firebolt 2001, Eisen raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat severe. I am merely an astronomy professor and have no desire to meddle in Slytherin affairs. Upon hearing this, Malfoy and the other Slytherins exhaled in relief. However, Eisen continued with a statement that dampened their spirits. Yet, I believe it is necessary to inform Professor Snape about this matter. With that, a playing card appeared in Eisen's hand, instantly transforming into a hummingbird that darted towards the castle. Minutes later, Snape appeared at the Quidditch pitch, his expression dark. Professor Eisen, I specifically authorized Slytherin to train on the Quidditch pitch. I trust you do not need to remind me to handle this matter. As Gryffindor and Slytherin stood apart, Eisen focused intently on the Slytherin players, Snape's tone decidedly irritable. Indeed, Eisen had developed a simple function through transfiguration to convey messages, akin to using a Patronus for communication. Yet, finding the Patronus too conspicuous, he opted for a similar function through transfiguration. As the head of Slytherin, Snape's permission for their training on the Quidditch pitch was certainly within reason. Eisen nodded, a playful smile emerging on his face. However, I assume Professor Snape did not approve of Malfoy shouting mudblood at others? In that instant, Eisen noticed a twitch in Snape's cheek. Clearly, this statement struck a nerve. Once, it was a single utterance of mudblood that fractured his friendship with Lily, a regret that still haunted him to this day. Yet, he had not anticipated hearing that term once more. Professor Eisen, what do you think of my proposed course of action? Snape inquired, having reprimanded Malfoy. Professor Snape handled this matter with great fairness, and I certainly have no objections. Eisen reached out to applaud, only to notice that Snape's expression had grown even more severe. In fact, from Eisen's perspective, had he not been present today, even if Snape were to learn of Malfoy's actions, he would likely have brushed it aside without any punishment. How should one put it? Although Eisen acknowledged that Snape was a confidant of Dumbledore, his demeanor was undeniably unappealing. Snape said nothing further, letting out a cold huff before turning to leave. Chapter 70. The fantasies inspired by Hagrid's pumpkin. After Snape departed, Eisen shifted his focus to Hagrid's hut, and upon a change of perspective, he observed several figures inside. Harry and Hermione were sipping tea brewed by Hagrid, while Ron clutched a copper basin and was retching incessantly. Subsequently, Eisen made his way toward Hagrid's dwelling. I just saw Lockhart come by. What was he here for, Hagrid? Upon entering the hut, Eisen heard Harry's inquiry. Aside from the feeble Ron, the others greeted Eisen warmly. Lockhart is seeking Hagrid for something? Eisen pulled up a chair to sit down and continued Harry's line of questioning. He wants to teach me how to prevent mermaids from swimming into wells, Hagrid replied, setting the teapot before Eisen, his beard quivering in indignation. As if I were unaware. He even bragged about how he banished a banshee. Humph. If any of that were true, I would eat the teapot. Harry and Hermione stared at Hagrid in astonishment. And even the pale and ill Ron wore a similar expression. After all, it seemed inconceivable to them that Hagrid would so unreservedly criticize a Hogwarts professor. Yet, Professor Dumbledore evidently considered Lockhart the most suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts position. As Hagrid disparaged Lockhart so harshly, Hermione began to shift uncomfortably. Although she was not an ardent admirer of Lockhart, she nonetheless believed he possessed genuine talent as a professor. No, he's merely the only option, Hagrid remarked, curling his lip as he set a plate of cream fudge before them, his disdain evident. What I mean is, finding a defense against the dark arts professor is quite challenging. Many adult wizards are reluctant to take on the role, believing it to be somewhat cursed. as most do not last long in it. By the way, what did Malfoy say? Hagrid inquired, observing Ron as he expelled more contents from his stomach. His pallid face a picture of misery. Malfoy hurled a particularly vile insult at Hermione, calling her a mudblood, Ron managed to say through his pallor, before burying his head once more in the copper basin, retching again. Fortunately, Professor Eisen was present at the time. So, what happened to Malfoy afterward? Harry then asked. Eisen offered a slight smile, meeting Hermione's gaze, and bestowed upon her an encouraging look. He then turned his attention to Hagrid, who wore an expression of surprise and fury. Before speaking up, at that moment, I contemplated deducting 100 points from Slytherin. However, it is essential to understand that I harbor a certain disdain for Slytherin and find little inclination to engage with them. Thus, I summoned Professor Snape to manage those students. Upon learning of Malfoy's misdeeds, Snape not only reprimanded him, but also deducted 20 points and assigned him detention for the evening. Upon hearing of Malfoy's punishment, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on the faces of the trio. Clearly, this was welcome news for them. Indeed, Professor Eisen ought to have handled it this way, allowing Snape to discipline his students. I am curious to see if Lucius will come to the school to confront Snape. Hagrid's eyes sparkled as he turned to Ron, expressing relief that Ron had not successfully cast a curse on Malfoy. Otherwise, he would have truly encountered trouble. Understanding Hagrid's perspective, Eisen acknowledged the potential ramifications. After all, Malfoy's father is a significant figure at Hogwarts, and given their family's considerable wealth, the consequences for Ron could be dire. By the way, Harry, I heard from Lockhart that you are to release signed photographs. Why didn't I receive one? Hagrid suddenly recalled, beaming at Harry, whose mouth was stuffed with treacle fudge. Goodness, Lockhart certainly spreads rumors swiftly, even Hagrid is aware. However, Eisen could see that Hagrid was merely teasing Harry. I did not distribute signed photographs, Harry vehemently protested, insisting that it was merely Lockhart's fabrication. Ha, I know. I was only jesting with you, Hagrid chuckled, playfully patting Harry on the shoulder. Although he believed he had not applied much force, his substantial physique meant that Harry was rather forcefully nudged against the table. I know you wouldn't do such a thing. I told Lockhart that you are already more renowned than he is without needing to distribute signed photos, Hagrid said with an awkward smile, assisting Harry to his feet. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Eisen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Harry and Lockhart's reputations in the wizarding world are incomparable. After all, Harry is the savior, and his renown surely rivals that of Dumbledore. In contrast, Lockhart has merely garnered a modicum of fame. Lockhart must have looked rather displeased upon hearing that. Harry straightened up and rubbed his chin. Indeed, he was not particularly pleased. Hagrid grinned. I also informed him that I had never read his books, and that was the moment he decided to take his leave. Come and see what I have cultivated. You shall be utterly astonished. After Harry and Hermione finished their tea, Hagrid suddenly appeared to recall something, donning a mysteriously playful expression and winking at Eisen. Upon arriving at the garden behind Hagrid's hut, Eisen noticed several exceptionally large pumpkins. They were conspicuous due to their immense size. What kind of fertilizer have you used on them? Harry inquired with wide-eyed astonishment. Much like the hunger issues faced by many nations in the Muggle world, such concerns are utterly trivial in the realm of magic. While food cannot be conjured from thin air, it can indeed be multiplied through the use of duplication spells. In addition, one could, much like Hagrid, directly apply expansion magic to the cultivated food, causing its size to increase. Logically, this could easily resolve the food crisis. Indeed, any wizard, or even Eisen himself, if he were to establish a food-related enterprise in the Muggle world, would likely become the world's wealthiest individual in due time. This notion is rather daunting. If the wizarding world could collaborate seamlessly with the Muggle realm, it might unleash an unimaginable vitality upon the world. Suddenly, this thought flashed through Eisen's mind, leaving him somewhat shaken. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such a scenario is currently improbable. Perhaps, one day in the future, this possibility might arise. In that moment, Eisen gained a new perspective on magic. He discovered that the deeper one delves into the exploration of magic, the more one uncovers its allure. For wizards who have grown up in magical families, magic may be a commonplace ability. Most of them merely learn to harness their innate powers at Hogwarts or other schools, studying inherited spells, yet seldom engage in a more profound and expansive inquiry into the applications of magic. However, this was not the case for Eisen. After all, he had lived in the world of ordinary people for decades, and his worldview and thought processes differed from those of wizards. Thus, his whimsical ideas regarding magic often inspired him, allowing him to view it from an alternative perspective. Eisen believed that, apart from having a unique advantage, this way of thinking might indeed be beneficial. Chapter 71, Subtle Movements in the Greenhouse. Alright, Hagrid, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Although Ron still occasionally burped and expelled a bit of slug, the trio was evidently no longer affected by the earlier conflict. Consequently, Eisen waved goodbye to Hagrid, and, after signaling to Hermione and the others, turned to depart. Time swiftly passed until it was lunchtime. Since Harry had been dragged to the Quidditch pitch by Wood early that morning, he had not had the chance to eat breakfast. Thus, a famished Harry, along with Ron and Hermione, bid farewell to Hagrid and made their way toward Hogwarts Castle. "Hello, Professor Sprout." From a divine perspective, Eisen surveyed the entire greenhouse and easily spotted Pomona Sprout in a corner. "Oh, it's you, Professor Eisen." Sprout looked up and smiled upon recognizing him. Although Eisen had spent a year at school discreetly, she was still aware of the young astronomy professor. "Is there something you need?" Sprout inquired, her expression one of curiosity as she regarded Eisen, unsure of his purpose for seeking her out. "May I attempt to repot the mandrake?" Eisen's face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet he articulated his intention. It must be said that Eisen's decision was not made on a whim. Rather, it had been a carefully considered plan. After receiving a magically modified tape recorder from the Weasley twins during last year's end-of-year feast, he had taken the time to conduct some research. As the new academic year approached, Eisen took some time to delve into his studies and casually crafted a magical device. Naturally, it was not akin to the mischievous inventions of the Weasley twins, which required a vigorous punch to silence their incessant clamoring. Instead, Eisen executed a simple magical transformation, converting it into an enchanted item without altering its other functionalities. His primary objective in seeking out Professor Sprout was to record the piercing shrieks of mandrakes using a tape recorder, aiming to create a magical artifact through this method. Eisen was quite confident that if this magical recorder captured the unique scream of the mandrake, it could replicate its lethal characteristic. However, recognizing that the mandrake's deadly scream indiscriminately harmed both foes and allies, Eisen prudently decided against recording the cries of mature mandrakes. Instead, he resolved to document the screams of mandrake seedlings. In doing so, if he successfully replicated its scream's properties, he would only incapacitate an enemy rather than bring about their demise. Should Eisen genuinely wish to eliminate a foe, he could easily follow up with an attack spell after rendering them unconscious. Furthermore, sparing an opponent's life would be the most prudent choice if he sought to extract information from them. Additionally, should he have allies nearby, a non-discriminatory attack that merely incapacitated foes would prevent collateral damage amongst his comrades. Consequently, Eisen believed that replicating the screams of mandrake seedlings would afford him greater flexibility and options in combat. However, during class, the students had already repotted the mandrakes. Upon hearing Eisen's request, Sprout appeared somewhat perplexed but proceeded to explain the situation. "This matter is of great importance to me. I implore you," Eisen said, feeling a pang of frustration as he realized the predicament was indeed his doing. Nevertheless, he donned an expression of utmost sincerity for the sake of his plan. "Well, I do not understand your reasoning, but given your status as a Hogwarts professor, I suppose I can make an exception and allow you to try," Sprout replied after a brief hesitation, ultimately acquiescing to Eisen's request. Subsequently, under Eisen's watchful gaze, Sprout placed a pot of mandrake on the table beside him and positioned an empty pot before him. She then elucidated the precautions necessary for repotting mandrakes. After completing this explanation, she donned a pair of thick, pink, fuzzy earmuffs and handed Eisen a pair of black earmuffs, signaling that he could begin. Having first employed a silent, wandless spell to create earplugs for himself, Eisen then affixed the earmuffs over his ears, rendering him completely deaf to sound. Following this, he retrieved the magical recorder he had prepared earlier and placed it alongside the mandrake, all while under Sprout's scrutinizing gaze. At the moment the recording button was pressed, Eisen seized the mandrake and yanked it out, causing the mandrake to scream loudly as if disturbed from its slumber. Naturally, Eisen did not hear its piercing cries. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly placed the mandrake into another pot, simultaneously turning off the recording device. "Thank you very much, Professor Sprout. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." After completing his task, Eisen stored away the magical recorder that had captured the mandrake's wails. He then removed his ear protectors, disengaged the sound-blocking plugs, and expressed his gratitude. "Well, it's nothing significant, but I must insist that, unless absolutely necessary, we refrain from disturbing those precious herbs in the future." Professor Sprout, unfamiliar with the nature of Eisen's recording device, did not intervene in his actions. Perhaps it was indeed this approach that affected the mandrake. Nonetheless, she offered a gentle caution to Eisen. "All right, I understand. I must take my leave now, Professor Sprout." With a slightly awkward nod, Eisen waved goodbye and swiftly departed. After lunch, Eisen made his way to the library, following the guidance of Dumbledore and McGonagall. He made some progress in the field of human transfiguration, yet he still lacked the finesse to develop new spells that complemented apparition. As he arrived in the Great Hall for dinner, he unexpectedly encountered the trio of heroes. To his astonishment, Hermione was clutching a book, appearing entirely unaffected by Malfoy's jibes, as if her concentration remained unbroken. In stark contrast, Harry and Ron wore expressions of distress, which piqued Eisen's curiosity. Had they found themselves entangled in yet another predicament? Chapter 72, The Misfortunes of Harry and Ron. "Harry, Ron, what troubles befall you?" Eisen inquired as he took a seat beside Hermione, adopting an expression of mild concern. Professor McGonagall has tasked me with polishing the silverware and trophies in Filch's trophy room tonight, Ron lamented, his voice lacking energy. And I can't use magic. I must do it all by hand. Eisen stifled a chuckle and turned his gaze to Harry. The meat-stuffed mashed potato cakes on the dining table looked delectable, yet at that moment, they failed to stimulate their appetites. You certainly have breached school regulations, Hermione remarked, pursing her lips and murmuring softly. For heaven's sake, I'm already overwhelmed. Please don't add to it, Ron retorted, turning away to evade further conversation. Well, it seems you have quite the task ahead of you, Eisen said, cutting a piece of steak to savor, continuing, you must realize there are over 100 trophies in the trophy room. Indeed, Filch is truly making my life miserable. I'm not adept at scrubbing like muggles. Ron's face fell in despair at Eisen's words. Fear not, consider it an opportunity to hone your practical skills. Eisen replied with a smile, continuing to enjoy his meal. Upon hearing such remarks from Eisen, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Hermione, have you encountered any difficulties in your studies recently? Eisen inquired, directing his attention towards Hermione. Not at all, Professor Eisen. The second-year curriculum is quite manageable. Hermione responded with a confident shake of her head. Eisen could only marvel at Hermione, the quintessential scholar, who seemed impervious to academic challenges. After dinner, Eisen dutifully made his way to the Charms classroom, where he continued his discussions with several professors regarding an enhanced version of apparition. Meanwhile, after 8 o'clock, Harry and Ron embarked on their respective tasks. Poor Ron had it worse. He spent an additional hour scrubbing trophies, a task that seemed to be exacerbated by Filch, as one trophy required his attention a staggering 10 times. However, Harry found himself perplexed by some strange sounds he had overheard in Lockhart's office. Let me tear you apart. Let me kill you. Harry was certain he had heard that chilling phrase, yet when he inquired with Lockhart, the latter claimed to have heard nothing unusual. Was it possible he was experiencing hallucinations? When he confided this to Ron, Harry began to doubt the reliability of his own auditory perceptions. The following day, Eisen once again immersed himself in the library. He extracted a tome titled Failures in Human Transfiguration and was thoroughly engrossed. To be candid, after perusing the various grotesque and serious cases of failed human transfiguration depicted within the pages, Eisen felt a cold sweat break out. It was his first encounter with the bizarre and perilous outcomes of such magical endeavors. For instance, there was a historical wizard who, after studying human transfiguration, attempted a partial transformation, only to end up as a grotesque half-human, half-beast, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a hunter. Previously, Eisen had prided himself on his understanding of transfiguration, but delving deeper into the subject revealed its inherent dangers. After some time, Eisen closed the book and exhaled deeply. Gaining insight into human transfiguration indeed illuminated its perilous nature. However, the more he learned, the greater his admiration grew for the wizards of the magical realm. They had crafted a remarkably safer shortcut to human transfiguration, known as animagus transformation. But how does one learn to become an animagus? The first step involves holding a single leaf of mandrake in one's mouth for an entire month, from one full moon to the next, under no circumstances allowing oneself to swallow or expel the leaf. Should the leaf leave the mouth, the entire process must commence anew. Upon completion of this initial step, one proceeds to the second step. On the second full moon, the saliva-soaked leaf must be placed into a small transparent vial, allowing it to absorb the pure light of the moon. If the night happens to be overcast, one must procure another mandrake leaf and start the first step all over again. Following this, one must add a strand of their own hair, a silver teaspoon of dew, gathered from a location untouched by sunlight or human contact for a full week, and a pupa of a ghost moth to the vial basking in moonlight. Then, allow this mixture to rest in a secluded and dark place, ensuring it remains untouched and undisturbed until the next storm arrives. During the waiting period, at each sunrise and sunset, the following actions should be performed. Point the tip of the wand towards the heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus. If fortune smiles upon you, the storm will soon descend. However, should luck be against you, you may have to wait several years. Throughout this process, the transparent vial must remain completely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight. Furthermore, prior to the arrival of the storm, one must not sneak a glance at the state of the transparent vial. Once the storm has come, a blood-red potion will manifest within the vial. The wizard must then hasten to a spacious and secure location, direct the wand towards the heart, recite Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus, and then consume the potion. If all proceeds smoothly, one will have successfully mastered the Animagus transformation. Previously, Eisen was aware that becoming an Animagus was a formidable challenge. Yet upon gaining a detailed understanding of each step, he was struck by a sense of awe at the complexity involved. It was not the power of the Animagus that instilled fear in Eisen, but rather the realization that a wizard had conceived such intricate procedures. More importantly, The fact that these convoluted steps could indeed lead to success intrigued him. Eisen found himself pondering how the first wizard to develop the animagus transformation conceived such a complex methodology. However, he reassured himself that in order to study the advanced version of transfiguration, a mere comprehension of the theories and techniques pertaining to human transformation would suffice, without the necessity of mastering animagus. Initially, Eisen presumed it would be an unremarkable day, only to find Hermione pursuing him. "Is something the matter, Hermione?" Noticing Hermione's dazed expression, Eisen waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Oh, yes, I have a question." Hermione's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly elucidated her purpose. "Professor Eisen, do you think some wizards possess a certain gift that allows them to hear sounds inaudible to others?" Professor Hermione rolled her eyes at Eisen before leaning closer and whispering, "Well, it's Harry. He mentioned this morning that he heard a strange sound last night that Lockhart did not. So, you suspect that Harry has a kind of gift enabling him to hear what others cannot?" Eisen paused thoughtfully before articulating this conclusion. Indeed, otherwise, could it be that Harry is experiencing auditory hallucinations? Hermione's tone was resolute. Chapter 73, Parseltongue. Indeed, the sound Harry heard must have been that of the basilisk. This ability, known as Parseltongue in the Wizarding World, was originally possessed by Voldemort, but a fragment of his soul that latched onto Harry endowed him with this gift as well. For the trio of heroes, much of the crisis in their second year stemmed from the basilisk, which was unleashed through Ginny's possessed diary. "What is it, Professor Eisen?" Hermione inquired, puzzled by Eisen's gesture of tapping his forehead. "Oh, it's nothing." Eisen smiled faintly, lowering his hand to offer Hermione a suggestion. "I believe you could inquire with Harry about any extraordinary experiences he may have had in the past. Perhaps that could lead us to an answer." "Of course, how did I not think of that?" "Thank you, Professor," Hermione replied with a cheerful nod, hastily turning to depart. As he observed Hermione's retreating figure, Eisen fell into contemplation. When it comes to significant events of the second year, they are predominantly initiated by Voldemort's diary. Should he then consider obtaining this Horcrux directly and destroy it? However, Eisen found himself hesitating. If he were to preemptively destroy the diary, it was foreseeable that the narrative would undergo considerable upheaval, which would not be particularly favorable for him. If Eisen's power truly surpassed the pinnacle of the Wizarding World to a point of recklessness, he could charge through the story with abandon, even collecting and obliterating all the Horcruxes ahead of time without issue. Yet, given the trajectory of Eisen's growing strength, he need not be overly concerned with the plot. Nonetheless, if he could maintain a low profile, it seemed unnecessary to take any extraneous actions. A decisive intervention at critical moments would suffice. After parting ways with Eisen, Hermione found Harry and Ron in the Gryffindor common room. Extraordinary experiences? When Hermione relayed Eisen's suggestion, Harry fell into deep thought. He understood that the voices he had heard were certainly not mere hallucinations, thus redirecting his focus towards the notion of special experiences. Hermione and Ron fell silent, observing Harry's pondering with a somewhat comical air. After a pause, Harry seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he turned to his companions and exclaimed, "Perhaps I heard the voice of a snake." "A snake? Why would you think that?" Ron gulped, his demeanor becoming peculiar. "Are you saying you could understand what the snake was saying?" Hermione gazed at Harry in astonishment. "Indeed, it was before I entered Hogwarts, during a visit to the zoo with the Dursleys. I didn't notice how odd their expressions were. I simply recounted my encounter with a snake." "You mean to say you made the glass vanish and freed a large python, which then told you it had never been to Brazil?" Ron's tone involuntarily turned subdued. "What is so strange about that? I only learned later that I was a wizard. I bet many wizards can do the same." In Harry's view, conversing with snakes should be a common talent among wizards, considering they could cast spells. What was so unusual about speaking with a serpent? No. The ability to converse with snakes is known as Parseltongue, and very few wizards possess such a gift. Ron frowned, his face reflecting concern as he regarded Harry. "Parseltongue is the mark of Salazar Slytherin, and as you know, Slytherin's emblem is a serpent." "This is impossible," Harry began, but suddenly paused, as if struck by a realization. He recalled the sorting ceremony in his first year, where the sorting hat had originally intended to place him in Slytherin, but due to his vehement protests, he was assigned to Gryffindor instead. "Thus, Harry, it is conceivable that you might be a descendant of Slytherin," Hermione promptly concluded. "It's all right, Harry." Ron stepped forward to pat Harry on the shoulder, offering further consolation. "Perhaps your ancestor is Salazar Slytherin? After all, pure-blood wizarding families often intermarry. If we were to trace it back, I might even be related to Malfoy." "You and Malfoy?" Not only Harry, but even Hermione gazed at Ron in astonishment. What's so strange about that? If pure-blood families did not intermarry, they would likely have vanished long ago. Seeing their shocked expressions, Ron shrugged. Indeed, as Ron stated, due to the intermarriage among pure-blood families, they are essentially all related in some manner. Like Ron, whose grandmother belonged to the Black family, while Malfoy's mother also hailed from the same lineage. From this perspective, it is not entirely incorrect to assert that Ron and Malfoy are relatives. But didn't you mention hearing phrases like tear you apart and kill you? Ron pointed out the crux of the matter. Indeed, how could an ordinary snake utter such words? Is it possible that the snake was hunting at the time, catching some insects or mice? Hermione ventured this hypothesis. But where was it hiding? Lockhart's office was quite spacious, yet I did not notice anything unusual. Harry felt he was approaching the truth, yet still had unresolved questions. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, unsure how to explain this. Should we suggest that the snake could perform transfiguration or was cloaked under an invisibility cloak? That seemed implausible. After much speculation and conjecture, though reasonable, they ultimately found themselves at an impasse. The reason for this, of course, stemmed from the groundbreaking progress made while researching an enhanced version of apparition with Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. Although the enhanced apparition had yet to be developed, the advancements made were sufficient to bring joy to Eisen. He believed that if the pace of progress continued, success would soon be within reach. However, Eisen was taken aback when Hermione unexpectedly sought him out again. So, are you implying that Harry is Parseltongue, having heard a snake utter threats like tear you apart and kill you? Upon hearing this revelation from Hermione, Eisen displayed no signs of surprise. After all, he had long been aware of all this. I think Harry is being overly sensitive, Hermione stated earnestly. Perhaps it was merely a snake hunting. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Seeing Hermione's demeanor, Eisen could not help but chuckle. The young girl was still too naive to understand the snake's formidable nature. Very well. I understand now. I will keep an eye on this matter, rest assured. When it comes to the basilisk, it is indeed a source of regret for Eisen that, despite the myriad of magical abilities present in the world of Harry Potter, including the unbreakable vow and the unbreakable oath, there exists no equivalent to a pet contract. Frankly, had such an ability been available, Eisen would not have had to struggle so much when confronting the basilisk. He could simply have bound it with a contract, transforming it into his pet. This would not only resolve a troublesome predicament, but also provide him with a formidable companion, which would indeed be delightful. Unfortunately, such a binding contract for magical creatures does not exist. Of course, it is not entirely impossible for Eisen to create a master-servant contract for magical creatures himself. After all, the magic of this world is rather idealistic, and with existing magical contracts as references, it is certainly feasible to delve into research and potentially develop one. However, Eisen currently has his own plans and lacks the energy to pursue this endeavor. Thus, he must forego the opportunity to engage with the basilisk within Hogwarts. Perhaps, when Eisen finds himself with more leisure time in the future, he may undertake such research, but certainly not at present. Chapter 74, A Letter. Oh, is there a problem? No worries, speak on. The sudden shift in topic elicited a curious expression from Eisen. You ask, do we study astronomy merely for the sake of divination? After posing this question, Hermione displayed a hint of confusion. After a year of study, particularly following Eisen's lessons on astronomy in their second year, Hermione's internal inquiry had become increasingly pronounced. Prior to entering Hogwarts, although Hermione, as an academic overachiever, had not engaged in specialized studies of astronomy, she possessed a modicum of understanding. However, upon her arrival at Hogwarts, she realized that while Eisen's astronomy lessons were captivating, the content was not particularly complex. It was not until the second year that the curriculum expanded slightly, yet it bore little relevance to the knowledge required for divination. In truth, Eisen could comprehend Hermione's perplexities. During the first year, the majority of the material presented in class was not significantly different from the teachings of previous astronomy instructors at Hogwarts. Most of it revolved around the names of major planets and their satellites, along with their characteristics. If there was any distinction, it might stem from Eisen's long-standing perspective as an ordinary person, which lent a fresh angle to his explanations, thus providing a novel experience for the young wizards. In the second year, after elucidating the orbits of planets, satellites, and galaxies, Eisen perhaps incorporated more specific data, unveiling a broader universe before them. Naturally, this led to occasional digressions and increased complexity in the content. This left a scholar like Hermione questioning whether such a vast and intricate subject as astronomy was truly intended solely for the purpose of divination. I see your point. In response to Hermione's inquiry, Eisen nodded and continued, for students like yourselves, the content of astronomy is indeed designed to assist in the study of divination. Hermione was somewhat taken aback by Eisen's response. I know what you're about to ask, but that leads us to the choices and life plans students contemplate after graduating from Hogwarts. Eisen interjected, his expression gradually turning serious. For instance, some students possess a keen interest in divination and may pursue research and work in that field after graduating, potentially even applying for a position as a divination professor at Hogwarts. In such cases, it becomes essential for them to engage in a more profound study of astronomy and divination. Conversely, if a student harbors no interest in divination and has no intention of pursuing related work or research, then there's no necessity for them to delve deeply into astronomy and divination classes, as it would bear no influence on their life plans. After all, divination is merely an elective at Hogwarts. While astronomy is a required subject, it largely serves to support the study of divination. Upon hearing Eisen's explanation, Hermione's expression grew increasingly conflicted. So, will you engage in research and work related to divination in the future? Eisen shook his head and countered with a question. No. Professor Eisen, I haven't made a decision yet. Hermione felt a sudden loss of direction upon hearing his response. After all, she was still not at the stage of contemplating such matters. Indeed, you have just become a second-year student and are unfamiliar with elective courses. Graduation is still a distant prospect, so there's no need to overthink it. Eisen nodded, not surprised by Hermione's thoughts. As for the astronomy course, if you're interested, it would not hurt to learn a bit more about it. However, do remember, you are a witch, and do not squander your innate magical talents. I understand, Professor Eisen. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she displayed no hesitation, nodding earnestly as she spoke. Then, Professor Eisen, why did you choose to apply for the position of astronomy professor? Just as Eisen thought Hermione had no further questions, she unexpectedly inquired about his situation. Upon hearing her question, Eisen hesitated. After all, he could not reveal to Hermione that he had chosen the path of a professor to enter Hogwarts. If given a choice, he would have preferred to attend Hogwarts from the first year. Unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity to enroll as a student, having awakened his magical abilities only after the age of 11. I previously mentioned that I am a wizard of Muggle origin and have lived in the Muggle world for a considerable time. After a moment's contemplation, Eisen decided to share a bit of information. Initially, when I came to Hogwarts to apply for a position, I was actually interested in teaching Muggle studies in addition to astronomy. However, the former astronomy professor, Aurora Sinistra, resigned, which led to my appointment as the astronomy professor at Hogwarts. Eisen certainly could not disclose that he awakened his magical abilities at the age of 18. Such a revelation would be too far-fetched even within the wizarding community. Furthermore, as a time traveler, how could he possibly divulge the existence of his greatest asset? His magical awakening? Certainly, Eisen's assertions cannot be deemed falsehoods. He is undoubtedly a wizard of Muggle origin, having lived in the Muggle world for a considerable duration, at least until the age of 18. Thus, when he conveyed this to Hermione, he did so with great conviction. Ah, so that is the case. A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Hermione's gaze, as if she were lost in thought. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the window. Eisen turned to find an owl perched outside, clutching a letter in its beak. Who could be sending me a message? Eisen pondered. Yet his movements remained swift as he brandished his wand, opening the window to allow the owl to enter. Oh, goodbye, Professor. Hermione, perhaps sensing Eisen's preoccupation, bid him a considerate farewell before departing. Once Hermione had left, Eisen focused his attention on the letter. Time flowed slowly as he perused its contents, his expression shifting from smiles to furrowed brows. Upon finishing the letter, he let out a heavy sigh. It appeared that Arthur had not only been scrutinized by the Ministry of Magic, but had also incurred a fine of 50 galleons. It was precisely due to this predicament that Eisen's request had been delayed until now. Chapter 75. Reflections provoked by the mirror. In the blink of an eye, the appointed time arrived. On that Sunday afternoon, after finishing his lunch, Eisen left Hogwarts ahead of schedule and made his way to Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade, it is said, was established in the early days, nearly concurrent with the founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was here that a wizard named Hanges settled to evade Muggle persecution. Gradually, as time passed, more and more wizards took residence there, leading to the formation of Hogsmeade Village. At present, Hogsmeade stands as the only village in all of Britain inhabited solely by wizards, devoid of any Muggles. Naturally, due to its proximity to Hogwarts, the professors and students of the school frequently visit Hogsmeade. Notably, figures such as Dumbledore and Hagrid are regular patrons of the village. However, it is important to note that first and second-year students at Hogwarts are prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade. Even third-year students and those above must obtain parental consent before they are permitted to venture there on designated Saturdays. In truth, such regulations appear rather peculiar. Eisen, at least, could not comprehend why Hogwarts enforced such rules. To him, the distinction between second and third-year wizards seemed negligible. Yet, curiously, third-year students were granted permission to visit Hogsmeade. Moreover, the requirement for parental consent seemed unnecessary. Was there a fear of mishaps? Alas, Eisen knew nothing of the rationale behind this and had little interest in delving deeper. Nevertheless, while he was familiar with Hogsmeade, he had yet to explore it thoroughly. Thus, seizing the opportunity, Eisen resolved to wander through this enchanting wizarding village. As he traversed the lengthy street, Eisen found himself captivated by the sight of the Dwiseband shop at the end of the thoroughfare in Hogsmeade Village, prompting him to enter without a second thought. Upon stepping inside, he was astounded by the array of magical artifacts on display, far surpassing his expectations and even more astonishing than the offerings at Diagon Alley's Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The shop was brimming with an assortment of repair tools, as well as various magical devices and equipment. From Quidditch paraphernalia to memory orbs, spyglasses, and anti-creature glasses, it seemed to have everything one could desire. Gazing at the dazzling array of magical instruments, Eisen felt a stirring sensation. Perhaps a mere stroll through the shop would yield dozens of extraordinary artifacts ripe for extraction by his golden touch. Yet, with this thought came a wave of exhaustion. Did he truly need to exert such effort in the study of alchemy? For a moment, self-doubt crept in. However, he quickly reassured himself. Having already crafted an observational lens that provided impeccable observational traits, it was indeed essential to continue his alchemical pursuits. After all, the knowledge acquired was what would truly belong to him. In this contemplative state, Eisen finally began to regain his composure. "Hello, may I assist you with your purchases?" The shopkeeper, noticing Eisen's momentary daze, approached with a query. Lacking the miraculous traits as of yet, Eisen could not immediately discern what attributes might be offered. However, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the spyglass. It was said to serve as an early warning device, alerting its owner with a spin and illumination upon detecting suspicious individuals or dark magical forces. Yet, Eisen found the device rather peculiar. Its function seemed only partially fulfilled. Based on the results from the creation of the Marauder's map, the combination of area detection and revealing magic could mark all individuals within a certain range, along with their names. If the spyglass could already detect the presence of suspicious persons and issue an alarm, why not simply mark these individuals directly? This left Eisen perplexed. Were he to craft the spyglass, he would retain its original functionalities while incorporating the capability to reveal the location and names of suspicious individuals. This enhancement would render the warning feature far more comprehensive. Was it a fear of overwhelming power disrupting the balance? After a moment's contemplation, this notion surfaced in Eisen's mind, leaving him both amused and bewildered. This could very well be the truth. If the spyglass possessed such formidable capabilities, it would likely be ubiquitous among wizards, leading to the early detection and resolution of numerous undesirable situations. However, how would this alter the course of events? Certainly, if such a powerful spyglass became widely popular, it was conceivable that some wizards might strive to devise spells or artifacts capable of shielding against its scrutiny. Eisen clicked his tongue, feeling at a loss for words. However, when it comes to the feature of the live point map that can instantaneously reveal the names of individuals within its detection range, Eisen, despite acknowledging its magical nature, finds it utterly unscientific. The absurdity of such a function, which allows one to directly ascertain the name of a stranger, is perplexing. If a person's name has been changed, does the map display their former name or their current one? What is the basis for this? After all, a name is merely a label or designation assigned postnatally. How can it be intrinsically linked to an individual? Is it conceivable that this operates on a principle akin to the notion that knowing a person's name allows one to curse them, but in reverse? If that were the case, it would indeed provide a plausible explanation. Yet, contemplating this notion causes Eisen a headache, as it reinforces the sheer degree of idealism inherent in the magic of this world. In this moment, Eisen has reason to believe that many elements capable of utterly disrupting the plot and disturbing the balance have been deliberately omitted by the author in the original Harry Potter series. As he had previously mused, if the ability to reveal names and locations were integrated into the Marauder's map, perhaps Peter Pettigrew would have never been able to hide at the Weasley residence for so many years. It's conceivable that even Harry's parents could have evaded capture, escaping perfectly before Voldemort arrived. In summary, such occurrences are certainly within the realm of possibility. However, it is evident that if such arrangements were made, the entire narrative would falter. Yet, now that Eisen has come to terms with his existence in this world and has contemplated this layer of complexity, he sees no reason to turn a blind eye. Given this newfound awareness, Eisen is undoubtedly eager for more discoveries. "Boss, I wish to purchase a Marauder's map." With a look of eager anticipation, Eisen procured the map in his hands. Previously, he had created a magical device called the observation mirror, followed by a simple modification of a recording device. For this third creation, he has resolved to develop an enhanced version of the Marauder's map. However, at this decisive moment, some of Eisen's internal thoughts have subtly shifted. Initially, he had been focused on concealing his identity, adopting the role of a mere bystander, reluctant to alter the plot too dramatically, believing it would facilitate his plans. To this end, he refrained from intervening in Voldemort's control over Ginny through the diary Horcrux. Yet, as his strength has grown, so too have his ideas, and as he has begun to realize those ideas, his very existence has transformed. This transformation is not merely one of power, but rather the extraordinary effects achieved through a confluence of creative inspirations. For instance, had he given the observation mirror to Harry, it would have undoubtedly allowed Harry to clarify many matters without the need for nocturnal escapades at Hogwarts. Consequently, during his first year, Harry might have directly uncovered the truth of the situation. If he were to produce the anticipated enhanced Marauder's map and present it to Dumbledore, It is conceivable that Dumbledore could utilize it to locate Voldemort and resolve the matter with relative ease. Admittedly, this would still require addressing Voldemort's Horcruxes, yet it would undoubtedly provide Dumbledore with significant convenience. Upon reflecting on this matter, Eisen could not help but bare his teeth in disbelief. A single word surfacing in his mind: absurd. Indeed, Eisen had assumed that as a mere bystander professor, his low profile would not interfere with the narrative's progression. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized that his silent presence had already begun to exert a considerable influence. Chapter 76. Voldemort's ambitions are too limited. Emerging from the Davies Band store, Eisen found himself still grappling with the revelations. After contemplating certain matters, he finally attained clarity. He could almost foresee that if he remained passive, the storyline would likely experience little significant alteration over the next year or two. However, should he succeed in crafting an enhanced version of the Mirror of Erist and subsequently present it to Dumbledore, the plot would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. For Dumbledore would inevitably discover Peter Pettigrew through the enhanced mirror, thereby exonerating Sirius Black of his alleged crimes. With Dumbledore's influence in play, Sirius would surely be acquitted. As for Pettigrew's fate, whether he would face execution or be confined to Azkaban, Eisen leaned towards the latter being more probable. However, this development would irrevocably derail the narrative of the third installment. Furthermore, the intricacies of the fourth installment, involving the false Mad-Eye Moody, would hardly escape Dumbledore's scrutiny. Consequently, Harry would not be clandestinely chosen to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, nor would he be transported to Voldemort's presence. It was evident that the entire arc of the fourth installment would collapse as well. Oh, perhaps if Pettigrew were imprisoned in Azkaban, Voldemort might never have the opportunity to resurrect. Thus, the events surrounding the false Moody would also become impossible. In this light, it appeared that virtually all subsequent plot lines would be utterly derailed, for without Voldemort's revival, the Death Eaters would be incapable of orchestrating their schemes. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Eisen instinctively pressed his hand to his forehead. However, upon further reflection, he realized the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Dumbledore, being of advanced age, would undoubtedly be wary of Voldemort's continued existence. Even if Voldemort lingered in a state of partial existence in Albania, Dumbledore would likely remain uneasy. Thus, Dumbledore's course of action would undoubtedly involve the destruction of all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, leading to his total annihilation. Yet, this raises a crucial dilemma. A fragment of Voldemort's soul had latched onto Harry, rendering him a Horcrux. Therefore, to eradicate Voldemort entirely, would it not necessitate Harry confronting him in a fatal duel, akin to the original narrative? Contemplating this, Eisen was suddenly engulfed by a sense of speechlessness. If Harry truly had to perish once more to vanquish Voldemort, would that not be exceedingly ludicrous? Yet, apart from such a method, how else could Voldemort be conclusively eliminated? It seemed that after the enhanced mirror was completed, the decision of whether to entrust it to Dumbledore would require careful deliberation. Alternatively, should it be given to Dumbledore, a comprehensive plan would need to be devised. Regardless, one could only lament Harry's unfortunate fate, as he fortuitously became a vessel for Voldemort's soul. TSK, reflecting on Horcruxes, Eisen suddenly perceived the sheer treachery of such an object. It is fortunate that Harry possesses the aura of a protagonist, otherwise his fate would undoubtedly have culminated in demise. In truth, Eisen harbors a sense of sorrow for Voldemort. What prompts Eisen's lamentation, you may wonder? It is his belief that Voldemort's ambitions are woefully limited. Consider this: having crafted several Horcruxes, why would he entrust them to his subordinates for safekeeping? This action is tantamount to leaking critical information. Eisen can postulate an alternative scenario. Imagine if Voldemort, after creating a few Horcruxes, kept the secret to himself, stealthily concealing them in the Antarctic, the Arctic, or even in desolate deserts, snow-capped mountains, or swamps, buried hundreds of meters underground or hidden in obscure corners. Alternatively, he could have simply discarded them into the depths of the Mariana Trench, where the elevation exceeds 10,000 meters. If no one were to know, and potent enchantments were employed for protection, these Horcruxes would remain undiscovered. In such a circumstance, Voldemort would be virtually immortal. To illustrate an even more extreme example, had Eisen traversed time to become Voldemort, he might have chosen to affix the Horcruxes to the Voyager 1 spacecraft, allowing them to traverse the cosmos together. It is noteworthy that Voyager 1 was launched in 1977, a time when Voldemort was still an active force in the Wizarding World, presenting an undeniable opportunity for such actions. After a span of decades, Eisen believes it improbable that anyone could traverse hundreds of billions of kilometers to locate the Horcrux. It is hardly conceivable for someone on Earth to simply shout into space, beckoning the Horcrux to return. Of course, sending a Horcrux into the cosmos carries inherent risks, notably the potential for destruction by the harsh conditions of the universe. After all, if a Horcrux can be obliterated by fire or the fangs of a basilisk, it stands to reason that it could also be ensnared by a star or a black hole, leading to its annihilation. Yet, When weighed against the advantages of such a strategy, the risks appear manageable. Thus, Eisen perceives Voldemort's vision as exceedingly narrow. After creating the Horcruxes, he foolishly entrusted them to his subordinates or concealed them in the Room of Requirement, an imprudent course of action. In reality, Eisen recognizes that this cannot solely be blamed on Voldemort. Following his discovery of his lineage as a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, he became insufferably arrogant. Particularly after the splitting of his soul, this arrogance intensified. He not only fervently espoused blood purity, but also held a disparaging view of Muggles. Fortunately for Eisen, Voldemort's madness did not escalate to an extreme. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to flee. After slightly reining in his wandering thoughts, Eisen shook his head in exasperation, inwardly muttering about how, as a mere passing professor, he inexplicably found himself adopting the mindset of a savior. What a failure indeed. As he reached the corner of the street in Hogsmeade, the Hog's Head Inn came into view. Activating his divine perspective, Eisen observed that the bar was nearly empty, save for an elderly gentleman. Upon closer inspection, the man's white hair and beard, cascading down to his chest, bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore. If Eisen's intuition served him correctly, the proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn was none other than Albus Dumbledore. He was the brother of Professor Dumbledore. Yet he harbored resentment towards his sibling due to the tragic demise of their sister, Ariana. Contemplating this, Eisen could not help but exhale a sigh. Indeed, in the Wizarding World, every individual possesses their own narrative. In each tale, there exists a blend of joy and happiness alongside concealed sorrow and suffering. Upon entering the Hog's Head Inn, Eisen discerned that the ambience of the establishment was rather uninviting. Not only were the windows encrusted with layers of grime, but the floors, ceilings, and even the butterbeer bottles were cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Surprisingly, however, a tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb wafted through the air, seemingly igniting one's appetite. "Can I assist you, sir?" An elderly man approached Eisen, scrutinizing him intently as if seeking to ascertain his identity, before inquiring. "Yes, I would like a pint of beer, for I am here to await someone." Eisen replied succinctly, briefly mentioning his purpose without further elaboration. The old man nodded in acknowledgement and, without uttering another word, turned away and soon returned with a frothy mug of beer for Eisen. As time gradually passed, Eisen remained silent, seated quietly in anticipation. Approaching 3 o'clock, a smile crept across his face, for he had already caught sight of Arthur's silhouette. Promptly at 3, Arthur entered the Hog's Head Inn, coming into view before Eisen. "Eisen, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Arthur exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features as he spotted Eisen in the corner. "Oh, it is of no consequence. I was merely strolling in Hogsmeade before arriving here and did not wait long," Eisen offered, inviting his companion to sit as he brushed off the delay. "By the way, you mentioned in your letter that there were issues concerning equipment that needed addressing. What seems to be the trouble?" Eisen inquired directly, not one to beat around the bush. Alright then." Arthur's taken aback expression at Eisen's forthrightness quickly transformed into a smile as he began to elaborate on the challenges he faced. After a thorough discussion, Eisen grasped the nature of Arthur's predicament. It seemed that Arthur had previously conducted some research during his leisure time and discovered that film screenings in the Muggle world necessitated projectors and film reels, which were only procurable in the Muggle realm. Furthermore, due to his recent magical modifications to a Muggle vehicle, he had drawn the ire of the Ministry of Magic and the attention of numerous onlookers, rendering him unable to acquire the necessary projection equipment or conduct any research. Thus, the situation had reached an impasse. Upon understanding the sequence of events, Eisen felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared that all this could be traced back to Ron and Harry. Had they not been traveling to Hogwarts in a flying car, Arthur would not have incurred a fine of 50 galleons, nor would he have been discovered for unlawfully modifying Muggle items, which ultimately resulted in his inability to procure a film projector. For a moment, Eisen fell into a contemplative silence. Should he write a letter to his father, requesting the company to purchase a set of film projectors? However, would that not be a tad cumbersome? After a brief interval, a spark of inspiration illuminated Eisen's mind, and he nearly slapped himself for his oversight. In truth, he had pretended to establish a film company in Diagon Alley to showcase films related to Muggle life, as if he were genuinely producing and screening movies. Yet, it was entirely unnecessary to complicate matters so. All he required was a VCR and tapes, coupled with a television, which would suffice to transport Muggle films into the Wizarding World, thereby meeting the immediate demand. Consequently, there would be no need for specialized film projectors or associated equipment. At that moment, Eisen shared his idea with Arthur. In his view, this solution appeared to be quite favorable. However, Diagon Alley was saturated with traces of magic, leading Arthur to ponder a crucial concern. Would a television function amidst such magical interference? Upon hearing Eisen's proposal, Arthur furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution. Why not place the VCR and television in the Muggle world, then use a two-way mirror to connect the television's display to Diagon Alley? That should work seamlessly. In response, Eisen devised an even more straightforward approach. For instance, should the film company in Diagon Alley intend to screen movies each night, Eisen could inform his father in advance to initiate specific films at a designated time in a particular room of the company. This would similarly yield the desired effect. After articulating his thoughts in detail, the two engaged in a discussion, ultimately settling on this plan. Subsequently, they decided to divide their tasks. After acquiring the two-way mirror, each took one half and departed. Arthur intended to rent a shop in Diagon Alley, set up the two-way mirror, and install appropriate protective enchantments. Meanwhile, Eisen proceeded to his family's film company, arranging a basement to screen films or documentaries that depicted the lives of ordinary people every evening. He also needed to set up the two-way mirror and implement safeguards to prevent any unusual occurrences from being discovered. Of course, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Eisen left a distinctive magical mark on the two-way mirror he possessed. Should anyone attempt to trace the connection through the two-way mirror in Diagon Alley, he would sense it and could promptly destroy that mirror, severing the link between them. Upon reuniting with Arthur, they discussed various aspects concerning screening times and pricing. Nevertheless, these matters held little significance for Eisen. He had already arranged for screenings to commence promptly at 7 o'clock every evening, while the frequency of screenings on the Diagon Alley side would be entirely at Arthur's discretion. As for the cost of watching a movie, Eisen intended to leave that decision to Arthur, recognizing that Arthur had a more profound understanding of the living standards of wizards than he did. Thus, Eisen chose not to interfere any further. However, once this matter was settled, he realized that he seemed to have inadvertently persuaded Hermione into becoming his employee. Yet, after arranging the previous matters, he discovered that the so-called movie company resembled a mere shell company, and there was no position for Hermione at all. How absurd and awkward that was. Perhaps it would be better to postpone that discussion for another time. Time, after all, slips away unnoticed. Due to his regular Quidditch training, Harry found himself influenced by Wood's enthusiasm, leading him to train to the point of exhaustion. Although tiring, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Nonetheless, the occasional sound of the basilisk would irritate him. With the arrival of October and the onset of a cold wave, many faculty members and students at Hogwarts fell victim to the flu. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey's invigorating potion proved remarkably effective. Anyone who consumed it would feel revitalized instantly. However, its side effects were equally evident, causing smoke to emit from the ears for several hours. Ginny had recently been feeling rather unwell, prompting Percy to administer some of the invigorating potion to her. Yet, due to the sudden onset of the flu, they failed to notice that Ginny was not actually ill, but rather affected by Voldemort's diary. Eisen, of course, was aware of her true condition, but he lacked the energy to focus on other matters, as he had been delving deeper into the knowledge of human transfiguration, leading to more mature ideas about enhanced apparition. Consequently, he intentionally reduced the time devoted to studying alchemy. Upon his arrival, Eisen found Dumbledore and others waiting for him. Clearly, although the enhanced apparition spell had been developed, it still required supervision during its initial attempts, just like standard apparition. Otherwise, any mishap could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 78, Apparition Unseen. Professor Eisen, are you ready? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly after glancing at Dumbledore, noticing Eisen standing against the wall at the back of the charm classroom. Taking a deep breath, Eisen nodded without uttering a word. Having practiced standard apparition before, he had assumed he would not feel nervous. However, he found himself somewhat apprehensive, perhaps due to the fact that he was about to experiment with an entirely new spell. The thought crossed his mind, and he quickly cleared it, focusing all his attention on enhanced apparition. Adhering to the 3 principles, he envisioned his destination, resolutely and calmly summoned his internal magic, while integrating elements of human transfiguration theory. Subsequently, with a mere thought, his figure vanished from sight and reappeared instantaneously at the podium in the classroom. Eisen felt a brief flash before he instantaneously arrived at the destination he had envisioned in his heart. After gradually moving his limbs and detecting no abnormalities, a smile finally graced Eisen's face. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick had already drawn their wands, prepared to cast spells to rescue him in case of any unforeseen mishaps. However, upon confirming Eisen's well-being, they lowered their wands. Professor Eisen, are you all right? Dumbledore inquired with a tone imbued with concern. As you can see, Professor Dumbledore, I am quite well now, Eisen replied, having regained his composure. He then reappeared before the trio with a grin, adding, I believe this spell has successfully been developed. Seeing that Eisen had encountered no trouble, the professors breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces illuminated with joy. Likewise, Eisen's heart brimmed with happiness. This time, he had not relied on any external aid, but rather had solely depended on his abilities to accomplish the development of the new spell. Though several professors had assisted him throughout the process, it was ultimately through his own efforts that the task was completed. The elation of this achievement intoxicated Eisen. At that moment, he resolved to immerse himself deeply in the realm of magic, for the sensation was truly exquisite. Professor Eisen, May I inquire what it felt like to cast this spell? Flitwick, wearing a broad smile, asked as he observed Eisen's beaming expression. Well, it was absolutely delightful, Eisen replied, his smile unwavering as he began to elucidate. During the use of apparition, there is a sense of pressure, akin to being squeezed through a rubber tube and then expelled, accompanied by a loud noise. However, this new spell, which I would like to call Invisibility Apparition, is remarkably comfortable to execute, devoid of any constricting sensations or sounds. Moreover, as you have witnessed, it can seamlessly bypass the protective enchantments of Hogwarts. It is truly a splendid incantation. Professor Eisen, I must reiterate the importance of not disclosing the invisibility apparition, lest it allow dark wizards to infiltrate Hogwarts, McGonagall cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall. As a professor of Hogwarts, I would never do such a thing, Eisen assured her, understanding her feigned seriousness. He reiterated his commitment to discretion. Since Eisen had successfully executed the spell, it was imperative for the professors to acquire it as well. However, after Eisen finished speaking, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Dumbledore, with a playful wink, vanished from sight in an instant, followed closely by McGonagall and Flitwick, who also disappeared before his very eyes. With a slight pout, Eisen dismissed the occurrence from his mind. He considered his own abilities commendable, yet it was clear that they possessed far greater experience in the realm of magic. At last, one can traverse the world with unbridled freedom. How delightful. With such thoughts, Eisen vanished from the classroom of the spellcasting course, only to reappear in his dormitory. Upon his return, Eisen began to assess his own prowess. First, he examined the capabilities displayed on his character panel. Character, Eisen Tenna. Extraordinary talent, magic, activated. Magic points, 8,500, increasing by 10 points daily. Extraordinary traits, superior level casting trait, compatibility 115, merged, legendary level immortality trait, merged, perfect level observation trait, merged. Miracle traits, 0 shares, automatically gaining 1 share annually. While the extraordinary traits remained unchanged, his magic power continued to grow daily, subtly augmenting his strength. Of course, the successful development of the phantom form granted him the ability to roam freely across the globe. Moreover, with the absence of spatial compression during teleportation, he could easily cast the phantom body spell beforehand, rendering his worldwide excursions even more discreet and alleviating the concern of being detected. With the phantom form at his disposal, Eisen no longer needed to rely on magical artifacts like the portkey. Although the portkey allowed for precise spatial jumps, Eisen believed it possessed characteristics for spatial traversal. However, now that he had mastered the phantom form, it seemed unnecessary to pursue the portkey given his lack of miracle traits. As for the flight trait, Eisen had initially considered relinquishing it. After all, prior to mastering the phantom form, being able to fly at Hogwarts would have been quite advantageous, significantly enhancing his speed. Yet, with the phantom form now available, the flight trait seemed redundant. Nevertheless, Eisen suddenly realized that whether one was a muggle or a wizard, the ability to fly would provide an experience unlike any other, whether soaring through the skies or venturing into space. The sheer joy of unrestrained flight and the sensations it evoked were surely beyond the reach of mere teleportation. Thus, Eisen concluded that he could not dismiss the flight trait entirely. It was a choice worth preserving. Regardless, mastering the phantom form had undeniably transformed Eisen's capabilities. While he felt a significant evolution in his strength and became more agile in combat, he remained resolute in avoiding arrogance and would never underestimate any adversary. Therefore, if he could evade a direct confrontation with Voldemort, he would earnestly strive to do so. After all, Dumbledore and his allies had already grasped the phantom form. In the future, Eisen might devise other strategies to enhance their power, alleviating concerns about Voldemort's interference. At worst, he could, as previously contemplated, create an enhanced version of the scrying mirror to present to Dumbledore. Nonetheless, Eisen felt that he was merely augmenting the strength of his allies discreetly, and that there was nothing of great consequence in this. Thus, he continued to play the role of an inconsequential professor. Chapter 80. An unusual experience. At the break of dawn the following day, Eisen arose at the early hour of 6 o'clock. Having mastered the art of apparition, he devoted himself entirely to rigorous practice. Within the confines of his dormitory and office, Eisen's figure flickered between the two locations, akin to instantaneous teleportation, devoid of any delay. Furthermore, as Eisen's physical prowess gradually escalated with the enhancement of his magical abilities, he had now attained over 4 times the average human's physical capabilities, resulting in remarkably heightened reflexes. In other words, when Eisen engaged in continuous apparition at the edge of his neurological response limits, his frequency of teleportation increased significantly. He had personally tested this and found that he could achieve 5 instances of apparition within a single second. Upon reaching this conclusion, Eisen felt an immediate sense of elation. He also discovered that the more proficient he became at apparition, the more convenient it appeared. To a certain extent, Apparition not only circumvented the protective enchantments of Hogwarts, but also proved to be more stable. What does this imply? Simply put, apparition is deemed safer than traditional teleportation. For instance, traditional teleportation necessitates movement over vast distances, such as intercontinental travel, which considerably amplifies both the difficulty and the associated risks. In contrast, apparition, perhaps due to the elimination of spatial compression, did not present a notable increase in difficulty when attempting long-distance teleportation. In reaching his destination instantaneously, Eisen found that his personal safety remained largely unthreatened. In a mere turn, Eisen vanished from his office, and rather than appearing in his dormitory, he had already invoked apparition to arrive atop the Sphinx adjacent to the Great Pyramid of Giza, southwest of Cairo, Egypt. Naturally, upon teleporting to the Sphinx's summit, Eisen had cast the disillusionment charm upon himself to avoid detection by muggles. Cairo, being 1 hour ahead, was already at 7 o'clock when it was still 6 in England. Seated facing the east, he gazed at the risen sun, observing the surrounding solitude, and felt an indescribable sensation within. In an instant, his heart felt considerably more expansive. 10 minutes later, with a mere thought, Eisen found himself on the beaches of Hawaii. Here, the time lagged 11 hours behind England, and it was still around 7 o'clock in the evening. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, Eisen watched the silhouettes of people traversing the beach, and the sudden shift in the sky evoked a novel sense of wonder within him. The allure of the island revealed itself to him in that moment. With another thought, Eisen arrived at the Great Wall of China, marveling at the grandeur of the ancient structure, and he was awed by the wisdom of those who had come before. A further thought transported him to Big Ben, where he savored the charm of the Thames River. At this moment, Eisen seemed to transform into the protagonist of the movie Jumper he had seen in a previous life, where one could effortlessly appreciate the landscapes of the world with mere thoughts. The memory of Jumper filled Eisen with a sense of envy. After all, a mere ordinary individual suddenly bestowed with the ability to teleport anywhere in the world would undoubtedly lead a life of unparalleled leisure. Not to mention, the protagonist of the film could freely enter and exit banks. Thus, whenever he found himself short on cash, he would simply teleport to the bank vault and fill his pockets with money. This extravagant lifestyle, akin to living off the fat of the land, left Eisen in awe the first time he witnessed it, eliciting an immediate desire within him to experience such a life. It is evident how alluring the existence depicted in that film truly is. Previously, having mastered the art of invisibility, Eisen attempted to emulate the protagonist from Jumper, exploring the exhilarating sensation of roaming the globe at will. To be honest, this experience was indeed intoxicating. Had Eisen not been living in a wizarding world, but rather in an ordinary realm devoid of extraordinary abilities, he might have indulged in such a life of luxury without restraint. Some may argue that even within the Harry Potter universe, Eisen, having acquired such capabilities, could still lead a life akin to that of the film's protagonist. However, Eisen had once believed that upon entering Hogwarts and mastering the spells and knowledge he desired, he could easily detach himself from this world. Yet now, after nearly 2 years of residing at Hogwarts, it had transformed into a comforting sanctuary for him. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to abruptly extricate himself from this comfort zone. Furthermore, with his steadily increasing strength, Eisen felt fully confident in confronting Voldemort. Thus, there was no need to evade. Of course, Eisen mused that perhaps once Voldemort was entirely dealt with, he could then enjoy a life of carefree exploration around the globe. But for now, the impending chaos that Voldemort would soon unleash upon the world necessitated Eisen's full focus on the matter at hand. Upon entering the Great Hall, Eisen noticed the trio deep in discussion. Harry wore an expression of distress, Ron appeared somewhat impatient, while Hermione radiated excitement. "What is going on?" Eisen inquired as he took a seat beside them, intrigued by their unusual demeanor. Harry had agreed to attend nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day celebration, and Hermione, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, eagerly explained the situation to Eisen. "I doubt many living souls have participated in such an event. It must be a rather extraordinary experience. Why would anyone celebrate the day of their death?" Ron grumbled with a mouthful of chicken, visibly irritated by the weight of their daunting potions homework pressing down on him. The Headless Nick nearly overlooked the necessity for me to mention him to Patrick, the leader of the Headless Hunt, emphasizing that Nick is sufficiently terrifying, leaving a profound impression. Harry, while speaking, revealed a semblance of regret upon his countenance. However, what compelled Harry to mention Nick's striking presence in front of Patrick? "Are you certain that Patrick will not further intimidate you? You have already committed to attending the Death Day party at Nick's behest," Hermione reiterated, reminding Harry once more. Observing Hermione's exuberance, Eisen raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether to intervene. If she were aware that the Death Day party would feature an array of decayed delicacies, I wonder if she would still exhibit such enthusiasm. Indeed, once a promise is made, one must adhere to it. Eisen gently patted Harry's shoulder, offering him a supportive glance. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions soured, yet they nodded silently, acknowledging that this would indeed be a novel experience. Hermione, on the other hand, blinked triumphantly, radiating a sense of victory that was almost comical. Chapter 81. The Halloween Feast. Professor Eisen. A familiar voice echoed as Eisen lingered outside the entrance hall. Turning, he spotted Hagrid approaching with an unmistakable gait. Hagrid, is there something you need? Noticing a hint of embarrassment on Hagrid's face, Eisen inquired. Well, Professor Eisen, I require assistance in setting up some jack-o'-lanterns in the Great Hall. If you're not too busy, could you lend me a hand? Hagrid replied, his expression tinged with bashfulness. If I am not mistaken, Hagrid, you should be quite capable of completing the setup alone, Eisen remarked, glancing at Hagrid's pink umbrella with a teasing tone. Observing Hagrid's cautious demeanor, Eisen reassured him. Oh, relax, Hagrid, I won't breathe a word of this. This year, Professor Dumbledore has invited a skeleton dance troupe for entertainment. And I thought perhaps we could make a few alterations here. What do you think? Hagrid proposed. I believe I grasp your intention. Let us go and inspect the pumpkins you have cultivated. Perhaps we can employ some more captivating magic while carving them. Upon comprehending Hagrid's suggestion, Eisen chuckled heartily. Having known Hagrid for quite some time, he regarded him as a friend, and thus he was more than willing to assist with this task. Upon arriving at Hagrid's vegetable patch behind his hut, Eisen was astonished to see the magically enlarged pumpkins Hagrid had nurtured. They had grown significantly larger. At a cursory glance, one pumpkin could easily accommodate 3 people when carved into a lantern. Eisen could not help but marvel. How terrifyingly grand. Nearby, 2 enormous pumpkins had already been hollowed out by Hagrid, clearly intended for carving into lanterns. With a flick of his wand, Eisen pointed at one of the hollowed pumpkins. A shimmer of light appeared within, shifting hues to red and green, swirling against the inner walls of the pumpkin, instantly enhancing its eerie allure. Immediately thereafter, Eisen reconstructed and incorporated the haunting voice of the water harp from his past life memories. Now, speaking of the water harp, many might not have researched it, hence their ignorance. However, it is noteworthy that nearly all horror films feature background music produced by this instrument. This underscores the terrifying nature of the sounds it produces. Once Eisen completed this task, there appeared an empty pumpkin, emanating a sinister green glow alongside a ghastly crimson light, while simultaneously emitting hair-raising sounds, instantly amplifying the effect to its zenith. This effect was simply marvelous. I knew consulting Professor Eisen would be an excellent choice. Hagrid, gazing at the scene before him, swallowed hard, a smile breaking out on his face as he seemingly recalled the fates of those little wizards. Yet, Hagrid, are you truly certain you wish to transform all the pumpkins in such a manner? Eisen pondered that altering 2 should pose no issue. But if every jack-o'-lantern were imbued with a terrifying effect, it might not be entirely appropriate. Oh, I believe for wizards, it's of little consequence. Trust me, Professor Eisen. Those little wizards might even prefer it this way. Hagrid appeared entirely unbothered, finding nothing amiss. Since Hagrid was unconcerned, Eisen felt it unnecessary to voice any objections. During the next half hour, Hagrid meticulously carved several pumpkins into jack-o'-lanterns, thereafter requesting Eisen to apply the enchantments. However, since these jack-o'-lanterns had yet to be adorned in the Great Hall, there was no rush to cast the magical effects immediately. After a moment's contemplation, Eisen devised a controller to manage the eerie light effects and spine-chilling sounds activation and deactivation. In simpler terms, he created a remote control in its off state. The jack-o'-lanterns carved by Hagrid retained their ordinary appearance. Yet, when activated, the magic cast upon these pumpkins would spring to life, transforming them into fearsome jack-o'-lanterns. Unexpectedly, Eisen's modifications only delighted Hagrid further. Since Hagrid could wield magic with his pink umbrella, he could effortlessly levitate these colossal pumpkins to the Great Hall alone. By 7 o'clock, the hall was adorned with festive decorations, candlelight twinkling, and the tables brimming with an array of delectable dishes, presenting an irresistibly inviting sight. In stark contrast to the lively and celebratory atmosphere of the Great Hall, the trio encountered a series of dimly lit candles lining the corridor, their flickering azure glow casting an eerie ambience. It was not until they traversed this frigid corridor and rounded a corner that they encountered nearly headless Nick. Draped in black velvet, with a hat adorned with feathers perched atop his head, he appeared particularly animated upon spotting the trio. "My dear friends," nearly headless Nick exclaimed, removing his hat and bowing to invite the trio in. "Welcome. I am truly delighted that you could come." Faced with the seemingly abyssal doorway, the trio exchanged glances, contemplating a hasty retreat. Yet, having made a promise, they could hardly flee at the last moment. Subsequently, the 3 individuals, bearing expressions of unwavering bravery, entered the dimly lit banquet room hosted by Nick. In contrast, the atmosphere in the adjoining hall was exuberantly spirited, as Hagrid had indeed indicated. Dumbledore had invited a rather peculiar skeleton dance troupe to enliven the event. The troupe performed to an unknown melody, engaging in a comically mechanical dance. Although the style was rather eccentric, it undeniably invigorated the ambience. "Professor Eisen, look," Hagrid exclaimed, patting Eisen on the arm. Following Hagrid's gesture, Eisen's gaze fell upon a pumpkin lantern, within which the Weasley twins were heartily indulging in delectable treats. However, upon witnessing Hagrid produce a remote control and reveal a mischievous grin, Eisen could not suppress a shiver of trepidation. This was utterly outrageous. As anticipated, Hagrid activated the remote. A bizarre, chilling sound immediately echoed in the ears of Fred and George, accompanied by ghastly green and blood-red lights emanating from the lantern's interior, flooding their vision. The eerie sounds and terrifying visuals momentarily stunned all the young wizards, but upon seeing the disheveled Fred and George, laughter erupted among them. The twins emerged, wearing expressions of resigned amusement, shaking their heads in mild exasperation. Soon, however, their eyes brightened once more as they turned to scrutinize the pumpkin lantern that had brought them such embarrassment. Chapter 82, The Attack Incident. With a smile upon his face, Eisen speared a piece of pitch-black cake, shaped like a coffin, and savored it. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of the young wizards, Eisen noticed an array of colorful ribbons cascading from the ceiling, playfully dancing about, chasing after floating, cackling monster masks. Before they knew it, the clock struck 10. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Eisen began to engage Professor Flitwick in a discussion regarding their views on curses. Gilderoy Lockhart attempted several times to interject, but Eisen, with a graceful nod, elegantly disregarded him. In truth, Eisen had long discerned the true nature of Lockhart's character. Any observant professor or student at the school would recognize the true extent of Lockhart's capabilities. While Eisen harbored the urge to critique Dumbledore for appointing such a charlatan as the defense against the dark arts professor. Upon recalling Hagrid's words regarding the lack of willing candidates for the position at Hogwarts, he found solace in the realization that Lockhart was, unfortunately, the only option. The skeleton dance troupe concluded with a soothing melody, rhythmically weaving through the throngs of young wizards before finally aligning themselves in an orderly fashion. They then bowed in unison to all the wizards, marking the end of their performance. Amidst the cheers and applause of the audience, the skeleton troupe dissipated into a cloud of smoke, signifying that it was indeed time for their exit. After the departure of the young wizard, several professors remained behind, brandishing their wands as they began to restore order to the chaotic hall. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from outside the hall, indicating that something significant had indeed transpired. Eisen activated his omniscient perspective, directing his gaze towards the source of the exclamations, swiftly grasping the entirety of the situation. As anticipated, he beheld the trio standing vacantly in a desolate corridor on the second floor, beside a torch bracket from which hung the petrified form of Madame Loris. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape strode solemnly towards the hall, prompting the young wizards to hastily step aside. Ascending to the second floor and rounding a corner, they arrived at an empty passageway where, under the watchful eyes of the young wizards, three figures materialized before Dumbledore and his companions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood solitary in the middle of the corridor, their presence intensifying the palpable tension in the air. Eisen's attention was drawn to the petrified Madame Loris. Though her rigid form suggested death, she was merely petrified. Adjacent to her, between two windows, inscribed upon the wall a foot above the ground were some writings. Illuminated by the flickering torches surrounding them, the crimson letters glimmered ominously. The chamber has been opened. Beware of enemies of the air. The previously buoyant atmosphere among the crowd dissipated in an instant, replaced by an eerie silence. The sight of Madame Loris suspended from the bracket, along with the ominous inscription, cast a shadow over the surroundings. The young wizards regarded this terrifying scene with suspicion directed towards Harry, clearly doubting his involvement in the unfolding events. My cat. What has happened to Madame Loris? When Filch squeezed through the crowd and beheld the scene before him, he was taken aback, screaming in horror, and then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Harry. It must be you who has killed my cat. In Filch's eyes, Harry transformed into an irredeemable villain. Harry waved his hands in denial, yet the skeptical stares of the crowd nearly suffocated him. Filch. Dumbledore interjected, attempting to soothe him before swiftly approaching, passing by Harry, Ron, and Hermione to detach Madame Loris from the bracket. I believe, Filch, and also you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, it is imperative that you accompany me. Dumbledore first scrutinized the detached Madame Loris, then turned his serious gaze towards the trio. Headmaster, my office is the nearest. I believe you can come to me. Lockhart eagerly interjected, seemingly eager to involve himself in the matter. Thank you, Gilderoy. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. After signaling to Professor Flitwick, he turned and made his way towards Lockhart's office. The now silent crowd parted, creating a path for the professors to pass through. Lockhart, brimming with excitement, trailed behind, exuding an air of confidence as if he were poised to showcase his talents, prompting Eisen to shake his head in bemusement. Following closely were Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Eisen, while Professor Flitwick remained behind at Dumbledore's behest to soothe the panicked young wizards. In Lockhart's office, several photographs of him on the walls suddenly stirred, perhaps startled by the commotion, causing the depicted Lockhart to retreat from view. After lighting candles to illuminate the room, Lockhart took a few steps back. Subsequently, Professor Dumbledore placed Mrs. Lorelei upon Lockhart's desk. Noticing Eisen glance her way, Hermione instinctively withdrew, pulling Harry and Ron back to a chair shrouded in shadows cast by the flickering candlelight. Eisen stepped forward to observe, witnessing Dumbledore continually poking at Mrs. Lorelei with his fingers, his azure eyes peering through half-moon spectacles as if searching for something. Likewise, Professor McGonagall bent down for a meticulous examination. In contrast, Snape lingered in the shadows, his demeanor indifferent, focusing his attention on Harry. This must be the result of a curse, akin to the Transfiguration torture curse. I have witnessed it numerous times, but regrettably, I was not present at the time. Otherwise, I could have freed her with a counter-curse, Lockhart asserted, bustling about the room and incessantly boasting of his prowess. Clearly pleased with his performance, the photographs of Lockhart on the walls emerged to nod in agreement. Upon hearing Lockhart's conclusion, the others remained unresponsive, while Filch broke into tears. Eisen stepped closer to touch Mrs. Lorelei, finding her as unyielding as stone. Yet, with his touch, he sensed a subtle power emanating from her. This force was elusive. Although Eisen did not perceive it as a direct threat to himself, it bore an unmistakable aggressiveness. This is the power of a curse. At that moment, Eisen's understanding deepened. Filch, she is not dead, Dumbledore interjected, rising to interrupt Filch's weeping. Lockhart, who had been prattling on about his numerous exploits in resolving similar incidents, was compelled to halt, his expression suddenly awkward. Not dead. Then why is she so rigid? As if lifeless? Filch ceased his sobbing and reached out to touch the stiff Mrs. Lorelei. She has been petrified, Dumbledore clarified. Unexpectedly, Lockhart chimed in. Indeed, yes. That is precisely what I believe. She has evidently been petrified. Subsequently, Filch fixed his gaze upon Harry, directing his ire toward him. In his view, Harry was undoubtedly responsible for this entire predicament. To that end, he even publicly proclaimed his own embarrassment at being exposed by Harry as a squib. However, it was evident that such speculation was exceedingly irresponsible. Chapter 83, The Legend of the Chamber. No, Professor Flitwick shook his head. This requires a profound dark magic, which a second-year student could certainly not accomplish. Enervate. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others, Eisen drew his wand and attempted a general counterspell on the petrified Mrs. Loris. However, as Eisen had anticipated, the counterspell yielded no effect. Mrs. Loris remained as rigid as stone. In fact, the professors present had already grasped Eisen's implication. If Mrs. Loris had indeed been petrified by Harry, Ron, or Hermione, it would have undoubtedly been by a simple petrification curse. Yet, a target petrified by such a curse could be released from its effects by a general counterspell like Enervate. The lack of effect following Eisen's incantation clearly indicated that Mrs. Loris had not been afflicted by a petrification curse. Thus, the notion that Harry was responsible for the attack on Mrs. Loris could largely be dismissed. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement with Eisen's assertion. However, it was Severus Snape, lurking in the shadows, who offered a slightly divergent opinion. May I interject, Headmaster? Snape emerged from the shadows. I too concur with Professor Eisen. Potter and his friends did not assault Mrs. Loris. At that moment, Harry was taken aback, unable to fathom that Snape would speak in his defense. For an instant, he considered casting aside his animosity towards Snape. Yet, Snape's subsequent words extinguished that thought. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, the trio hurriedly recounted their attendance at nearly Headless Nick's 500th birthday celebration. Several hundred ghosts were present. They can attest to our presence there, Harry eagerly declared, his eyes lighting up as he pointed to Eisen. Professor Eisen is aware of this matter as well. Indeed, they did mention their intention to attend nearly Headless Nick's 500th birthday, Eisen confirmed, as the collective attention shifted to him. But what happened afterward? Why did you not attend the feast, and instead venture to the corridor above? Snape had evidently seized upon the trio's greatest oversight. Harry opened his mouth, at a loss for how to explain. He felt that revealing he had been drawn there by a sound likely to be that of a serpent would only be believed by Professor Eisen, who knew he spoke Parseltongue. Yet, the issue was that Ron had once told him that even in the magical world, wizards hearing sounds that others could not was not a good sign. Consequently, Harry wished to keep this matter to himself. The last thing he wanted was to be directly suspected of being the heir who opened the Chamber of Secrets, entangled in the incident. Thus, after contemplating these thoughts, Harry presented a rather constructive excuse. We were simply too tired and wanted to retire early. However, even so, it should not have meant skipping dinner. Snape wore a triumphant expression. I am certain that the food at the birthday feast is not suitable for the living. We are not hungry. At this moment, Ron, unable to tolerate Snape any longer, raised his voice in an attempt to support Harry, only to be interrupted by the embarrassing growl of his stomach. In my opinion, Although Mr. Potter did not assault Madame Loris, he clearly did not speak the whole truth. The smug expression on Snape's face intensified as he turned to Dumbledore. I believe his privileges should be revoked, and he should be removed from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he adopts a more honest demeanor. No, Severus. There is no evidence to prove that Potter has done anything wrong. Professor McGonagall spoke sternly, defending Harry like a protective parent. Indeed, as long as there is no evidence to the contrary, he is innocent. Severus. Dumbledore evidently sided with Professor McGonagall. However, my cat has been petrified, Filch exclaimed in dissatisfaction, hoping that someone would face consequences. After saying this, he shot a fierce glare at Harry, clearly implying that he wished for Harry to be the one punished. Do not worry, Filch, we will restore her. Dumbledore patiently reassured him. Madame Sprout has procured some mandrake, and once it matures, we will concoct a potion to heal Madame Loris. Well, I must say, I would be delighted to brew the mandrake restoration potion, Lockhart chimed in. I have brewed it over 100 times. I could do it in my sleep. Snape's derisive snort perfectly interrupted Lockhart's boast. I am the potions master at Hogwarts. For a moment, Lockhart stood there, awkwardly stunned, while Professor Eisen nearly burst into laughter. You may leave now, Dumbledore instructed Harry and the others, who, as if granted a reprieve, hastily exited Lockhart's office, even breaking into a run. Professor Eisen, what is your perspective on this matter? Once the trio had departed, Dumbledore began to inquire about Eisen's opinion. Slytherin believed that when selecting students, one should be discerning, only admitting those from pure wizarding families and rejecting muggle-born students. Consequently, he had a fierce argument with Gryffindor before leaving the school. It is said that before Slytherin departed Hogwarts, he constructed a secret chamber within the castle, sealing it so that no one could access it. Only when his true heir appears will the chamber be opened, unleashing the terrifying entity within to rid the world of those unworthy of studying magic. However, this is merely a legend regarding the chamber. There has never been any evidence to substantiate its existence. Professor McGonagall spoke with a somewhat dry tone, glancing at Dumbledore, seemingly seeking confirmation. Indeed, I believe you need to discern what constitutes reliable history and what is mere legend, Professor Eisen. Snape remarked with a sardonic tone, evidently holding little regard for Eisen. Very well, I believe we should search the entire castle for any clues. Dumbledore slightly shook his head, refraining from voicing his opinion on the legend of the chamber. Wow, are we going to explore Hogwarts Castle again? Lockhart's face radiated with confidence. Trust me, during my time at Ravenclaw, I explored many secret passages. I will undoubtedly uncover the Chamber of Secrets. Regarding Lockhart's inexplicable self-assurance, Eisen chose to refrain from further comment. Chapter 84, Aftermath of the Attack. The following day, at Hogwarts School, Eisen observed that the students spent the entire day discussing nothing but the attack on Madame Loris. Filch's behavior at that moment was unforgettable for everyone. Not to mention, the walls also spoke of the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, adding an air of mystery to the incident. For the young wizards, the legend stirred excitement, but the attack instilled a sense of unease, particularly among those of Muggle descent, where the feeling was even more pronounced. As Eisen walked past the corridor where the attack had occurred, he spotted Filch standing near the wall, laboriously scrubbing the inscribed words with Mrs. Scourgify's universal cleaning solution. Mr. Filch. Eisen paused momentarily. Do not worry, Mr. Filch, Madame Loris will be healed by Madame Pomfrey. Observing Filch's disheartened demeanor, Eisen offered some comfort before continuing. I am here to see if any clues remain. Upon hearing this, Filch became flustered. Yesterday, in an attempt to pin the blame for the attack on Madame Loris solely on Harry, he had publicly exposed the truth about the dung bomb, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable facing Eisen alone. I have some matters to attend to, Professor Eisen. I shall take my leave. Filch swiftly turned and departed with his cleaning tools. Once Filch was gone, Eisen focused his attention on the inscriptions on the wall, knowing how the original plot unfolded. He was acutely aware that all of this was, in fact, orchestrated by Ginny, or more accurately, controlled by Voldemort's diary. However, there was one aspect regarding Voldemort's diary that perplexed Eisen, how the soul fragment within the Horcrux differentiated from Voldemort's wandering soul in Albania. Assuming the original storyline continued, Ginny's life was drained by Tom Riddle, who then resurrected. What would transpire upon their meeting? It was essential to note that he should possess absolute exclusivity. Yet would the two Voldemorts, having undergone entirely different experiences, share the same thoughts? Would the Voldemort revived from the diary and the one lingering in Albania clash violently in a struggle for dominance? Given Voldemort's arrogant nature, it was unlikely he would permit another version of himself to exist. Shaking his head at this notion, Eisen could not help but reflect that delving deeply into many aspects of this world inevitably leads to unexplainable gaps. Turning to the girls' lavatory directly opposite, Eisen recognized that the entrance to the chamber could be accessed from within. However, he had no inclination to act independently. In the ensuing days, Eisen scoured the entirety of Hogwarts Castle alongside several professors, yet it was evident that no useful clues were uncovered. One afternoon, while enjoying lunch in the Great Hall and listening to the surrounding students discuss the Chamber of Secrets, Eisen suddenly recalled the basilisk left behind by Slytherin. Curiously, he had not previously contemplated why Slytherin would have chosen to leave a creature such as the basilisk, if the tales were to be believed, suggesting that Slytherin had released the basilisk to eliminate Muggle-born wizards from Hogwarts. Such a notion seemed utterly illogical. In Eisen's view, even if Slytherin had a preference for admitting only those from wizarding families, it would be inconceivable for him to resort to killing Muggle-born wizards. After all, how could Slytherin be regarded as one of the greatest wizards of the Middle Ages and maintain friendships with Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff? Perhaps his character was flawed, yet he undoubtedly embodied a positive figure. Nevertheless, if it were already established that Slytherin was a commendable character, would he truly leave behind a basilisk to harm Hogwarts students? Clearly, that was improbable. So what purpose did the basilisk serve? For Eisen, this was another enigma yet to be unraveled. However, it must be acknowledged that the basilisk's abilities were indeed formidable. A mere gaze into its eyes could result in instant petrification for virtually anyone. While Eisen awaited further developments, the trio was diligently probing the secrets of the chamber. After all, the incident involving Moaning Myrtle had nearly implicated Harry, prompting them to investigate the inscriptions on the walls. Thus, was it true that the terrifying entity left behind by Slytherin in the legendary chamber was indeed a serpent? In the Gryffindor common room, Ron stared blankly at Harry. Indeed, prior to the attack on Moaning Myrtle, Harry had heard ominous threats about being killed. Hermione paced thoughtfully in the center of the room, articulating her hypothesis. Subsequently, words appeared on the wall indicating that the chamber had been opened, signifying that the fearsome creature within had been released. You see, Harry is a Parselmouth, capable of conversing with snakes. Hence, the terrifying entity unleashed from the chamber must undoubtedly be a serpent. Yet, how could a mere snake have petrified Moaning Myrtle? Harry immediately raised a crucial question. I believe this is precisely what we need to investigate next. Hermione momentarily faltered in her confident discourse, quickly proposing her plan. We could consult Professor Eisen. Perhaps he holds some knowledge. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, and then suggested a straightforward approach. However, Professor Bin stated that no evidence has ever substantiated the legends surrounding Slytherin's chamber, so how could Professor Eisen possibly know? Hermione remained steadfast in her belief that her reasoning was flawless. What should we do then? Continue to scour the library for information? My head is spinning from searching for books these past few days, and yet I have discovered nothing. Ron glanced at Harry, his expression one of deep conflict. However, based on the information provided by Professor Binns, we have already established a direction. Trust me, within a week, we shall uncover the truth. Hermione declared confidently, her demeanor exuding a sense of authority. By the way, I believe we ought to visit the scene of the attack. We might discover some clues. Subsequently, as if struck by a sudden thought, Hermione beckoned to Harry and Ron and swiftly departed from the Gryffindor common room. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before shrugging and following her. Chapter 85. The trio's endeavor upon emerging from the fat lady's portrait hole. The trio quickly arrived at the corridor where the attack had occurred. The scene of the prior assault had transformed, the puddles on the ground had been cleared, and the corridor was devoid of any remnants. The petrified Mrs. Norris was no longer perched upon the torch bracket. Yet, the ominous inscriptions upon the wall, a foot above the ground, remained strikingly visible. To be frank, Ron's caution was not without merit. Due to Mrs. Norris's assault, Filch had been particularly vigilant in recent days. At times, he would pace at the scene of the attack, seemingly awaiting the assailant's return. On other occasions, he would lurk in the shadows of the corridor, pouncing on unsuspecting students to find excuses to detain them. Let us not dwell on that. We merely need to observe whether there are any clues at the scene. Hermione asserted, moving closer to the corner of the wall. Did you discover something? Harry crouched down, his glasses nearly touching the ground. To his astonishment, he noticed a line of spiders, scurrying in unison towards the castle's exit. This revelation brought a look of surprise to Harry's face. It makes sense. The spiders are fleeing from the serpent released in the Chamber of Secrets. Ron exclaimed, shivering and retreating, his expression betraying his fear. Indeed, we are drawing closer to the truth. However, there is no need for such trepidation. Hermione remarked excitedly, only to be amused by Ron's trembling figure. Humph. You would understand if you had been tormented as a child. If your cherished toy were transformed into an ugly spider, you would loathe them too. Ron's face paled, and he recounted the incident when Fred had pranked him at the age of 3, a mix of embarrassment and anger in his voice. Unexpectedly, Hermione found his tale even more amusing. Do you recall the puddle on the ground? It has vanished, just as a conflict seemed imminent between the two. Harry hastily redirected the conversation. Filch must have mopped it up. He has always been responsible for cleaning the corridors. After considering Harry's words, Ron shared his speculation. But from where did that water originate? Harry sensed this was a question not to be overlooked. No, we cannot enter. What is the matter? Harry inquired, confused. That is the girls' lavatory, the domain of Moaning Myrtle, where no one dares to tread, Hermione stated nonchalantly. However, midway through her sentence, a realization struck her, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Moaning Myrtle. Perhaps she witnessed everything during the attack. Regrettably, although the Weeping Myrtle was taken aback by the arrival of the trio, she surprisingly did not cry excessively and revealed little useful information. Alas, we should never have ventured into the girls' lavatory. That sorrowful Myrtle knew nothing at all. To make matters worse, Percy discovered their presence and deducted 5 points. On their way to the Gryffindor common room, Ron expressed his displeasure. Who do you think the heir of Slytherin might be? Hermione asked quietly, pondering who would wish to expel Muggle-borns and half-blood wizards from Hogwarts. The heir of Slytherin, of course, is Slytherin himself, Ron exclaimed, throwing up his hands. And who would consider Muggle-borns and Muggle wizards to be worthless and foolish? If you are referring to Malfoy, Hermione said, her expression one of skepticism. Of course it's him, Ron declared bluntly. Don't forget how he insulted you earlier in the Quidditch pitch. Could Malfoy truly be the heir of Slytherin? Harry questioned, equally dubious. However, considering that the entire Malfoy family belonged to Slytherin and often boasted about it, Harry found the possibility quite plausible. But isn't the mark of the Slytherin heir the ability to speak Parseltongue? Ron remarked, casting a doubtful glance at Harry. What are you thinking? When Mrs. Norris was attacked, Harry was with us at nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party, Hermione interjected, rolling her eyes at Ron's expression. All right. Then it must be Malfoy, Ron said, momentarily taken aback, feeling slightly awkward. His father is wicked enough. Perhaps the key to the Chamber of Secrets has been passed down through generations. Harry recalled his unexpected entrance into Knockturn Alley and the encounters with the Malfoy father and son, nodding in agreement. That indeed seems plausible. Hermione's face lit with approval. But we cannot prove this speculation. Harry's expression turned pessimistic. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the trio sat together, continuing their discussion on the prior topic. I believe we could devise a method to ascertain whether Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin, Hermione whispered to Harry and Ron. What method? Harry perked up immediately. Well, this approach is rather complicated and perilous. It might even violate 50 school rules. Hermione hesitated, feeling conflicted about suggesting a plan that contradicted her nature as a rule-abiding student. Then perhaps you should wait a month before sharing your thoughts with us. Ron replied impatiently. Fine, I can tell you without issue. Hermione's eyes sparkled with a certain excitement. We could enter the Slytherin common room, pose a few questions to Malfoy, and ensure he does not recognize us. But that is utterly impossible. Harry felt deflated, while Ron appeared almost amused by the notion. Of course it is possible. We merely need some Polyjuice potion to achieve it. Hermione revealed the secret. Polyjuice potion? What is that? What can it do? Harry and Ron stared blankly at Hermione, bewildered by her knowledge of such peculiar matters. Come on. Haven't you been paying attention in class? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Before continuing, Professor Snape mentioned in potions class that Polyjuice potion can transform a person into another. She then elaborated on the effects of the Polyjuice potion, alleviating their concerns. However, a significant issue loomed before them. The potion's recipe was contained within a book titled Powerful Potions, which resided in the restricted section of the library. Inaccessible without a professor's approval. I believe we can ask Professor Eisen for a sign note. Harry suggested. I think that's feasible. Don't forget. Professor Eisen adventured with us last year. He will surely agree. Ron whispered this rationale after glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Of course, I know asking Professor Eisen is feasible, Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation, but he teaches astronomy. Is it appropriate for him to authorize us to access a book on potions? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, theoretically. As long as a professor provided a sign note, students could borrow books from the restricted section, which did not contravene school regulations. Yet, practically speaking, it was uncertain whether Madame Pants would allow it. After all, seeking a signature from an astronomy professor seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 86, The Black Lake. The trio continued their discussion late into the night, eventually succumbing to slumber. The next morning, after breakfast, they sought out Professor Eisen. Unfortunately, they found no trace of him either in the staff quarters or his office. After Harry knocked on Hagrid's door, they were warmly invited inside by the enthusiastic giant. Goodness! Hagrid, your home has changed quite a bit. Ron exclaimed in astonishment as he surveyed the interior of Hagrid's hut. Indeed, the hut appeared to have been tidied, though it still bore a slight disarray. Overall, it appeared considerably cleaner. Additionally, a plush rug adorned the dark floor, scattered with tufts of unicorn hair, leaving them curious about the circumstances. Oh, you mean this? Hagrid said, setting down a jug of pumpkin juice and several cups on the table. Professor Eisen asked me to help collect that. It's not a complicated task, is it? Professor Eisen? Harry's eyes lit up as he eagerly seized the conversation. Indeed, for Eisen, discovering magical creatures' hair can serve as excellent raw materials in the study of alchemical apparatus. Coincidentally, Hagrid spent his days interacting with a variety of magical creatures. So Eisen had enlisted Hagrid's assistance in gathering some unicorn hair. By the way, Hagrid, do you know where Professor Eisen is? Hermione inquired, having exchanged knowing glances with her companions when Hagrid mentioned the professor. Isn't he in his office? Hagrid replied, his expression one of surprise. By the way, is there something you wish to discuss with Professor Eisen? Hagrid seemed to have recalled something, suddenly casting a suspicious glance at the trio. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Hagrid's complexion paled alongside Harry's words. The Chamber of Secrets? The air? Hagrid's eyes darted about, contemplating how to steer the conversation away from this topic. Indeed, we have uncovered some clues. Listen, there is no Chamber of Secrets, nor any monster. These matters are far too perilous for you to comprehend. As Harry pondered whether to reveal his ability to speak Parseltongue to Hagrid, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Hagrid's fervent outburst. That was an accident. No one could have foreseen such an occurrence. Hagrid mumbled, rising to his feet and unceremoniously ushering the trio out of his hut. Once outside, the three stood in silence, exchanging bewildered glances. He is undoubtedly concealing something, Ron remarked, his expression betraying indignation as he looked at Harry and Hermione. It is abundantly clear to us all. Harry and Hermione shrugged, offering no further commentary. But where has Professor Eisen gone? Hermione could not suppress her curiosity as they made their way towards Hogwarts Castle. I don't know. Perhaps he is preoccupied with something, Harry speculated, shaking his head. Before they could enter the entrance hall, two figures approached from a distance. Wow, I seem to have overheard you discussing Professor Eisen. Has he produced another astonishing work? The Weasley twins, Fred and George, approached the trio, grinning mischievously and making exaggeratedly silly faces. Nothing much, Ron replied curtly, failing to share in his brother's exuberance. It was inevitable. One could only say that Fred and George possessed a natural talent for pranks, having tormented Ron since childhood, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. Oh, don't be like that. We hold Professor Eisen in high esteem, Fred said, draping an arm around Ron's shoulders. Indeed, we are great admirers. You must know, the idea for the crowing recording device originated from Professor Eisen. George chimed in with a mischievous grin. Harry looked on, astonished at Fred and George's antics. Ron opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, we saw Hagrid collecting unicorn hair for Professor Eisen in his hut. He might be crafting something. Harry promptly divulged what he had learned earlier. Collecting unicorn hair for crafting? Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unable to fathom Eisen's intentions. So, have you seen Professor Eisen anywhere? We have a matter to discuss with him. Noticing the twins' expressions, Harry quickly inquired. Indeed. Perhaps Professor Eisen is observing how to capture mermaids from the Black Lake, George suggested, nodding with an odd expression, as if encouraging them to pursue that course of action. The Black Lake. The trio exchanged astonished looks, their expressions reflecting their surprise. Indeed, for the students of Hogwarts, the school harbors two enigmatic regions. One is the Forbidden Forest, teeming with perilous magical creatures such as trolls, hippogriffs, and giants. The other is the Black Lake, which conceals various aquatic magical beings. Part of its waters designated by Hogwarts as a natural sanctuary for magical creatures. However, what perplexes the trio is Professor Eisen's purpose at the Black Lake. Could it truly be, as George suggested, that he is observing the mermaids within? Subsequently, the three approached the Black Lake with cautious steps. As nightfall descended, it imbued Hogwarts with an added air of mystery. Standing at the edge of the lake, a chilling breeze enveloped Eisen, leaving him with an exhilarating sense of clarity. He extended his wand toward the surface of the lake, drawing forth a stream of water that spiraled into a whirling water vortex. As he cast the transformation spell, the vortex became shrouded in a crystalline mist, rapidly morphing into a fire vortex that radiated astonishing heat, creating a steamy haze above the lake. Then, the fire vortex swiftly transformed into a slicing wind vortex, tearing through the air while continuously siphoning the lake's water. Thanks to Eisen's advancement in transfiguration, he had perfected the once unwieldy spell. With a mere thought, the wind vortex coalesced into a swirling mist. In an instant, Eisen vanished from his spot, reappearing atop the mist. After casting a levitation charm upon himself, the mist began to roil and crystallize, as if gaining substance, lifting Eisen into the air. It appeared as though he were riding upon the clouds. With another thought, Eisen's form dissipated in midair, re-emerging at the lake's edge, where the mist transformed back into streams of water, settling into serene stillness. Chapter 87. Intentions. Ever since Eisen had perfected his disillusionment charm, he could traverse Hogwarts at will. Having gained a preliminary mastery over the transmutation of elements, his purpose for visiting the Black Lake was to further hone this ability. During this endeavor to refine his transfiguration skills in conjunction with other spells, Eisen discovered that, indeed, the transformations between various elements had become remarkably fluid. It is worth noting that Eisen's current experimentation aimed solely at mastering the nuances of elemental transformation, rather than showcasing destructive power. For instance, The wind vortex he conjured would have spiraled out of control had he not deliberately restrained it, in transforming it into a fire vortex. Eisen felt he had ample capacity to escalate it into a blazing inferno. However, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal such destructive potential. Eisen ceased his activities upon detecting, through a divine vantage point, the trio stealthily approaching his location. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded that left the three in awe. As they approached the edge of Black Lake, they discovered that Professor Eisen was not observing the lake, but instead was gazing directly at them, as if he had anticipated their arrival and had been waiting specifically for them. Professor. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions quickly turning awkward. Ultimately, it was Harry who mustered the courage to step forward and greet him. Why are you here instead of going to dinner? Eisen inquired, sensing a wave of incredulity wash over him as he regarded the trio before him. Well, Professor Eisen, Hermione began, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I wish to borrow a book from the library to gain some knowledge on potions. However, this particular book is located in the restricted section, so I require a teacher's signature on this note. With that, Hermione extended a piece of parchment toward Eisen. When he looked at her, she perhaps felt a pang of shame for her small deception, as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Observing Hermione's discomfort, Eisen found himself at a loss for words. In theory, any teacher's signature would permit a student to borrow books from the restricted section. However, Eisen wondered if a signature from a professor of astronomy would suffice. I must caution you, the restricted section is far too perilous for second-year students, Eisen remarked solemnly after signing the note with his quill. I understand, Professor Eisen, Hermione replied, accepting the note and nodding quietly. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, witnessing Hermione's success in obtaining the signature, exchanged glances of delight. By the way, why didn't you seek a signature from Professor Lockhart? His approval, being the defense against the dark arts instructor, would likely be more appropriate, Eisen suggested. As a thought crossed his mind, it turned out that ever since Lockhart had been thoroughly embarrassed by a Cornish pixie, his teaching methods had undergone a radical transformation. Previously, Lockhart would bring some creatures into class for practical lessons, aligning well with the curriculum of defense against the dark arts. However, after that disastrous incident, his lessons had devolved into recitations of his own literary works. Lockhart seemed to take particular pleasure in calling Harry to the front to act out roles from his books, such as Villagers Healed by Lockhart, A Cold-Stricken Yeti from the Himalayas, and Vampires, among others. For Harry, these experiences felt like a waking nightmare. Yet, as Lockhart was the defense against the dark arts professor, Harry had no choice but to endure. Clearly, from the trio's conversation, it was evident that seeking Lockhart's signature would likely subject them to yet another round of his antics. Thus, after a brief deliberation, they chose to approach Eisen instead. After hearing their exchanges, Eisen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was Lockhart about to be exposed? As he mused internally, he cast a furtive glance at Hermione, noticing a trace of discontent on her face. It was clear that she too was perplexed by Lockhart's behavior. Oh, do produce the card I entrusted to you, Eisen said, extending his hand towards the three of them. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected something and promptly produced the marked playing cards, placing them into Eisen's hands. It is worth noting that Eisen had previously discreetly utilized the cards to cast a transformation spell to assist them. However, at this moment, he intended to make some modifications. Upon receiving the three cards, Eisen pointed his wand at them, and with a flick of his wrist, a beam of light split into three and descended upon the cards. The marks upon them instantly radiated brilliance before settling back to their original state. Keep them close. Do not store them in your storage ring, Eisen sternly instructed as he handed the cards back to the trio. After they nodded in acknowledgement, he reminded them, if you find yourselves in any peril, utter the protective incantation. It will aid you. Harry and Ron's expressions faltered, while Hermione merely stuck out her tongue. Subsequently, the trio made their way back to Hogwarts Castle in a somewhat dejected manner. However, due to the pressing timeline, Harry had significantly condensed the Quidditch training schedule, much to Wood's chagrin. On Friday morning, before the other students had awakened, Hermione had already arrived at the library clutching Eisen's signed note. The library was eerily quiet and suffocatingly still. Madame Pants, the librarian, was particularly perceptive when it came to the students. A powerful potion? She muttered, snatching the note from Hermione's grasp and casting a dubious glance her way. The weight of her gaze nearly rendered Hermione breathless. Yet, recalling that the note was personally given to her by Professor Eisen, she steeled herself against the discomfort and met Madame Pants's stare. Without uttering a word, Madame Pants handed Hermione a hefty tome that appeared on the verge of mildew. It seems Professor's signature from the astronomy department is quite effective, Hermione thought to herself, finally exhaling in relief as she hurriedly stowed the book in her bag and exited the library with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 88, Potions. When he arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast, Eisen observed that the trio appeared considerably more at ease. Good morning, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Did my signature prove useful? Eisen greeted them as he took a seat and turned his attention to Hermione. "Indeed, Professor Eisen. I managed to borrow the book." Hermione replied with a slight smile. Her spirits lifted. "Thank goodness there were no dangers encountered," Eisen nodded, then shifted his gaze to Harry. "Tomorrow is the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, right? How is your preparation coming along? The situation may be quite dire." Harry's demeanor darkened at the mention. "Indeed, Professor Eisen. The Slytherin team possesses the fastest brooms money can buy. It will be exceedingly difficult for Gryffindor to catch up." Ron echoed his dissatisfaction. "Yet, defeating Slytherin in such circumstances would truly showcase your abilities, wouldn't it?" Eisen smiled, offering Harry encouragement. "Absolutely. I will defeat Slytherin," Harry declared with fervent determination. His spirit ignited. In a previous life, Eisen had often reflected on the truth of the adage that any trending event possesses a certain temporal relevance. Clearly, the attack that transpired at Hogwarts was no different. Perhaps it was due to the sudden calm that enveloped the entire school post-incident, leaving no one else to suffer from further assaults. Or perhaps the impending Quidditch match diverted everyone's attention. Consequently, the whispers surrounding the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin had significantly diminished. The students' focus was entirely on the inaugural Quidditch match of the season. Unlike the usual competitions, this particular match garnered considerable attention. The reason? On one hand, it was due to the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, who harbored mutual disdain for one another. On the other hand, Slytherin had received sponsorship from Draco Malfoy's father, enabling them to ride the fastest broomstick of the era, the Nimbus 2001. In contrast to the simmering Gryffindor team, the students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were equally eager to witness the advantages the Nimbus 2001 would afford in the match. Indeed, each Slytherin player exuded an air of confidence, as if victory was already in their grasp. After their midday lessons, the trio stealthily made their way to the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Hermione was adamant about conducting the potion's preparation in the domain of Moaning Myrtle, justifying that any rational individual would be reluctant to enter the second-floor girls' restroom. However, Ron countered her argument, recalling how they had previously been discovered by Percy during their last inquiry for clues in that very place. It was evident that Percy was not the most rational of individuals. Ultimately, Hermione's viewpoint prevailed, as they realized that aside from Myrtle's domain, there was no other quiet place where they could successfully concoct their potion. Unbeknownst to them, the existence of the Room of Requirement was a possibility, leaving them no choice but to act covertly within the girls' lavatory. Goodness, no wonder this book is relegated to the restricted section. It is utterly wicked. As Hermione cautiously opened advanced potions, Ron leaned in for a glance, his face revealing a mixture of trepidation and horror. The illustrations within the book were decidedly grotesque. One depicted a person being turned inside out, while another showed a witch sprouting multiple arms from her head. Should Eisen lay eyes upon these images, he would undoubtedly suspect them to be the work of a dark master. Yet, Hermione remained undeterred, swiftly flipping through the pages until she located the one marked for the Polyjuice potion. "Look here," she exclaimed, excitement coursing through her as she pointed at the illustration on the page. Harry and Ron leaned in, observing the figures depicted, who appeared to be transforming into other individuals under the influence of some potion. However, the contorted expressions on their faces suggested they were enduring immense suffering, instilling in Harry a foreboding sense of dread. "This is truly the most intricate potion I have ever encountered," Hermione murmured as she meticulously studied the recipe alongside the illustration. Some of the ingredients were relatively easy to procure: lacewing flies, leeches, powdered bicorn horn, and 2 sprigs of fluxweed. Hermione traced her finger down the list of ingredients, all of which could be found in the student storage cabinets. To her astonishment, there were also powdered unicorn horns and fragments of African snake tree skin, both of which were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Furthermore, a few items required personal belongings from individuals undergoing transformation. Given that certain materials were unavailable in the student cabinets, Hermione set her sights on Snape's private stores. Harry and Ron were utterly taken aback by her decision, for such an act was perilously reckless and would undoubtedly contravene numerous school regulations. They had never anticipated that Hermione would one day willingly flout the rules. "Well, how long will it take to brew this potion?" Harry posed a pivotal question. "The flowery grass must be harvested on the night of the full moon, and the lacewing flies need to be brewed for over 20 days. If we can gather all the ingredients, it should take approximately a month," Hermione calculated succinctly, providing an estimate. "A month?" Ron exclaimed. "By then, half the muggles in the school will have been taken down by Malfoy." Sensing Hermione's rising irritation, Ron quickly added, "But this is the best plan we could devise. Let us expedite our efforts. If you can knock Malfoy off his broom tomorrow, we might avoid a great deal of trouble." As they departed, Ron slyly winked at Harry, offering a brilliant idea. Meanwhile, Eisen was oblivious to the trio's activities and instead immersed himself in a few ancient magical texts and alchemical tomes in the library. He retrieved the mirror he had previously purchased from Devisbane's shop, placing it on the table to conduct a preliminary study. To Eisen, The spells of the wizarding world could achieve astonishing feats. For instance, the reveal spell was particularly unique, capable of detecting and identifying the components of a potion. In other words, if an unknown potion were presented before a wizard, they could discern its ingredients using the reveal spell. The rest of the details, however, perplexed Eisen. The crucial point was that the beetle had been inserted by Fred and George, meaning the insect itself should be unaware of its actions. Yet it had been detected by the mirror. What could be the underlying principle? If the mirror could, in accordance with Bill's intentions, automatically disregard familiar family members to detect any suspicious creatures, that seemed implausible. Perhaps, more simply, the trace of dark magic on Peter Pettigrew was what had been detected. If the mirror possessed both functions simultaneously, it would indeed make sense. Contemplating these thoughts, Eisen bore a pensive expression before redirecting his focus to the books. As time gradually passed, when Eisen finally lifted his gaze from the pages, night had fallen. Chapter 89, The Ravenclaw Diadem. After exiting the library, Eisen did not head to the Great Hall or the office. Instead, he made his way to the 8th floor. According to reason, Eisen, having perfectly mastered the art of apparition, could effortlessly teleport throughout the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle. However, presently, he was in no rush, leisurely strolling along. As he walked, Eisen absent-mindedly caressed the spyglass in his hand. Previously, he had contemplated the creation of an enhanced version of the spyglass to present to Dumbledore, which would significantly bolster the security of Hogwarts. Yet, he was acutely aware that one pressing issue demanded resolution, the matter of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The fact that Dumbledore had removed all books concerning Horcruxes from the library indicated that he had long suspected Voldemort had created them, thus evading true death. If the narrative were to unfold as anticipated, Dumbledore would undoubtedly confirm this conclusion upon discovering the existence of Voldemort's diary. Subsequently, during his quest for the Horcruxes, he would fall victim to a curse from one of them, resulting in a fate sealed even with Snape's potions, leaving him with but a year to live. In other words, Dumbledore would perish before locating all the Horcruxes, thereby placing the monumental task of vanquishing Voldemort squarely upon the shoulders of Harry and his companions. However, it was evident that Eisen's presence altered the course of events. Even if he intended to adopt the role of a mere background professor, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by as circumstances unfolded in such a manner. For Eisen, his self-perception was remarkably clear. Essentially, he aimed to remain discreetly in the shadows, intervening only when the lives of his allies were at stake. Of course, his assistance to Dumbledore would not manifest in overt ways. Rather, he might uncover the Horcruxes and deliver them to him, or perhaps share vital clues. Such actions could prompt Dumbledore to embark on the quest for Voldemort's Horcruxes sooner than expected. However, would an earlier search for the Horcruxes prevent Dumbledore from falling prey to Marvolo Gaunt's ring? Eisen pondered this dilemma, finding it somewhat precarious. The ring was not merely a Horcrux. It housed a gem that was, coincidentally, one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Should Dumbledore, consumed by remorse for his sister, uncontrollably don the ring in hopes of resurrecting his family, he could very well succumb to its curse prematurely. Thus, would it not be prudent to seek out the ring beforehand? Eisen considered the idea of retrieving the ring and presenting it directly to Dumbledore to thwart him at the moment he contemplated wearing it. Yet he sensed that certain aspects remained disconcerting. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Eisen gazed upon the enormous tapestry depicting a troll clobbering a hapless Barnabas. The troll ceased its assault and turned its gaze toward Eisen. However, Eisen paid no heed to this, silently repeating his desire for a hiding place before successfully entering the room of requirement. Unlike the chambers typically utilized for spell practice, the scene before him transformed into something entirely different. The room resembled an underground classroom, spacious and evidently marked by the traces of the undetectable extension charm. One side of the wall was lined with wooden shelves displaying an array of peculiar artifacts, while the other housed an assortment of books. Disregarding other matters, Eisen noticed a knightly puppet clad in armor in a corner, its appearance somewhat solemn, yet his attention was captivated by the helm. There rested a splendid diadem, exuding an aura of exquisite grandeur at first glance. Clearly, it was the diadem of Ravenclaw. As he reached out toward the diadem, his hand halted midair. Eisen suddenly recalled that, although the original text did not mention any flaws in Ravenclaw's diadem, it was crucial to remember that it had been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Thus, he could not ascertain whether it bore any dark curses. A card materialized, morphing into a stone pedestal, followed by the incantation of a levitation charm, causing Ravenclaw's diadem to float gracefully before him and settle upon the pedestal. The spell of revelation was cast. This enchantment could detect any hidden malevolence or curses upon the object in question. As Eisen chanted, a dark mist surged forth, rushing toward him. Strangely, in that fleeting moment, he felt a peculiar sensation of being able to command this Horcrux, a feeling that vanished almost as quickly as it came. However, the dark mist, accompanied by incomprehensible howls, approached Eisen in an eerily unsettling manner. With little time to ponder, he summoned the ironclad shield charm, enveloping himself completely. Unlike previous applications of this spell, it now blazed with a fierce flame. The moment the dark mist came into contact with the fire, it was instantaneously annihilated before it could even touch the protective charm. Eisen observed that as his mastery of transfiguration deepened, the integration of spells seemed to become increasingly effortless. The transfiguration acted like a bridge, playing a pivotal role in this synergy. Presently, Eisen combined the ironclad shield with the flame charm through transfiguration, yielding remarkably effective results. At the very least, it should provide solid defense against certain curses and hexes. However, he hesitated to test its efficacy against the killing curse. With a thought, he dispelled the incantation and recast the revelation spell on the diadem, only to find that Ravenclaw's diadem exhibited no response. After retrieving the diadem, the pedestal reverted to a card, which Eisen promptly stored away. Throughout the Wizarding World, he was unaware of any magic capable of enhancing one's intellect. Just as he could not grasp how Felix Felicis augmented a person's luck. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Inscribed upon the base of the diadem was a phrase, evidently a quote from Ravenclaw. Yet, as he caressed the remarkably opulent diadem, Eisen couldn't help but display a hint of regret. He had once contemplated the possibility that his unique ability might extract the essence of wisdom enhancement from Ravenclaw's diadem. However, the thought of it being a Horcrux, cursed by Voldemort, made such a possibility seem exceedingly slim. Nonetheless, the earlier sensation of mastery over the diadem lingered in Eisen's mind, leaving him with an unsettling curiosity. After a thorough investigation, Eisen found nothing of significance. He shook his head and put away the crown, although he deemed the likelihood of success nearly non-existent. He felt compelled to wait until he acquired the miracle attribute to make an attempt. Furthermore, delaying the transfer of this soul artifact to Dumbledore by a year would bear no detrimental consequences. Chapter 90, Harry's Dismal Fate. On Saturday morning, as Eisen dined in the Great Hall, he noticed that all the young wizards had seemingly forgotten about the attack on Mrs. Norris. After all, the victim was merely a cat, and it was not inconceivable that some students, harboring a dislike for Filch, might have instigated the incident. Consequently, they had long dismissed the attack from their minds, as well as the matter of the Chamber of Secrets. The chatter around him was dominated by discussions of the Quidditch match, speculating on which team would emerge victorious. However, Eisen observed that the Gryffindor players huddled together at the table appeared exceedingly tense, their usual banter replaced by an unusual silence. Even Fred and George had subdued their usual antics. In stark contrast, the Slytherins were vocally taunting Gryffindor, exuding an air of confidence as if they had already secured victory. After the meal, the entire school congregated in the stands beside the Quidditch pitch. The weather was stiflingly humid. For ordinary folk, it would have been a cause for concern. Yet, for wizards, a simple charm could provide relief from the oppressive heat. Today was meant to be a special occasion. If Eisen's intuition served him right, the Quidditch match would be a spectacle to behold. Regrettably, he received notice from Mr. Weasley, necessitating his attention to some issues plaguing the film company. As before, Eisen met Arthur at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Upon their meeting, Eisen grasped the full extent of the situation, leaving him somewhat speechless. Originally, Eisen had meticulously arranged for the film screenings in the Muggle world, expecting Arthur to execute the plan seamlessly in Diagon Alley. Given that this was Arthur's inaugural venture into the Wizarding World's film industry, he had intended to cautiously introduce the screenings every Tuesday evening to the wizards, showcasing life in the Muggle world. However, to his surprise, this endeavor stirred considerable unrest throughout the wizarding community. For most wizards, this upheaval was merely a curiosity, a novel experience to indulge in. Yet, as Arthur was the director of the office that prohibited the misuse of Muggle artifacts, upon realizing the trend, he was compelled to suspend the film showings in Diagon Alley. Thus, while a segment of wizards expressed genuine interest in the depiction of Muggle life, others seemed more fascinated by the Muggle artifacts themselves. After understanding the background of the situation, Eisen felt a sense of discontent. It was evident that, much like himself, many were intrigued by how Muggles lived, yet incidents of misuse of Muggle items were escalating rapidly. This posed a significant danger. Arthur took a sip of his beer. A look of regret etched on his face. There was no denying it. This was indeed a pressing issue. Some wizards possess a penchant for enchanting mundane objects, often inadvertently or, at times, purposefully causing harm to Muggles. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic established the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Muggle Objects to address such incidents. Although the source of the issue was clear, Eisen found himself momentarily at a loss for a viable solution. This predicament, as Arthur had feared, indicated that if some wizards gained further insight into Muggle items through films, the potential for their misuse would inevitably escalate. Thus, the plan to screen Muggle films in Diagon Alley would have to be paused, awaiting a more opportune moment. After much contemplation without resolution, Eisen reluctantly decided to suspend the entire initiative. While Arthur lamented Eisen's decision, he recognized the necessity of the action. As for the shop in Diagon Alley, why not transform it into a trick shop, featuring the mischievous products of Fred and George? Eisen casually suggested. Arthur felt this idea was somewhat hasty. Trust me, Fred and George's creations are immensely popular at school. Ultimately, after further discussion, Arthur acquiesced to Eisen's proposal, intending to convert the rented shop into a venue for selling prank items. Thus, Eisen's aspirations of introducing Muggle cinema to the Wizarding World were temporarily dashed, leaving him to ponder his misfortune, as every endeavor seemed to encounter unforeseen obstacles. Nevertheless, Eisen ultimately removed the originally planned two-way mirror from the Diagon Alley establishment. Poor Harry sustained a broken arm. While this alone was not catastrophic, after all, life is replete with surprises. The nature of Harry's surprise was exceptionally startling. Following the fracture, Professor Lockhart, undeterred, took it upon himself to treat Harry. The result was that he inadvertently extracted all the bones from Harry's arm. According to Professor Lockhart, he had successfully eliminated the remnants of the broken bones, allowing Harry to regrow perfect bones by consuming a bone-replenishing potion. He must be speaking nonsense. Hermione indignantly retorted as her classmates buzzed with speculation. Initially, the kind-hearted Hermione had defended Lockhart in front of Ron and Harry. But this incident revealed Lockhart's true character to her. The reality of the situation was rather straightforward. After Harry's fall, he merely sustained a fractured arm. In the case of a regular individual, a broken arm would necessitate a lengthy healing period. However, for a wizard, a simple healing charm would suffice to mend the injury. Regrettably, Lockhart's overzealousness led to a complete erasure of Harry's bones. Consequently, Harry was compelled to remain with Madame Pomfrey, relying on a potion to regenerate his bones. When Madame Pomfrey informed Harry that if his arm were merely broken, she could reattach it in seconds, but that growing bones would require an entire night. Harry was plunged into despair. Certainly, what truly overwhelmed Harry was the unexpected encounter with the troublesome house elf, Dobby. During their conversation, Dobby inadvertently revealed the secret of his confinement to Platform 9 3/4, as well as the incident involving the bludger that struck Harry. Upon realizing the truth, Harry was infuriated. He could hardly fathom that Dobby, the house elf, would consistently act against him. However, Eisen remained largely unconcerned by these matters, diligently pursuing his research in the library. That evening, after departing the library and having a light dinner in the Great Hall, Eisen intended to continue his daily spell practice. However, he was summoned to the charms classroom by Professor Dumbledore. Upon arrival, he observed that several professors had already gathered, each wearing expressions of bewilderment, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired. Professor Snape sat calmly to one side, while Professor McGonagall appeared visibly anxious, and Dumbledore wore a grave expression. "What has occurred?" Eisen inquired, glancing toward Professor Dumbledore. "A second attack has taken place," Dumbledore replied, his tone heavy with concern. "Colin Creevey sought to see Potter and was attacked on the stairs," Professor McGonagall added, her face etched with worry. As Eisen's perspective shifted to the second-floor hospital wing, he discovered not only Harry lying on a bed, but also the rigid form of Colin Creevey, evidently petrified. Chapter 91, The Second Attack. Eisen approached the table where a camera lay, examining it closely, only to detect a faint scent of charred material emanating from it, indicating it had been damaged. Colin, who had just begun his studies this year, idolized Harry Potter and habitually carried his camera in hopes of capturing Harry's likeness. As Eisen processed this, Professor McGonagall continued her explanation. "I trust one have not overlooked anything significant." A distinct voice suddenly interrupted the atmosphere, revealing Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in his pajamas, entering the charms classroom. Upon entering, Lockhart was momentarily taken aback by the number of professors present, but quickly regained his composure, flashing his signature smile. "What a splendid soiree. Inviting me was undoubtedly a wise choice. Hello, Professor Snape. What are the delights of this evening's gathering? I am eager to learn." Lockhart boldly approached Snape, taking a seat beside him. "If the events of this soiree are truly captivating, I shall certainly include them in my forthcoming book, allowing you to understand the reason behind my fame." Eisen gazed at the loquacious Lockhart in bewilderment, feeling a genuine admiration for his unabashed demeanor. "Enough, Professor Lockhart." Dumbledore interjected with a serious tone, cutting through Lockhart's theatrics. "A second attack has occurred, merely half an hour ago. Unlike Mrs. Norris, who was petrified, this time the victim is a first-year student, Colin Creevey. I feel compelled to remind you that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Hogwarts is facing a grave crisis." After Dumbledore's rather imposing declaration, all the professors grew solemn. Even Lockhart restrained his signature smile. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened once before, resulting in the tragic demise of a Muggle-born student, Myrtle Warren. Now, she remains a part of Hogwarts, haunting the halls as a ghost. Everyone knows her as the Weeping Willow. However, since that incident, the chamber has remained sealed, never to be opened again, until Professor McGonagall recounted its history. This suggests that an attack has occurred. Lockhart eagerly reached a conclusion, seemingly unfazed by the collective gaze of his peers. What I mean is, a student has already been attacked, Colin Creevey, right? He, too, is a muggle-born wizard. I have handled many similar cases, all of which follow a pattern. Does this mean the chamber must be closed? Is it not so? Yet Colin Creevey was merely petrified, and he did not perish. Professor Lockhart. Snape glared menacingly at Lockhart. Given that the chamber was opened 50 years ago, where exactly is it? Can it not be sealed again? Professor Eisen posed some pertinent questions. Regrettably, Professor Eisen, the chamber of Salazar Slytherin can likely only be accessed by his heir. Thus, we are unaware of its location or how to open it. Dumbledore explained. The heir of Slytherin, that must refer to the Slytherin house. What I mean is, Salazar Slytherin's ideology favored the admission of students from wizarding families. So the heir to the chamber should not be a Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff, right? Lockhart interjected with his thoughts. Surprisingly, this conjecture was rather plausible. However, he failed to notice Snape's derisive smirk directed at him. An insightful notion, yet without evidence. We cannot suspect any wizard, Dumbledore remarked, a glint of brilliance flashing behind his half-moon spectacles, before shaking his head. Is it possible that a student is being controlled by someone to commit these acts? I am aware that certain dark magic can achieve this. Although Professor Eisen hesitated to directly mention the diary, he subtly alluded to it. Are you suggesting the Imperius Curse? I know, it is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, exceedingly malevolent. A wizard can free themselves from its influence through sheer willpower. But I must assert, young wizards cannot manage that. Lockhart began to flaunt his knowledge once more. That is a possibility, but Hogwarts is protected by powerful magic. No dark wizard would dare to enter and cast spells upon students. Professor McGonagall retorted, clearly agitated by Lockhart's remarks. Very well, I believe we need to organize our efforts. Professor Dumbledore concluded with finality. Under Dumbledore's arrangement, Professor McGonagall would be responsible for instructing the heads of each grade to increase their vigilance throughout the castle, particularly forbidding the first and second-year students from venturing into secluded areas, mandating that they travel in groups even during class transitions. Meanwhile, the professors, in addition to their regular teaching duties, were tasked with conducting further explorations of Hogwarts Castle. Early Sunday morning, after Eisen practiced his spells and transfiguration as usual, he made his way to the second-floor library. Apart from continuing his research on the scrying mirror, he also dedicated some of his focus to healing spells and potions. Previously, he had commissioned Hagrid to gather some magical creatures' hair, particularly that of unicorns, with the aim of making progress in crafting healing tools. Although Eisen had no trouble casting healing spells, creating magical items with restorative properties would be a significant achievement for him. Moreover, Eisen's aspirations extended beyond mere healing. He sought to create powerful magical artifacts capable of dispelling curses and neutralizing their effects, even healing the damage inflicted by the unforgivable curses. Although this notion seemed far-fetched and improbable, Eisen believed that as his magical prowess continued to grow, such feats could indeed be realized. Furthermore, given the inherently idealistic nature of magic in this world, the possibilities were not as absolute as they might appear. Upon leaving the library, Eisen unexpectedly spotted Harry. Judging by his gait, it seemed his arm had healed well. Eisen refrained from calling out to him, watching as Harry grasped the copper doorknob and pushed open the door to the domain of the Weeping Willow. With a divine perspective, he could see not only Harry, who had just entered, but also 2 other figures already present. A cauldron was perched atop a toilet, flames crackling beneath it. Various herbs were being added to the cauldron by Hermione, evidently concocting a potion. Polyjuice potion. Eisen sighed in contemplation and shook his head before departing. As time swiftly passed, noon arrived. Professor Eisen, Colin has been attacked, Harry whispered urgently as soon as Eisen sat down. Dumbledore informed me that Hogwarts has become somewhat perilous, so we should refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Eisen nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Harry. Additionally, Dobby mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened previously. Indeed, Professor McGonagall also mentioned it. So are you suggesting that the serpent you heard is the monster from the chamber? Eisen pondered aloud. That serpent attacked Colin? However, a mere serpent cannot possibly be the heir of Slytherin, can it? Ron interjected with his perspective. Do you believe the heir controlled that serpent to assault Colin? Eisen mused, popping a piece of cake into his mouth, then glancing meaningfully at Harry after looking at Ron. But I must remind you, only a Parselmouth can command a basilisk. But Harry is not a Slytherin. Ron replied, momentarily taken aback before muttering under his breath. So what do you all propose we do? After shrugging his shoulders, Eisen glanced at Harry. We intend to use some potions to assume the appearances of others and inquire with Malfoy if he is aware of the heir of Slytherin. After a moment's hesitation, Harry divulged their plan to Eisen. Well, I hope your endeavor proves successful. Eisen did not dissuade them from their course of action. After all, such matters held little peril.